Chapter 90. The lady takes the initiative. It turns out that to attain a bond of affection reaching 9, one must offer oneself completely. Ningfan mused internally, recognizing the arduous nature of this endeavor, akin to the feeling of waiting for the clouds to part and reveal them. The system rewards the host with a Nirvana-breaking calamity pill of the quality of a 9th-grade sacred pill. This is the pinnacle 9th-grade sacred pill, which could even be likened to a demi-saint pill. One Nirvana-breaking calamity pill is capable of enabling a formidable expert who has been stagnating at the 9th pinnacle of the extreme realm for years to shatter their bottleneck and ascend into the realm of immortals. This alone suffices to attest to the extraordinary nature of the Nirvana-breaking calamity pill. Subsequently, the two relocated Su Wanwan's mother-esque grave to the Ning family ancestral grounds, severing all ties between Su Wanwan and her family henceforth. The ancestral land of the Ning family lay in hushed silence across its various peaks. Despite Ningfan's timely return to the Ning family, the clan suffered grievously, with only a mere tenth of its members surviving, leaving their vitality severely depleted. After recounting the events that transpired during his time in the Yunsong Pavilion to his parents and exchanging pleasantries, Ningfan reclined beneath an ancient tree outside, seeking rest. Upon entering the extreme realm, his insights transformed completely. Mastering the essence of the great Tao, he experienced an inexplicable resonance with the heavens, sensing the might of the divine. His proficiency in the Kunping and Divine Phoenix techniques elevated to a new level. The 3 supreme immortal arts, 9 calamities thunder technique, devouring heaven, and the reincarnation indestructible sutra now held different meanings for him. A flicker of ancient brilliance passed through his eyes, which transformed, swirling in a mesmerizing dance of black and white. With the opening of the eye of reincarnation, Ningfan surveyed his surroundings. The events that transpired over countless years in the Ning family's ancestral grounds unfolded before his eyes. Though he was still youthful, a trace of profound weariness marred his gaze, reminiscent of an elder who has endured centuries of glory and disgrace. In the dead of night, 2 beautiful maidservants approached Ningfan cautiously. "Young master, the young mistress requests your presence in the chamber." Ningfan felt a twinge of surprise. Su Wanwan had never been so proactive. Did she say anything else? He rose and made his way toward their bridal chamber. "The young mistress didn't specify, but she has already bathed and changed, waiting for you for over an hour." Giggles ensued. It seems the young master will undoubtedly showcase his prowess tonight. The 2 maidservants chuckled, having personally attended to Su Wanwan's bathing and dressing. At the tender age of 18 or 19, how could they not understand Su Wanwan's intentions? Only the servants of the Ning household dared to jest in the presence of their kin. "Young master, the young mistress instructed that you should bathe before entering the room," one maidservant reminded. "Very well," Ningfan replied with a smile, allowing the 2 maidservants to assist him in bathing and changing. "I have served the young master for several years and know well of your remarkable prowess. An ordinary mortal cannot hope to enjoy such fortune. Young master, it would be wise not to overexert yourself tonight. You have valiantly rescued the entire Ning family. Tomorrow, the ancestors will surely wish to see you." 2 maidservants attended to Ningfan while exchanging playful banter. Indeed. In the bridal chamber, Ningfan reclined in a chair, casually crossing his legs with his feet resting on the table. "My dear, what brings you to seek me at such a late hour? Are you feeling lonely and desolate without my company?" Su Wanwan lifted the veil, her simple dress slipping from her fragrant shoulders, revealing her. The sheer fabric barely concealed her alluring curves, which quivered gently. Her alabaster back was partially exposed, her slender waist delicate enough to be grasped with ease. The pert contours of her figure outlined an enchanting silhouette. Light gauze wrapped around her jade-like feet, their rosy hue inviting temptation. With a coy glance and a playful smile, her enchanting gaze captivated, exuding an irresistible charm. "Truly, you are a celestial beauty." Ningfan inhaled deeply, marveling at her presence. As if a goddess had descended from the heavens, surpassing countless earthly delights. "I promised that once you reached the pinnacle of your cultivation, we would cultivate together." Su Wanwan murmured dreamily, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Clearing his throat to mask his discomfort, Ningfan replied, "I assumed it was merely idle talk. My dear, there is no need to take it to heart." Su Wanwan paused, her eyes widening in surprise. Since their marriage, Ningfan had always exhibited an eagerness to join her in intimacy. Now that she was ready to share that connection, he seemed to withdraw. "Ningfan, what do you mean? Do you believe that I am unworthy of you?" Her face hardened, a mix of indignation and embarrassment coloring her expression. "Or is it that you have feelings for another?" She rose from the bed, swiftly crossing to Ningfan, grasping his collar and pulling him toward her. Their bodies were nearly touching, her voluptuous form tantalizingly close to his face. It must be Ling. You have set your sights on her. Yearning to become the prince consort of the Yin dynasty. Ningfan was taken aback, bewildered by her accusations. What on earth are you talking about? I am more wrong than Doi. Do all women in this world indulge in such irrational thoughts? By heaven's grace, he harbored no thoughts of Ling at all. I merely wish to avoid forcing matters. I do not wish to rush, he quickly clarified. Su Wanwan's cheeks flushed, and with a shy demeanor, she replied, It need not be forced. This time, it will come naturally. She unfastened the garments adorning Ningfan, her delicate hand gliding over his chest, gently tugging at his finger as she led him towards the bed behind her. A sleepless night ensued, leaving them both in a state of blissful oblivion. The following day, as the sun climbed high in the sky, Ningfan and Su Wanwan remained entwined in each other's embrace, lost in a deep slumber. The fatigue from their night together surpassed even that of a life-and-death struggle. It must be noted that Ningfan had expended a great deal of his vitality. Su Wanwan's serene visage bore a lingering blush. Outside the door, several young and beautiful maidservants anxiously awaited. At this hour, why are the young master and mistress still not awake? Last night, I stood outside the door, waiting patiently as the young master and his lady indulged in their passionate embrace. The lady's soft gasps echoed through the night until dawn broke and they finally ceased their revelry. I am well aware of the young master's formidable prowess, which sets him apart from the ordinary. Yet the master, madam, and the esteemed ancestor are all awaiting him in the grand hall atop the main. A few maidens exchanged anxious words, uncertain of how to proceed. Master, madam, it is time to rise. The ancestor is waiting for you. One of the maidens gently knocked on the door and spoke cautiously. Inside, Ningfan and Su Wanwan slowly opened their drowsy eyes. My dear, Su Wanwan's delicate, alabaster fingers caressed Ningfan's chest tenderly. What is it? Ningfan inquired. We should continue. Su Wanwan's cheeks flushed crimson, her voice dreamy, her eyes sparkling with allure. Chapter 91. My dear, must we not stop? Outside the room, the maidens grew increasingly anxious in the absence of Ningfan's response, some even hopping in distress. Master, the ancestor is still waiting for you. One of the maidens ventured to speak once more, yet was met with an irritable shout from inside. If the ancestor wishes to wait, let him do so. I shall not see anyone. The young maidens, all beautiful and bewildered, were at a loss for how to react. Moments later, soft, heavy breaths and enticing sighs floated from the room, leaving the maidens exchanging knowing glances, acutely aware of the unfolding events within. Indeed, the young master was vigorous, unlike any other. We deemed it inappropriate to intrude, maintaining our distance until the young master and lady required our assistance. The maidens whispered among themselves, deciding to send one to the grand hall to inform the ancestor while the others awaited quietly. Within the grand hall of the Ning family's main peak, a maiden hurriedly entered, reporting to the ancestor, young master Ningfan and the lady have yet to rise. The young master said the ancestor need not wait for him, she relayed, having returned from the ancient flame domain after a long journey and fierce battles. It is only natural that Ningfan requires ample rest, Ning Wuchan remarked calmly. Having already waited over an hour alongside the members of the Ning family without a hint of complaint, everyone may disperse. We shall convene again at the same time tomorrow in the grand hall. In the family assembly, Ningfan was the focal point. If he did not attend, the gathering would inevitably be postponed by a day. Within Ningfan and Su Wanwan's bridal chamber, the tempestuous encounters resumed. The unrestrained joy of their union enveloped Ningfan in a profound sense of euphoria. Bring me. He summoned two maidens to change the bedding, fill the bathing pool with warm water, and then carried Su Wanwan inside. The disheveled state of the bed caused both maidens to blush deeply. You may leave now, Ningfan instructed. Yes, young master, madam. The two maidens tidied everything and exited, closing the door behind them. The waters of the pool surged as Su Wanwan positioned herself atop Ningfan. Not my dear, do you still wish for? A trace of bitterness curled at the corners of Ningfan's mouth. From the depths of last night until now, it had already been 5 times. And he had scarcely slept at all. Truly, a reincarnated quasi-immortal emperor, possessing supreme bones and an extraordinary constitution. Were it an ordinary woman, she would likely lack the strength even to speak by now, let alone continue. Let us proceed, Su Wanwan said, her cheeks flushed, despite not employing the dual cultivation techniques. Their 5 encounters had bestowed upon her immense benefits. During their time in the ancient flame domain, he had nurtured celestial fire using 3 types of innate sacred flames, subsequently enhancing his own power and forcibly elevating his realm to the 7th level of the void path. Typically, it would require at least 7 to 8 days to stabilize such a level, yet surprisingly, after just 1 night and 5 encounters, he was nearly there. This realization dawned upon Su Wanwan, illuminating the advantages of dual cultivation with Ningfan. Once again, the adverse effects of her forcibly elevated realm had vanished entirely. My dear, it has already been 5 times. Perhaps we should stop? Though it is delightful, one must not be greedy, Ningfan suggested. Have you grown weary? Indeed. Once one possesses something, they often fail to cherish it. Su Wanwan replied, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Come, let us continue, Ningfan declared, gritting his teeth. How could a man refuse? Let us engage in another 300 rounds. An hour later, Ningfan and Su Wanwan emerged from their bath, their bodies cleansed. Ningfan reclined on the bed in a rather unrefined manner, feeling genuinely fatigued. After a brief respite, Su Wanwan's supple waist coiled around him once more. Ningfan's body trembled involuntarily, a faint, bittersweet smile gracing his lips. My dear, shall we continue? He inquired cautiously. Su Wanwan's delicate face flushed with embarrassment. Her small hand clenched tightly, unable to meet Ningfan's gaze. She merely nodded gently, pressing closely against him. My dear, shall we take a moment to rest? No rest, Su Wanwan murmured. I have little strength left, Ningfan replied with a wry smile. Her cheeks reddened further as she asserted, my realm is now stabilized. True cultivation is only just beginning. I will teach you the joyful Nirvana Sutra. The real journey has only just commenced. What? It has only just begun? Ningfan's expression shifted. The words only just begun felt particularly lethal to him at that moment. 6 times already, and this was merely the beginning? Did the Empress intend to completely drain him dry and not relent? Then why did you not teach me the joyful Nirvana Sutra from the start? Su Wanwan, blushing deeply, replied shyly, I was still stabilizing my realm and could not practice the sutra, but now I can. I feel as if I am nearly spent. As dusk approached, the setting sun cast a fiery glow across the horizon. Outside the newlyweds' chamber, several maidservants stood in astonishment. It had been nearly a day and a night. Yet neither the young master nor the young lady had stepped beyond the threshold of their room. Young master, will the young mistress continue this way indefinitely? One can only say she occasionally takes a brief respite. For the most part, she is diligently occupied. The young master is indeed formidable, truly not of ordinary caliber. Several maidens whispered among themselves, a day and night spent without stepping outside, how astonishing. Even newlyweds, on their first night together, would not be so inseparable. One maiden remarked, unaware that Ningfan and Su Wanwan were experiencing their genuine nuptial night. What do you think? With the young master's prowess, can the young mistress endure it? Giggle. Why don't you go in and help alleviate some of the young master's fervor for the young mistress? Bah, what scandalous words. Why don't you go in and assist the young mistress? I would be willing, if only the young master would favor me. I would ensure he is thoroughly indulged, leaving him wanting more. You little vixen, it seems you've long desired to share a chamber with the young master. The maidens teased each other, playfully pinching one another's soft bosoms and curvaceous hips. At that moment, Ningfan's mother, Su Lanyi, entered the courtyard. What are you all discussing? Su Lanyi inquired sharply. The maidens, startled, immediately ceased their chatter, their bodies trembling in response. Where is Ningfan? Su Lanyi asked. In response to Madam, the young master and young mistress have yet to rise from their room, one maiden replied. Inside the chamber, Ningfan lay on the bed, his gaze vacant. Su Wanwan lay beside him, her delicate face flushed, radiating satisfaction. Ding. The system detects that the female lead, Su Wanwan, has reached the 8th level of the Void Realm. The host's realm is rewarded with an elevation to the 2nd level of the Supreme Realm. The system's notification echoed in Ningfan's mind. Congratulations, host, on attaining another level. Congratulations to you, dear sister. At that moment, a knock echoed from outside the room. Fanner, what are you doing? Have you risen yet? Mother is here. Ningfan leapt from the bed. Su Wanwan's expression shifted slightly. Having remained indoors for a day and night, her mother would undoubtedly chastise her. Chapter 92. System, I desire the ultimate nourishing pill. Ningfan and Su Wanwan hurriedly donned their garments and exited the room to welcome Su Lanyi inside. Su Lanyi cast a fleeting glance at the bed and the lingering blush adorning Su Wanwan's face, instantly grasping that the two had engaged in their intimate activities once more. You two are truly lost in your desires, unaware of the world around you, having spent an entire day and night without stepping outside. Sulani said, a hint of anger in her voice, not genuine fury, but concern for Ningfan, fearing he might become ensnared by beauty and neglect his future cultivation. Wanwan. Sulani intended to caution Su Wanwan against further enticing Ningfan, but was interrupted by Ningfan. Mother, do not blame Wanwan. It was I who insisted she remain indoors. Oh, so you are already defending your wife? No wonder it is said that once a man marries, he forgets his mother. Ningfan merely smiled, refraining from retorting, while Su Wanwan buried her delicate face against him, too shy to meet Sulani's gaze. Had Ningfan not taken the initiative to shoulder the responsibility, she would have been at a loss on how to explain the situation to her mother-in-law. After tidying herself up and rejuvenating her spirits, they proceeded to dine together. Upon finishing her words, Sulani exited the room and left the courtyard. After the family had their evening meal, Ningfan and Su Wanwan's marital abode had been meticulously arranged by several maidservants. As they rested deep into the night, Su Wanwan's enchanting eyes sparkled with mischief. My dear, are we continuing? She inquired, nodding earnestly, akin to a mischievous kitten that had finally tasted forbidden fruit. Unable to resist further indulgence. How many more times? Until I ascend to the extreme Tao realm. Su Wanwan had already begun to appreciate the benefits of cultivating alongside Ningfan, experiencing rapid advancements in her realm without any adverse effects. As they practiced the Harmony Nirvana Sutra together, they made significant discoveries. Their bodies were remarkably compatible, both having comprehended the Divine Phoenix technique, mastering the power of Nirvana, which yielded remarkable results in their cultivation. It would be a rare occurrence to find another pair among millions whose physical compatibility matched that of her and Ningfan. However, the rapid progression posed a risk of instability in their foundational cultivation. Ningfan attempted one final struggle. Fear not. As long as we cultivate together, this issue is non-existent. Su Wanwan initiated a kiss, her sinuous waist entwining once more around Ningfan. Thus began another night of passion, filled with fervent embraces. System, grant me a perfect restorative pill. The following day dawned bright and high. Young master, it is time to rise. The ancestor awaits your presence. A maid gently knocked on the door. Inform the ancestor that today, I shall meet no one, came Ningfan's voice from within. The maidservants exchanged glances, acknowledging that after 2 consecutive days, the young master was indeed extraordinary, displaying unparalleled vigor. On the 3rd day, the sun once again rose high in the sky. Ningfan had deeply grasped the essence of the Harmony Nirvana Sutra, and after a night of dual cultivation with Su Wanwan, he remained invigorated despite lack of sleep. The Harmony Nirvana Sutra was hailed as the premier dual cultivation method in existence. Within the grand hall of the Ning family's main peak, Ning Wuchan summoned the clan members, awaiting Ningfan's arrival. Ancestor, Ningfan is exceedingly uncouth, time and again disregarding us elders. Ningfan's 7th uncle, Ning Tian, declared with visible displeasure. Had it not been for Ningfan offending the great Chu dynasty and inciting the ire of the Tuoba, Su, Gu, and Ning families, they would not have faced the calamity of annihilation. A resounding slap echoed as Ning Wuchan struck Ning Tian across the face with great force. Ning Tian was sent sprawling, spewing forth a mouthful of blood mist, collapsing to the ground, nearly succumbing to Ning Wuchan's wrath. The members of the Ning family in the hall shuddered, gasping in shock. The ancestor's strike was excessively forceful. Had he exerted even a fraction more strength, Ning Tian would have met his demise on the spot. Ning Tian, your survival to this day is a testament to the misfortune of our family. As Ning Wuchen concluded his words, he unsheathed his blade and severed Ning Tian's head. Who among you is unwilling to wait? Ning Wuchen bellowed. Within the grand hall, the crowd fell silent, trembling with fear. If any of you possess the strength to turn the tide and save the Ning family, I, the ancestor, am willing to wait for you. From this moment on, Ningfan shall be the pillar of our clan. Should I hear another word against him, I shall personally expel that individual from the Ning family. At that moment, a maid from Ningfan's residence stepped into the hall. Reporting to the ancestor, young master Ningfan said he would not meet anyone today. The maid stated, tomorrow, we shall continue to wait. Hang Ning Tian's head outside the hall. On the 4th day, the sun had risen high in the sky. Ding. The system detects that the female protagonist Su Wanwan has reached the Extreme Path realm, granting the host an elevation to the 4th level of the Extreme Path realm. The system's notification finally echoed in Ningfan's mind. She was no reincarnated celestial emperor. She was merely a juice extractor, having drained the essence accumulated over 20 years from her body. While Su Wanwan cultivated within her chamber, Ningfan emerged from his room. "Young master, you have finally come out," several maids exclaimed, nearly moved to tears. Moments later, outside the main hall of the Ning family's peak, Ningfan beheld Ning Chintian's decapitated head. With a disdainful smile, he gradually entered the hall. "I pay my respects to the ancestor," Ningfan greeted. Ning Wuchen hastily invited Ningfan to the seat of honor, sternly declaring, "From this moment forth, Ningfan shall be the head of the Ning family. Even I, the ancestor, must heed the commands of the family head." The members of the Ning family were taken aback, astonished that the ancestor had elevated Ningfan's status to such heights. "Ancestor, this may be somewhat inappropriate," they ventured. "Inappropriate?" Ning Wuchen interjected without hesitation, firmly placing Ningfan in his original position. "I bow to the family head." Ning Wuchen knelt partially, speaking with deep. The position of family head was akin to that of an emperor. Even if one was an esteemed uncle with profound experience, they must still pay respect before the emperor. Since Ningfan had ascended to the role of head of the Ning family, Ning Wuchen's homage to him was entirely justifiable, without room for objection. Moreover, the celestial domain was a realm where strength reigned supreme. Lineage must yield to power. "I pay my respects to the family head," with the ancestor kneeling. The rest of the Ning family members followed suit, bowing before Ningfan. "Ancestor, I must return to Yunsong Pavilion to cultivate. I truly lack the time to manage the affairs of the Ning family. This position of family head does not suit me. The role of family head is yours alone. You need not concern yourself with the trivial matters of the Ning family. Focus solely on your cultivation at Yunsong Pavilion." Ning Wuchen genuinely feared that one day Ningfan might forsake the Ning family. Very well. Ningfan ceased his refusals. Being a hands-off leader was not without its merits. "You may all withdraw." Ning Wuchen dismissed everyone from the hall and retrieved an ancient bronze talisman from his robe. "This is the pass seal of the Taixuan immortal realm. I bestow it upon you." Chapter 93. Your unique constitution is advantageous for dual cultivation. Ningfan's gaze trembled slightly. In the vast expanse of the immortal domain, the truly precious items are the immortal herbs, elixirs, and various treasures that attain the celestial quality. These treasures are almost entirely monopolized by various formidable sects, longevity clans, and immortal empires. It is akin to modern society's education, finance, healthcare, and assets, where individuals from ordinary families lack even the qualifications to access upper-tier resources. The extravagant lifestyles of the aristocracy are utterly beyond the imagination of the common folk. The capitalist monetary games, through systematic design, effortlessly extract the wealth generated by countless individuals. Should someone dare to unveil even a corner of the celestial palace to the public, the consequences would range from being silenced to an immediate disappearance. If problems cannot be resolved, then it is the person who raises the issue that must be dealt with. This is a classic maneuver of capital. The various immortal realms of the Eastern Wilderness are all under the control of powerful factions, akin to a monopoly on the path to even the three ancient academies of the Eastern Wilderness must bow their heads. The Taixuan immortal realm is, in essence, a fragment of the celestial palace within the immortal domain. Most ordinary people would face grave consequences merely for attempting to approach the Taixuan immortal realm. The numerous ancient and eternal clans of the Eastern Wilderness, filled with countless strong practitioners, would fight fiercely for a mere opportunity to touch the threshold of immortality. It resembles the current scenario where, under the oppression of capital, individuals become players in a zero-sum employment game, desperately vying for job opportunities. Receiving the pass seal of the Taixuan immortal realm signifies not only a touch upon the threshold of immortality, but also the inevitability of being regulated by should one fail to comply. The final interpretation lies in the hands of the powerful factions controlling the Taixuan immortal. This pass seal of the Taixuan immortal realm is now yours. Ning Wuchen spoke solemnly. He had exhausted his life's efforts, and this seal was all he could leave behind. It was unlikely he would ever step into the realm of ultimate paths, rendering the pass seal of the Taixuan immortal realm meaningless for him. If Ningfan could attain immortality, the Ning clan would rise to unprecedented heights. "Thank you, ancestor." Ningfan expressed his gratitude without hesitation, accepting the pass seal of the Taixuan immortal realm. Even for the three great pavilions of the Eastern Wilderness, such a pass seal to the immortal realm is an exceptionally rare treasure. "Ancestor, I have taken many items from the Ning clan's treasury." Ningfan felt a tinge of guilt, having taken more than half of the mysterious spirit stones, elixirs, and herbs from the clan head need not indulge in self-reproach. All items within the Ning clan's treasury belong to the clan head, Ning Wuqing responded, fully aware of how rare it is for a prodigy like Ningfan to emerge from the Ning clan. The following day, Ningfan departed from the ancestral ground of the Ning clan, using a spatial array to teleport to Wan'an City, and then returned to Qingzhu Peak. The drama unfolded. The water sleeves rising and falling, singing of sorrow and joy, of parting and reunion, indifferent to me. The fan opened in harmony, the gongs and drums resonating in silence. The emotions of the performance within the play and the reality outside are subject to interpretation by whom? The voice of the second senior sister echoed through the bamboo forest of Qingzhu. Wang Changsheng was engrossed in his reading, while Mo Yaoyao was frolicking. A scene so familiar to Ningfan. Junior brother, come here. Jiang Yuye called out in a theatrical tone. Ningfan approached the stage, yet Jiang Yuye was still unsatisfied. Come up. Ningfan ascended the stage, and Jiang Yuye beckoned him closer with a delicate gesture. A little closer. Sister, you wouldn't be developing feelings for me, would you? My wife is right behind us. Although I am quite handsome and striking, such matters should be based on mutual consent, not coercion. You glib-tongued rascal. Jiang Yuye retorted, her irritation evident as a crimson ribbon shot forth, binding Ningfan tightly and suspending him in midair. Helpless and unable to resist, he found himself dangling. His meridian sealed. Sixth realm of the extreme path. Is this correct? Ningfan's eyes widened in disbelief. Jiang Yuye, immersed in her theatrical pursuits, had neglected her cultivation. When he departed from Qingzhu Peak, his sister was only at the fifth realm of the void path. Upon his return, she had astonishingly reached the sixth realm of the extreme path? This is outrageous. Senior brother, save me. Ningfan cried out to Wang Changsheng. Yet, Wang Changsheng appeared oblivious. Engrossed in the ancient tome before him. How could he rescue Ningfan? With mere words? Was it possible to persuade Jiang Yuye to release Ningfan using the principles of wisdom from the sage's texts? Such a prospect seemed implausible. Despite his detachment from worldly affairs, he was no fool. He could offer no assistance, leaving Ningfan to fend for himself. Sister, I was wrong. Ningfan conceded, swiftly admitting fault. A wise man does not suffer immediate losses, he proclaimed. Jiang Yuye flicked her delicate fingers, and 3 icy needles surged towards Ningfan's chest. These needles, forged from the fundamental essence of the great Tao, were both frigid and fierce. Sister, you are truly serious. Ningfan's expression changed dramatically, and he let out a cry of despair as his limbs were bound by the crimson ribbon, leaving him powerless to avert his gaze from the 3 icy needles piercing his chest. No blood flowed. Instead, he felt a chilling sensation penetrating to his. The needles transformed into a wave of cold energy, coursing through Ningfan's meridians, circulating throughout his body. Where the cold energy traversed, the remnants of fire poison accumulated within him dissipated. Subsequently, Jiang Yuye delivered a powerful palm strike, sending Ningfan tumbling off the stage. Thank you, sister, for purging the fire poison from my body, Ningfan said with a smile, having truly felt a moment of intense peril. Were those icy needles intended for harm rather than healing? Even a formidable being at the 7th or 8th realm of the extreme path might not have survived. Junior sister, you should come up as well. Jiang Ye treated Su Wanwan with much gentler methods, allowing the essence of the great Tao to flow like cleansing her of the fire poison. Sister, your ascension and cultivation has been remarkably swift, achieving the 6th level of the extreme Tao realm while simultaneously singing operas. How extraordinary. He, along with Su Wanwan, ventured into the ancient flame domain for training, enduring numerous life and death experiences to reach the extreme Tao realm. What does that amount to? I have been immersed in the art of drama for over 2 decades, entering the Tao through the medium of performance and attaining immortality through it, accumulating profound knowledge that naturally leads to rapid advancement in cultivation. Jiang Yuye remarked. What do you mean by entering the Tao through performance and attaining immortality through it? Isn't it merely the result of a superior system? Ningfan mused internally, contemplating how well his sister could conceal her true abilities. As if your own efforts could lead you to the extreme Tao realm, the system scoffed. That evening, within Ningfan's bamboo cottage, Su Wanwan gently shed her dress. My dear, what are you doing? You might catch a chill. Quickly, put it back on. Ningfan kindly adjusted the slipping garment back onto Su Wanwan's fragrant shoulders. Tonight, we shall engage in dual cultivation, Su Wanwan declared, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. My dear, perhaps we should take a break? We've rested enough during the day. Without further ado, Su Wanwan pressed down on Ningfan's shoulders, pushing him onto the ground. My dear, please. Your unique constitution aids in my cultivation. Chapter 94. The Deception of the System. A portion of content has been omitted. Fathers, please refer to the previous 2 chapters. Thank you. In the days that followed, during their dual cultivation, Su Wanwan and Ningfan practiced the Harmony Nirvana Sutra and discovered an ancient and mysterious aura flowing into their bodies. This aura was astoundingly profound. Even Su Wanwan, a formidable being at the quasi-immortal emperor level, was taken aback. The supreme bone within her body yearned intensely for this enigmatic essence. This was truly astonishing. One must understand that the supreme bone is considered unparalleled, and yet it craved the mysterious energy emanating from Ningfan. Su Wanwan could not help but speculate about Ningfan's unique constitution. She focused her heavy pupils on him, but all she could perceive was a chaotic haze, obscuring any clarity about his origins. My dear, your dedication to cultivation is truly commendable, Ningfan remarked. No wonder it is said that once a girl experiences her first time, it is akin to unlocking the door to a new world. I truly am focused on my cultivation and elevation of my realm, Su Wanwan replied, her cheeks burning, her voice barely a whisper. Indeed. It is all for the sake of cultivation. Nothing more, he encouraged. Ding. The system detects that the female lead, Su Wanwan, has reached the minor completion of the first level of the extreme Dao realm, rewarding the host with an elevation to the minor completion of the 4th level of the extreme Dao realm. My dear, you have surpassed even the female cultivators of the Harmony sect. The next day dawned bright and clear. As Ningfan and Su Wanwan exited the bamboo cottage, they found Wang Chaoxing engrossed in his studies, while Jiang Yueya practiced on the opera stage. If I am not mistaken, my sister must also possess a system. Could it be one that allows her to learn a new opera, thereby enhancing her cultivation? Ningfan pondered. Upon witnessing Ningfan and Su Wanwan emerge from the bamboo cottage, Wang Chaoxing and Jiang Yueya exchanged knowing glances. Senior brother, how did you end up sleeping with Sister Su until now? Mo Yao Yao inquired innocently, her large, watery eyes fixed on Ningfan, her head tilted in curiosity. Su Wanwan's cheeks immediately flushed crimson, and the more oblivious Mo Yao Yao appeared, the more embarrassed she felt. Such matters are not for children to pry into, Ningfan gently admonished, taking Mo Yao Yao's small hand in his own. A faint ripple of primordial energy flowed from his palm into her body. Sensing the toxins within her system were stable, Ningfan nodded slightly in approval. Sister, why did you not perform today? Ningfan turned to Jiang Yueya, a playful smile gracing his lips. Do you wish to hear? She replied, her demeanor calm. No, I was merely curious. The melodies you sing seem unique. Unlike any I have heard before, Ningfan probed, eager for Jiang Yueya to confirm his suspicions of her being a traveler from the modern world. The underlying reason for his curiosity stemmed from the loneliness he felt as a traveler himself. Although he enjoyed Su Wanwan's company, the sense of being an outsider in a foreign land lingered, much like the saying that when fellow villagers meet, tears flow abundantly. If Jiang Yueya were to acknowledge her own journey, they would share an abundance of common ground, fostering a profound sense of camaraderie. I composed them myself, Jiang Yueya replied nonchalantly. Ningfan rolled his eyes, thinking, as if I haven't heard that before. The heavenly king covers the earth's tiger, Ningfan suddenly exclaimed. Jiang Yueya merely glanced at him, unfazed. System, do you have any solutions? Ningfan queried. If you can catch Jiang Yueya and touch her skin, I may be able to sense whether a system exists within her. Catch sister? Ningfan paused, astonished. Jiang Yueya was currently a formidable figure at the 6th level of the extreme Dao realm. What chance did he have? Damn, let her play her part. Ningfan mused. After all, a mere touch wouldn't determine victory or defeat. There was no harm in trying. Seizing the moment while Jiang Yueya was distracted, he swiftly darted forward, his movements akin to a flash of lightning, impossibly quick. In an instant, Jiang Yueya's eyes sharpened, and 2 crimson silks shot forth, which Ningfan deftly evaded. The next moment, his hand lunged toward her shoulder, resembling a bird of prey reaching for its target. Clang. The sound of metal clashing echoed as Jiang Yueya brandished a 5-foot spear, thrusting it towards his palm with remarkable speed. Startled by the swiftness of her strike, Ningfan realized that being struck would surely result in a grievous injury. Just as he attempted to evade, 2 strands of red silk ensnared his ankles. Oh no. Not again. Ningfan's expression changed drastically. He had recently experienced the formidable prowess of the red silk. I would guard the borders for you all my life. I have mastered the art of the returning spear. A melodious and intricate tune flowed from Jiang Yueya's lips. In the brief moment of a turn, Jiang Yueya's demeanor transformed. Her once gentle grace, reminiscent of the serene waters of Jiangnan, morphed into the striking valor of a warrior from the northern frontier. As the words reverse spear left her lips, Jiang Yue's long spear twirled, launching a flurry of strikes towards Ningfan. Each move aimed with precision at Ningfan's vital points, yet the fierce tip of the spear, though relentless, merely grazed him, causing no actual harm. The sheer force of her strikes shredded Ningfan's garments, leaving them in tatters. "Drive away the beasts and wolves, so you shall not suffer again," Jiang Yue declared, retracting her spear and assuming an impeccable stance. "Senior brother, save me. Senior sister has attempted to murder junior brother," Ningfan cried out, his neck stretched in desperation. The ferocity of her assault left him no room for retaliation. In that fleeting moment, Jiang Yue had thrust at him dozens of times. Had each strike been as lethal as it could have been, he would have been reduced to a mere sieve. Even though each thrust was controlled and caused no injury, the experience sent tremors through Ningfan, leaving him drenched in cold sweat. Can one truly comprehend the psychological toll of enduring such relentless strikes on a young man just beyond his 20s? Every vital area of his body was targeted, including the lower half. He had come perilously close to a fate worse than death. "It's none of my business. I saw nothing, heard nothing," Wang Changxing muttered, turning away without casting a glance at Ningfan. "I shall stand atop the highest peak, my valor embodied in the reverse spear." The melodious tones of a play echoed once more from Jiang Yue's lips. It was over. Ningfan's body froze upon hearing Jiang Yue's dramatic lines. He felt a chill envelop him. The beautiful spear flowers surged towards him, the blade aimed directly at his vital points. Again, she thrust at him repeatedly, the fierce energy slicing across his skin like a knife. The final thrust aimed straight for his eye, the tip of the spear hovering perilously close to his pupil. Ningfan's pupils contracted sharply, a wave of cold washing over him. "Even if I were to lose everything, what of it?" The last line of the play escaped Jiang Yue's lips, resonating with the might of a legendary female general. "System, I think I just saw my great-grandmother," Ningfan murmured in a barely audible voice, his gaze vacant. The system remained silent, suppressing its laughter. Finally, the system could contain itself no longer and erupted into laughter within Ningfan's mind. "System, you did this on purpose." Ningfan realized he had fallen for the system's trickery. Chapter 95. All for my wife's second senior sister. Her strength is formidable. The Qingzhu peak is filled with oddities. Su Wanwan murmured in astonishment, her eyes widening. She knew that second senior sister Jiang Yue would not truly harm Ningfan, and thus felt no concern. Clang. On the moonlit night, Jiang Yue withdrew her 5-foot spear, its tip resonating with a metallic clang. At that moment, the crimson silk that ensnared Ningfan also loosened. With a stagger, Ningfan fell. His senior sister was indeed ruthless. He had not laid a finger on her, yet had been pierced by her spear over 100 times, nearly losing his soul in the process. Cough, cough, cough. Master brother Wang Changxing finally cleared his throat and slowly turned around. Upon seeing Ningfan collapsed on the ground, Wang Changxing was taken aback and quickly stood up. "Junior brother Ning, what happened to you? Are you hurt?" he exclaimed with a feigned shock, concern etched on his face. Ningfan's neck turned stiffly, as if mechanized, to face his elder brother. "Brother, I just saw my great-grandmother, and you're only asking now? Were you blind just moments ago?" "Alas, it's my fault. Whenever I read, I become so engrossed in the words that I see nothing beyond the page." Wang Changxing explained, a sheepish look on his face. "Are your eyes blind, and your ears deaf as well?" Ningfan replied. "Alas, junior brother, you must understand. When I read, I am lost in the book, oblivious to the world around me," Wang Changxing lamented. Ningfan slowly raised a hand and gave a thumbs up to Wang Changxing. "Brother, you're amazing." He then turned to Jiang Yue, still posing dramatically, and extended another thumb towards her. "Sister, you're fierce." After speaking, Ningfan's body slumped, and he collapsed onto the stage. Just then, Mengke's figure appeared amidst the green bamboo grove, approaching slowly. "Master." Wang Changxing and Jiang Yue both straightened their postures and bowed to Mengke. Mo Yaoao also saluted, her youthful face adorned with respect. Disciple Ningfan pays his respects to master. Ningfan could only express his reverence through words. Utterly drained and nearly frightened to the point of losing his mind by his sister, Mengke smiled at Ningfan, having witnessed the entire ordeal. "Ningfan, do not underestimate your senior brothers and sisters. They all possess the demeanor of immortals," he said softly. "Understood." Ningfan nodded vigorously. Not to mention what realm master brother Wang Changxing might ultimately reach through his studies. As for second sister Jiang Yue, her backward thrust of the spear was nothing short of extraordinary. It was not merely an immortal's demeanor, it was akin to that of an immortal king. The system, that little vixen, was indeed toying with me. On Qingzhu Peak, Master Yin Wuwen possesses a pass to the Taixuan immortal realm. In 5 days, I will take you and Suwan on there, so prepare yourselves, Ming Ku announced. Another trial? This was Ningfan's immediate reaction. He had just returned from the ancient flame domain and had not yet relished enough of his time alone with Su Wanwan. Wang Chongqing and Jiang Yue exchanged glances, both displaying a flicker of astonishment. The opportunity to enter the Taixuan immortal realm is scarce for the masters of the various peaks of the Yunsong Pavilion. Junior brother. The various immortal realms in the eastern wilderness are monopolized by powerful sects, immortal dynasties, and long-lived families. Such an opportunity is rare and should not be squandered. Given Master S' earnest efforts, Wang Chongqing remarked. I never said I wouldn't go, Ningfan replied softly, rising from the stage and casting a glance at Su Wanwan. The spark of interest in her eyes regarding the Taixuan immortal realm was evident. Oh well, it is all for my wife. Ningfan mused internally, then composed his expression. There is no need for Master to owe any favor to the Master of Qingzhu Peak. I possess a passage token to the Taixuan immortal bestowed upon me by the elder of the Ning family, Ningfan stated, producing the passage token given to him by Ning Wuchan. If Master were to borrow from Yun Wuhan of Qingzhu Peak, he would have to speak many flattering words. Meng Ke's gaze flickered with surprise. Ningfan's possession of the passage token certainly alleviated many inconveniences. Master, why not take big brother and second sister along? The chance to enter the immortal realm is precious. And it would be even better to have Wang Chongqing and Jiang Yue accompany us. Junior brother S' good intentions are appreciated, but I am inherently dull-witted and ill-suited for cultivation. No matter how magnificent the immortal realm, it would be of no use. I would rather spend my time reading sage texts on Qingzhu Peak. Ningfan found a semblance of truth in his elder brother's words and did not press further. Surely second sister can join us. Ning Shitty, do you still dare to bring me along? Are you not afraid I might truly stab you with a dozen holes? The sister merely jested earlier. How could the junior brother take it to heart? Ningfan chuckled. If Jiang Yue truly harbored murderous intent, I would have perished countless times already. Your kindness is acknowledged, but my path to immortality is unlike anyone else's. I shall forego the Taixuan immortal realm. Very well. Ningfan decided to say no more. Once they enter the Taixuan immortal realm, if he can discover any semi-immortal herbs or elixirs, he would bring them back for his elder brother and sister. 5 days later, in the southeastern region of the eastern wilderness, Taixuan City stood as a bustling ancient metropolis outside the Taixuan immortal realm, capable of accommodating millions. The figures of Ningfan, Su Wanwan, and Ming Ku appeared within the spatial formation of Taixuan City. The surroundings were teeming with people as soon as they stepped out of the spatial formation. A throng of individuals surrounded them. Young master, are you heading to the Taixuan immortal realm? I am willing to serve as your servant. Just to enter the realm with you. Some even powerful cultivators at the 9th level of the extreme path set aside their dignity, desperately seeking a chance to enter the Taixuan immortal realm. Only by becoming an immortal can one attain eternal life. The monopoly over the various immortal realms of the eastern wilderness essentially holds the lifeline of countless powerful individuals. Even the 4 ancient academies, Yunsong Pavilion, Nanshan Pavilion, Beixian Pavilion, and Tianshan Pavilion, have found themselves at the mercy of the powerful factions that control the immortal realms. Which master of the Yunsong Pavilion has not bowed their head in submission? Several individuals approached Ningfan, Su Wanwan, and Ming Ku, beseeching an opportunity to enter the celestial realm. The disciples of the Heavenly Flame sect had arrived. After the radiant shimmer of 2 spatial formations, a throng gathered around them. Those who had previously encircled Ningfan and his companions rushed forward, anxious not to be outpaced. Master, shall we depart the city now? Ningfan inquired. Not in haste. Let us reside in Taixuan City for 2 nights. I have an old acquaintance to meet, his master replied. The streets of Taixuan City were bustling with life, adorned with an array of rare treasures and elixirs, including divine pills and herbs. Even semi-divine and celestial medicines could be found for sale within the city. Ling Long Tower, one of the most renowned establishments among the 9 great towers of Taixuan City, exuded opulence, with its vibrant lights and indulgent atmosphere. Young master, I implore you, do not sell my granddaughter. An elderly man knelt on the ground, repeatedly bowing to a youth clad in luxurious attire. Behind him stood a girl and a boy, both around 15 or 16 years of age. You owe my Huang family a substantial debt. If you do not sell your granddaughter to repay it, How do you intend to settle your obligation? The youth in fine garments retorted, signaling to an attendant nearby. The attendant, grinning maliciously, reached for the girl. Do not touch my sister. The boy cried out, seizing the attendant's arm and biting it fiercely. You little brat, you're courting death. The attendant roared, raising his hand to strike the boy. Ningfan furrowed his brows, unleashing a palm strike that sent the attendant flying. Dare to meddle in Huang family's affairs? Do you wish to perish? The youth in fine garments said ominously, a glint of menace flashing in his eyes. Chapter 96. The rescue of the girl. One should exercise mercy. Why trouble a young girl? Ningfan remarked coolly. Is this your first visit to Taixuan City? The youth in fine garments asked, displaying a modicum of intelligence by refraining from immediate confrontation upon witnessing Ningfan's impressive display. Such incidents transpired daily in Taixuan City. Those who lived there or frequently visited had long grown accustomed to the chaos. It is indeed my first time in Taixuan City, Ningfan replied indifferently. Upon hearing Ningfan's response, the expression of the youth morphed into one of mockery. I assumed you were someone of significance. But it appears you are merely meddling in affairs that do not concern you. Seize him. As soon as the words left his lips, 3 attendants rushed towards Ningfan. Bang, bang, bang. 3 resounding thuds echoed as the attendants were sent hurtling away. Ningfan discerned the true nature of the youth. Realizing that he perceived Ningfan as an easy target due to his apparent lack of backing in Taixuan City. Not a bad little fellow. I underestimated you. The youth from the Huang family exclaimed, launching a punch that manifested a flurry of golden runes, aimed squarely at Ningfan's face. Possessing the first level of the extreme Dao realm, the Huang youth's strength was formidable and his innate talent was commendable. A glimmer of cold light flickered in Ningfan's eyes. Regardless of the identity of his adversary, encountering him while bullying others could only be deemed unfortunate for the perpetrator. His hand resembled that of a mythical bird's claw, inscribed with thunderous patterns, as arcs of lightning erupted from his fingertips. Boom! A resounding crash echoed, golden runes shattered. And the fierce thunder struck the young man of the Huang family. Ah! The youth from the Huang family cried out in agony, his figure violently retreating, collapsing to the ground, his hair standing on end from the electric shock, smoke billowing from his mouth as he rolled helplessly. Had Ningfan not shown restraint, he would have been reduced to cinders. Outside the Ling Long building, the onlookers were left wide-eyed at this spectacle. What immense power the young man possessed. He even dared to teach Huang Zuren, the young master of the Huang family, a lesson. Despite his youth, his strength was formidable, a talent of astonishing potential. Belonging to an unknown faction, the crowd erupted in astonishment, for the Huang family was a renowned ancient lineage within Taixuan City, boasting numerous formidable cultivators dwelling within its ranks, their power unfathomable. An elder standing behind Huang Zuren sprang into action, extinguishing the lightning energy enveloping the young master. The defeat had transpired so swiftly that the elder had barely had time to react. Only then did Huang Zuren come to a halt, lying on the ground like a lifeless dog, utterly motionless. Young man, your actions are excessively harsh, the elder remarked, his countenance darkened to an extreme. The young master of the Huang family being humiliated in public to such an extent was a grave matter. News of this incident would spread throughout Taixuan City, delivering a severe blow to the Huang family's prestige. Even worse, many owed debts to the Huang family. If this matter were to be left unresolved, it would send a signal to others that debts could be disregarded. You initiated the attack first, and showing mercy by not killing him is already an act of leniency. Ningfan replied indifferently. You sharp-tongued brat, come with me to the Huang residence. The elder retorted, his hand lunging forward. The immense power of the Dao surging as he reached for Ningfan's shoulder. 9th level of the extreme Dao realm. Just then, Mengke suddenly intervened. His movements appeared casual yet were executed with astounding swiftness, seizing the elder's wrist just as his claw was a mere foot away from Ningfan's shoulder. A cultivator of the immortal realm. The elder's pupils constricted sharply, his expression filled with dread as his body trembled violently. This is a matter between the young men. It is not our place to interfere, old friend, Mengke stated calmly. Indeed, it is not our place to interfere, the elder stammered, quaking in fear, his very soul trembling. The gap between the 9th level of the extreme Dao realm and the 1st level of the immortal realm, though only one realm apart, was as vast as the heavens and the earth. He harbored no thoughts of resistance. Only the few ancestors of the Huang family were qualified to confront a being of the immortal realm face to face. Mengke smiled faintly, a wave of celestial energy erupting from his palm. In the instant he released his grip, although the elder's arm did not bleed, the bones within were utterly shattered. Ah, The elder of the Huang family let out a wretched cry, his arms hanging limply at his sides, as his complexion turned ashen, sweat pouring down his face. Though you are a celestial being, repaying debts is a matter of fundamental justice. This old man borrowed to cultivate and owes my Huang family 3 7th-grade sacred pills, surely. He cannot evade repayment. If you happen to witness others in debt within Taixuan City, will you not also intervene, making our positions as creditors difficult? The elder of the Huang family exclaimed as a crowd gathered around, each person wearing a peculiar expression. In the vast expanse of Taixuan City, there exists more than just the Huang family. Many ancient clans hold sway, with powerful figures dwelling in their midst. Such practices of usury, oppression, and coercive transactions are not exclusive to the Huang family. Other ancient clans have engaged in them as well. By stating this, he effectively positioned Meng Ku against all the ancient families of Taixuan City. Is it merely 3 7th-grade sacred pills? I shall cover their debt. Ningfan declared. With my master present, your assistance is unnecessary. Meng Ku replied calmly, and as his words fell, he tossed 3 pills onto the face of the Huang family elder. The elder's face turned a deep shade of anger as he picked up the sacred pills, ordering his men to carry Huang Zuren away in disgrace. You shall not escape my wrath. This matter is far from over. Only when they were out of sight did the elder dare to utter such a threat. Thank you, young master. Thank you, sir. The tattered old man knelt on the ground in gratitude, prompting his grandchildren to bow as well. Rise, and ensure these 2 children are raised well henceforth. Ningfan replied indifferently, as he no longer had the energy to concern himself with future matters. What puzzled him, however, was how this man, a formidable figure at the pinnacle of the realm, comparable to the ancestors of ancient clans outside Taixuan City, could have fallen to such a desolate state. Subsequently, Ningfan, Su Wanwan, and Meng Ku entered the Ling Long tower. Inside, the atmosphere was replete with vibrant lights and intoxicating melodies, lavishly adorned. As one of the most renowned establishments in Taixuan City, Ling Long Tower served both as an inn and a venue for indulgence in romance and revelry. The earlier incident involving the Huang family's youth attempting to sell the old man's granddaughter to Ling Long Tower revealed the intertwined interests between the establishment and the ancient clans of Taixuan City. Such dealings were not uncommon in the past. Ningfan glanced around, and the opulence within Ling Long Tower exceeded his previous notions of brothels. Guests here indulged in exquisite wines and feasted upon rare delicacies, all infused with sacred liquids and medicines, some even reaching the level of semi-divine herbs. Esteemed guests, will you be lodging at Ling Long Tower, or are you in search of pleasure? A middle-aged woman approached with a warm smile, having witnessed the earlier events outside the establishment. And she dared not be negligent. We seek lodging, 2 of the finest rooms for 2 days, Meng Ku stated calmly, producing 4 3rd-grade sacred stones and tossing them to the middle-aged woman. He was no stranger to Taixuan City and was well aware of Ling Long Tower's exorbitant prices. A single night's stay demanded 1 3rd-grade sacred stone, a cost that was utterly staggering. 2 of the finest guest rooms, a middle-aged woman shouted in a shrill voice. Immediately, 2 young and alluring maidens, clad in revealing attire, guided Ningfan, Su Wanwan, and Meng Ku upstairs. The most exquisite rooms in the Ling Long Tower were located on the 19th floor, offering a panoramic view of the surroundings. In the next few days, you and Su Wanwan can explore Taixuan City. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, simply use a talisman to contact me, Meng Ku suggested. Ningfan and Su Wanwan's room was both pristine and opulent, with even the water prepared in the kettle being infused with spiritual essence. Initially, Ningfan believed that the top-tier 9-grade St. Dan, the Nirvana breaking calamity pill, he possessed was quite valuable. However, after perusing the price list of various items on the table, he couldn't help but click his tongue in astonishment. The Ling Long Tower offered not only elixirs but also gourmet dishes crafted from celestial herbs and divine creatures. These delicacies, however, required the purchase with celestial spirit stones, which were predominantly controlled by various esteemed sects, the Undying Dynasty, and the Longxing clan in the eastern wilderness. After a brief glance, Ningfan felt a surge of desire. Yet he was unable to afford them. In many ways, pursuing immortality was a game reserved for the ruling class. For those of ordinary lineage, the path to cultivation was fraught with difficulties, leaving them unable to even approach the threshold of the immortal realm. I hope to gain something worthwhile upon entering the Taixuan immortal realm, Ningfan mused quietly. After resting for a while, Ningfan and Su Wanwan descended the stairs. Meng Ku's door was firmly shut, and Ningfan deemed it inappropriate to intrude, since his master had mentioned meeting an old acquaintance. Ningfan and Su Wanwan decided to wander around Taixuan City and witness its splendor. Upon exiting the Ling Long Tower, they encountered an elderly man. Spotting Ningfan and Su Wanwan, he approached them eagerly. "I am deeply grateful for your life-saving assistance, young sir. I would like to invite you to my humble abode. I hope you will honor my request," he implored. Ningfan furrowed his brow, instinctively becoming. Though he had intervened to prevent the girl from being sold to the Ling Long Tower, it did not mean he could place his full trust in this. Human hearts can be treacherous, something Ningfan had learned during his trials in the ancient flame domain. One cannot trust anyone met by chance. While outwardly respectful and welcoming, hidden malice may lurk beneath the surface. "That is unnecessary," Ningfan replied coolly. The old man forced a bitter smile. Having navigated Taixuan City for many years and having once ventured into the Taixuan immortal realm, he understood the young man's caution. "I am gravely injured, with shattered meridians, and my time is limited. I only beg you to grant these two children a chance at life." Ningfan extended a hand, allowing a strand of the primordial force of the Tao to penetrate the old man's body. The latter did not resist. Upon closer examination, Ningfan discerned that the old man spoke the truth. The primordial force was still robust, yet his foundational cultivation was in ruins, and his meridians were broken, beyond salvation. Even a great Luo golden immortal would be powerless to assist. As one approaches death, their words become benevolent, Ningfan thought. Curious about what the old man had experienced to fall into such dire straits. The main street of Taixuan City is broad and paved with exquisite blue stones. The thoroughfare bustles with traffic, teeming with life, while an old man, stooped and frail, leads a boy and a girl by the hand, appearing almost anachronistic against the vibrant backdrop of Taixuan City. Shortly thereafter, Ningfan and Su Wanwan follow the old man, turning off the main street into a narrow alley. After navigating through several twists and turns for about half an hour, they arrive at a dilapidated lane. This place starkly contrasts with the bright opulence near Ling Long Tower. The buildings are low and crumbling, shrouded in a dreary atmosphere reminiscent of a slum. The old man's residence consists of a modest 3-room tile-roofed house. The interior is bare, yet surprisingly tidy. As the girl offers Ningfan and Su Wanwan a bowl of clear water, it is astonishing that amidst the lavishness of Taixuan City, so close to the immortal mirror, such a wretched area exists, Ningfan murmurs. "I, like many others, have resided here. Over 2 decades ago, I moved my family to Taixuan City in pursuit of the immortal path," the old man recounts slowly, sharing his experiences since arriving in Taixuan City. He originally bore the surname Zhou, and after years of hard work, sought entry into the Taixuan immortal realm at the doorstep of the Huang family. The Huang family demanded an exorbitant price, and unable to afford it, the old man opted to borrow, vowing to repay over 30 years. He had hoped that upon entering the Taixuan immortal realm, fortune would smile upon him, allowing him to acquire half a spirit stone or some immortal herbs sufficient to settle his debt with the Huang family and perhaps even have some left over. However, his entrance into the Taixuan immortal realm met with calamity. He sustained grievous injuries and emerged with nothing, nearly losing his life in the process. Upon returning to Taixuan City, he found himself destitute, unable to even cover the interest owed to the Huang family. Subsequently, his son and daughter-in-law were driven to their deaths by the Huang family's machinations. Now, the old man is left with only his grandchildren, who are also at risk of being sold off to repay debts. Reflecting on it all, the old man suspects that perhaps this entire ordeal was a trap orchestrated by the Huang family from the outset, and that the accident was likely a deliberate act on their part. Ningfan furrows his brow, increasingly struck by the parallels between the old man's tale and those of individuals burdened by 30-year mortgages on homes that ultimately fell into disrepair, leaving them with nothing but debt to the bank. Indeed, whether in Huaxia or the realm of immortals, the tactics employed to exploit the vulnerable are remarkably similar. The world is rife with malice. It is truly tragic. The Huang family's actions are utterly reprehensible. Su Wanwan exclaims, her eyes glistening with compassion. Alas, the wretched capitalists. Ningfan sighs quietly. Those who dwell in this area share fates akin to mine. In Taixuan City, forces like the Huang family merely siphon the lifeblood of other cultivators. The old man expresses his indignation and helplessness. The Huang family is powerful and colludes with other ancient families. Anyone who dares to resist is courting death. My lord, I harbor no other desires, only to see these 2 children serve you, as your humble servants. As he speaks, the old man urges the boy and girl to kneel before Ningfan. Yunyi, Nianshu, hasten to bow before your master. The young girl and boy obediently knelt before Ningfan, repeatedly prostrating themselves, fully aware that this was their sole chance for survival. "If my master does not abandon us, we are willing to serve by your side for eternity," the girl declared. Her cheeks flushed, finding this outcome far preferable to being sold into Ling Long Tower. Ningfan furrowed his brow. It was not that he was unwilling to save them, but rather that in 2 days he and Su Wanwan would embark with their master to the Taixuan immortal realm for training. And having the boy and girl accompany him would indeed be quite inconvenient. "Let us do this," he proposed. "I shall offer you both a choice. Either I provide you with sufficient wealth to depart from Taixuan City and seek your own path, or you may wait for my return from the Taixuan immortal realm, and I shall take you on as my attendants." Chapter 98. The Injustice of the Mortal Realm. The Inequity of the Path to Immortality. "I wish to await your return and cultivate by your side," the boy proclaimed, his fist clenched, his gaze resolute. Throughout his life in Taixuan City, he had endured scorn and bullying. To take some money and leave Taixuan City would mean a future of mediocrity. Merely existing as an ordinary person, he yearned for strength, yet cultivation required ample resources, and their impoverished household could scarcely support his endeavors. Only by following Ningfan could he hope to alter his fate. "Upon my return, I shall keep you by my side to cultivate. There shall be no need for servitude," Ningfan assured him, leaving ample funds for the old man's family before departing from the slum. As he journeyed, Ningfan furrowed his brow, his expression grave. Under his deliberate observation, he noticed that within the vast expanse of Taixuan City, there were many ordinary cultivators like the old man. For most common folks, entering the Taixuan immortal realm was akin to falling into a grand deception. Borrowing for cultivation, with lives at stake if debts were unpaid, was far more heinous than the evils of the old society. If he had found himself ensnared in such a scheme upon arriving in Taixuan City, he would have had no opportunity to even lie flat, reduced to being nothing more than a blood bag to be sold. Outside Ling Long Tower, throngs of thousands gathered, blocking the way entirely. Surprisingly, the crowd parted to make way for a single path. A dozen young prodigies, bearing longswords, strode arrogantly toward Ling Long Tower. The disciples of the Sword Immortal sect indeed exuded an extraordinary presence. "Immortal, my daughter is merely 16, untouched by the world, and possesses commendable talent. If you would be so kind as to take pity on her, keeping her by your side as a servant would suffice," a woman implored, pushing her daughter forward to the disciples of the Sword Immortal sect. Though these individuals had yet to touch the realm of immortality, the woman reverently addressed them as immortals, demonstrating just how lowly she had become. "Ha ha ha, she is quite attractive. I shall take her," a long-faced youth sneered, leering at the girl beside the woman with a greedy expression. He tossed a few Holy Spirit stones to the ground, seized the girl's wrist, and dragged her into Ling Long Tower. "Immortal, do take a look at my daughter. With a bit of grooming, she would surely be a beauty." The celestial beings entered the Taixuan immortal realm, requiring attendance, and I humbly offer my services. "Esteemed Immortal, my son's spiritual roots are quite... Might he serve as a gatekeeper by your side?" Ningfan observed the scene, his brow furrowed. The Sword Immortal sect is a grand institution in the Eastern Wilderness, wielding considerable influence within the Taixuan immortal realm. Su Wanwan remarked, her knowledge of the prominent sects in the Eastern Wilderness profound. Upon entering the Ling Long Tower, they overheard the young prodigies of the Sword Immortal sect scoffing disdainfully. A bunch of contemptible fools, unable to even touch celestial herbs or stones. Yet they aspire to cultivate immortality? How could these lowly commoners ever be worthy of ascendance? I could consume half a celestial elixir and discard the rest without a second thought. I, a direct descendant of the Hua clan, have been nourished by celestial herbs since I was in the womb. How could such commoners ever compare to me? The young talents of the Sword Immortal sect reveled, embracing the beauties of Ling Long Tower, basking in their merriment. The wealthy feast while the poor perish echoed sentiments that, though harsh to the ears of the common folk, starkly reflected the brutal reality of Taixuan City. Life is rife with injustice, and the path to immortality is fraught with inequity. Ningfan quietly mused, his fists gradually clenching. 2 days later, Ningfan, Su Wanwan, and Mingku departed from the drunken immortal tower. "This lad's demeanor has markedly changed," Mingku observed inwardly. He had no acquaintances to meet in Taixuan City. He merely wished to expose Ningfan to the stark realities of the realm. His disciple was commendable in many respects, but had been negligent in cultivation, preferring a life of ease. After a 2-day stay in Taixuan City, it seemed the initial impact was evident. After a couple of hours, they approached towering mountains that appeared to pierce the heavens. These mountains were not a natural formation, but rather assembled from massive rocks by celestial beings employing their great powers, intricately connected and guarded by celestial formations. Beyond these mountains lay the Taixuan immortal realm. To seize control of this realm, the formidable forces had exerted considerable effort. Between two towering cliffs lay the sole entryway into the Taixuan immortal realm. Ningfan, Suwanwan, and Mingke stood before these imposing cliffs. This location was fortified with celestial formations and guarded by powerful beings, typically overseen in rotation by the ancient families of Taixuan City. To put it generously, it was an opportunity for these ancient families to attain immortality. To be blunt, it was merely a means to station a gaggle of sycophants. After inspecting the passage token in Ningfan's possession, the sentinel guarding the passage displayed a stoic expression and simply uttered, "Wait." Alongside Ningfan, Suwanwan, and Mengke, there were thousands of others waiting outside the formation. "What exactly are we waiting for? We have been here for over an hour," someone grumbled in discontent. "The talented disciples of the Sword Immortal sect are to enter the Taixuan immortal realm for their trials. We are merely waiting for their precedence." "Is that truly necessary? What do you know? This is the prestige of the Eastern Wilderness great sects. Such grandeur is customary in any immortal realm." In hushed tones, the crowd dared to whisper, fearful of attracting the attention of the guards stationed at the passageway, who could bring about dire consequences. "What a fade," Ningfan scoffed, pondering how the disciples of the Sword Immortal sect would require thousands to wait until the morrow. "Endure it." Even the Yunsong Pavilion lacks the authority to challenge the great teachings of the Eastern Wilderness, Mingke responded calmly. After nearly 2 hours of waiting, the formidable members of the Sword Immortal sect strode in with an air of arrogance. "We welcome the prodigies of the Sword Immortal sect." The guards at the foot of the cliff knelt in unison, including a powerful figure who had reached the immortal realm, likely an ancestor of an ancient family. "Rise. Although your chief family has no great merits, your efforts are acknowledged. Upon my return to the sect, I shall speak well of your family before our master," proclaimed the leading disciple of the Sword Immortal sect, whose spirits were buoyed after 2 days of revelry at Ling Long Tower. The chief family, like the Huang family, was renowned among the ancient families within Taixuan City. "Thank you, esteemed immortal." The chief family members rejoiced upon hearing this. Shortly thereafter, a dozen disciples of the Sword Immortal sect, amidst the throng of admirers, swaggered into the Taixuan immortal realm. After another half hour, the chief family guards began to permit entry, having delayed to avoid inconveniencing the Sword Immortal sect disciples. As Ningfan, Suwanwan, and Mingke traversed the passage between two cliffs, they were enveloped by an overwhelming aura of the fundamental principles of the Tao. The air was still tinged with a hint of ethereal essence. "I shall seek my own fortune in the realm of immortality and shall not accompany you too," Mingke declared. "Master, is it truly wise to depart so soon after entering the Taixuan immortal realm?" Ningfan's expression darkened. "This is for the best. I too must search for rare materials for cultivation. Let us part ways, but I am at your service should you require assistance. If anyone causes you trouble, you may reveal your identity as disciples of the Yunsong Pavilion, which should alleviate some minor inconveniences." Without waiting for Ningfan to object, Mingke transformed into a fleeting shadow and soared away. The 4 great ancient academies of the Eastern Wilderness still held considerable prestige. Any ancient family that learned of their connection to the Yunsong Pavilion would show them respect. Malicious individuals would hesitate to trouble the disciples of the Yunsong Pavilion, thus avoiding unnecessary complications. However, should they discover rare materials or encounter fortuitous encounters, the reputation of the Yunsong Pavilion might not suffice. Within the Taixuan immortal realm, the most precious substance was the Taixuan true water, and its current availability was uncertain. The Taixuan true water is renowned for its ability to move even those at the true immortal realm, containing an essence of pure and profound Tao, Suwanwan murmured, recalling her previous visit to the Taixuan immortal realm. It also possesses the miraculous effect of reviving the deceased. The Taixuan true water often appears in rainy or misty conditions. We should attempt to seek it out. Even a single drop is equivalent to a medicinal herb of the 5th tier or higher. Leading the way, Suwanwan moved ahead, with Ningfan following closely behind her. On a towering mountain, radiant hues shimmered, enveloped in wisps of colorful mist. Such extraordinary phenomena often herald the presence of remarkable ancient herbs. Ningfan and Suwanwan ascended the mountain, and, at a secluded ravine, they indeed discovered an ancient herb. This singular 7-colored vine, resplendent in its hues, emanated faint traces of ethereal energy. Though not a true celestial herb, it had reached the level of a semi-celestial herb, far surpassing the value of a 9th-grade sacred medicine. As Ningfan approached, He realized that there was a protective formation surrounding the ravine. Is this seven-colored vine claimed by someone? Ningfan furrowed his brow. As far as he knew, anything within the Taixuan immortal realm belonged to no one as long as one entered with a passage token. The acquisition of heavenly materials and earthly treasures depended solely on one's abilities. Thus, Ningfan paid no mind to the formation set by another. With a clang, the sword of celestial severance was drawn, its ringing echoing through the air, radiating a murderous intent that sent shivers down the spine. Bang! The formation's power was mediocre, crumbling under a single strike as the intricate runes shattered like dried twigs. Ningfan darted forth, soaring into the ravine, and severed the seven-colored vine. The thunderous sound of his breaking the formation attracted a dozen formidable experts from the extreme path realm. Who is that young man? How dare he seize the Huang family's ancient herb? Is this his first visit to the Taixuan immortal realm? Does he not comprehend the rules here? It has been years since someone dared to break the formation and claim a herb. The crowd murmured, each gaze fixed upon Ningfan and Su Wanwan, eyes wide with astonishment. After securing the seven-colored vine, Ningfan prepared to depart with Su Wanwan. Halt! An elder shouted, positioning himself before them. Young man, it would be wise to return that seven-colored vine and await the Huang family in compliance. In time, if you kneel and apologize, perhaps they might show mercy and spare your lives. The Huang family? Ningfan chuckled, realizing that the formation at the ravine was indeed set by them. And who might you be, a lackey of the Huang family? This seven-colored vine is unclaimed. Since no one desires it, why should I not take it? The elder, unperturbed by the remark, entertained the notion of being a lackey of the Huang family, as it would grant him easier access to the Taixuan immortal realm. Though he knew the Huang family might not be inclined to accept him. Once within the Taixuan immortal realm, the expanse of tens of thousands of miles belongs to the ancient families of Taixuan City. The formation laid by the Huang family claims any heavenly materials and earthly treasures upon this mountain as their own. That is the rule, the elder declared. Who established this rule? The Huang family? Ningfan scoffed. There is no need for anyone to establish it. It is a rule acknowledged by all. To hell with your rules. If you wish to avoid a grim fate, then step aside. Ningfan shouted, his patience wearing thin. Impudent youth. I extend my counsel and goodwill, yet you refuse to heed it. In that case, I shall have no choice but to subdue you and await the Huang family's arrival to deal with you. The elder, having spoken, unleashed a surge of primordial power, summoning a Dao seal. A resonating hum filled the air as the seal transformed into a towering structure, reminiscent of a pyramid, adorned with countless Dao patterns that enveloped both Ningfan and Su Wanwan beneath. The seal bore down with an overwhelming force, causing the very fabric of space to tremble. The elder's prowess was formidable, having reached the pinnacle of the second level of the extreme Dao realm. Seeking death, Ningfan scoffed, rising swiftly and cleaving the heavens with his sword. A thunderous crash echoed as the formidable Dao patterns shattered, scattering into fragments. What an exceptionally strong young man. The expressions of the onlookers changed dramatically, their hearts gripped by terror. It was evident to all that the pyramid-like Dao seal was an extraordinary ancient treasure, and it had been effortlessly severed by this young man's strike. With a fierce swing of his sword, Ningfan unleashed a blood-red sword aura stretching 1,000 feet, tearing through the space around him. The elder's face turned pale with fear as he drew forth his own long sword to defend himself. The clash resounded as the sword shattered, resulting in his entire arm exploding into a mist of crimson. A piercing scream erupted from the elder's lips as he staggered back, desperately widening the distance between himself and Ningfan. The young man's strength was terrifying. He had shattered an ancient treasure with a single strike, rendering the elder utterly outmatched. Suddenly, the sound of rushing air pierced the atmosphere, and dozens of figures soared in from the distance. Who dares to breach my Huang family's formation and seize our ancient herbs? Demanded the leading elder clad in gray, his imposing presence radiating immense primordial power. Extreme Dao realm, 4th level. It is these two audacious young ones who have disrupted the formation and stolen our ancient, cried the elder who had lost an arm, his voice filled with desperation. Upon seeing the Huang family members arrive, he felt as though he had grasped a lifeline. Encountering a savior. Just moments ago, he had tried to reason with the young man, only to be met with insults that belittled the Huang family's reputation. In his efforts to uphold the family's honor, he had engaged in a fierce battle, ultimately losing an arm. He recounted the events, embellishing them as he went, emphasizing his own contributions. He was not a mere lackey of the Huang family, yet he desperately wished to be seen as one. The gray-robed elder's expression darkened upon hearing this. Young man, is this your first time in the Taixuan immortal realm? Do you understand the rules? This mountain is the territory of the Huang family, acknowledged by all the ancient clans of Taixuan City. Who do you think you are to violate this order? The elder did not rush to take action, for he sensed that this young man was no ordinary individual, contemplating whether he might be a genius from a significant sect. What rules? I have not heard of any. The formation was laid down by your Huang family, and the herbs on the mountainside do not belong solely to you. Ningfan scoffed, dismissing his opponent's achievement of the 4th level of the extreme path as somewhat inadequate in his presence. The gray-robed elder let out a booming laugh, the last remnants of his trepidation vanishing entirely. In that instant, as the young man finished speaking, he realized that this brash youth could not possibly be a prodigy from the Eastern Wilderness sect. Who did this inexperienced lad think he was, to speak so arrogantly in such a place? Chapter 100. I care not for your foolish rules in Taixuan City. The ancient families had long delineated their territories around the Taixuan immortal realm, a tacit agreement among the major sections. These venerable families willingly played the role of subservient dogs in exchange for certain benefits. It was unlikely that a disciple of the Eastern Wilderness sect would be ignorant of this arrangement. The words of the young man before him suggested he was a newcomer to the Taixuan immortal realm, utterly oblivious to its customs. Since he was not a genius disciple of the Eastern Wilderness sect, the elder of the Huang family felt no further apprehension. 9 Nether Yellow Spring Finger. The gray-robed elder bellowed, unleashing a surge of primordial power that enveloped the heavens in ominous runes, conjuring a scene reminiscent of a dark and eerie swamp. With a thunderous crash, an enormous finger, towering 1,000 zhang, emerged from the depths of the swamp above, descending towards Ningfan. This was the Huang family's ultimate skill. Renowned far and wide, a celestial technique originating from the ancient sect that had perished in bygone eras. Ningfan, however, remained unimpressed. With a mere wave of his hand, flames erupted, and a majestic swan ni, hundreds of zhang in height, materialized. The beast raised its formidable claws, clashing fiercely with the gigantic finger. Boom! A deafening sound reverberated as the surrounding space trembled and the earth quaked. The flames sprayed forth, and the colossal finger crumbled at an astonishingly visible speed, as if it were nothing but dry twigs being snapped. Swan Ni's precious technique. Someone gasped in astonishment. To manifest a complete Swan Ni form, one must possess profound mastery of the technique. The majestic figure of the Swan Ni, towering and lifelike, radiated an aura of true, unadulterated. The young man's prowess in the Swan Ni technique had evidently reached a remarkable level. Well, it seems you have some background. But even if you hail from an ancient family, violating the rules of the Taixuan immortal realm will lead to your demise. The gray-robed elder hissed, raising his hands as an even more potent wave of primordial power surged forth. The sky above darkened ominously, casting a shadow over the land. 9 Nether Yellow Spring Palm. A massive palm imprint emerged from the sinister swamp, bearing down upon Ningfan with a terrifying force, far exceeding that of the previous finger. What kind of ridiculous rules are these? Ningfan roared with fury, a surge of nameless anger igniting within him. This fire had been smoldering since his arrival at Ling Long Tower, now flaring up uncontrollably. At that moment, he could no longer suppress his wrath. From this point onward, he would shatter their despicable customs. With a resounding shout, Ningfan commanded the Swan Ni to unleash its might, letting out a fearsome roar. The roar of the mythical beast reverberated through the world as billowing smoke and flames surged skyward. A massive claw was raised, tearing through the descending imprint overhead. With a thunderous crash, the colossal mark shattered, propelling the beast skyward into the marsh, ripping apart vast swathes of Tao patterns. Such formidable sorcery of the beast. Those gathered, trembling in awe, gasped in disbelief at the youth's terrifying prowess. Even the most exceptional geniuses from various esteemed sects would pale in comparison. Suddenly, a piercing sound sliced through the air. Ningfan was enveloped in crackling lightning, transforming into a bolt of thunder, his speed beyond imagination. He stood before the gray-robed elder. With a hand like a talon, arcs of lightning danced between his fingers as he thrust towards the elder's chest. The elder's expression shifted to one of horror. The speed was too swift, leaving no time to summon a spirit treasure or cast a spell. In desperation, he could only thrust forth a palm. Boom. The instant they made contact, the elder's entire arm disintegrated into a mist of blood. Before he could even emit a scream, Ningfan's fingers pierced through his heart, emerging from his back. Those who beheld the scene were struck with terror, retreating in shock. The numerous members of the Huang family, hearts racing, felt their pupils constrict. To forcibly breach the formation, seize the ancient herb, and slay a formidable fourth-stage expert from the Huang family. Such audacity had not been witnessed in the Taixuan immortal realm for centuries. Let us perish together. Ningfan bellowed, his eyes ablaze with murderous intent. Whether it was one life or many, the debt to the Huang family had already been incurred, and he saw no harm in claiming more. In an instant, countless bolts of lightning erupted, saturating the sky with their terrifying glow. Ah! The cries of dozens filled the air as a dense network of lightning formed, ensnaring all within its grasp, rendering escape impossible. The elder, who had sought to act as a hound for the Huang family and obstruct Ningfan's departure, found his skull crushed by Ningfan's hand. The others present were not spared either, their hearts echoing the same desire to serve such an ancient family. After annihilating all, Ningfan and Su Wanwan departed the scene. In the distance, shadows lurked, witnessing the storm of lightning and the fleeting figures of Ningfan and Su Wanwan. Someone had dared to strike at the Huang family, annihilating dozens in one fell swoop. They had not only challenged the dignity of the Huang family, but also the established rules set by all ancient families in Taixuan City. This was a grave matter. Hasten to report to the Huang family, for it could be seen as a merit worthy of joining their ranks. Those who observed this spectacle were both shocked and exhilarated. One individual darted towards the direction in which Ningfan and Su Wanwan had vanished, intending to follow them and relay the news to the Huang family, a feat that would surely earn commendation. This colorful ancient vine is for you, Ningfan said, presenting the vibrant vine to Su Wanwan. The ancient medicinal herb radiates a vibrant hue, embodying a trace of celestial essence, having attained the status of a semi-immortal elixir. Ningfan began to anticipate the rewards the system would bestow upon him after successfully presenting it to Su Wanwan. Throughout the entire process, he had not relied on Su Wanwan. Rather, he had relied solely on his own abilities to secure the seven-colored ancient vine, so it should indeed count. This is the first semi-immortal herb we have obtained. Let us divide it, Su Wanwan suggested. No need, Ningfan replied casually. I have advanced my cultivation too rapidly, and my foundation is somewhat unstable, so I do not require it for the time being. He concocted an excuse, knowing that if he took half, the system's reward would also be halved. Very well then, Su Wanwan acquiesced, recognizing that Ningfan's realm had reached the third level of the extreme Dao, a pace of advancement that was indeed excessive. In the past, she would have been astonished. As a reincarnated being of a quasi-immortal emperor, her own rate of progression was nothing short of extraordinary. Yet, the gap in cultivation between her and Ningfan had never diminished, as if no matter how hard she tried, she could never catch up. However, Su Wanwan had grown accustomed to this disparity. Her double pupils could not discern Ningfan's past nor his future path, both shrouded in chaos. Thus, she concluded that Ningfan's life was destined to be extraordinary. When she first met him, she believed they belonged to entirely different realms and could never walk the same path. Yet now, Su Wanwan realized how profoundly mistaken her previous beliefs had been. Ningfan was indeed capable of ascending the path of the immortal emperor alongside her. Ding! The host has successfully gifted the female lead a semi-immortal herb and received a 10,000-fold return. The system rewards the host with a top-tier first-grade immortal herb. Chapter 101. System rewards, immortal herb, elixir, host. Would you like to exchange now? The system's voice echoed once more in Ningfan's mind. Exchange. Ningfan thought silently. Ding. Exchange successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a top-tier first-grade immortal herb, the Heavenly Tribulation Immortal Vine. Though the Heavenly Tribulation Immortal Vine is classified as a first-grade herb, its value rivals that of a second-grade herb. This premier first-grade immortal herb harbors the power of heavenly tribulation. The thunder it emits is the calamity thunder. The Heavenly Tribulation Immortal Vine can only be nurtured in the realm of a heavenly king during their tribulation. During the ancient secret realm, Ningfan obtained the supreme immortal technique, the 9 calamities Azure Thunder formula, from the system. He mastered the path of thunder and has been comprehending the 9 calamities Azure Thunder formula. However, no matter how diligently he practiced, he always felt a slight deficiency. Unable to grasp the essence of the 9 calamities Azure Thunder formula, merely skimming the surface, the disparity lay in the fact that the thunder he controlled was ordinary lightning, not calamity thunder. Now, however, it was different. Ningfan had the system extract a small segment of the Heavenly Tribulation Immortal Vine, roughly the size of half a fingernail, and held it in his hand. The power of heavenly tribulation contained within the heavenly tribulation immortal vine was formidable for Ningfan's current realm. Even a small segment would suffice. A surge of pure and violent heavenly calamity surged into Ningfan's meridians. In an instant, he felt an excruciating tearing pain radiating through his veins. The terrifying thunder of tribulation rampaged within Ningfan's body, wreaking havoc upon his flesh. If it were another cultivator at the third level of the extreme Dao realm, they would likely be unable to endure such torment. Ningfan furrowed his brow and gritted his teeth. Though the sensation was painful, it simultaneously served as a form of tempering, fortifying his primordial immortal body. He gradually refined the tribulation thunder, allowing the foundational power of the Thunder Dao within him to undergo a slow yet significant transformation. Meanwhile, Su Wanwan was refining the seven-colored ancient vine, a precious herb that greatly benefited the supreme bone within her. Her chest glowed, emanating a palpable aura through her garments. Ding! The system detects that the protagonist Su Wanwan has reached the peak of the first level of the extreme Dao realm. Reward: Host's realm elevated to the pinnacle of the fourth level of the extreme Dao. Shortly thereafter, a voice from the system echoed in Ningfan's mind. This 9 transformations breaking calamity pill is also for you. Ningfan then produced a 9th grade holy pill and gifted it to Su Wanwan. This was a reward bestowed by the system when Su Wanwan's affinity for him reached 9. 9 transformations breaking calamity pill? Su Wanwan exclaimed, fully aware of the immense value of such a 9th grade holy pill. It held a significant possibility of enabling a pinnacle cultivator trapped at a bottleneck for years to break free from their constraints and grasp the opportunity for ascension. Utilizing the 9 transformations breaking calamity pill to elevate one's realm seemed somewhat excessive. Receiving this now feels like a waste, she remarked. As a reincarnated being of a quasi-immortal, her insights into cultivation differed from her previous life. However, she faced no bottlenecks in her comprehension of the immortal path prior to the immortal saint realm. The barrier between the pinnacle of the 9th level of the extreme Dao realm and entry into the immortal realm was non-existent for her. While the 9 transformations breaking calamity pill was a treasure for other pinnacle cultivators, its only role for her would be to elevate her realm. Just take it, Ningfan insisted, pressing the 9 transformations breaking calamity pill into Su Wanwan's hand. He was acutely aware of its worth. If his senior brothers or sisters could benefit from it, he would have given it to them. However, his eldest senior brother, Wang Changsheng, was solely devoted to study and did not cultivate at all. His second senior sister, Zhang Yueye, undoubtedly possessed a system that made her a formidable opponent. If Ningfan was not mistaken, it was a system that allowed her to elevate her realm merely through performing. Zhang Yueye also faced no cultivation bottlenecks, rendering the 9 transformations breaking calamity pill useless to her. Hence, it was more prudent to allow Su Wanwan to use it for her elevation, which could also be exchanged for an immortal pill. Ding! Host successfully gifted the protagonist 1 9 transformations breaking calamity pill, which can be exchanged for 10,000 9th grade holy pills or 1 1st grade immortal pill. Exchange for an immortal pill. Ningfan thought to himself. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully exchanging for a 1st grade elixir, the Xianxiao Purple Chi pill. A top-tier 1st grade elixir. Observing Su Wanwan still refining the 7-colored ancient vine, Ningfan decided to reserve this precious elixir for the time being. Shortly thereafter, amidst a range of mountains, Ningfan and Su Wanwan stumbled upon a serene lake. Though modest in size, the water was remarkably clear, revealing the lakebed beneath its tranquil surface. Ethereal vapors rose from the water's surface, suffusing the air with a radiant glow. The lake's water could be deemed a spiritual essence, surrounded by a pure and majestic aura, with the celestial atmosphere more concentrated than in other locales. As Ningfan and Su Wanwan descended, they beheld numerous sturgeons gliding through the water, their bodies a pristine white, brimming with rich vitality, truly a treasure of flesh and blood. These sturgeons are exceptional, Ningfan exclaimed with delight, recognizing their culinary potential whether grilled, steamed, or braised. Even Su Wanwan's eyes sparkled with joy, for these sturgeons possessed miraculous beauty-enhancing properties that no woman could resist. Ningfan extended his fingers, unleashing a surge of lightning that transformed into a blind infused with the power of heavenly tribulations, resembling true calamity. A dozen bolts of lightning struck the lake, creating towering waves. The water shimmered with a radiant white glow. Moments later, several sturgeons floated to the surface, their bellies upturned. Ningfan selected a few of the older, larger specimens and drew them ashore. Suddenly, a flurry of sounds pierced the air as figures swept down from nearby peaks. Halt! Who granted you permission to fish here? Do you not realize that this entire mountain range, including the lake, belongs to our family? A group of individuals, all powerful experts above the second realm of the extreme path, encircled them. Among them, an elder had reached the fifth realm of the extreme path, exuding a formidable presence with a grim expression. Ningfan regarded them with disdain, seizing the tail of a large fish and tossing it onto the shore. "You insolent brat! Are you deaf?" shouted an enraged expert of the fourth realm of the extreme path, advancing swiftly. His fingertips were adorned with intricate runes, channeling the immense power of the Tao as he reached for Ningfan's neck. Such an approach signified a degree of contempt. Only those with absolute confidence in their ability to subdue their opponents would resort to such tactics. Noticing Ningfan's youth, he underestimated him, believing that victory would come effortlessly. Seeking death, a glint of murderous intent flashed in Ningfan's eyes. He would show no mercy to such arrogance. With his fingers radiating with tribulation light, he struck out with a palm, meeting the opponent's hand with a forceful clash. Boom! A deep reverberation resonated between their palms, and soon after, dense bolts of lightning coursed down the assailant's arm, spreading throughout his body in an instant. Following a series of crackling sounds, the man was left charred, emitting wisps of smoke as he plummeted toward the lake below. Splash! As the body plunged into the water, a splash erupted, marking a death most final. The members of the Yin family were rendered speechless. With but a single move, a kin of the fourth realm was extinguished. Chapter 102. Be my attendant. Fair one, even disciples from the esteemed sects of the eastern wilderness would not dare to exhibit such arrogance as this youth. Do you not realize that the Yin family has occupied this land for several millennia? Roared the elder of the fifth realm. And what of it? Ningfan retorted disdainfully. The aristocratic families of Huaxia, the landlords, have ruled for 5,000 years, yet they were ultimately overthrown by the people. To put it plainly, the ancient noble houses of Taixuan city are akin to the aristocratic families in Huaxia's history. Is it that I must seek the Yin family's approval to pick a flower or pluck a blade of grass? It is no wonder that the common folk in ancient times had no resting place even in death, for the wild mountains and desolate lands belonged to the lords. Do you not know that Ling Long Tower is also a property of the Yin family? This sturgeon is exceedingly rare and is reserved for distinguished guests of Ling Long Tower. Even disciples of the eastern wilderness sects must show us some deference. The furious elder of the fifth realm shouted. Ah, Ling Long Tower, you say? Ningfan suddenly comprehended. Now he understood. It was merely another iteration of the West Lake's frail horses. The skies of Taixuan's immortal realm are due for a change, Ningfan declared, raising his hand as the tribulation light erupted. Terrifying thunderbolts shot forth, not as singular strikes, but in torrents, radiating an aura of authority. Ah! A chorus of anguished cries resounded as dozens of Yin family cultivators were struck, their bodies smoking, plummeting into the lake. The elder of the fifth realm was also severely injured by the tribulation lightning, enveloped in black smoke, fleeing with astonishing speed, overwhelmed by terror. What terrifying thunder this is! Despite his utmost efforts, he found it nearly impossible to withstand. Ningfan emerged from the water, dismissing the notion of pursuing them. He kindled a fire, produced a large cauldron, one side for roasting, the other for simmering soup. Suwanon remained silent, diligently cultivating, refining the seven-colored ancient vine, and consuming half a 9-turn breaking calamity pill to elevator realm. Ningfan's actions not only offended the Huang and Yin families, but shattered the tacit rules that had governed the ancient families of Taixuan city for millennia. He would inevitably face a united front of opposition from the ancient clans. Suwanon did not attempt to dissuade Ningfan, instead contemplating how to swiftly enhance her power, so that when the time for life and death arrived, she would possess greater confidence to protect him. Ningfan, however, was unperturbed, hardly concerning himself with the threat. Should the ancient elders of Taixuan city appear, he had his master, Meng Ku, to back him. Ding! The system detected that the female protagonist Su Wanwan had reached the second realm of the extreme path, rewarding the host with an elevation to the fifth realm of the extreme path. The system's voice echoed once more in Ningfan's mind. My dear, do not rush. Be mindful not to overly pursue the elevation of your realm at the expense of your foundational cultivation. Ningfan spoke lightly, sensing the urgency within Su Wanwan as her realm continued to ascend. Rest assured, my husband, I am well aware, Su Wanwan replied. Half an hour later, a delectable roasted fish was presented before her. Such exquisite mountain delicacies were unattainable in modern society. After savoring the fish soup was ready. Just then, a sound of breaking air resonated, Moments later, dozens of formidable figures dashed towards Ningfan and Su Wanwan. Ningfan remained unfazed, leisurely serving himself 2 bowls of soup. "Miss, it is these 2 rascals who not only caught the fish but also took lives," exclaimed an elderly man of the 5th realm, his face dark with anger. The miss he referred to was a young and beautiful woman, exuding an ethereal grace, with exquisite features, skin as smooth as mutton fat, and hair like silk. Ningfan paid no heed, tasting the fish soup with indifference. Delicious," he praised, as a rich essence spread within him, akin to a precious elixir. The expressions of the dozens of family members instantly soured. This was an unabashed affront to the family. Seeking death. An elder at the pinnacle of the 5th realm growled, brandishing a fish-slaying sword, ready to strike at Ningfan. "Stop," the young woman commanded. Her gaze fixed on Ningfan, radiating an air of superiority. The assembled family members fell silent, filled with both respect and fear towards her. "You possess courage, skill, and strength. Come serve as my attendant in the family, and I shall not treat you poorly," the young woman declared. The family members were momentarily taken aback. Having caught fish and taken lives, completely disregarding the family, the young lady chose not to execute him, but instead to recruit him as a servant. "But miss, he has killed over a dozen people," began the elder who had narrowly escaped from Ningfan, only to be interrupted by the young lady. "Silence." She uttered a single word, causing all the family members to shudder. Ningfan merely glanced at her before returning his attention to the soup. "Who are you? Are your eyes blind that you fail to recognize my esteemed lady, and Ling Long?" The elder with the fish-slaying sword fumed, pointing his blade at Ningfan. Without even glancing at Ling Long, Ningfan replied nonchalantly, "Miss Ling Long, you possess a certain charm. How about this? I am in need of a maid to attend to me. I assure you, I will not treat you unfairly." This proclamation incited fury among the family members. Yet, they could not decipher Ling Long's intentions and dared not act. Should she decide to slay this man, they would undoubtedly rush forward to rend him to pieces. Such audacity! Ling Long's expression shifted, a glimmer of coldness flashing in her eyes. Her talent is astonishing. Throughout her life, no one has dared to speak to her in such a manner. Even the prodigious disciples of the Eastern Wilderness sect have long admired her. A somewhat capable young man dares to demand that she serve as his maid. "I shall see what abilities you possess that allow you to utter such arrogant words." Ling Long declared coldly, as the primal force of the great Tao surged forth, manifesting an expansive ocean behind her. A serpentine dragon emerged, its entire body a chilling azure, exuding an overwhelming aura of ferocity. She had achieved the 5th minor attainment of the extreme Tao realm, though her strength was formidable and her talent remarkable. She had not yet reached the 6th level of the extreme Tao realm. Nonetheless, she was seldom matched by any foe beneath that level. Before Ningfan could make a move, Su Wanwan acted first. With a shrill cry, a divine phoenix soared, its wings spanning 1,000 zhong, charging forth to engage the dragon in combat. After several exchanges, the dragon's body was torn apart by the phoenix. The divine phoenix opened its beak and unleashed a torrent of flames, vast and searing. What an incredible young woman! Ling Long's expression shifted dramatically as the ocean behind her surged with towering waves to meet the oncoming flames. The 2 opposing primal forces of water and fire clashed mightily, generating a breathtaking spectacle of mist that filled the sky. "Remarkable. My wife is truly extraordinary," Ningfan mused, appearing completely at ease as he savored another generous bowl of fish soup. Chapter 103. Yes, my dear wife, just like that. The collision of the fiery torrent and the ocean resembled a volcano erupting into a lake. Ultimately, all was reduced to smoke and vapor. The mighty ocean dissipated. The phoenix's rebirth flames extinguished, and the divine phoenix's spell unraveled. Although Su Wanwan's prowess was astonishing, there remained a gap in their realms. As a novice in the 2nd level of the extreme Tao realm, she managed to reach a stalemate against Ling Long, who had achieved the 5th minor attainment. This was indeed remarkable. Well, I never expected that the maid beside you would be so extraordinary." Ling Long, both astonished and furious, found it hard to accept that. Despite her greater age and higher realm, their battle had ended in a draw. "Which sect do you belong to?" Despite her anger, Ling Long had not lost her composure. The presence of such a remarkable young woman willing to serve as a maid raised questions about her identity and origins. Being the daughter of an ancient family, she was acutely aware of the implications involved. The prominent ancient families of Taixuan city appeared grand on the surface but were, in reality, mere lackeys of the Eastern Wilderness sect. If she were indeed a peerless genius from a major sect, and Ling Long would not only have to tread carefully but might even find herself serving as a maid beside him. I am not affiliated with any major sect, Ningfan replied nonchalantly. Although pretending to be a brilliant disciple of the Eastern Wilderness sect would spare him much trouble. Even the ancestors of the Huang and families would have to treat him with utmost respect and courtesy. However, Ningfan held no regard for such pretenses. Seeing no need to masquerade as a disciple of a major sect, what significance does a disciple of the Eastern Wilderness sect hold? Ningfan remarked. Such audacity. The hint of trepidation in Ling Long's eyes vanished, replaced by a surge of murderous intent. How dare one who is not a disciple of the Eastern Wilderness sect audaciously proclaim to make her a maid? Furthermore, allow me to correct you. She is not merely a maid, she is my wife. Once you become a maid, you shall serve us both, fetching tea and water, tidying up. And if you perform well, I shall not treat you poorly. As Ningfan spoke, he ladled a generous bowl of fish and meat from the cauldron. The sturgeon from the lake was indeed exquisite, irresistibly delightful, tempting one to indulge further. You dare to humiliate me? And Ling Long's fury erupted, her once delicate features contorting in anger. Throughout her life, she had been the center of attention wherever she went, elevated and revered. When had she ever been subjected to such indignity? With a sharp sound, a pair of paired swords emerged from their sheath, one long and one short, radiating a chilling brilliance, fiercely intimidating. These paired swords were not mere treasures, but true celestial artifacts. For any ancient family in Taixuan city, celestial artifacts were considered priceless. This also underscored Ling Long's esteemed status within the family and the significant regard her ancestors held for her. Come and take my life. And Ling Long's figure darted forth, charging directly at Ningfan. Su Wan'an let out a delicate shout, brandishing a crimson spear, meeting her head-on. Clang, clang, clang. The moment their weapons clashed, a series of resounding, metallic echoes rang out, shattering the silence. The long sword met the paired swords, igniting fierce sparks in their wake. And Ling Long's paired sword techniques were exceptionally advanced, cunningly ruthless, and astonishingly swift. Coupled with the sharpness of the celestial artifact, even a formidable opponent at the 6th level of the extreme Dao realm would find it challenging to withstand. However, she was unfortunate enough to encounter Su Wan'an. As a reincarnated being of a quasi-immortal emperor, what sophisticated sword techniques had she not witnessed? No matter how devious Ling Long's swordplay was, how could it compare to those renowned sword immortals? Countless sword immortals had been vanquished by Su Wan'an. Relying solely on the intricacies of her swordsmanship to triumph over Su Wan'an was simply impossible. The only way to defeat her was through overwhelming superiority in realm. The astonishing clamor of clashing weapons was relentless, as Su Wan'an's spear techniques were clean and efficient, straightforward and direct. Regardless of how intricate Ling Long's sword attacks were, Su Wan'an consistently identified their weaknesses, shattering them with a single thrust. What an astonishing young lady! Though she was younger and her realm inferior to that of the eldest miss, how could she engage in so many rounds with her without faltering? The young lady's prowess surpassed that of that boy. The dozens of strong members of the family were left astounded. Even the top talents of the Eastern Wilderness sect would likely pale in comparison. Ha ha ha, exactly. Wife, defeat her for me. Ningfan laughed heartily, reveling in the rarity of such an exhilarating battle. From the exchanges he had witnessed, it was evident that Su Wan'an would not be defeated. At present, the two individuals appeared to be evenly matched, yet in truth, Ling Long has already succumbed. Her swordplay has become stagnant, devoid of any further variations. In contrast, Su Wan'an's marksmanship has reached a transcendent state of simplicity and spontaneity. The fundamental power of Ling Long's path is insufficient to impose absolute dominance over Su Wan'an, thereby placing Su Wan'an in an invincible position. After several more exchanges, Su Wan'an's shooting technique became increasingly fierce, gradually overpowering Ling Long. The repetitive sword techniques of Ling Long were effortlessly countered by Su Wan'an. My lady, splendidly executed. Defeating this woman will earn my husband a reward. Ningfan exclaimed with delight, having no intention of intervening, merely offering encouragement and support. These words reached the ears of many formidable members of the family, who found them exceedingly grating, their expressions darkening to the utmost degree. With a resounding clang, Su Wan'an unleashed the might. A torrent of overwhelming power surged into her long spear, sending Ling Long's twin swords flying from her grasp. With a sharp thrust, the spear pierced Ling Long's right shoulder, causing her countenance to shift dramatically as she retreated in haste. A stream of crimson blood erupted from the wound on her shoulder. Young miss. Dozens of family warriors were taken aback, and Ling Long had never suffered defeat at her level of cultivation, even in sparring with disciples from the eastern wilderness. She had only managed to secure draws. At that moment, it was inconceivable that she had been bested by a younger girl of lesser cultivation. The girl was simply extraordinary. "Kill her," someone shouted, prompting a dozen individuals to take action, summoning spiritual treasures, their primordial powers surging forth, and Tao patterns filling the sky. A resounding roar echoed, shaking the heavens. In the next instant, a colossal azure dragon, over 1,000 feet long, emerged, its scales radiating with a blinding light of calamity. The dragon roared with ferocity, exuding an awe-inspiring pressure, as if embodying the might of the heavens. In an instant, all spiritual treasures were sent flying, some shattering midair. The myriad Tao patterns crumbled as if they were mere autumn leaves, collapsing in the blink. The true power of the 9 calamities Azure Thunder technique was revealed only after Ningfan comprehended the might of heavenly tribulation. Ningfan's figure soared beside Su Wanwan, his expression indifferent, with a fierce glint in his eyes. "One-on-one, I have no desire to intervene. Should a multitude seek to harm my wife, do not blame me for unleashing a massacre." Chapter 104, Capturing a Beauty as a Handmaiden. The numerous powerful members of the Yin family were taken aback, the light of calamity radiating with the might of the heavens. Few practitioners can comprehend the power of heavenly tribulation. Even those who have survived celestial tribulations find it exceedingly difficult to wield the might of the calamity thunder. Young Miss quickly summoned Seventh Uncle to eliminate this boy. "We shall protect you." With the strength of these two, they cannot pose a threat to the young Miss. A multitude of formidable warriors from the Yin family gathered together. As if facing a grave threat, they established a formation, encircling in Ling Long in the center, intricate Tao patterns densely woven, radiating a brilliant aura. "Let SE protect her," Ningfan bellowed, as the azure dragon roared and soared into the azure heavens. Thunder rumbled above, a cacophony of sound echoing as calamity surged forth like divine retribution. This was the true terror of the 9 calamity Azure Thunder technique, capable of channeling the forces of heaven and earth, summoning the thunderous wrath of the 9 skies. With a roar, the azure dragon emerged from the clouds, diving down with the force of a cataclysm, carrying with it the weight of 1,000 calamities, an overwhelming presence that was utterly terrifying. In the next instant, the colossal form of the azure dragon, stretching over 1,000 feet, collided with the formation established by the dozens of Yin family warriors. Boom! Calamity light surged forth like a tide, exploding in all directions, enveloping the heavens and the earth in a blinding white haze. The spectacle was astonishing. The formation trembled violently. Vast swathes of Tao patterns shattered, and the array was forcibly breached by the might of the Azure Dragon's technique. The expressions of the Yin family warriors turned to horror, each of them unleashing a fierce cry as the primal power of the Tao surged within them. Layer upon layer of Tao patterns materialized, stacking upon one another as they exerted their utmost effort to seal the breach. "This youth's power is indeed greater," one exclaimed in shock. Are these 2 young individuals not the pinnacle geniuses of the eastern wilderness? Despite the combined strength of the elite warriors, they found it increasingly difficult to seal the gap in the formation. They could merely watch helplessly as the breach widened, a sense of despair settling in their hearts. "Break for me," Ningfan shouted, his hand clenched fiercely, and in an instant, the 1,000-foot-long azure dragon exploded. Boom! Calamity light erupted as if a great explosion had occurred, an innumerable array of Tao patterns collapsing in an instant. The formation disintegrated, and the figures of the dozens of warriors trembled violently, each spitting blood as if struck by a heavy blow. Many were struck by the surging calamity lightning, their bodies convulsing and emitting black smoke as they fell into the lake below. Ningfan darted forth, transforming into a streak of white calamity light, moving with unbelievable swiftness. In the blink of an eye, he stood before Ling Long, reaching out to grasp her shoulder. The calamity lightning coalesced into chains, binding her tightly. "Release our young lady. Do not harm her life. Whatever you desire, the Yin family shall comply." The expressions of the Yin family warriors turned blank, caught off guard by the sudden turn of events. Ling Long's complexion paled. She had initially sought to have him as her attendant, yet now her very life lay in his grasp. "Anything can be promised, you say? Would you be willing to relinquish your territory within the Taixuan immortal realm?" Ningfan scoffed. The Yin family members fell silent, the price too steep. Aside from the Yin family patriarch, none could make such decisions. "Ha ha. The Yin family's young lady shall become my maid. Should anyone dare pursue, your lady will become a lifeless corpse." Ningfan laughed heartily, firmly holding Ling Long's shoulder as he employed his technique to vanish into the distance. Suwon manifested divine phoenix wings, closely following behind Ningfan. With the eldest daughter of the Yin family in his grasp, he was not only capable of threatening the Yin family, but could also leverage in Ling Long's life as a bargaining chip against any other ancient families that might cause trouble in Taixuan City. At that moment, the members of the Yin family exchanged glances, rooted in place, hesitant to act. "Send word to the ancestor," someone shouted. As twilight descended, atop a peak that pierced the clouds, there lay a cultivation ground. The ethereal essence of immortality was particularly abundant here, with the fundamental aura of the great Tao converging. In such a sacred place, even those of lower realms, unable to touch the immortal path, could gradually transform their spiritual roots through the permeation of this essence over time. The ability to enter the Taixuan immortal realm would yield a monumental disparity. The monopolistic forces of the East Wilderness, commanding the various immortal realms, thus managed to persist throughout the ages, unyielding. Above the cultivation ground, mysterious Tao patterns were engraved, exuding a force akin to thunder. It was evident that this sanctuary had been established by an immortal who comprehended the Tao of thunder. A flicker of delight crossed Ningfan's eyes. This cultivation ground was ideal for enhancing his innate thunderous power, promising a remarkable efficiency in his training. Surrounding the ground was a formidable array. Several young prodigies sat cross-legged, engrossed in their practices. The cultivation ground ahead belongs to the chief family. The ancestor has set up an immortal array here, and you cannot breach it, and Ling Long remarked, her pride undiminished even as she was held captive by Ningfan. Since you are not a disciple of the great sects of the East Wilderness, joining one of the ancient families in Taixuan City is your sole path to ascension. The position of my Yin family within Taixuan City is pivotal. Should you choose to ally with us and obey my commands, you shall gain access to elixirs and the opportunity to cultivate in sacred grounds like this one at any time. When an ordinary genius emerges, all the ancient families will vie for their allegiance, nurturing their potential while securing their service to the clan. As long as you and Suwon are willing to yield, the prowess you both exhibit will be enough to incite competition among the ancient families of Taixuan City. My Yin family will never treat you unjustly. And Ling Long continued to entice, envisioning a future where, should these two young talents serve her family, the Yin family would rise to become the most powerful ancient family in Taixuan City. Enough with your prattle, Ningfan retorted impatiently, seizing in Ling Long's wrists and pinching them together. I am resolute. I will not kneel. The time for a new order in the Taixuan immortal realm has long since arrived. With that, Ningfan pushed in Ling Long towards the cultivation ground. There are practitioners within. Surely, with your status as the eldest daughter of the Yin family, it would not be difficult to have them lower the array. And Ling Long's expression shifted as she retorted sharply, you ignorant fool. To think I would plead on your behalf is preposterous. If you have the courage, then kill me. Such a beauty as you, would it not be a tragedy to perish? Ningfan's lips curled into a mocking smile as he leaned closer to Ling Long's ear. If you do not obediently comply, I shall thrust you before that training ground and strip you bare in front of the chief family. And Ling Long's delicate form trembled abruptly, her face flushed with indignation, her eyes fixed on Ningfan, brimming with resentment. You dare, she exclaimed angrily. What is there that I would not dare? You are not my wife, and if you doubt my words, we can certainly test that. Ningfan replied with a teasing grin. Chapter 105. The beauty who does not obey shall be stripped bare, and Ling Long's countenance paled, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. If she were truly pushed to that training ground and stripped of her garments, her reputation would be irrevocably tarnished. Who do you think you are to humiliate this young lady so? And Ling Long stammered, both shocked and terrified, as the look in Ningfan's eyes made it clear he was not jesting. He would indeed expose her before those young men of the chief family, leaving her utterly vulnerable. I am Ningfan, disciple of the Qingzhu peak of the Yunsong Pavilion. I do not change my name or my lineage. A disciple of the Yunsong Pavilion? You possess great audacity. Do you not fear bringing ruin upon your sect? Enough with the idle chatter. Will you comply or not? Ningfan replied coldly. You are truly formidable. And Ling Long gritted her teeth, realizing she had no choice but to obey. A moment later, Ningfan, Suwon, and Ling Long arrived at the training ground. Ningfan positioned Ling Long in front of him, gripping her dress tightly. With a mere flick of his wrist, he could strip her clean. Ah, is that not the eldest daughter of the Yin family? What brings her to our chief family's training ground? Several young men from the chief family beamed with delight upon spotting Ling Long. In terms of beauty, figure, and grace, she was unparalleled. Among the talented youth of the ancient families within Taixuan City, Ling Long stood at the pinnacle of cultivation potential. Countless young men admired her, and these few from the chief family were no exception. Her presence filled them with unbridled joy. Speak, Ningfan commanded, to prevent the Qi family youths from perceiving anything amiss and thwarting Ningfan's intentions, and Ling Long, in a fit of anger, tore her dress. Barely managing to force a smile, I wish to step onto this training ground and cultivate for a time. May I? She inquired. Upon hearing her words, the young men from the Qi family instantly approached with beaming smiles. Miss Ling Long, you are too courteous. Whatever you desire, we are more than willing to oblige. To cultivate alongside Miss Ling Long in the same training ground is our honor. As they spoke, they activated the formations with their talismans. Ningfan, Su Wanwan, and Ling Long successfully stepped onto the training ground. Do not attempt any tricks. Your meridians are sealed, and these few imbeciles are no match for me. Should you provoke my ire, I shall strip you bare and bind you here. With a teasing smile, Ningfan had completely grasped Ling Long's weakness. You shameless. And Ling Long quietly cursed, yet faced with several members of the Qi family, she had to feign indifference. Miss Ling Long, please, a young man from the Qi family said, eagerly offering her the most central position in the venue, where the aura of the celestial path was most potent. The group paid little attention to Ningfan and Su Wanwan, merely considering them as servants accompanying Ling Long. At that moment, Ningfan struck. A burst of calamity lightning erupted, and in an instant, it struck several young men from the Qi family. Ah! A chorus of anguish cries ensued as the young men fell to the ground, convulsing a few times before falling silent. They had no opportunity to send out a distress signal before meeting their demise. Those who qualify to cultivate in the sacred ground are all geniuses of the Qi family. Have you killed them all? And Ling Long exclaimed in horror. The severity of this act far surpassed that of slaying a few of the family strong. So what if I did? Ningfan replied disdainfully, bending down to gather the storage treasures from the bodies of the young. The ancient families of Taixuan City are all in cahoots. I have already offended the Huang family and the Yin family, killing quite a few of their members. The ancient families of Taixuan City will not spare me. What difference does it make to kill a few more geniuses of the Qi family? Since I have decided to instigate a transformation in the Taixuan immortal realm, I might as well create a complete upheaval. And Ling Long was taken aback. This young man was utterly reckless. She could not fathom Ningfan's intentions, nor why he would choose to stand against all the ancient families of Taixuan City. What benefit do you gain from this? She questioned. None at all. You ancient families have deceived countless individuals, monopolizing lands, reaping profits, and feasting on the blood of others. I simply find your existence intolerable. Ningfan replied indifferently, his mindset having undergone an inexplicable transformation. He had no intention of becoming a sage, rather. He sought to vent the indignation that had built within him. And Ling Long was momentarily stunned, her heart shaken, a subtle stir within her. Yet she merely shook her head and smiled. Navi. Behind every ancient family stands the Eastern Wilderness Great Sect, the Longevity families, and the Immortal Dynasty, all bound by interests. Who could possibly shake that foundation? You are severing your own path to immortality. No matter how astounding your talents, you will inevitably perish, she admonished. Believing Ningfan's aspirations were far too fanciful. Someone has to take the leap. Ningfan replied calmly. If it were solely based on his and Su Wanwan's current abilities, they naturally would not act recklessly. However, with Mengku, a reincarnated celestial sage, he believed his master would possess means. Among the storage treasures on the young men from the Qi family, the most valuable items were a few ancient spiritual treasures. However, they held little use for Ningfan and Su Wanwan. There were also several 6th and 7th tier holy pills. Yet only demi-saint medicines or demi-saint pills would catch Ningfan's eye. It appeared these individuals did not hold a high status within the Qi family. What a disappointment, Ningfan remarked, settling himself in the center of the sacred ground. He intended to cultivate proactively and elevate. The essence of Thunder Dao within the dojo began to converge towards Ningfan, to confront the prominent ancient clans of Taixuan City. His current realm of the 5th stage of the extreme Dao seemed somewhat inadequate. Su Wanwan sat cross-legged beside him, pulsating with vigorous waves as she refined the 7-colored ancient vine. In the dead of night, a thunderous roar echoed from a great distance, stirring the hearts of many. Ningfan opened his eyes, focusing intently, and beheld a vast expanse of white calamity light on the horizon. Someone was undergoing a tribulation. The formidable presence of the tribulation attracted considerable attention, for thunderclaps resonated, and the shimmering calamity light flickered 4 times, indicating it was the 4th stage of the celestial tribulation. Could it be that Master was facing the tribulation? Ningfan mused, recalling that during their time at Yunsan Pavilion, Mengku had successfully navigated 3 stages of tribulation, reaching the 3rd stage of the immortal realm. Should Master ascend another realm, it would herald the fourth stage of the celestial tribulation. Moments later, another thunderous clap resounded, and the flickering calamity light grew ever more intense. It must be Master. Ningfan's gaze sharpened. Few, apart from his master, possessed the audacity to face consecutive tribulations. And Ling Long, standing a mere yard away from Ningfan, also exhibited a trace of astonishment in her eyes. Shortly thereafter, 5 thunderous roars echoed, and the calamity light shimmered 5 times before the world returned to tranquility. The strength of Master at the 5th stage of the immortal realm was enough to instill fear in the elders of every ancient clan in Taixuan City. Ningfan thought. That night, a storm was brewing within the Taixuan immortal realm. And Ling Long turned to Ningfan, demanding, "When will you release me? I shall free you when I deem it appropriate." Ningfan replied, eyes closed in meditation, his tone nonchalant. And Ling Long's complexion darkened, realizing the futility of his words. "You must either release me or end my life. Are you instructing me on how to act? I will neither kill you nor set you free." With Ling Long as his hostage, Ningfan could leverage the strength of the clan. "One more word, and I shall strip you of your garments." And Ling Long's face turned pale, her body trembling in anger, yet she dared not speak further. Being stripped was a fate worse than death. Days and nights passed without anyone noticing, as Ningfan and Su Wanwan remained in the dojo, engrossed in their cultivation. Meanwhile, a tempest brewed within Taixuan immortal realm. The Huang clan's warriors had been slain, their formations shattered, and ancient medicines ceased. Lady and Ling Long had been abducted. This blatant opposition to the ancient clans of Taixuan City sparked widespread discussion. For the first time in history, someone dared to stand against the ancient clans within the Taixuan immortal realm. Capture that brat. The Huang and clans will surely reward us handsomely. As the news spread, many began searching for the whereabouts of Ningfan and Su Wanwan. Well done. It was high time someone dealt with those scoundrels. Many individuals clapped in delight, secretly cheering. These people had long been oppressed by the ancient aristocratic families, often harboring their grievances in silence. Now, witnessing someone daring to strike against the formidable members of these clans, they finally felt a sense of catharsis. On the 3rd day at dawn, Ningfan opened his eyes, awakening from a meditative state. Suddenly, he clenched his hand, unleashing a terrifying surge of thunderous origin power. He had achieved the minor completion of the 5th level of the Extreme Path realm. Ningfan murmured, acknowledging that after entering the Extreme Path realm, the intricacies of the Great Tao made the enhancement of his realm markedly slower. Particularly upon reaching the 5th level, his cultivation speed had plummeted significantly. In 2 nights of diligent practice at the dojo, alongside refining the heavenly calamity immortal vine, he had merely progressed from the initial stage of the 5th level to the minor completion of the same. This rate of cultivation would be deemed astonishing by other youthful prodigies. As the celestial aura permeated his body, Ningfan felt his primordial power steadily ascend. Ding! The system detects that the female lead, Su Wanwan, has reached the 2nd major completion of the Extreme Path realm, rewarding the host with an elevation to the pinnacle of the 5th level of the Extreme Path realm. The system's voice resonated within Ningfan's mind. Practicing alongside Su Wanwan effectively compounded their cultivation achievements into his own. The vibrant ancient vine was exquisitely suited for Su Wanwan's cultivation of the supreme bone. The waves emanating from her chest stirred a slight unease within Ningfan. At that moment, a dozen figures tore through the air, arriving at the dojo. Upon seeing the corpses within, their eyes instantly turned crimson. With a hum, a talisman was summoned, activating the immortal array of the dojo. As the group of Qi clan experts surged forward, "How dare you slay the genius of my Qi family?" exclaimed an elder at the forefront. His imposing figure exuding a robust aura, his white hair standing on end, eyes nearly bursting with rage. "And what if I did? If you have the capability, come and kill me. Avenge these useless fools," Ningfan retorted disdainfully, eager to test his cultivation results. "What an arrogant young man." The elder growled darkly. As the power of the Great Tao surged forth, revealing thunderous patterns across his body, he was at the 7th level of the Extreme Path realm. "I shall not kill you now. Instead, I will take you back to Taixuan City and slowly torture you to death," declared the elder, transforming into a bolt of lightning as he charged at Ningfan. A hand struck out, gathering a blazing green thunderbolt in his palm. This attack was formidable, showcasing the full strength of his 7th level of the Extreme Path realm. "Is that all?" Ningfan smirked mockingly, spreading his fingers to unleash a radiant calamity light. In his palm, a tempestuous bolt of calamity thunder coalesced, meeting the elder's strike with an overwhelming force. Boom! The 2 forces collided. creating a spectacular explosion of thunderous light within the dojo. Coughing up blood, the elder staggered back several steps, his sleeves disintegrating into ashes, his entire arm trembling violently. Ningfan's figure merely quivered as he retreated 3 steps, the disparity in strength evident. Such formidable prowess. The elder's expression shifted dramatically, his heart filled with astonishment. This young man, despite being merely at the pinnacle of the 5th realm of the extreme Tao, possessed the capability to challenge those beyond his realm. The thunder of calamity converging in his palm contained the very essence of heavenly tribulation, though he had yet to enter the path of immortality. His ability to wield the calamity thunder was nothing short of astounding. Elder Qingzhu. The other dozen or so chief family experts behind the elder were equally astounded. No one had anticipated that in the clash between 2 individuals, the elder they revered would suffer such a significant setback. I merely acted casually. Your strength is rather disappointing. Ningfan remarked indifferently. You rejoiced too soon, young man. The elder's countenance darkened. Initially, he had intended to capture him alive, reserving some strength to avoid accidentally killing the lad. Now, however, he realized this youth was indeed somewhat defiant. If he did not unleash his full power, he feared he might not leave this place alive. Whether he could capture Ningfan alive now hinged on fortune. Immediately, the elder's body became enveloped in dense lightning patterns, forming a suit of thunderous armor upon him. This was a secret skill of the chief family, renowned throughout Taixuan city. Young man, to force me to this extent, you have every reason to feel proud. As soon as the words left his lips, the elder surged forth, his right arm sweeping towards Ningfan with tremendous force. Now it's getting interesting, Ningfan exclaimed, clenching his fist tightly as the light of calamity erupted, meeting the elder's strike head-on. Bang! A deep, resonant sound echoed. And as the thunder erupted, a violent gust of energy surged forth, causing the surrounding space to tremble. Both figures shuddered simultaneously, their expressions changing. There is something there. Unfortunately. Not much. Ningfan shouted, opting to take the initiative with another punch aimed at the elder. Bang, bang, bang. The 2 engaged in a ferocious clash, their strikes colliding relentlessly. The elder possessed astonishing strength, a master of body refinement. His thunderous armor was exceedingly resilient, making it difficult for opponents of the same realm to breach. Yet Ningfan remained undaunted, his body imbued with the primordial immortal physique, his power eclipsing even that of pure-blooded beings. After dozens of exchanges, cracks began to appear in the elder's thunderous armor under the relentless assault of Ningfan's fists. The elder grew increasingly alarmed, gradually feeling his stamina waning. In contrast, Ningfan thrived in the fray, becoming bolder with each strike, each punch more forceful than the last, causing the elder's arms to numb and his internal energy to surge tumultuously. A glint of ferocity flashed in the elder's eyes as he feigned weakness. His hands pushed back, exposing a gap in his defenses. Ningfan's eyes narrowed slightly. He sensed something amiss but did not hesitate. Since there was an opening, regardless of whether the elder had intended it, he resolved to force through. In that moment, the primordial immortal physique unleashed its might, even without invoking the primordial power within. Simply unleashing the full might of his physical form was terrifyingly powerful. Let me strike, Ningfan bellowed, his fist shimmering with celestial lightning as it descended upon the elder's chest. Chapter 107. Ningfan's shamelessness, reducing the beauty to tears. The elder's gaze sharpened, a surge of delight swelling within him. Youthful inexperience and impulsiveness had led Ningfan to overlook the opening, launching an all-out assault. In the split second as Ningfan's fist hurtled forward, the elder braced himself, his left shoulder absorbing the blow. Simultaneously, his right arm, charged with hidden power, swept out to deliver a fierce strike to Ningfan's body. Bang, bang. The simultaneous thunderous sounds erupted, unleashing a terrifying wave of force. The elder's thunderous armor shattered instantaneously, blood spraying forth as his shoulder erupted into a mist of crimson, his arm flung away. Had it been but a fraction of a moment, the elder's neck would have been reduced to a sanguine haze. Ningfan, too, suffered a grievous blow. His form sliding backwards several paces, a muffled groan escaping his lips, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, his internal energies roiling, and his organs sustaining minor injuries. Yet, in comparison to the elder's plight, Ningfan's injuries were mere trifles. The group of chief family warriors stood frozen, engulfed in terror, and Ling Long was equally astonished. In just 2 short nights, Ningfan's strength had surged remarkably. How could this be possible? The elder's face turned ashen, gritting his teeth against the excruciating pain. He questioned in a voice rife with desperation. Even a 7th-tier extreme realm expert would not survive such a blow. How had this youth achieved such formidable physical prowess? It is over, Ningfan declared coldly, raising his hand as a bolt of calamity thundered forth. Boom. In an instant, the elder's form was reduced to ash. Quick! Seal the celestial formation, someone shouted, producing a talisman that unleashed a powerful wave, resonating with the celestial array. Ningfan also presented a talisman, plunging them into a stalemate. Below, in solitude, may you accompany one another on the road to the underworld. Dozens of calamity bolts surged forth, claiming the lives of several individuals. Let us depart. Ningfan grasped Ling Long by the shoulder, and together with Su Wanwan, they fled the mountaintop in haste. A quarter of an hour later, over 100 Qi family experts, alerted by the talisman's message, arrived belatedly. Damnable wretch! I shall see this boy torn asunder, bellowed a peak 9th-tier extreme realm master in a fit of rage. Hundreds of miles away, Ningfan, Su Wanwan, and Ling Long navigated through the forest. You have slain so many from the Huang, Qi, and in families, ahead lies a dead end. And Ling Long spoke, held firmly in Ningfan's grasp. Unable to move an inch. This matter was bound to attract the attention of the ancient clan ancestors, all of whom were powerful beings beyond the immortal. The ancestral figure of the ancient clan, a formidable being who has entered the realm of immortality, fills me with trepidation, Ningfan remarked dismissively, his demeanor unperturbed. The vast expanse of the Taixuan immortal realm, with its mountains and ravines, makes it a daunting task to locate a single individual. Even if all the powerful members from the great ancient clans in Taixuan City were dispatched to search for him and Su Wanwan, it would require a considerable amount of time. To take a hypothetical step back, even if he were to be discovered, his master could swiftly arrive at any moment. Ningfan, what emboldens you so? Are the leaders of the various peaks in the Yunsong Pavilion not present within the Taixuan immortal realm? She warned. Allow me to remind you, even if all the immortals from Yunsong Pavilion were to unite, they would not stand a chance against the ancestral figures of the great ancient clans in Taixuan City. It was well known to Ling Long that the most formidable figure in the Yunsong Pavilion was the master of Qingzhu Peak, Yun Wuhan, who had attained the 3rd level of the immortal realm. In contrast, there were multiple formidable beings within Taixuan City who had surpassed the 4th level of the immortal realm. Ningfan chuckled lightly, seizing one of Ling Long's sleeves, along with some fabric from her back, and tore it away. The fabric ripped apart, revealing her fair skin. Ah, and Ling Long gasped, her complexion paling as she instinctively covered her delicate shoulder with her hand. Have you forgotten what I said 2 days ago? Ningfan remarked impatiently, noting her lack of awareness as a hostage. Reveal where I can find the immortal herbs, and I might consider treating you kindly. He was unfamiliar with the Taixuan immortal realm, having traversed hundreds of miles through the wilderness without discovering anything of value. Such aimless wandering was a waste of precious time. As the eldest daughter of the Yin family, Ling Long must possess a profound knowledge of the Taixuan immortal realm. Don't ask me, I don't know, she retorted, glaring at Ningfan with indignation. Ah, still not cooperating? At this moment, Ningfan showed no signs of gentleness towards a woman like Ling Long. With a swift motion, he tore away her other sleeve. This woman, impervious to reason and unafraid of peril, only responded to such measures. Ningfan, you scoundrel, you lecherous fiend. I will surely kill you. And Ling Long's face flushed with a mixture of shame and anger, her hands hastily covering her shoulders. Still daring to retort? Ningfan smirked, playfully pointing his finger like a sword and deftly slicing away the fabric of her skirt below her thighs. Surely, you are not playing coy. Secretly wishing for me to strip you bare. One hand pressed against her shoulder, while the other clutched the now shortened skirt. Tears welled in her eyes. 2 droplets cascaded down her cheeks, gathering at her pointed chin. A gust of wind swept by, causing her to pale further as she struggled to hold her skirt in place. While she may cover her skirt, she could not conceal her delicate shoulder. Would this woman remain silent? Ningfan contemplated quietly, realizing that if Ling Long remained obstinate, he would indeed be at a loss. After all, he could not truly tear away all the fabric from her body, especially with Su Wanwan nearby. Stop tearing. Is that not enough? And Ling Long's voice quivered, tinged with a hint of sobbing. If you had said so earlier, we could have avoided this. Why must you compel me to act? Ningfan replied with a calm demeanor, secretly relieved that Ling Long ultimately capitulated. First, fetch me a garment to change into. Ningfan gestured to Su Wanwan, indicating that she should lead Ling Long behind a nearby ancient tree to change. Behind the tree, Ling Long could no longer contain herself. She leaned against the trunk and wept openly. As the eldest daughter of the Yin family, She had never endured such humiliation throughout her life. What are you crying about? What is there to weep for? Su Wanwan frowned slightly as she produced a clean dress and tossed it towards Ling Long. Every year, countless girls are sold to Ling Long Tower, and they, like you, long for death yet can only submit to their fates. And Ling Long's eyes widened, momentarily lost in thought. After a brief interval, Su Wanwan emerged from behind the ancient tree, accompanying and now dressed in Ling Long. I can not only reveal to you the location of the celestial herb, but also share an astonishing secret, and Ling Long declared solemnly, a glint of determination flashing in her eyes. However, there is one condition. Once I finish speaking, I only wish for death. Chapter 108, The eldest daughter of the Yin family complies. An astonishing secret? Ningfan said with keen interest, eager to learn what could compel Ling Long, the esteemed lady, to speak of such a thing. Do you truly wish for death? Then do share, he prompted. We, the Yin family, by mere coincidence, have discovered the essence of Taixuan true water. At this revelation, Ningfan's expression shifted to one of astonishment. Su Wanwan had previously mentioned that Taixuan true water was the most precious treasure within the Taixuan immortal realm, possessing the ability to cleanse and rejuvenate, even to restore life to the deceased. Since you are aware of its whereabouts, why have you not sent someone to retrieve it? The timing is not right. According to our investigations, Taixuan true water has yet to fully form. It requires further time to undergo its transformation. Ningfan's gaze deepened, sensing that matters were not as straightforward as they seemed. Aside from your Yin family, is there anyone else aware of the location of Taixuan true water? If the Eastern Wilderness sect discovers Taixuan true water, they will undoubtedly establish an immortal formation, and Ling Long replied. This statement bore a semblance of truth. Yet, and Ling Long could not ascertain whether others, besides the Eastern Wilderness sect, had also uncovered the whereabouts of Taixuan true water. Once Taixuan true water truly manifests, it will create a phenomenon in the heavens and earth, Su Wanwan interjected, her eyes reflecting a serious intensity. At that time, it will undoubtedly attract considerable attention. After its formation, we must swiftly procure Taixuan true water to avoid being besieged. Ningfan nodded. Given their current strength, they were still unable to confront the Eastern Wilderness sect. Mingke had transcended the 5th level of the celestial tribulation, reaching the 5th stage of the immortal realm, and was capable of maneuvering among the ancient clans of Taixuan City. His power was indeed sufficient. However, within the Eastern Wilderness sect, there were not a few formidable beings beyond the true immortal realm. I only seek a swift end, one that bears dignity. Should you agree, I shall mark the approximate locations of semi-immortal herbs, immortal herbs, and the true water of Taixuan on this map, and Ling Long declared, producing a map of the Taixuan immortal realm. She would only mark it upon hearing Ningfan's promise. Her face was resolute, already resigned to death, unwilling to endure further humiliation from him. Dying was simple, living was the true challenge. Ningfan responded with indifference, for Ling Long was wholeheartedly seeking death. Yet he would not allow her that escape. With her meridian sealed and under Ningfan's surveillance, even suicide was rendered impossible for her. You possess no bargaining power with me now. Either you mark the whereabouts of the semi-immortal herbs, immortal herbs, and the true water of Taixuan on the map, or I shall make the arduous journey back to Taixuan City, strip you bare, and hang you at the city gates, Ningfan jested, unwilling to part with such a valuable hostage as Ling Long. His methods for dealing with her, though limited, were highly effective. Keeping Ling Long close served a significant purpose for Ningfan. Ningfan, you are shameless. You are contradictory. And Ling Long exclaimed, her face flushed with anger. I never promised you a dignified death, Ningfan replied with a teasing expression, fully aware he had never uttered a kind word. And Ling Long, this young lady, had grown accustomed to a life of luxury and was still lacking in shrewdness. Mark it on the map quickly. I lack the patience for delays. With tears brimming in her eyes, and Ling Long had no choice but to comply. The approximate location of the true water of Taixuan was thousands of miles away from them, deep within the heart of the Taixuan immortal realm. The ancient clans of Taixuan City only dared to occupy the periphery. In light of your compliance, I shall allow you to keep your clothes for now. Once we have exited the Taixuan immortal realm, you will be released, Ningfan said as he grasped Ling Long and, alongside Su Wanwan, traversed the forest towards the direction of the true water of Taixuan. Unbeknownst to them, many were searching for their whereabouts, necessitating caution in their movements. After more than 2 hours, the trio of Ningfan, Su Wanwan, and Ling Long arrived at a mist-laden forest, devoid of any presence around them. The environment indeed resembled a place capable of yielding the true water of Taixuan. I only know that the true water of Taixuan is likely within this area. though I cannot ascertain its exact location, and Ling Long stated. The true water of Taixuan possesses a spirit, hiding underground, and its position continually shifts. Even with a general sense of the location of the Taixuan true water, finding it remains an arduous endeavor. Even if the masters of the Yin family were to join forces, it would likely consume a considerable amount of time. The trio soared into the mist-laden forest, where Su Wanwan's eyes suddenly shimmered with the brilliance of dual pupils, radiating a soft, ethereal glow. Naturally occurring dual pupils? And Ling Long was taken aback. The girl's innate talent was indeed astonishing. With Su Wanwan leading the way, her remarkable eyes could detect the faintest traces. Their pace was slow as Su Wanwan meticulously searched. Yet the forest remained devoid of any presence. Hours passed without a single soul in sight. Suddenly, Su Wanwan's gaze sharpened with realization. I found it, she declared, extending her delicate hand to point towards a distant ridge. Well done. Ningfan's expression brightened as he flew above the ridge. Beyond it lay a valley, where mountain springs flowed gently from the surrounding slopes, converging to form a serene pool at the valley's heart. In the center of this pool stood a small, once home to a rare celestial herb that had been uprooted entirely. Su Wanwan explained that her dual pupils had proven invaluable. A true celestial herb would absorb the essence of the celestial pathway from a radius of hundreds of miles. In its vicinity, other ancient herbs would struggle to thrive. After the herb was uprooted, it would take years, even decades, for the celestial essence in the entire forest to recover. It was no wonder they had yet to encounter anyone in this misty woodland. Without the celestial herb, it had nearly become a desolate wasteland. If all went as predicted, the celestial herb on that peak had likely been taken by the disciples of the Eastern Wilderness sect. The Taixuan true water lies beneath this pool, Su Wanwan stated. Ningfan wore a puzzled expression. Without the celestial herb, how could the Taixuan true water possibly remain? Beneath the pool lies an underground spiritual spring, Su Wanwan clarified. Her dual pupils allowed her to see through the water, revealing the spiritual spring below. Currently, the Taixuan true water had not fully formed and did not yet reach the level of celestial liquid, but it was nearing completion, requiring just a few more days. Then we shall wait a few days, Ningfan replied. The distinction between whether the Taixuan true water had achieved the level of celestial liquid was as vast as the difference between heaven and earth. A few days was a wait he could endure. He then retrieved Ling Long's map, glancing at its markings, a subtle smile gracing his. He could not simply wait idly. It would be more prudent to procure additional semi-celestial herbs. My dear, keep an eye on this woman while I fetch a few semi-celestial herbs, Ningfan instructed, not forgetting to remind Su Wanwan before departing. By the way, my dear, strive to cultivate diligently and elevate your realm. Chapter 109. My dear is angry. Ningfan had reached the pinnacle of the 5th level of the extreme Dao realm, while Su Wanwan had attained significant progress at the 2nd level of the extreme Dao realm. As long as Su Wanwan ascends to a higher, Ningfan will be able to step into the 6th layer of the extreme Dao realm. At that time, Ningfan's strength will surge even further. Even when facing powerful adversaries at the 9th layer of the extreme Dao realm, Ningfan will possess the capability to contend. Su Wanwan gazed at Ningfan, nodding earnestly. Rest assured, my husband, I will surely strive for it. She was acutely aware that their current circumstances were rather bleak. As a reincarnated being of a quasi-immortal emperor, Su Wanwan harbored a sense of pride within her heart. She recognized that Ningfan possessed extraordinary celestial fortunes. Despite her relentless efforts in cultivation, the disparity in their realms had not diminished. Rather, it had gradually widened. Yet, this did not lead her to the notion of entirely relying on Ningfan. Even if she could not protect him, she must become a significant support for him. Take the celestial pill. Ningfan produced a Xianyan purple chi pill, a reward from the system, a top-tier first-grade celestial elixir, and presented it to Su Wanwan. The pill shimmered with brilliance, emanating a mysterious purple aura, with waves of celestial energy surging forth. The Xianyan purple chi pill. Su Wanwan was momentarily taken aback, disbelief flickering in her eyes. Just a few days prior, when Ningfan gifted her a 9th-grade holy pill, she was already profoundly astonished. She never expected that Ningfan would possess a top-tier first-grade celestial pill as well. Standing beside them, Ling Long's eyes widened in shock, her mouth agape. As the young lady of the Yin family, she had witnessed the world and could discern the immense value of the Xianyan purple chi pill. My husband, you should keep this pill for your own cultivation, she insisted. Su Wanwan understood that Ningfan preferred to take it easy and neglected his cultivation. Since their acquaintance, she had never reproached him, only seeking alternative paths to guide him gently. A top-tier first-grade celestial pill could ensure that even while Ningfan relaxed, his realm would not fall behind. Without further ado, Ningfan placed the Xianyun purple chi pill directly into Su Wanwan's hands. I have no need for it. You must cultivate diligently and elevate your realm, for I rely on you to protect me. Su Wanwan ceased her resistance, her gaze towards Ningfan resolute. Rest assured. My husband, I will surely strive for it. Su Wanwan stated with utmost seriousness. Ding. The host has successfully gifted the female lead Su Wanwan a Xianyun purple chi pill, receiving a 10,000-fold return, with the option to choose either 10,000 Xianyun purple chi pills or one second-grade celestial pill. Shall the host exchange now? Ningfan silently commanded in his mind. Ding. Exchange successful. Congratulations to the host for exchanging a top-tier second-grade celestial pill, the Fire Lotus Glazed Pill. This was a celestial pill ideally suited for Su Wanwan's consumption. Subsequently, Ningfan affectionately tousled Su Wanwan's silky hair, slightly leaning down to plant a kiss on her soft, sweet lips. Su Wanwan had now grasped a hint of kissing technique, though she still lacked finesse. Moments later, the two parted their lips, and Ningfan executed his movement technique, vanishing into the mist-laden forest. Su Wanwan gazed in the direction of Ningfan's departure, an inexplicable sense of longing welling up within her. Though she was aware that Ningfan would return soon, she felt a deep desire for his constant presence by her side. Humph. And Ling Long's delicate features turned frosty, releasing a disdainful snort. How could one like her, a shameless libertine and lecher, possibly hold any appeal? And Ling Long's expression dripped with scorn, her words laced with contempt for Ningfan. Sister, release me, and I can introduce you to the Eastern Wilderness sect. With such connections, what manner of man could you not find? Why hang your hopes on this one tree? Ningfan? As soon as Ling Long finished speaking, Su Wanwan raised her hand, delivering a resounding slap towards her. The crisp sound echoed, leaving a distinct imprint on Ling Long's fair left cheek. You. And Ling Long's gaze froze, her expression blank with disbelief as she looked at Su Wanwan. Deep down, she truly believed that Ningfan was a lecher, harboring no ill intentions towards Su Wanwan. I do this for your own good. Before Ling Long could finish her sentence, Su Wanwan struck her again, leaving her utterly bewildered. My husband does not harm women. As his wife, I can act on his behalf. Su Wanwan's eyes were icy, her demeanor as cold as frost, a stark contrast to the warmth present when Ningfan was by her side. The regal bearing of one who once held the title of empress was unmistakably evident at this moment. My husband said he would strip you of your clothes to frighten you, but I genuinely intend to let you experience the torment of a fate worse than death. And Ling Long's pupils constricted sharply. She sensed a terrifying intent to kill emanating from Su Wanwan. Since you deem Ningfan shameless, what of the Ling Long Tower's coercion of young maidens into selling themselves? Should not all the members of the Yin family be condemned? And Ling Long's gaze turned vacant, her emotions a tumultuous storm. In the past few days, she had personally endured the humiliation faced by those young women sold into the Ling Long Tower. The Ling Long Tower is a family enterprise. It has nothing to do with me. And Ling Long gritted her teeth, declaring, even if I wished to change it, I could not. Then keep your mouth shut. If I hear another word disparaging my husband from your lips, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. Su Wanwan replied coldly. Subsequently ignoring Ling Long, she seated herself upon a slab of green stone, the Xianyun purple chi pill clasped in her hand. At her current level of cultivation, she was unable to consume the entire pill at once. However, simply holding the Xianyun purple chi pill was enough to enhance her training speed. Before long, Ningfan's figure arrived before a towering mountain. Even from a distance, he could discern a faint gathering of ethereal mist atop the peak, indicating the presence of an ancient herb. Ningfan transformed into a streak of light, moving with astonishing swiftness as he soared directly towards the summit. After a brief moment, Ningfan discerned that atop the mountain grew an ancient tree, adorned with a dozen ripe, luminescent fruits. The Bayou fruit, a semi-immortal elixir. A glimmer of joy illuminated Ningfan's countenance, and Ling Long's marking on the map proved remarkably accurate, with a dozen Bayou fruits, all being semi-immortal elixirs. Bestowing them upon Su Wanwan would yield a tenfold return from the system, equating to several first-grade immortal medicines. Who dares to intrude upon the Huang? At the mountain's summit, 3 formidable guardians of the Huang family stood, each at the 6th level of the extreme path realm, following the theft of a vibrant ancient vine. The Huang family dispatched numerous individuals to safeguard their domains. Upon noticing someone charging directly toward the peak, the expressions of the 3 men shifted dramatically, and they shouted in unison. Ha ha ha, just a few days ago, I seized a vibrant ancient vine from your Huang family, And now you fail to recognize your grandfather? Ningfan bellowed, his figure flashing as he approached, one hand pressing down, summoning a thunderous bolt of calamity over 1,000 feet long to strike the formation. Boom. In an instant, the formation shattered, crumbling effortlessly. Chapter 110. The girl sold to Ling Long Tower, is it really you? The three men's faces paled, astonishment flickering in their eyes. The Huang and Shi families had dispatched many to search for this young man's whereabouts. Unexpectedly, rather than hiding in obscurity, he dared to seize the Bayou fruit. What audacity! To steal from the Huang family's ancient medicines and slay so many of our kin. He still had the gall to show himself. A white-bearded elder scoffed, his gaze cold and rife with murderous intent. The three guardians, all at the 6th level of the extreme path realm, were confident they could subdue a mere youth. Just days prior in Taixuan City. You opposed the Huang family for the sake of a family of commoners. Do you bear any grudges against the Huang family? Within mere days, Ningfan's visage had circulated among the Huang family. They now comprehended that both incidents were orchestrated by this very individual, with no past grievances. The Huang family had oppressed the weak and seized land. I merely found it intolerable. The heavens of the Taixuan immortal realm are due for a change, Ningfan declared, his eyes crackling with a tempestuous energy. Though young, he emanated an imposing authority that sent shivers down spines. Standing aloft, his aura was akin to that of an invincible force. Ha ha! The white-bearded elder, upon hearing this, erupted in derisive laughter. Youngster, what do you believe yourself to be? The rules of Taixuan City and the Taixuan immortal realm were established millennia ago. What can a mere junior like you change? Do you aspire to be a savior? Preposterous. Allow me to enlighten you. On the 3rd day after you rescued that family, my young master led a group to slay old Zhou. His grandson is dead, and his granddaughter has been sold to Ling Long Tower, needing only a brief training before she can entertain customers. In an instant, a ferocious glint ignited in Ningfan's eyes. An uncontrollable fury surged within him, a tempest of wrath and malice boiling over. He still underestimated the malevolence of the Huang family. Even after old Zhou cleared his debts, he ultimately fell victim to their sinister grasp. I have never aspired to be a savior, but from this moment forth, I shall slay every member of the Huang family I encounter until their lineage is utterly extinguished, Ningfan proclaimed, a crimson glint igniting in his eyes. And an overwhelming aura of murderous intent began to emanate from him. Ha ha ha, what audacity! This shall be your grave. The elder with white beard laughed heartily, convinced that if he could eliminate this youth, it would be a monumental achievement for the clan. Surely, the ancestors would bestow great rewards. He was not complacent. Reports from kin indicated that this young man possessed extraordinary abilities. Let us strike together and eradicate this brat, commanded the white-bearded elder, and the three acted in unison, unleashing a torrent of primordial power. An array of ominous runes rapidly filled the sky. 3 colossal handprints emerged, embodying the Huang family's ultimate technique, the 9-nether Huangquan palm. With a mere lift of his hand, Ningfan unleashed 3 bolts of tribulation lightning, which collided with the immense handprints. Bang, bang, bang. The resounding explosions left the trio in shock at the astonishing turn of events. Their prized 9-nether Huangquan palm had been pierced directly by the handprints detonated in midair. The residual force of the lightning surged forth, crashing into the multitude of ominous runes above. In an instant, the once imposing array of runes crumbled as if made of paper. How could this be? This is impossible. We 3 joined forces and yet he shattered our technique so effortlessly? A deep chill gripped their hearts, accompanied by an absurd sense of disbelief. According to their intelligence, this youth should not possess such exaggerated strength. Quickly summon reinforcements. The white-bearded elder shouted, realizing after just this single exchange that their combined strength was insufficient not only to defeat him but even to ensure their own survival. Die. Ningfan surged forward, his fingers igniting with tribulation light, resembling the claw of a celestial dragon, as he charged directly at the white-bearded elder. The elder's expression shifted dramatically as he conjured a spirit seal to defend himself. Bang! An astonishing sound erupted as Ningfan pierced through the spirit seal, shattering it to pieces. In the next moment, Ningfan's figure appeared abruptly before the elder. With a single hand, he pressed down on the elder's crown. Bolts of tribulation lightning erupted from the elder's head, swiftly coursing throughout his entire being. Aya! A harrowing scream escaped the elder's lips as his precious garments turned to ashes, his body convulsing uncontrollably, skin blackened as if charred. This was an excruciatingly agonizing death, as every inch of his flesh, meridians, vital organs, and soul endured the relentless torment of the tribulation's power. Two formidable warriors at the 6th level of the extreme path trembled, and their souls seemingly detached from their bodies. Witnessing the gruesome fate of the white-bearded elder and hearing his anguished cries, their legs turned to jelly. "Flee!" one of them shouted, gripped by fear, and turned to escape. The other, seeing this, hastily followed suit. With a fierce grip, Ningfan crushed the white-bearded elder's body into fragments. In an instant, Ningfan transformed into a streak of lightning, surging forth. Within the blink of an eye, he caught up with one of the fleeing individuals. With a piercing sound, his thunderous fingers penetrated the man's back, piercing through his body. He did not die immediately, but endured the same torment as the white-bearded elder, suffering until he was electrocuted to death. Moments later, his body shattered and fell to the ground, reduced to powder. "Monster!" the last of the extreme-level warriors cried out. Having flown thousands of feet away, desperately fleeing for his life, a bolt of thunder struck through the void and collided with him, freezing him in place, devoid of life. As he plummeted downwards, Ningfan plucked several white jade fruits from a tree, and a bolt of thunder shattered the ancient tree before he departed from. As for the half-immortal medicinal herbs from the Yin and Qi families, Ningfan decided to forego them, choosing instead to thoroughly plunder the Huang family's territory. The three individuals, in their dying moments, managed to send a message to their kin. The Huang family warriors, upon receiving the news, were left in utter shock. Soon after, over a dozen Huang family warriors arrived, only to be met with the sight of a severed ancient tree and the vanished white jade fruits, causing their pupils to dilate in disbelief. "Quickly relay the message to the other clansmen. All those guarding the ancient herbs must be on high alert," the leader commanded. Almost simultaneously, Ningfan spotted a towering celestial peak. According to the markings on the map from Ling Long, there was a genuine celestial herb halfway up this mountain, the only location known to Ling Long where the Huang family's sole celestial herb resided. At the mountainside, a protective celestial formation was in place, demonstrating the Huang family's regard for this precious herb. Ningfan's gaze sharpened. With his current strength, he could not breach the formation laid by an expert in the celestial realm. He flew directly to the formation and extended a hand, pointing towards the warriors within. Inside the celestial formation, the elderly figures were taken aback. They had only just received word. How had this brat appeared so swiftly? "Are the Huang family's timid turtles too cowardly to face me in battle?" Ningfan boasted, his demeanor brash as he pointed at the group within the formation. The expressions of the Huang family warriors turned grim. This audacious youth showed them no respect whatsoever. Anger boiled in the hearts of some, their fists clenched tightly, unable to contain their outrage. Among the dozen or so hiding within the formation was every member of the Huang family, other than the ancestral figure. Truly a collection of inept and useless individuals? If you dare not emerge for battle, then kneel before me and call me your ancestor, and I shall spare the lives of you wretches. Ningfan stood atop the celestial formation, looking down with an imposing demeanor, pointing at the dozen individuals within the array and berating them. As soon as his words fell, several individuals could no longer contain themselves. Over the years, no one had ever dared to humiliate the Huang family in such a manner. Even the prodigious disciples of the Eastern Wilderness sect, who were typically aloof and arrogant, did not exhibit such brazen audacity as this youth. "You insolent brat, cease your impudence," an elder shouted, breaking the formation with a talisman and soaring out from the celestial array, his body surging with the primal forces of the Tao. A formidable presence emanated from him, revealing that he was at the 9th level of the extreme Tao realm. Ningfan's expression shifted. He had underestimated the guardians of this peak, as there was indeed a powerful 9th level extreme Tao expert among them. Having seized the Baiyu fruit and slain 3 6th level extreme Tao cultivators, do you truly believe yourself invincible? The elder bellowed, confident in his superior cultivation. He believed that even if this youth possessed extraordinary talent, he could easily subdue him with a single strike. With a hiss, he unleashed his treasure technique, conjuring a massive yellow python over 1,000 feet long, adorned with horns and exuding a terrifying aura of malevolence. "You have come to your own demise. I shall take your head and present it to the elder for merit." The elder, filled with fury, also felt a surge of excitement. After reaching the 9th level of the extreme Tao, he found his cultivation increasingly arduous, trapped at a bottleneck. Should he kill this youth? It would be a great feat, and if he gained the elder's favor in return for a celestial herb, he might one day transcend to the realm of immortals. Even if this youth did not provoke him outside the celestial array, he was eager to strike. In the next moment, the 1,000-foot-long yellow python let out a deafening roar, exhaling a plume of yellow mist. This sinister mist was so corrosive that it could erode even mountains and fallen iron. Ningfan's complexion changed. A ninth-level extreme Dao expert indeed wielded formidable power. He activated the 9 calamities celestial thunder technique, unleashing a torrent of thunderous energy within him. A blinding light engulfing the surroundings. From this brilliance, a 1,000-foot-long azure dragon emerged, its body entwined with calamity thunder, exuding an awe-inspiring majesty that shook the heavens. With a resounding roar, the dragon's cry reverberated through the air, causing the elder and the dozen individuals within the celestial array to change their expressions, overwhelmed with shock. What a stunning treasure technique this was. The dragon, a magnificent spectacle, commanded respect and instilled a sense of dread at merely a glance. Then, the azure dragon opened its maw, unleashing a torrent of calamity thunder, a deluge of energy cascading forth. In an instant, the sinister yellow mist was dispersed by the thunderbolts. The 1,000-foot-long azure dragon surged forth, its claws rending the heavens, as it engaged in fierce combat with the yellow python. The dragon's form entwined with the serpent's, resulting in a breathtaking spectacle that was nothing short of heart-stopping. The disparity in realms between Ningfan and the elder was immense. However, relying on the purity of the calamity thunder and the formidable Songlong treasure technique, the two engaged in an inconclusive battle of treasures. What an astonishing treasure technique! The elder was astounded. The power of the treasure could indeed compensate for the vast gap in their realms. This was a sight he had never witnessed in his several hundred years of existence. Soon, the elder's gaze became fervent, infused with an insatiable greed. If he were to eliminate this young man and seize the treasure technique, he would undoubtedly establish an immortal merit for the Huang family. In such a case, the ancestor of the Huang family would surely reward him with an elixir, granting him hope of attaining the realm of immortality in this lifetime. With the elder's excitement surged, and he thrust his palm forward. A yellow palm imprint enveloped his hand, hurtling towards Ningfan. Ningfan's eyes narrowed. It was indeed the Huang family's ultimate skill, the 9 nether yellow spring palm. Yet, the elder's approach made this technique even more terrifying. Ding. System detected. Female lead Su Wanwan's realm has reached the pinnacle of the extreme Dao 2nd layer. Reward. Host realm elevated to extreme Dao 6th layer. Suddenly, the system's voice echoed in Ningfan's mind. His wife, Su Wanwan, was indeed diligently cultivating, enhancing her own realm. Feeling the surging tide of Dao source power within him, Ningfan's lips curled into a sinister smile. With the attainment of the extreme Dao 6th layer, he felt more assured in vanquishing the formidable adversary before him. Who was at the extreme Dao 9th layer? He clenched his right hand fiercely, unleashing calamity thunder and the flames of Nirvana in an explosive moment. The two violent and pure sources of Dao power intertwined, erupting with an unparalleled and terrifying wave. Kill! Ningfan roared, launching a punch that showcased the might of his Hunyuan immortal body, utilizing the power of Hunyuan. The surrounding space trembled violently, conjuring a fierce tempest. Bang! A deep resounding sound reverberated as the palm imprint was shattered by Ningfan's fist. In the next moment, their fists and palms collided with tremendous force. Puff! The elder's body quivered violently, spewing forth a great mist of blood, a searing pain coursing through his entire arm as if it were breaking. Despite the elder's profound realm and abundant Dao source power, Ningfan's Hunyuan immortal body was frighteningly robust. In this direct clash of fists and palms, even the elder, at the extreme Dao 9th layer, suffered a significant setback, sustaining grave injuries. Receive another punch from me, Ningfan bellowed, his other fist driving forward. The white radiance of calamity and the crimson torrents of Hunyuan power converging upon it. This punch was terrifying, shattering the very space around them, emanating a piercing roar. The elder's complexion changed dramatically, a sense of insurmountable absurdity washing over him, his heart gripped by an uncontainable dread. He thrust both palms forward, unleashing his Dao source power without reservation. Bang! Another deep sound erupted as the elder's arms exploded into a mist of blood. Ah! A heart-wrenching scream erupted from the old man, sending chills through the onlookers. He discerned that within the opponent's fist resided 3 distinct primal forces of the great Dao. As a decree was summoned, before it could unfurl, the sound of a sword's cry resonated. The celestial slayer's sword was drawn, hurtling forth to pierce through the decree, leaving a gaping hole in its wake. Ningfan extended a hand, pressing it directly onto the old man's crown. A terrifying force of devouring energy surged from Ningfan's palm, frantically invading the old man's body. Chapter 112. The Great Ancient Clans in Turmoil Within the Celestial Formation. A dozen members of the Huang clan were left in a daze, utterly horrified. A 9th-level master of the extreme Dao had been utterly vanquished by a mere young junior. Even the peak geniuses of the Eastern Wilderness sect could not compare to such defiance. What have you done to me? The old man, at the pinnacle of the extreme Tao, let out a desperate shriek, his face ashen, his blood and primal energy nearly depleted. Uttering those words seemed to drain the last vestiges of his strength. Your cultivation now belongs to me, Ningfan replied coldly, and with a single palm strike, shattered the old man's crown. The primal energy within him, which Ningfan temporarily dubbed the power of the Yellow Springs, was absorbed into Ningfan's own being. The primordial celestial body could accommodate all forms of Daoic energy without conflict. However, for Ningfan, the old man's primal energy was not sufficiently pure. After a period of refinement, the power of the Yellow Springs would only reach the 5th level of the extreme Tao. Seizing the seals from the old man's body, he approached the celestial formation. Buzz! The seal radiated light, resonating with the celestial formation. Inside the formation, the eyes of the Huang clan members widened in terror as they recoiled in fear. A 9th-level master of the extreme Tao had perished, and they had unwittingly provided this young man with the means to activate the celestial formation. Now, not only were they at risk of losing their precious elixirs, but also their very lives. Do not enter. Several of us from the Huang clan have already reached the Supreme Xian realm. You still have time to flee, delay even for a moment, and you shall find escape impossible. One shouted, attempting to feign calmness while panic surged within. With the seal in hand, Ningfan was beyond their ability to impede. Just then, a gap appeared in the celestial formation, and Ningfan soared through it. The faces of the dozen turned pale with shock as they retreated in haste. You may take the elixirs, but spare our lives, someone cried in terror, the only recourse they could fathom to barter for their existence. I shall take both your lives and the elixirs, Ningfan replied coldly, his eyes alight with murderous intent. Clang! With the celestial slayer sword in hand. His movements were swift, and his swordplay was simple yet effective. With a flurry of strikes, a cascade of blood erupted as the dozen men were cleaved in twain. Ningfan approached the ancient ginseng, upon which a weathered visage appeared, exuding an aura of vitality and a profound essence of the celestial path. In terms of quality, this ancient ginseng could only be deemed an ordinary celestial herb. Given Ningfan's current discernment, it did not strike him as particularly astonishing. However, for the venerable families of Taixuan City, it was still a rare find. He uprooted the ginseng and soared out of the celestial formation, leaving the mountain behind. Shortly thereafter, at the entrance of the Taixuan immortal realm, a yellow-haired elder tore through the fabric of space. My family's celestial herb, do not let me catch you, or I shall rend your body to pieces. The elder bellowed in a fit of rage, his eyes crimson and nearly bursting with fury. Celestial herbs were elusive and immensely precious. Even with the resources of the Huang family, the number of celestial herbs they possessed was quite limited. More grievously, this incident was not merely about a life lost or a herb stolen. It was an affront to the dignity of the Huang family. If this young man remained on, what face would the Huang family have left to command respect in Taixuan City? Meanwhile, a multitude of Huang family elites appeared halfway up the mountain. They entered the celestial formation and gazed upon the remnants of over a dozen dismembered corpses, along with the traces left by the uprooted celestial herb, their expressions turning grim. As word spread of a clan member at the 9th level of the extreme path meeting their demise, the entire Huang family was engulfed in fury and dread. Simultaneously, Ningfan's figure manifested once more in another territory of the Huang family. Once again, he had taken lives and seized herbs, leaving no way. With the map provided by Ling Long, Ningfan found his movements exceedingly convenient. Like a specter, he eluded the Huang family's grasp, leaving them utterly confounded as to his next target. Soon after, he claimed 3 more semi-celestial herbs. Stop searching for this boy. Instead, station yourselves at each location of the ancient herbs. An elder of the Huang family communicated urgently to his kin through a talisman. He had been a long-standing member of the Huang family and had achieved mastery at the 9th level of the extreme path. Recognizing that this young man was driven by a desire for vengeance against the Huang family, he understood that even if they ceased their pursuit, this boy would inevitably come knocking at their door. Concurrently, the Huang family relayed this information to other ancient families in Taixuan City, requesting the assistance of their formidable allies in guarding the ancient herbs. The news sent ripples of shock through the other ancient families, igniting a considerable uproar in the Taixuan immortal realm. A young man in his 20s had managed to slay a powerful adversary at the 9th level of the extreme path? Some were incredulous, remarking that such a prodigy had not been heard of in millennia, verging on the monstrous. It was confirmed that this young man was not a disciple of any major sect. With this revelation, the ancient families of Taixuan City no longer felt restrained. A youth devoid of any significant background, regardless of his extraordinary talents, would hold no psychological burdens in his acts of violence. This young man possessed astonishing treasures and must have encountered some form of celestial fortune, since the Huang family has requested our assistance once we capture this individual. The celestial fortune he possesses must not be monopolized by the Huang family. It should be shared among us, even before Ningfan was apprehended. The prominent ancient families of Taixuan City began to negotiate with the Huang family. Even those formidable beings, not belonging to these ancient families yet having attained the 9th level of the extreme Dao realm, felt a twinge of greed. They too commenced their pursuits, hoping to locate Ningfan first and seize the celestial fortune he harbored. However, Ningfan's speed was unparalleled, while the powerful members of the ancient families were mobilizing. He seized an opportunity once more. On a rugged cliff, Ningfan's figure reappeared. It's him. This rascal has shown himself again. 3 formidable beings of the 9th level of the extreme Dao realm surged forth, their expressions grim, encircling Ningfan. Ha! Waiting for the rabbit. And we have indeed caught this young man. If we eliminate him, the celestial fortune on him will be shared by the Qi and Zhao families. Among them, 2 of the 9th level experts were elders from the Qi and Zhao families. Indeed, the ancient families of Taixuan City are all cut from the same cloth. Ningfan's gaze sharpened. He did not expect the various ancient families to unite so swiftly. Haha, young man, this is a rule that has endured through the ages. Do you believe that a mere youth without any substantial background can overturn the heavens? An elder from the Huang family chuckled with arrogance, confident that with 3 9th level experts surrounding Ningfan, they would not fail this time. I will indeed overturn the skies of this Taixuan immortal realm, Ningfan declared, his murderous intent surging, his hair flailing wildly, his demeanor growing increasingly defiant. Kill. As soon as the words left his mouth, a cataclysmic light erupted, enveloping everything in a blinding white. A celestial dragon emerged, stretching over 1,000 feet in length, exuding a terrifying aura and an unparalleled majesty, embodying the might of the heavens as it charged toward the elder of the Huang family. Chapter 113. The first use of the reincarnation, the celestial dragon divine art, can counter the Huang family's ultimate skill. The elder from the Huang family shouted, having realized the strength of this young man and not daring to underestimate him. A dark and foreboding source of power surged forth, materializing into a colossal finger resembling a divine pillar, which clashed directly with the celestial dragon's form. Bang! In an instant of contact, the colossal finger was marked with cracks. Subsequently, to the astonished gazes of the 3, the 9 nether yellow spring finger shattered like dried twigs underfoot. Attack! The elder from the chief family bellowed, his hair standing on end, a multitude of azure lightning patterns appearing behind him. In that training ground, Ningfan had slain numerous young talents from the chief family, marking him as a great foe. Moo! A thunderbolt of the rift emerged, resembling a massive creature with a single horn, its body radiating arcs of lightning. This was the chief family's prideful divine art, a source of confidence in their struggle against the Huang family, standing in equal prestige. The thunderbolt of the rift thundered forth, shaking the very fabric of space, its horn pointed skyward as it charged at Ningfan. With a mere wave of his hand, Ningfan conjured blazing flames, unleashing the divine phoenix treasure technique, his wings extending several hundred zhang. A piercing cry echoed through the heavens as the divine phoenix's call resonated across the 9 skies. Ningfan unleashed the full might of his treasure technique, claws rending the heavens as he descended upon them. The collision produced a dazzling spectacle, akin to a shower of fireworks, as firelight and lightning erupted in a magnificent display. Simultaneously, Ningfan invoked the Kunping treasure technique, his dark azure feathers unfurling to cover thousands of zhang, casting a shadow that obscured the sun. A fleeting glimmer of enigmatic brilliance flickered in his eyes as he channeled the power of reincarnation through the Eternal Rebirth Sutra. The true essence of the Kunping treasure technique lay within the path of reincarnation, intertwining the reincarnation Kunping treasure technique, and Eternal Rebirth Sutra in perfect harmony. Merging with the Kunping technique, he launched a proactive assault towards the elder of the Zhao clan, a shadow enveloping the elder with an oppressive force that was nearly suffocating. The 3 unparalleled treasure techniques left the 3 9th level extreme realm elders in sheer astonishment, their expressions filled with disbelief. Atop the cliff, those within the formation gazed wide-eyed, unable to stifle their gasps of astonishment. It was utterly astonishing for a single individual to wield 3 unparalleled treasure techniques, each emanating a terrifying might. Even the most formidable of the Eastern wilderness sects would be left speechless. Sensing the ominous turn of events, the elder of the Zhao clan let out a fierce shout, summoning all his strength to manifest a mountain-like Dao seal. In the next moment, the claws of the Kunping, infused with the essence of reincarnation, clashed with the Dao seal in a tremendous collision. The moment they met, a cataclysmic sound reverberated, fracturing the surrounding space. The mountain-like Dao seal trembled violently, visibly disintegrating at an alarming rate. This was the terrifying aspect of the path of reincarnation. Ningfan, having comprehended the Dao prior, unleashed it for the first time, exceeding even his own expectations. In an instant, the Dao seal vanished completely, and the might of the Kunping claws surged unabated, pressing down with ferocity. A chilling scream erupted as the Zhao clan elder's protective Dao pattern shattered, exploding into a cloud of crimson mist. Ningfan pivoted, directing his lethal intent towards the elder of the Huang clan. The might of the Azure Dragon treasure technique already left the elder straining to cope. As Ningfan approached, the elder found himself utterly defenseless, meeting his demise beneath the claws of the Kunping. In mere moments, only the elder of the Ji clan remained among the 3 9th-level extreme realm powerhouses. Possessing the greatest strength, he wielded the treasure technique, managing to suppress the divine phoenix and gain a slight upper hand. But that was all. Seeing the dire situation, the Zhao clan elder attempted transforming into a streak of lightning. Yet, he could not hope to outrun Ningfan. With a mere flicker of the Kunping wings, he caught up to the Zhao elder, and the claws descended, sealing his fate just as the others before him. Ningfan returned to the cliff's summit, the forms of the Azure Dragon, Divine Phoenix, and Kunping dissipating. Standing above the formation, his gaze was icy and his demeanor indifferent, reminiscent of a fearsome harbinger of death. Within the formation, the numerous members of the Huang family were rendered aghast, their faces drained of color, their eyes filled with despair. Just moments ago, they had brimmed with confidence, believing that the encirclement by 3 formidable cultivators of the 9th level of the extreme Dao realm would assuredly lead to the demise of this youth. They could never have fathomed that, in the blink of an eye, those 3 powerful beings would meet their untimely end. Who truly surrounded whom? The Huang family deserved annihilation, Ningfan declared indifferently, raising his hand as bolts of cataclysmic thunder descended from the heavens, striking towards the cliffside. And the grand formation atop the cliff crumbled at the first touch. As the calamity struck, anguished cries of despair echoed through the air. The members of the Huang family lay lifeless upon the ground, their bodies charred and their flesh mangled. Ningfan seized the half-immortal herb, his figure plummeting into the thicket below, whereupon he darted away with astonishing speed. Moments later, a rift tore through the void above the cliff. Subsequently, an elderly man with yellow hair emerged from the spatial fissure, a faint aura of celestial energy swirling around him. However, by this time, Ningfan had vanished without a trace, having fled far away. Upon witnessing the shattered formation, the charred corpses, and the remnants of the half-immortal herb, the yellow-haired elder's defenses crumbled. Damn it, he bellowed, his face contorted in rage, his voice a cacophony of hysteria. As a practitioner of the celestial ascendancy realm, he had torn through space only to arrive too late. You brat, come out and face me. His furious shout, imbued with celestial energy, reverberated through the expanse. Yet, this was merely the impotent roar of the yellow-haired elder. In the vast wilderness, locating a single individual was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Having traversed several mountain ridges, Ningfan, concealed within the dense foliage, felt a chill run down his spine. The celestial ascendancy cultivators were already on the scene. I must not return to the Huang family's territory, he murmured to himself, his tone grave, his expression darkening. He sensed an ominous presence. It was evident that each ancient herb within the Huang family's domain was likely guarded by no fewer than 3 9th-level extreme Dao cultivators. Given that celestial ascendancy practitioners could rend the fabric of space, if he could not conclude the battle swiftly, his situation would become exceedingly perilous. Before the might of a celestial ascendancy cultivator, Ningfan currently possessed no means of resistance. However, he held a trump card, his master, Meng Ku, who had just transcended the 5th level of the celestial tribulation. Yet, he did not intend to disturb his esteemed master at this time. If he could not venture into the Huang family's territory, then he would turn his attention to the domains of the other ancient clans, Ningfan declared with indifference, a mocking smile gracing his lips. Since the ancient clans of Taixuan city were bound by mutual interests and colluded together, the members of the other ancient clans also deserved their fate, unless he stirred the heavens and the earth into chaos. The skies of Taixuan city and the Taixuan immortal realm would remain sullied. The news of the demise of the 3 ninth-level extreme Dao cultivators spread rapidly among the powerful members of the various ancient clans. The crowd was taken aback, astonished by the sheer might of this young man. How could his strength be so formidable? With such power, even a peak expert at the 9th level of the extreme path would find it exceedingly difficult to restrain him. Could it be that only those who have entered the immortal realm possess the capability to subdue this lad? After a span of more than half an hour, Ningfan reappeared in a territory belonging to the chief family. Chapter 114, Consuming Immortal Herbs. This location featured a serene pond, home to a rare water lotus, a half-immortal herb radiating a shimmering emerald glow. Surrounding the pond was merely a solitary guardian at the 9th level of the extreme path. Given that each ancient herb prompted the major ancient clans to dispatch 3 9th-level experts, it was evident that their numbers were insufficient. This presented Ningfan with a golden opportunity. He soared above the pond, unleashing a bolt of tribulation lightning that shattered the protective array. Is that him? Shouldn't this lad be seeking vengeance against the Long family? Why has he come to our chief family's territory? The numerous chief family experts present were stricken with dread. They had already learned of the slaughter of 3 9th-level experts. Fearful of confronting Ningfan, they nonetheless found themselves unable to escape his wrath. Dozens of bolts of tribulation lightning erupted forth, eliciting desperate cries from the onlookers. With the celestial slaying sword in hand, Ningfan unleashed the might of his primordial immortal body, harnessing the power of the primordial to sever the head of the 9th-level expert. He trod upon the water's surface, plucked the water lotus, and executed his escape technique, vanishing into the vast mountains. Only moments later, an immortal realm expert from the chief family tore through space to pursue him. Yet, Ningfan's presence had already faded away, leaving only impotent fury in his wake. After completing this venture, night had fallen. Ningfan halted in a cave to cultivate. Engaging in battle with 9th-level experts not only led to profound insights but also elevated his realm. He had achieved a minor success at the 6th level of the extreme path. Su Wanan had long asserted that exhilarating battles, particularly those of life and death, constitute the simplest and most effective means of cultivation. Indeed, an individual can grow rapidly amidst combat. He retrieved an immortal ginseng and consumed it, although it was merely an ordinary immortal herb. It was potent enough at Ningfan's current level to cause a throbbing sensation in his meridians. The essence contained within the ginseng overflowed from his mouth and nose. Were it not for Ningfan's primordial immortal body, forcibly consuming the herb would have resulted in adverse effects, jeopardizing his foundational cultivation. The most remarkable attribute of this ginseng was its formidable vitality. This was the primary reason Ningfan chose to ingest it, as it was exceptionally suited to his primordial immortal body. He sat cross-legged on the ground, absorbing the medicinal power of the ginseng while contemplating his techniques and treasures. Whether it be the Divine Phoenix technique, the Kunping technique, the 9 Calamities Celestial Thunder method, the Devouring Heaven technique, or the Eternal Reincarnation scripture, Ningfan attained a deeper understanding of them all. As daylight broke, Ningfan remained in the cave, engrossed in his cultivation, refraining from any actions. The experts from the major ancient clans finally breathed a sigh of relief, many of them lowering their guard. It is utterly astonishing. The annihilation of formidable beings at the 9th level of the extreme Dao realm, akin to the slaughter of mere livestock. Someone exclaimed in disbelief. As the news reached the immortals, who hastily tore through the fabric of space, yet were unable to capture this young man. Such absurdity! They dispatched powerful guardians of the 9th level to safeguard the ancient herbs, yet their efforts proved futile. The news rippled through Taixuan city, igniting a profound commotion, as countless individuals widened their eyes in disbelief. What did you say? A mere youth in his 20s dares to challenge the formidable ancient clans? Indeed, according to credible sources, this young man has already slain several experts at the 9th level of the extreme Dao realm and seized numerous ancient herbs. Is he truly just a young man in his 20s? His strength is astonishing. Even the most exceptional talents of the eastern wilderness sect pale in comparison. Within Taixuan city, a cacophony of voices erupted. After a period of skepticism, the veracity of this news became irrefutable. A hero emerges in youth. What audacity this young man possesses. The ancient clans of Taixuan city have suffered a severe blow to their dignity, facing immense humiliation. Well done. Well seized. These individuals, who have long oppressed others, deserve to be dealt with. Many applauded in elation, having endured oppression for far too long. Countless families, subjugated from generations past, harbored deep-seated resentment. Who knows the origins of this young man? If he can truly stir the heavens and earth, the landscape of Taixuan city could be transformed. Some experts at the 8th and ninth levels of the extreme Tao realm, along with a scant few immortals, pondered deeply, awaiting the unfolding events. As an entire day, Ningfan awakened from his meditative state. He had achieved significant progress, nearing the pinnacle of the 6th level of the extreme Tao realm. Beyond merely ascending in rank, he was astonished by the surge of vitality coursing through his veins. He truly rivaled pure-blooded beings, resembling a humanoid monstrosity, his blood and energy overflowing with vigor. His physique stronger than ever. After reaching the 6th level of the extreme Tao realm, cultivation became increasingly arduous. Ningfan mused to himself. A genuine immortal herb had yet to elevate him to the 7th level of the extreme Tao realm, which was somewhat unexpected. As he approached the 8th and ninth levels, progress would be even slower. No wonder many ancient beings, having lived for millennia, never touched the realm of immortality, ultimately succumbing to despair. It is evident that the path to immortality demands an immense amount of cultivation resources. Stepping out of the cave, he found the sky shrouded in dark clouds, obscuring the moon and stars, the mountains and valleys engulfed in darkness. What an opportune moment. Ningfan smirked. The ancient clans of Taixuan City are intertwined by interests and alliances, are they not? Under the cover of night, he planned to strike one by one. Eager to see how the ancient clans would defend themselves, Ningfan's primary target remained the Huang family. Within a dense forest at the foot of a mountain, he activated his reincarnation eye, a mysterious gleam flashing in his gaze. The possession of the reincarnation eye granted Ningfan immense convenience in his endeavors. Upon the summit of the mountain, there exists but one formidable expert at the 9th level of the extreme realm, who has achieved a state of consummation. During a previous confrontation, Ningfan stormed into the waters claimed by the chief family, seizing an ancient herb, thereby awakening the vigilance of the other eternal clans. It became evident that this young man not only sought vengeance against the Huang family, but also intended to strike at the other ancient lineages. Each of these venerable families struggled to safeguard their own domains. How could they possibly send aid to the Huang family? A resounding dragon's roar echoed as Ningfan unleashed his treasured technique, merging with the majestic dragon form, ascending towards the peak. He has returned, gasped the members of the Huang family, their faces paling, hearts trembling with fear. With a thunderous crash, the claws of the azure dragon descended. A single strike shattered swathes of Tao patterns and dismantled the grand formation. Nine Hell's yellow spring palm, roared the elder, a master of the 9th level, as he summoned the force of the Tao's essence, executing his ultimate skill. Yet, in the face of the azure dragon's might, the Huang family's expertise proved utterly ineffectual. A deep, resonant sound erupted as the colossal palm print disintegrated, and the azure dragon's claws bore down mercilessly upon the elder. Countless bolts of calamity lightning erupted, shattering half the mountain as debris cascaded down, resonating with a thunderous clamor. The elder, a master of the 9th level, met his demise beneath the azure claws, along with a dozen others. Even the half-immortal herbs that flourished in that place were reduced to powder. What a pity, Ningfan remarked indifferently, his figure soaring into the forest, vanishing into the vastness of the night. On another mountaintop belonging to the Huang family, a half-immortal herb thrived. While an elderly man with yellow hair wore a grim expression, his eyes nearly bursting with. He had received a message via talismanic communication, but felt the chances of capturing this young man were slim. I shall conceal my presence and lie in wait. Ready for you to come to me, the elder muttered darkly. Chapter 115. The day lies in wait. The night moves like a phantom beneath the inky darkness of the night. Ningfan navigated through. The mere slaughter of a dozen individuals failed to satiate his appetite. Within a certain valley, dozens of Zhao family members quaked in fear, treading as if on thin ice. The Huang family had already disseminated the news via talisman to the ancient clans, alerting them that the young man, akin to a harbinger of death, had resumed his action. Surely, now that he has targeted the Huang family's domain, he will not turn his attention to us, the Zhao family, one member speculated. No sooner had the words left his lips than Ningfan's figure materialized above the valley. A torrential downpour of calamity lightning cascaded down, illuminating the entire valley as if it were day. The blinding radiance revealed the pallid faces of the Zhao family's warriors. In an instant, the formation shattered, and as the lightning struck, the Zhao family suffered grievous casualties. Ningfan descended swiftly, the immortal slaying sword in hand, efficiently resolving the aftermath. After uprooting the half-immortal herbs, he retreated directly, moving like a specter through the forest, assaulting the territories of the ancient clans. Upon a venerable tree, Ningfan activated the Eye of Reincarnation. Gazing intently at a distant mountain peak, there, he discerned an elderly man with golden hair, concealed in the shadows, appearing as an unremarkable old man. In Ningfan's eyes, the past of the golden-haired elder unfurled. An immortal realm expert. Ningfan narrowed his eyes slightly, the enigmatic glow within them vanishing, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. Logically, as an immortal realm powerhouse, the other members of the Huang family would undoubtedly surround him, displaying utmost reverence, making his status immediately apparent. Yet, this golden-haired elder lurked in the shadows, provoking contemplation. Concealing his aura and biding his time, let him guard his post. Ningfan scoffed, realizing that without the eye of reincarnation, he would have unwittingly walked into the trap. Possessing the eye of reincarnation, Ningfan felt as though he had opened the heavens themselves. That night, misfortune continued to unfold. Should he discover a location guarded by a peak expert of the 9th layer of the extreme Tao and find victory unattainable, Ningfan would promptly withdraw. Various ancient families suffered losses, yet the toll was bearable. However, the Huang family endured the most significant blow, reaching an intolerable threshold. As dawn approached, the golden-haired elder's face turned ashen, reflecting his utter dismay. After a night of waiting in vain, he had not encountered Ningfan. Instead, relentless misfortunes continued to arrive, compelling the elder to finally act. Why was this happening? Was this youth's luck truly so exceptional, traversing numerous locations throughout the night yet avoiding this one? The elder muttered darkly, filled with resentment, his body trembling with rage. He sensed, vaguely, that he might be ensnared, as though unseen eyes were scrutinizing him from the shadows. As dawn broke, Ningfan withdrew, hiding within a mountain cave. The previous night, he had employed the devouring of the heavens technique, absorbing the thunderous essence from 2 chief family experts. The chaotic nature of the thunderous essence within them paled in comparison to Ningfan's mastery over the tribulation thunder. He could only extract the essence, refining a small portion that remained relatively pure. This modest enhancement brought him to the pinnacle of the 6th layer of the extreme Tao. For ordinary cultivators, the essence of the great Tao within them was hardly worthy of consumption. Ningfan mused. As his realm advanced, his insights deepened. The requirements for absorbing the great Tao essence from others became increasingly stringent. If only he could encounter a formidable figure from the East Wilderness or a powerful pure-blood entity. Ding. System detection indicates that the female lead, Su Wanwan, has reached the 3rd layer of the extreme Tao, rewarding the host with an elevation to the 7th layer of the extreme Tao. The system's voice resonated within Ningfan's mind. He now found himself 4 realms beneath Su Wanwan. Should her realm ascend to the 6th layer of the extreme Tao, Ningfan would attain the immortal realm. Even if he ceased all cultivation from this moment forward, it would not take long for him to reach that esteemed level. Suddenly, Ningfan produced a water lily and consumed its heart. The Kunping's divine technique allows one to transform into a Kun in the sea and a Peng in the sky. This rare herb, akin to a semi-immortal medicine, is particularly suited for cultivation in the form of Kun. However, the true essence of the Kunping's divine technique lies in the path of reincarnation. As time passed, another day faded into night. The darkness enveloped the land as Ningfan emerged from his cave. He approached a valley where the semi-immortal herbs had been uprooted, and no one was keeping watch. He then ventured to another peak, only to encounter the same desolate scene. Quite adept, indeed, Ningfan remarked with a cold chuckle. The ancient families of the realm had opted to minimize their losses. They had conceded defeat, which was a source of shame if this news were to spread. The dignity of the esteemed families in Taixuan city would be utterly shattered. Yet, it was a helpless choice. The 9th level of the extreme path could not contend with him, and those at the immortal realm could not apprehend him. This lad was like a spectral phantom, lurking by day and emerging by night, evading all efforts to capture him. They could only resort to this method, promptly cutting their losses. In a locale where immortal herbs flourished, Ningfan discovered a gathering of more than a dozen 9th-level extreme path cultivators. I shall not play with you for now, Ningfan muttered to himself as he darted through the forest toward the location of Taixuan true water. After a considerable time, on a ridge, Su Wanwan caught sight of Ningfan's figure, her delicate visage lighting up with joy. My husband, you have returned. Ningfan nodded, his expression grave and somewhat displeased. Noticing the unusual pallor on Ningfan's face, Su Wanwan's gaze sharpened with concern. My husband, what has transpired? On that day before we left Ling Long Tower, the family of Old Man Shou, whom we rescued, has encountered misfortune, Ningfan replied in a low voice, his eyes burning with fury. Despite having enacted vengeance by slaying many and seizing numerous ancient herbs, the wrath within him remained unquenched. On the very day we departed from Taixuan city, Old Man Zhou was murdered by members of the Huang family, his grandson was killed, and his granddaughter was sold to Ling Long Tower. Upon hearing this, Su Wanwan was momentarily stunned, her beautiful face swiftly transforming into an icy mask. "We have already avenged old man Zhou. How could they still resort to murder?" she exclaimed coldly. As a reincarnated being of quasi-immortal emperor caliber, she was not as impulsively enraged as Ningfan. However, the gravity of the news ignited her fury. When they left old man Zhou's home, Ningfan had promised her that upon their return from the immortal realm, they would keep old man Zhou's grandson and granddaughter by their side to cultivate. The hopeful glances of the young siblings remained vivid in Su Wanwan's memory. Standing nearby, and Ling Long's expression shifted slightly upon overhearing Ningfan and Su Wanwan's conversation. Ningfan then turned to her, his intent gaze radiating a chilling aura. "Old man Zhou, your family is not implicated in this?" Ningfan inquired coldly, for it was not outside the realm of possibility that the Huang and in families had conspired together. And Ling Long's complexion paled, her body trembling in response. She sensed the murderous intent emanating from Ningfan, which this time was not merely intended to intimidate her. Chapter 116. System Reward, Ancient Emperor Weapon. "This matter does not concern me. I am unaware and have never heard of anyone named Old Zhou," and Ling Long hastily explained, genuinely fearful that Ningfan might engage in something even more frenzy than killing her. "I can use a talisman to send a message to the people at Ling Long Tower. Perhaps I can still preserve that girl's virtue." Subsequently, with Ningfan's consent, Ling Long produced a talisman and conveyed a message to the individuals at Ling Long Tower. Soon after, she received a reply. "Return, young lady. The girl you seek has not yet received any clients. Where are you? Are you safe? The ancestor has arrived at the Taixuan immortal realm, and the clansmen are searching for your whereabouts." And Ling Long responded, "I am quite safe. There is no need for the ancestor to continue searching for me. Please instruct the clansmen to withdraw." "Consider yourself fortunate," Ningfan remarked indifferently, then seized Ling Long and leapt down from the mountaintop with Su Wanwan, concealing themselves within the forest. Although this place is seldom visited, members of the ancient clans may still scour the area, therefore, caution is paramount. "Ningfan, you need not be overly enraged, as it may disturb your state of mind. The celestial realm is vast and fraught with injustice. It is impossible to rectify every wrong." Su Wanwan spoke solemnly. As a reincarnated being of quasi-immortal emperor strength, she had already witnessed the harsh realities of the celestial domain. Even before her reincarnation, she was powerless to alter the state of the celestial realm, let alone Ningfan with his current abilities. "I am aware of this," Ningfan replied, having lived through 2 lifetimes. Though he had not attained the quasi-immortal emperor level like Su Wanwan, he comprehended this fundamental truth. "Ding. Congratulations, host. You have triggered an additional system mission." At that moment, the system's voice resonated within Ningfan's mind. An additional mission? What is it? Pray tell," Ningfan mused internally. As he could now exchange for celestial elixirs, and the reward should be no less than a second-grade celestial elixir. Otherwise, the additional mission would hold little significance. The host now has 2 choices. First, to avenge Old Zhou, altering Taixuan City in the Taixuan immortal realm, which will yield a 6th-grade celestial pill. A 6th-grade celestial pill is immensely precious, capable of driving even true immortal realm experts to madness. "I choose the second option," Ningfan declared without hesitation. The first choice presented by the system was precisely what he intended to undertake. Even without the additional mission, Ningfan would still seek vengeance for Old Zhou. It lacked challenge. The second choice, to alter the current state of the celestial realm, rewards the host with an ancient emperor weapon, the Ziwei Huang Ji Ding. An ancient emperor weapon is an unparalleled celestial artifact. Ningfan was momentarily taken aback. Had not the system mentioned this on the second day of his awakening? After the ancient emperors, there were only quasi-emperors in the entire celestial realm, with no true immortal emperors remaining. Now that chaos reigned within the celestial realm, and foreign powers lurked with predatory intent, the system urged Ningfan to diligently cultivate and strive for the emperor realm to turn the tide. At that moment, before the system could finish its announcement, Ningfan was abruptly interrupted. Given Ningfan's circumstances, whether the immortal domain was in chaos or not bore no significance to him. The elixirs, medicinal herbs, and treasures of heaven and earth were monopolized by various formidable factions, leaving Ningfan with naught. However, his thoughts had gradually evolved. He had acquired celestial artifacts, various immortal techniques, and unparalleled treasures, as well as elixirs and medicinal herbs. Even for the sake of the ancient emperor's weapon, Ningfan resolved to choose the second option without hesitation. I choose the second option. I shall accept this task, Ningfan declared resolutely in his mind. Having already decided to upheave Taixuan city and the Taixuan immortal realm, why not aim for something grander to upheave the entire eastern wasteland? And subsequently the whole immortal domain? As long as he could endure, he would pursue it relentlessly. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully accepting the task. The host is rewarded with the Ziwei Imperial Cauldron. As the system's voice faded, a small bronze cauldron suddenly manifested within Ningfan's dantian, emanating a faint purple radiance. In the next moment, Ningfan's consciousness connected with the Ziwei Imperial Cauldron. This was a celestial ancient imperial weapon capable of resonating with the heavens and coexisting with the earth. However, its current power was not formidable, apart from being indestructible. It merely equated to an ordinary celestial artifact. Ningfan's consciousness entered the expansive space within the Ziwei Imperial Cauldron. The vastness of this space resembled boundless void. Adorned with mysterious purple immortal patterns, profound and unfathomable, beyond Ningfan's comprehension. He could see imposing true dragons swirling within this space, exuding a terrifying aura, majestic and formidable. This was the royal dragon energy, a power of the great path that could only be wielded by an emperor. A scroll unfurled, its words transformed from celestial energy. Representing a supreme immortal technique, the Ziwei Imperial Art. Unlike other immortal techniques, cultivating the Taixuan immortal extreme art required not only the absorption of the aura of the great path but also the recognition and loyalty of other practitioners, thereby gathering the essence of humanity. When countless essences of humanity converged, they would form a mysterious and unfathomable force, enhancing one's fortune and shaking the heavens and earth. The greater the accumulation of humanity, the more profound the mastery of the Ziwei Imperial Art, thus unleashing the power of the Ziwei Imperial Cauldron. Very well. This Ziwei Imperial Cauldron and the Ziwei Imperial Art are indeed linked to the system's task, Ningfan mused inwardly, realizing that the system intended for him to ascend as an emperor. Yet, lacking any royal lineage, must he carve out his own dominion to achieve this? Regardless, he decided to cultivate the Ziwei Imperial Art first. Although devoid of human essence, he could at least begin to cultivate some Ziwei royal energy. Ningfan thought to himself. Throughout Chinese history, there were those who started with merely a bowl and managed to establish a dynasty. His current circumstances were significantly more favorable than starting with just a bowl. Establishing a vast dominion and claiming the title of emperor was not beyond the realm of possibility. 2 days passed, and the sky above the forest where Ningfan, Su Wanwan, and in Ling Long resided became shrouded in ominous clouds, accompanied by the roar of thunder and a torrential downpour. Su Wanwan's cultivation had ascended, reaching the minor completion of the 3rd layer of the extreme Tao. Ningfan, too, had been diligently training, and with the rewards from the system, his realm had progressed to the 7th layer of the extreme Tao. The true water of Taixuan was on the verge of manifestation. Su Wanwan spoke in a hushed tone, her gaze fixated on the center of the nearby pool, her eyes gleaming with a profound light. The atmospheric changes and the heavy rain were omens heralding the imminent formation of the true water of Taixuan. Suddenly, a series of whooshing sounds pierced the air as a dozen figures appeared in the distance. Moments later, they swept across the mountains, arriving above the valley. Members of the Huang family. Ningfan's eyes narrowed. The attire of these individuals unmistakably marked them as formidable figures from the Huang clan. With the unusual meteorological phenomena, the flashes of lightning, and the torrential rain, the prominent families of the ancient world were hardly oblivious. They would surely speculate about the potential emergence of a great opportunity. The dozen or so Huang clan warriors did not linger. After a brief glance, they departed. Within this mist-laden forest, valleys were abundant, and they discerned nothing amiss. A resounding rumble erupted from the distant horizon, heralding a cataclysmic thunderclap that unleashed a brilliant ray of calamity. Someone was undergoing a celestial tribulation. Chapter 117. The emergence of true water of Taixuan. Beholding the radiant tribulation light in the distance, Ningfan's gaze sharpened. Could it be that his master was transcending yet again? He murmured, recalling that just days prior, his master had endured 2 rounds of celestial tribulations and now had ascended yet another realm. Such a feat was almost beyond belief. It was plausible that he was a reincarnation of a celestial saint, having reached the entry into the celestial realm in his youth. After so many years, breaking free from the shackles of his mental state and rapidly advancing in cultivation was not entirely impossible, Su Wanwan whispered. Reincarnation of a celestial saint? And Ling Long gasped at the mention of those 4 words. her pupils contracting in shock. What had she just heard? She could hardly believe her ears. Ningfan's master was, in fact, a reincarnated celestial saint. This revelation was profoundly staggering. Within the celestial domain, the eastern wilderness paled in comparison to the vastness of the central continent. The powers of the eastern wilderness could not hold a candle to those of the central continent. A celestial saint could effortlessly dominate the eastern wilderness. Even among the great sects of the eastern wilderness, the elders at the level of sect leaders had no choice but to show some respect. No wonder Ningfan dared to act so recklessly, stirring chaos in the Taixuan celestial realm. And Ling Long thought to herself, overwhelmed by astonishment, while simultaneously feeling a strong sense of foreboding. Fortunately, the Yin family had not forged an irreconcilable enmity with Ningfan, unlike the Huang family. Otherwise, one day in the future, the Yin family's ancient legacy could face utter annihilation. Ningfan noticed the change in Ling Long's expression. He was not concerned about her discovering this secret. His tribulation power could seal her meridians, and with a mere thought, he could take her life. If it is indeed the master undergoing tribulation, then his realm has reached the 6th level of the immortal ascendancy. 2 days passed, and torrential rain fell unceasingly. More figures soared into this forested region. Apart from the members of the ancient clans of Taixuan City, there were numerous wandering cultivators as well. The continuous downpour for 3 days is indeed extraordinary. Someone exclaimed, while rain is a normal occurrence. 3 days of relentless storms accompanied by flashes of lightning lead one to question whether some astonishing opportunity is about to manifest. Once the domain of the eastern wilderness great teachings has long since fallen into disrepair, and few have ventured here, what treasures could possibly remain? Even the powerful from the ancient clans expressed doubts about the history of this forest. Nevertheless, regardless of the reason, the mere possibility of an opportunity emerging is enough to entice a multitude of cultivators. In the valley where Ningfan, Su Wanwan, and Ling Long resided, dozens of formidable beings had also appeared, some pausing in this locale. Ningfan had carved out a small cave, where the 3 of them took refuge. The crowd was swelling. Once the Taixuan true water emerged, it would be impossible to predict how many would rush forth. And Ling Long spoke in a solemn tone. Ever since she learned that Ningfan's master was the reincarnation of a celestial sage, any lingering resentment had dissipated. Given the Yin family's background, they lacked the standing to harbor hatred towards Ningfan. Moreover, during these days, aside from his claims to strip her bare before the crowd, Ningfan had taken no tangible actions against her. Why not seize the Taixuan true water now and depart swiftly? And Ling Long suggested, adopting Ningfan's perspective. Her tone tinged with a hint of conciliation. Although Ningfan's master was a reincarnated celestial sage, he had yet to attain that level of power. Ningfan had slain many, and the ancient clans of Taixuan City would not easily let him go. No need for that, Ningfan replied calmly, his demeanor composed and unruffled. If the Taixuan true water had not transformed into celestial liquid, it held little significance for him, who already possessed several half-immortal and immortal medicines. Another 2 days passed, and the rain intensified. Suddenly, a towering bolt of lightning, a manifestation of heaven and earth's creation, descended from the sky, striking the center of the pool. After being tempered by this lightning, the Taixuan true water would finally take shape. The time has come, Su Wanwan declared, her figure darting from the cave directly towards the center of the pool. Observing this, Ningfan's eyes sharpened. He grasped Ling Long and followed closely behind Su Wanwan. Simultaneously, the myriad powerful beings surrounding the valley, after a brief moment of distraction, unleashed their techniques to hasten towards the pool. Even from a distance, one could witness the celestial lightning piercing through the heavens and hear the deafening roar of thunder. Each gaze ablaze with fervor, their expressions turning frenzied. The sound of slicing through the air resounded incessantly. An astonishing opportunity was at hand. Amidst the excitement, someone exuberantly exclaimed that just above this valley, it can be said that proximity grants advantage. Before the thunderous strike could descend, the nearest powerful beings began to clash fiercely. Various spiritual treasures were summoned, and the primordial forces of the Tao surged forth, manifesting vast arrays of Tao patterns. In their fervent pursuit of opportunity, these individuals unleashed lethal attacks. Even the ancient clans, often embroiled in collusion, turned against one another in this moment, showing no mercy. Ningfan and Su Wanwan exhibited the swiftest speed, soaring from the cave and arriving at the edge of the pool in mere moments. Where did those 3 emerge from? Someone exclaimed in anger, unable to discern Ningfan's visage. No sooner had the words left their lips than several individuals summoned their spiritual treasures and hurled them towards Ningfan, Su Wanwan, and Ling Long. With the sword of immortal slaying in hand, blood-red sword energy erupted forth, shattering the incoming treasures into fragments. Just then, a towering bolt of thunder struck the center of the pool. In an instant, waves surged, intertwining with flashes of lightning. A massive pit formed at the center of the pool, revealing a stream of azure water, akin to a water serpent, basking in the radiance of the lightning. True Xin water, Su Wanwan declared, her figure darting forth, her supreme bone glowing with overwhelming power. With incredible speed, she plunged into the pit, extending her hand toward the true Xian water. Simultaneously, the multitude of powerful beings hurtling towards them finally regained their composure. It is true Xian water. It is indeed true Xian water. Some recognized the precious liquid, while others discerned Ningfan's face, recognizing his identity. Kill. Release the true Xian water. A collective shout arose from the group, comprised of formidable beings above the sixth realm of the Tao. The primordial forces surged, and Tao patterns filled the skies. Each of them exerted their utmost strength, employing their most powerful techniques in a bid to slay Ningfan. At the same time, more figures tore through the air, producing a cacophony of explosive sounds. A sea of blood with swords. Ningfan thought to himself, wielding the sword of immortal slaying relentlessly, unleashing countless blood-red sword energies that resembled a vast sea of blood. All the incoming treasures were reduced to dust. Various techniques and treasures crumbled upon contact. Su Wanwan's delicate hand grasped the true Xian water. Yet, just as she tightened her fingers, the true Xian water slipped through her grasp. Su Wanwan's eyes widened in astonishment. Her hand was imbued with the power of the Supreme Bone. Even the might of the Supreme Bone could not seize the true Xian water. Reacting swiftly, Su Wanwan pursued it, her chest radiating light, the waves of power surging as the might of the Supreme Bone reached an extreme. She attempted once more, but once again, the true Xian water eluded her grasp. Su Wanwan's gaze shifted, realizing that even the formidable power of the Supreme Bone could not grasp the true water of Taixuan. Was it truly destined to be a futile endeavor? Ha ha ha, they cannot seize the true water of Taixuan. A booming laugh resonated as two formidable cultivators at the 9th level of the extreme Tao realm swiftly approached, intent on capturing the elusive water. Leave the true water of Taixuan to me, Ningfan declared, wielding the sword of slaying immortals in one hand while conjuring the Ziwei Huangji Ding, albeit only the size of 2 palms with the other. Though he lacked confidence, he could only gamble on a dead horse as if it were alive. Upon hearing this, Su Wanwan instantly understood, brandishing a crimson spear as divine phoenix feathers materialized behind her. Fiery patterns enveloped her, and with the flames of Nirvana surging, she turned to confront the encroaching cultivators. Ah! A piercing scream echoed as one of the 9th level cultivators was cleaved in two by the sword of slaying immortals. The power of Ningfan's primordial immortal body surged forth, channeling primordial energy into the sword without restraint. In the next moment, the Ziwei Huangji Ding captured the true water of Taixuan. As the water entered the cauldron, it sank like a stone into the depths of the ocean, unable to escape. Haha! Success! Ningfan rejoiced internally, stowing the cauldron back into his dantian. Hand over the true water. Another elder, adorned with the character rune embroidered on his robes, commanded. He was no weakling, having reached the pinnacle of the 9th level of the extreme Tao realm. And the Ren family was one of the prominent ancient clans of Taixuan City. Thunderstorm as my sword, the elder bellowed, as the primordial force within him surged. Harnessing the power of heaven and earth, Tao patterns filled the sky, transforming into rain that morphed into sharp swords, glimmering with the light of thunder. Profound and arcane, fused the elemental powers of water and thunder, amplifying its might exponentially. Countless sword-like raindrops shot forth, overwhelming the space with their ferocity, tearing the very fabric of reality. To perform such a trick before me is to flaunt one's inadequacies, Ningfan scoffed. For he too had mastered the elemental powers of thunder and water. Such tactics were hardly unique. Pointing his sword skyward, he amalgamated the forces of thunder, water, and slaughter into the sword of slaying immortals. A single strike to cleave the heavens. Ningfan roared, unleashing a blood-red sword chi stretching thousands of feet. The waters below split in two. The torrential downpour of swords shattered in an instant, like fragile glass under pressure. The sword chi sliced through the elder's form, erupting into a mist of crimson. Meanwhile, Su Wanwan found herself retreating under the relentless assault. Increasing numbers of figures surged into the valley. The tempestuous weather, rife with lightning and thunder, was detrimental to her divine phoenix techniques. With a resounding cry, the aura emanating from Su Wanwan transformed, and a green phoenix took form, letting out a piercing call. This is a being of pure blood that can rival the divine phoenix, adorned with feathers of azure and white. Its long tail exuding an ethereal grace. The treasure of the azure phoenix synergizes with the supreme bone within Su Wanwan, shimmering with azure mist. Rippling waves of energy that remain unaffected by the elements. In an instant, numerous spiritual treasures were sent flying, some shattering midair. Another extraordinary treasure technique. These two young individuals must possess unparalleled celestial fate. Surround them. Soon, our elder will arrive. The formidable experts from the ancient family surged forward as if they had no regard for their lives. At that moment, the body of the Kunping materialized. Enveloped in dark azure feathers, its wings spanning thousands of zhang, casting a terrifying shadow over the sky. Go! Ningfan shouted, seizing Ling Long in his grasp. Using the Kunping's form to shield the azure phoenix, charging deeper into the Taixuan immortal realm. He could not abandon Ling Long. Her presence was a means of survival. Leave him to me. An elder from the Huang family bellowed, his aura brimming with the essence of the great Tao, his realm profound. Having reached the pinnacle of the 9th level of the ultimate realm, confident in his power, he blocked Ningfan's path, his colossal hand akin to an ancient mountain, immovable. He did not seek to capture this youth. He merely needed to delay him for a moment until the arrival of the immortal realm experts, which would deem his efforts successful. Seeking death, Ningfan declared fiercely, activating the eternal reincarnation scripture, his eyes half black, half white, merging vitality and death, revealing mysterious glow. The Kunping's eyes mirrored Ningfan's, the power of reincarnation surging forth, colliding directly. To escape captivity, Ningfan held nothing back. Boom. In an instant, the towering palm imprint vanished as if it had never existed. The beak of the Kunping struck the elder. Bang. A deep sound resonated, and the elder's form exploded into a mist of blood. In mere moments, Ningfan, Su Wanwan, and Ling Long soared over the mountains. All the experts witnessing this scene were filled with terror and astonishment. This was exceedingly defiant. Could it be that beneath the immortal realm, this youth remained invincible? Just then, a rift in space appeared, and a white-haired elder tore through the fabric of reality. Release Ling Long. The elder commanded, and with just a single step, he drastically reduced the distance between himself and Ningfan, Su Wanwan. He had comprehended the secrets of space, employing the technique of shrinking the earth to an inch. With a mere gesture, two dragon-like figures manifested, swiftly surpassing the Kunping's form, blocking Ningfan and Su Wanwan's path. Ningfan's expression shifted, his gaze growing grave. There was no escape. The two dragons, formed of immortal energy, would render any collision with the Kunping futile. Holding the sword of immortal slaying, Ningfan positioned it against Ling Long's delicate neck. The sharp blade pierced her skin, drawing forth crimson blood. A mere fraction deeper, and I could sever Ling Long's throat. A single movement more, and this woman would be dismembered. Ningfan bellowed. The elderly man with white hair's expression shifted, his eyes blazing with fury. Yet he halted his advance. And Ling Long was the most exceptional young prodigy of the Yin family, without equal. Should she perish, the Yin family would likely face a dire future without successors. Release Ling Long, and I shall allow you to depart, the white-haired elder declared ominously. First, allow us to leave, and once we are safe, we shall naturally release Ling Long. Ningfan retorted, mistrusting the elder's words. If he were to release Ling Long now, it would be akin to severing his own path to survival. Ancestor, let him go. Do not engage in conflict with him. And Ling Long gazed anxiously at the elder of the Yin family. Her fear was not solely for her own life, but for the very survival of the Yin family. Even if Ningfan and Su Wanwan were to meet their demise in the Taixuan immortal realm, she did not wish for her family's members to become accomplices. Their masters were, after all, reincarnations of celestial saints. Ha ha ha, Brother Huixing, splendidly done. We owe your intervention to thwart this boy. An elder with yellow hair tore through space with a sinister laugh. A formidable presence from the Huang family. Chapter 119, The Master Takes Action. In recent days, among the ancient families of Taixuan City, the Huang family has suffered the greatest losses. The enmity between the two sides could only be described as a deep-seated vendetta. A struggle to the death. Ningfan's expression darkened. Before the elder of the Yin family could concede, the yellow-haired elder had already arrived. It was the ancestor of the Huang family. And Ling Long whispered, her face paling. The elder of the Yin family should not have obstructed him. The relationship between the Huang and Yin families has always been tenuous, with conflicts arising throughout history. Were it not for the ancestor's appearance, she and Ningfan, along with Su Wanwan, would have already made their escape. Young man, I never imagined you would hide in the vicinity of the Taixuan True Water. Your fortune is indeed remarkable. The ancestor of the Huang family remarked, his expression malevolent, fixating intently on Ningfan. You have slain so many of my Huang family members. You certainly possess some skill. Surrender willingly, return with me to the Huang family, and relinquish the treasures, techniques, and celestial artifacts you possess. I shall grant you a swift demise. This was an extraordinary opportunity. Should the Huang family monopolize it, they would undoubtedly dominate Taixuan city, to the extent that even the Eastern Wilderness sect would not dare to underestimate them. An ancestor of the Yin family. Should that old dog from the Huang family dare to take a single step forward, and Ling Long's life will be forfeit, Ningfan declared sternly, disregarding notions of honor or disgrace. Only by compelling the elder of the Yin family to hinder that old dog from the Huang family could he and Su Wanwan hope to escape. Ha. The ancestor of the Huang family laughed heartily. He cared little whether Ling Long lived or died. Her demise would be even more advantageous, as it would eliminate one more rival from the younger generation of the Huang family. Young man, do you threaten me with the life of this girl from the Yin family? Should I deem you laughable or merely naive? The ancestor of the Huang family spoke with authority, his celestial energy surging, unwilling to waste any more time. First, capture this young man. As for the celestial fortune he possesses, whether to share it with the other ancient clans shall be determined later. At that moment, the figure of the ancestor of the Yin family appeared before the elder of the Huang family. Upon witnessing this, Ningfan grasped Ling Long and, along with Su Wanwan, turned to flee. Huang Jiushuan, and Ling Long is still in that young man's grasp. It seems your Yin family is simply unfortunate. Do you wish to let this young man escape and become a lingering threat to us? The elder of the Huang family grew anxious, his expression contorting into one of rage. And Huaixing, if you keep this young man, I shall consider it a favor. If you do not step aside, do not blame me for being impolite. At this moment, 3 spatial rifts appeared, and 3 powerful beings from the immortal realm emerged. The ancestors of the Qi, Zhao, and Ren families had arrived. Brother Jiushuan speaks true. I apologize, Brother Huaixing. As the elder of the Qi family finished speaking, he allied with the other 2, unleashing a barrage of immortal symbols to suppress Huaixing. Simultaneously, Huang Jiushuan's figure surged forth, pursuing Ningfan, Su Wanwan, and Ling Long. The speed of the beings from the immortal realm was astonishing. Even when Ningfan pushed the Kunping divine technique to its limits, he could not compare. In the blink of an eye, Huang Jiushuan was nearly upon the tail feathers of the Kunping. He extended a hand, surging with celestial energy, aiming to capture Ningfan and Su Wanwan alive. Master, save me. Ningfan cried out to the heavens, having already sent a message to his master. Why had he not yet appeared? Bang! The moment Huang Jiushuan's hand collided with the Kunping's feather, the entire Kunping technique shattered. Ningfan's body trembled violently. At that instant, a colorless sword energy abruptly pierced through the clouds, descending from the heavens. The sword energy, though unadorned, was incredibly sharp, penetrating the fabric of its blade aimed directly at Huang Jiushuan's crown. Huang Jiushuan's face turned pale with terror. He sensed an overwhelming danger, his scalp prickling and chills racing down his spine. Even his soul quivered in fear. Clang! He retracted his grasp towards Ningfan, wielding an immortal sword to meet the incoming sword energy. Ding! The clash resonated like the sound of golden weapons striking, echoing through the heavens. In the next moment, Huang Jiushuan was forced downward by the sword energy, plummeting like a meteor toward the mountains below. Bang! The mountain crumbled, loose stones soaring through the air, producing a tremendous roar. Soon after, a figure clad in white, exuding an aura of celestial grace, descended from the clouds, his visage calm as a placid ancient well. Ningfan's eyes widened slightly, a flicker of joy illuminating his expression. This sword energy arrived just in time. Had it been a moment later, he would have surely been captured by the elder of the Huang family. Su Wanwan also breathed a sigh of relief. With Mingku's arrival, they were safe. And Ling Long's pupils constricted suddenly. Could this person be Ningfan's master? Indeed, he was a reincarnation of an immortal sage, possessing an ethereal grace and extraordinary strength that was astonishing. Not far away, the elders of the Qi, Zhao, and other clans, along with Huaixing, were all taken aback by the scene before them, their eyes widening in astonishment. The 4 of them instinctively halted, overwhelmed by shock as waves of emotion surged within them. The patriarch of the Huang family, Huang Jiushuan, had reached the pinnacle of the 4th level of the immortal realm. Yet, he was struck down by a mere sword chi from the heavens, crashing into the mountains below. Such an occurrence was utterly inconceivable, revealing a depth of power that was unfathomable. The 4 esteemed ancestors of ancient clans found themselves unable to discern Mingku's true realm. for he had not even unleashed his full strength. "Who are you?" the elder of the Qi clan inquired, a cold sweat trickling down his back. "Mengku, the master of Qingzhu Peak at Yunsong Pavilion," came the reply. The four were taken aback. They were well aware that Yunsong Pavilion was one of the four great ancient academies of the Eastern Wilderness. However, they believed that the most formidable master of the pavilion was Yun Wuhan from Qingzhu Peak, whose realm had not yet reached the fourth level of the immortal realm. How could the master of Qingzhu Peak possess such extraordinary strength? With a single sword Qi, he had felled Huang Jiuquan from the sky to the mountainside. "When did you arrive?" Ningfan asked, incredulous at the timing of his master's intervention just as he was about to be apprehended by Huang Jiuquan. "Half an hour ago," came the response. "So you were watching from above the clouds all this time?" Ningfan was momentarily taken aback, impressed by his master's impeccable timing. "Wasn't it to temper you?" Mengku replied nonchalantly. "You have not disappointed me, my disciple. Your timing was impeccable, but please refrain from such dramatic entrances next time." Ningfan remarked with a roll of his eyes, feeling he had narrowly escaped a near-death experience. Suddenly, a tremendous sound erupted from the crumbling mountain, as dozens of ominous sword Qis shot forth, shattering massive boulders. In the next moment, Huang Jiuquan emerged from the rubble, disheveled and in a state of disarray. "You despicable wretch, hiding in the clouds to launch a sneak attack!" Huang Jiuquan roared, his eyes blazing with fury as he fixed his gaze on Mengku. "What are you for standing there for? Come and join me in eliminating him," Huang Jiuquan commanded, having sensed the formidable strength of Mengku from that earlier sword Qi. Yet, his unwillingness to concede drove him to fight fiercely. The faces of the four elders from the Yin, Qi, Zhao, and Ring clans darkened, a hint of apprehension washing over them. In Huang Jiuquan's eyes, a 5-on-1 scenario still presented a significant opportunity to defeat Mengku. The elders of the Qi, Zhao, and Ring clan stepped forward, their celestial energy surging. Despite their trepidation, they were tempted by the allure of the extraordinary fortune that radiated from the young man. "I shall not participate," declared in Huaixing, for the life of Ling Long remained in that young man's hands. Just moments ago, Huang Jiuquan expressed how the three ancestral figures of the Qi, Zhao, and Ren families joined forces to suppress him. Now, they wish for his assistance. But it is an impossibility. And Huaixing, it seems you have resolutely chosen to sever ties with us. Huang Jiuquan, disheveled and with a pale complexion, appeared exceedingly grim. His presence, whether in excess or deficiency, would not alter the odds of a 4-to-1 confrontation. Huang Jiuquan declared fiercely, his celestial sword pointing towards the heavens, unleashing an overwhelming surge of yellow spring sword energy that coalesced into a vast river of sword aura. Simultaneously, the three ancestors of the Qi, Zhao, and Ren families also made their move. A thunderous azure lightning bolt that pierced the heavens, a mystical seal reminiscent of ancient celestial mountains, and a formidable black tortoise surged forth from various directions, all aimed at Mengku. The spectacle was astonishing, with celestial lights soaring into the sky, the mountains trembling, and the space around them quaking violently. Ningfan grasped in Ling Long and retreated swiftly alongside Su Wanwan. The residual force from a battle among those above the fourth level of the immortal realm posed a lethal threat to the three of them. Mengku floated serenely in midair, his expression calm and composed, seemingly unperturbed by the four adversaries before him. A green bamboo manifested in Mengku's hand, exuding a robust and majestic aura. He stood still, yet harmonized with the surrounding world. In the next moment, he suddenly swung the green bamboo, a sword extending tens of thousands of feet, sliced through the air as if intending to cleave the very heavens apart. A series of thunderous sounds erupted, and in an instant, the yellow spring sword river, azure lightning, celestial seal, and black tortoise all crumbled simultaneously, as if withering in the face of a tempest. One sword strike obliterated them. How utterly astonishing. The expressions of the four ancestral figures from the Huang, Qi, Ren, and Zhao families changed dramatically, their pupils constricting in shock. The confidence they had in overpowering Mengku in a 4-to-1 scenario vanished without a trace, replaced by an overwhelming sense of horror. For that length of sword energy, stretching over 10,000 feet, now advanced directly toward them. All four emitted fierce shouts, their celestial energy surging forth, ethereal patterns manifesting around them as they exerted every effort to defend. For resounding crashes reverberated through the heavens and earth, leaving many in a daze, their ears ringing, blood streaming from their orifices, their bodies shuddering as if struck by a heavy blow. Accompanied by agonized cries, the four ancestral figures of the Huang, Qi, Zhao, and Ren families were forced to retreat, their garments torn, blood mist erupting from their mouths, their vitality suddenly waning. Each bore a grievous, bloodied sword wound. The might of one sword was indeed terrifying beyond belief. All present were left dumbfounded, filled with indescribable dread, their very souls trembling. The master of the Qingzhu peak at Yunsong Pavilion, Meng Ku, possessed such formidable strength? It seemed he had merely wielded a single green bamboo. Without even exerting his full power, with a steadying breath, Huang Jiushuan expelled another mouthful of blood mist. He was grievously injured, with a deep wound across his chest, several ribs shattered, and his internal organs severely damaged by the sword's energy. Just a moment more, and his body would have been cleaved in two by the overwhelming sword aura. The injuries of the other three were similarly grave, and Huaisheng, the elder of the Yin family, stood frozen, a chill creeping down his back, drenched in cold sweat, overwhelmed by a wave of dread. Fortunately, he had refrained from intervening. He had not crossed the master of the Qingzhu peak of Yunsong Pavilion. Ningfan felt a profound shock. His master in a previous life was certainly no ordinary immortal sage. This sword strike was extraordinarily mysterious and unfathomable. And Ling Long's eyes widened in astonishment. Was this truly Ningfan's master? No wonder they were a reincarnated powerhouse of the immortal sage realm, with a single move. They had vanquished 4 venerable ancestors. This time, I spare your lives. Should anyone else from the immortal realm dare to harm my disciple, I shall personally annihilate your entire clan, Meng Ku stated calmly, his demeanor unruffled, as if discussing a trivial matter. Yet, for those from the ancient families, this proclamation sent shivers down their spines. This was no idle threat. Meng Ku, the master of Qingzhu Peak, possessed the power to extinguish entire clans. Disciple, let us depart. Meng Ku uttered nonchalantly. Esteemed one, might I request that your disciple release my younger kin from the Yin family? And Huaisheng spoke, his tone lacking arrogance, instead tinged with a hint of pleading. Ningfan, whether to release her or not is your decision, Meng Ku replied. Ningfan released in Ling Long, unsealing the energy channels within her, though the force of the heavenly tribulation remained coursing through her veins. You may leave, he stated, with his master present. Holding on to Ling Long no longer held value. He resolved to let her go. She might prove useful in the future. The lingering force of the heavenly tribulation within her veins granted Ningfan leverage over her life. Elder, I willingly choose to remain by Ningfan's side. It is not out of coercion, and I do not wish to depart just yet. And Ling Long's words stunned Ningfan, Su Wanwan, and Huaisheng. Shouldn't you reconsider what you just said? Ningfan's expression faltered, his mind swirling with questions. How could she claim it was voluntary? Was she not coerced? It was clear that it was Ningfan who had forcefully taken Ling Long from the lake. He had since sealed her energy channels, threatening her with the removal of her clothing to compel her into various actions. Not long ago, he had even held the sword of immortal slaying against her neck, intimidating Huaisheng. At that moment, he had shown no mercy, the sword's edge slicing into her fair skin, drawing blood. How was it that now? And in Ling Long's words, everything appeared to be her willing choice? How could this woman speak such lies with a calm demeanor, sounding so self-righteous? Did she perhaps harbor a penchant for masochism, desiring to remain by my side, reveling in my torment of her? Ningfan murmured, struggling to comprehend Ling Long's thoughts. Could it be that this woman had developed feelings for him out of hatred? Despite his handsome appearance and commendable physique and demeanor, he hardly believed himself to possess such an overwhelming charm. I certainly do not harbor such inclinations. And Ling Long quickly refuted, her face flushed crimson, her ears turning equally red. From this moment forth, the tides in Taixuan city were destined to shift. Her desire to remain by Ningfan's side was not solely for her own sake, but also for the entire Yin family. If Ningfan were to dominate Taixuan city, the Yin family, aligning themselves with him, would inevitably rise alongside him. Are you truly willing, Ling Long? And Huaisheng inquired, and Ling Long nodded earnestly, responding to her ancestor. I am. No, wait. Ningfan interjected, a frown on his brow, having already detected the subtle changes in Su Wanwan's expression. You say you wish to follow, but have you even considered whether I consent to this? Chapter 121. Young Master Ning, what are your intentions? My feelings for my wife are genuine, as the sun and moon can attest, and the heavens bear witness. Do not think to seduce me with mere beauty. Ningfan discreetly cast a glance at Su Wanwan, affirming his sincerity even as he rejected Ling Long's overtures. He was certainly no sycophant, yet he could not afford to neglect Su Wanwan. Both in this life and the previous, she had remained untouched, and their bond was built on true affection. As the saying goes, do not waste a bad girl, nor betray a good one. I had no intention of employing any seductive arts on you. And Ling Long retorted. her cheeks aflame. Initially, she intended to scold Ningfan but reconsidered her earlier words, realizing they could easily be misconstrued, thus softening her tone. I merely wish to cultivate alongside you within the Taixuan immortal realm. Surely that is unnecessary? Ningfan persisted in his refusal. Her rationale seemed insufficient. He did not believe that Ling Long would gain any advantages from training alongside him. As the eldest daughter of the Yin family, she was far more acquainted with the Taixuan immortal realm than he. Ningfan, upon your return to Taixuan City, if you aspire to achieve greatness, the support of the Yin family will be essential, and Ling Long whispered, indicating that a partnership between Ningfan and the Yin family would be mutually beneficial. Through Ningfan alone, the Yin family would find themselves allied with the entirety of the Yunsong Pavilion. My declaration of willingness is intended to lay the groundwork for our future collaboration, alleviating the concerns and doubts of the Yin family's ancestors and numerous formidable members. And Ling Long was acutely aware that in Huaixing had not joined forces with Huang Jiushuan and the others. The Yin family had already positioned themselves against the four ancient clans. If the Yin family could not cooperate with Ningfan, they would undoubtedly face the united suppression of the four ancient clans. This posed both a peril and an opportunity for the Yin family. Regarding the previous humiliation inflicted upon her by Ningfan, as well as the 2 slaps from Su Wanwan, and Ling Long paid them little heed. A person destined for greatness does not dwell on trivialities, and Ling Long understood this principle well. Husband, I consent to having her accompany us, Su Wanwan spoke. Fully aware of Ningfan's intentions, eradicating the Huang, Qi, Zhao, and Ren families was not an insurmountable task. However, to transform the entire Taixuan city single-handedly was beyond Ningfan's capacity. Very well then. Ningfan feigned reluctance, yet, since his wife had spoken, he acquiesced. Subsequently, and Ling Long took her leave from Huaixing. The quartet of Ningfan, Su Wanwan, Mengke, and Ling Long unfurled their forms, soaring away from the location. Shortly thereafter, they departed from the forested area. As the skies cleared, upon reaching the depths of the Taixuan immortal realm, the essence of the great Tao grew increasingly profound, with the aura of immortality becoming ever more dense. If you wish to annihilate the Huang, Qi, Zhao, and Ren families, my master shall remain uninvolved, Mengke spoke calmly. Should any formidable beings from the immortal realm target Ningfan or Su Wanwan, he would naturally provide protection. However, if Ningfan sought to obliterate the 4 ancient families, he must rely on his own abilities. This was not only a trial for Ningfan, but also a means to motivate him to cultivate more diligently. Understood. Ningfan nodded. He did not wish to overly depend on his master. Master, what is your current realm? I am at the 6th level of the immortal realm. Rest assured, my strength is sufficient to safeguard both of you within the Taixuan immortal realm, Mengke replied nonchalantly. Although he had only recently attained this level, he possessed the prowess to challenge those beyond his rank. Upon hearing this, Ningfan realized that the previous calamity of the immortals had indeed been faced by Mengke. Within half an hour, Mengke led Ningfan, Su Wanwan, and Ling Long to a cultivation site. This particular site was rather ordinary, devoid of practitioners or any dominating factions. You have just acquired the true water of Taixuan. Take a few days to cultivate in peace while I guard you. Mengke advised, fully aware of the unparalleled value of the true water of Taixuan, which was deemed a miraculous creation. This time, he chose to remain close to both Ningfan and Su Wanwan. As news of the emergence of the true water spread, the powerful figures from the Eastern Wilderness sect would undoubtedly covet it. Thus, Mengke resolved to provide close protection for their safety. Ningfan nodded and summoned the Ziwei Huangji Ding, transforming it into a size akin to 2 palms. He retrieved the true water of Taixuan from the inner space of the Ding, placing it within. There was only a small quantity of the true water, approximately a bowl's worth, with each drop being exceedingly precious. He struggled to grasp it, finding it elusive. Even with Su Wanwan employing the power of the supreme bone, she could not succeed. Master, please use it first, Ningfan said, presenting the Ziwei Huangji Ding containing the true water to Mengke. As a master, I must admit that I have indeed benefited from the brilliance of my disciple, Mengke remarked with a smile, this time without any pretense. He had conquered his inner demons and regained his mental state, embarking once more on the path of immortality. The supreme true water would undoubtedly expedite his ascension. With the continuous growth of Ningfan and Su Wanwan, he too needed to cultivate a more formidable strength to safeguard their safety. The realm of immortals was ruthless, inhabited by ancient beings who derived pleasure from extinguishing the flames of youthful genius. Without delay, Mengke extracted 10 drops of supreme true water from the cauldron. Your cauldron is remarkable. he exclaimed, a flicker of astonishment crossing his eyes. It was undoubtedly a celestial artifact that could shake the world. With his past experience as an immortal sage, he instantly recognized the extraordinary nature of this cauldron. It was a stroke of luck, Ningfan replied nonchalantly. Then presented the Ziwei Huangji Ding before Su Wanwan. Su Wanwan took 3 drops of supreme true water, sufficient for her cultivation for the time being. Controlling 3 drops was quite manageable. Now it's your turn, Ningfan stated calmly, approaching Ling Long with the Ziwei Huangji Ding in hand. Huh? What did you say? Ling Long's delicate features froze, her eyes glazed in disbelief, hardly daring to trust her ears. I said it's your turn. How many drops of supreme true water do you wish for? Ningfan repeated patiently. He was never one to be stingy. And since he intended to collaborate with Ling Long, gifting her a few drops of supreme true water posed no issue. Why you mean you want to give me supreme true water? Ling Long stammered in disbelief, astonished that Ningfan would bestow upon her such a precious resource. Ningfan's patience began to wane. Yes, hurry up and tell me how many drops you desire. Don't make me repeat myself. Ling Long, taken aback, raised 3 fingers. Hesitantly murmuring, 3 drops? 2 drops would suffice as well. Ningfan, uninterested in debating over 2 or 3 drops, directly poured out 3 drops of supreme true water. Upon witnessing this, Ling Long's joy was boundless, and she hastily retrieved 3 jade vials to contain the precious liquid. However, her expression shifted suddenly, a blush creeping onto her cheeks. Young Master Ning, you don't intend to do anything to me, do you? She inquired, instinctively covering her chest. Chapter 122. Always devoted. With a preference for the ample, Ningfan appraised Ling Long from head to toe, and had to admit that she was quite exquisite, indeed a rare beauty. However, her bosom was somewhat lacking. Throughout his life, he had been steadfast in his preferences, always favoring those with generous curves. Ling Long, must you always indulge in such fanciful thoughts? Ningfan shot her a glance, wishing he could pry open her mind to see what thoughts resided within. Please, find a mirror and take a good look at yourself. With a modest bosom and no alluring curves, what could I possibly think of you? Ling Long, momentarily stunned, lowered her hand from her chest, no longer doubting Ningfan's intentions towards her. However, the words spoken by Ningfan left her pondering the meaning of life. Within Taixuan City, her admirers could line up from the gates of the Yin family all the way to the city gates. Even numerous disciples from the Eastern Wilderness sects showered her with attentions. How could she appear so inadequate in Ningfan's eyes? Ningfan chose to disregard Ling Long, pouring 3 drops of Taixuan true water from the Ziwei Huangji cauldron. Upon consuming the Taixuan true water, a refreshing sensation rapidly spread through Ningfan's entire being. The effects of Taixuan true water were not as immediate as those of other celestial medicines in terms of elevating one's realm. Rather, its strength lay in refining the essence and marrow, transforming the physical body and spiritual roots. The benefits it bestowed upon practitioners were subtle yet profound, influencing them deeply over time. Was it truly insignificant? Ling Long turned her back to Ningfan, Su Wanwan, and Mingku, her delicate brows furrowing slightly. She glanced down at her own bosom, feeling it was ample and quite shapely. She then touched her own hips, finding them pleasantly rounded and appealing to the touch. How could she not catch Ningfan's eye? Subsequently, Ling Long discreetly cast a glance at Su Wanwan's figure. Indeed, there seemed to be a slight disparity. Ling Long murmured to herself, feeling a tinge of discouragement. How could this young girl possess such superior growth? Despite her tender age, her development surpassed her own. With a cultivation talent far superior to hers, and a physique that was undeniably more alluring, it was truly disheartening to see someone so enviable. Retracting her gaze, Ling Long once again scrutinized her bosom. She squeezed her arms together, reshaping them, creating a deeper cleavage that enhanced her visual appeal. Perhaps with a little adjustment, it could be more or less acceptable. Ling Long nodded in satisfaction, resolving to also work on her hips to make them more pert. With that, Ling Long dismissed her thoughts and consumed a drop of Taixuan true water to begin her cultivation. Ningfan sat cross-legged in the cultivation ground, closing his eyes to enter a meditative state. Rather than striving to elevate his realm, he devoted all his energy to comprehending celestial techniques and treasures. Mystical patterns manifested around him, continually evolving into more enigmatic forms, though the system had granted him a 10,000-fold comprehension. His mastery of techniques and treasures was still vastly inferior to Su Wanwan's. He could only wonder how long it would take to catch up to her. Meanwhile, in terms of realm elevation, as long as Su Wanwan diligently practiced, it would suffice. After a little over an hour, the system's voice resonated in Ningfan's mind. Ding. The system detects that the female protagonist Su Wanwan has achieved the 3rd level of the extreme Dao realm, rewarding the host with an elevation to the pinnacle of the 7th level of the extreme Dao realm. 2 days later, Ningfan vaguely sensed his desire for the Taixuan true water within his primordial immortal body. He retrieved 3 more drops of Taixuan true water from the Ziwei Huangji cauldron. Su Wanwan, too, harbored an insatiable longing for more of the supreme true water, just as the supreme bone at her chest craved it. For other cultivators, consuming 3 drops of the supreme true water at once would be deemed extravagant. "These white jade fruits are yours. I seized them from the Huang family's territory," Ningfan remarked, as he presented 15 white jade fruits to Su Wanwan. Each of these fruits reached the level of semi-divine medicine, capable of being exchanged for 15 top-tier, first-grade elixirs. "My dear husband, won't you partake?" she inquired. "I have already indulged," Ningfan replied nonchalantly, fabricating a slight deception. After all, what merit did the white jade fruits hold? Converting them into first-grade elixirs was far more delectable. Host successfully gifted the female lead 15 white jade fruits, rewarding the host with 15 first-grade elixirs. "Would you like to exchange them now? May I select the elixirs for exchange?" "Yes," the system responded, secretly pondering the fact that every item previously exchanged for Ningfan had been meticulously tailored to his needs. "Let us postpone the exchange and save them for later," Ningfan decided, realizing that he and Su Wanwan were not currently in one of cultivation resources. They could choose the elixirs based on future circumstances. 2 days later, the system's voice echoed once more in Ningfan's mind. Ding! The system detects that the female lead, Su Wanwan, has attained the pinnacle of the 3rd layer of the extreme path. The host's realm will be elevated to the 8th layer of the extreme path. Though Ningfan lacked direct means for cultivation, his realm was gradually ascending. 3 days later, Mengke roused Ningfan and Su Wanwan. "The time has come. I shall take you to the extreme thunder domain for your training," Mengke stated, his demeanor grave and expression somewhat solemn. "The extreme thunder domain?" and Ling Long exclaimed, her eyes widening in astonishment. The extreme thunder domain is known to be the most perilous place within the Taixuan immortal realm. It is said to have once belonged to a celestial saint who left behind a cultivation ground there. No one has ever successfully ascended that sacred site. Moreover, the extreme thunder domain is fraught with terrifying restrictions. Any powerful being who dares to intrude upon the realm above the immortal stage will surely face annihilation. Although entry into the extreme thunder domain is not particularly restricted, the thunderbolts there are violent, posing a constant threat to life. Typically, only disciples from the Eastern Wilderness sect or the younger generation of the Longevity clan would dare to venture into the extreme thunder domain for their trials. Once inside the extreme thunder domain, you will encounter individuals who are the prodigies of the Eastern Wilderness sect and the Longevity clan, Mengke cautioned. The young talents of the Eastern Wilderness sect and the Longevity clan are all exceptional beings, worthy contenders for Ningfan. Ningfan nodded in understanding, recognizing that this was a training ground specifically chosen by his master for him. With a swift motion, Mengke ascended into the air, tearing open a rift in space. Soon after, Ningfan, Su Wanwan, Mengke, and Ling Long found themselves at the edge of the extreme thunder domain. In the void ahead, dark clouds obscured the sky, accompanied by thunder and lightning. Great bolts of lightning descended from above, their terrifying might instilling fear. "Master can only accompany you thus far. The rest is up to you," Mengke remarked, acknowledging that the formidable beings who enter the realm of immortals are beyond his reach. Ningfan turned to Ling Long and stated calmly, "Do you wish to continue following me?" Ling Long's eyes flickered with uncertainty as she gazed towards the daunting extreme thunder Dao domain, a wave of trepidation washing over her. Over the past few days, she had ascended to the 5th level of the extreme Dao. Fully aware that her current strength posed a significant risk should she venture into the extreme thunder Dao domain. At this moment, Ling Long hesitated and fell silent. Deep down, she desired to accompany Ningfan, yet she found herself at an impasse. "Rest assured, should you choose to enter the extreme thunder Dao domain for cultivation, I shall ensure your safety," Ningfan replied nonchalantly, having resolved to collaborate with Ling Long. Her growth and power would also benefit him. Should they enter the extreme thunder Dao domain together, Ningfan would undoubtedly intervene if Ling Long found herself in peril. "I am willing." Ling Long's eyes widened, her delicate features illuminated by a glimmer of excitement. Entering the extreme thunder Dao domain for cultivation was undoubtedly a splendid opportunity. Had it not been for her concerns regarding safety, she would have ventured forth long ago. Now, with Ningfan to protect her, She could not let this chance slip away. Just express your desire to go, Ningfan whispered, bemused by her insistence on proclaiming her willingness, as if it were akin to a marriage proposal. Once we enter the extreme Thunder Dao domain, should we encounter an immortal formation, do not attempt to breach it recklessly. Meng cautioned, emphasizing the dangers of intruding upon the territory of the immortal saints, where such actions could lead to fatal consequences. Yes, master, Ningfan replied. And together with Su Wanan and Ling Long, they soared into the extreme Thunder Dao domain. Upon entry, the tumultuous and formidable essence of the Thunder Dao struck Ningfan, causing his gaze to intensify. The aura of immortality here was several times denser than in other locales. Ningfan took the initiative to cultivate, absorbing the essence of the Thunder Dao to elevate his realm. Having entered the extreme Thunder Dao domain, neglecting to advance would indeed be a squandered opportunity. His mastery of the Grand Dao of heaven and earth had reached a profound level, allowing him to subtly harmonize with the cosmos, thus enhancing his speed and absorbing the Thunder Dao's essence. However, upon reaching the 8th level of the extreme Dao, Ningfan distinctly sensed that the path to further elevation had become significantly more arduous. Undeterred, he continued alongside Su Wanwan and Ling Long, navigating deeper into the extreme Thunder Dao domain. The further they ventured, the purer and more potent the essence of the Thunder Dao became, alongside an even richer aura of immortality. The landscape was dotted with towering peaks, many of which pierced the clouds, with summits diminutive and cliffs steep. They resembled colossal iron spikes, firmly embedded in the earth, thrusting directly into the heavens. These peaks endure the relentless forging of thunder throughout the year, their bodies as resilient as celestial gold, nearly indestructible. Many areas appear stark and barren, ravaged by storms, where scarcely any flora can endure. Only those semi-immortal herbs infused with the essence of thunder can thrive here, though their numbers are not insignificant. In less than the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn, Ningfan, Su Wanan, and Ling Long discovered a semi-immortal herb growing upon the mountainside. This semi-immortal herb is for you, Ningfan remarked nonchalantly, plucking it and directly presenting it to Ling Long. To him, semi-immortal herbs had lost their rarity. It seemed only fitting to extend a favor to Ling Long. Should he encounter any herbs that caught his fancy, he would not hesitate to claim them. Thank you, young Master Ning, Ling Long exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with delight. A semi-immortal herb flourishing within the domain of extreme thunder was far more valuable than those found in other realms. It was indeed a pleasure to accompany Ningfan. Anyone who claimed she was coerced would face her ire. After some time, Ningfan noticed 3 ancient herbs growing on a peak. Each of the 3 9-leaf thunder-patterned grasses was a true celestial herb. This location had formed a natural small formation, gathering an abundance of both thunderous essence and celestial energy. Suddenly, several bolts of lightning descended from the heavens, striking towards the 3 9-leaf thunder-patterned grasses. The mountain remained unscathed while the grasses trembled violently, absorbing the profound power contained within the strikes. Moments later, as the lightning dissipated, the radiance emitted by the grasses deepened. Remarkable! Ningfan's eyes sparkled with surprise. It was exceedingly rare for 3 celestial herbs to coexist in one place. Each 9-leaf thunder-patterned grass possessed extraordinary quality. In the next instant, Ningfan darted forward, soaring to the peak, extending a hand toward the 3 grasses. The grasses, each imbued with spirit, unleashed a torrent of lightning from their leaves. Ningfan found himself enveloped in a storm of electricity. The might radiating from the 9-leaf thunder-patterned grasses was formidable. Any other cultivator at the 8th or 9th level of the extreme path would surely scream in agony, contorted and charred by the electric onslaught. Ningfan's physique was exceedingly powerful. He grasped the roots of the 3 grasses and with a fierce effort, uprooted them. Released the celestial herbs. A proud voice suddenly echoed from afar. Moments later, a young man in white, riding a sword, approached at incredible speed. In mere moments, he loomed above Ningfan, his expression icy, exuding an air of superiority as he gazed down upon him, akin to a deity surveying a mere mortal. A disciple of the Sword Immortal sect. And Ling Long's delicate countenance shifted subtly. As the eldest daughter of the Yin family, she was all too familiar with the disciples of the Sword Immortal sect. Clad in white, soaring through the skies on a sword, this was the distinctive emblem of the sect's formidable practitioners. Celestial being, we are of the Yin family from Taixuan City, and Ling Long hastily declared her identity. Although the disciples of the Eastern Wilderness Great Sects had yet to ascend to the celestial realm, they were still addressed as celestial beings, a token of respect towards the esteemed sections. Despite Ling Long's status, she found herself the object of admiration from numerous disciples of the Eastern Wilderness Great Sects. and thus she was bound to adhere to this convention. Ah, so you hail from the Yin family. Before entering the Taixuan immortal realm, I shall reside in Ling Long Tower for 2 days. You wouldn't be the illustrious in Ling Long, would you? The young man in white eased his expression, a faint smile gracing his lips. Indeed, I am in Ling Long, she replied. Since we are friends, if you hand over those 3 9-leaf thundergrass, we can consider this matter settled, the young man in white declared arrogantly, as if bestowing a pardon upon Ningfan, Su Wan'an, and in Ling Long. Ningfan's gaze hardened, a flicker of icy rage igniting within him. What did he mean by handing over the 3 9-leaf thundergrass and considering the matter closed? He had procured the 3 celestial herbs through his own merit, adhering to the principle of first come, first served. Did he not understand this? Was the extreme thunder domain the exclusive domain of the Sword Immortal sect? What if I refused to comply? Ningfan replied indifferently. Upon hearing this, and Ling Long's expression drastically changed, her eyes betraying a hint of panic. Offending the 4 ancient families of Taixuan City was one thing, especially since Ningfan was a disciple of the Yunsong Pavilion, whose master was immensely powerful. However, the young man before them was a disciple of the Sword Immortal sect, one of the great sects of the Eastern Wilderness. How dare Ningfan act so boldly? What did you say? The young man's countenance instantly turned cold, a fierce glimmer of murderous intent flashing in his eye. He had visited Taixuan City in the Taixuan immortal realm before. Never had anyone dared to defy his words. You seek death. As soon as the words left his lips, the young man brandished his celestial sword, unleashing a sharp sword aura directly towards Ningfan. Chapter 124. If you regret it, you may depart now. Ningfan let out a cold laugh, extending a hand to directly collide with the descending sword aura. Bang! The fierce sword energy shattered in his palm, leaving his hand unscathed. To crush sword energy with bare hands? The young man's brows furrowed in disbelief. How could a mere hand possess such formidable strength? Good lad, you possess some skill. No wonder you dare to be so audacious. I had underestimated you. The young man remarked sternly, stepping forward as the primal force of the great Tao surged forth, akin to a torrential flood, bearing down upon Ningfan. He harbored an innate arrogance, intent on trampling those who defied him as one would crush an ant. You seek death, Ningfan growled, a fierce glint of murderous intent igniting in his eyes. The opponent was excessively arrogant, attacking in such a manner that it essentially afforded him an opportunity for a lethal counterstrike. Given that the adversary was courting death, Ningfan naturally felt no obligation to be courteous. With a powerful punch, he unleashed a surge of calamity, his mixed-element celestial body exhibiting its might. Bang! The two collided fiercely, producing a sound that resonated like a thunderous explosion. In the next moment, the entire leg of the young man in white erupted, transforming into a mist of blood. Ah! A piercing scream escaped the lips of the young man, his eyes wide with terror and his complexion ashen. The calamity thunder coursed through him, causing his body to convulse uncontrollably, his limbs rendered unresponsive. Ningfan's figure flickered, positioning himself directly above the young man in white. With a decisive step, he aimed to stomp down upon the young man's head. Though employing a similar technique, Ningfan's strike was unequivocally fatal. Thud! A deep sound reverberated as the young man's head was driven into the mountainside, shattering upon impact, blood and gore splattering. There was no time for the young man to summon aid via talismans. He was simply crushed under Ningfan's foot. The gravest folly on his part was his decision to act alone, rather than alongside his fellow disciples of the Sword Immortal sect. Ningfan remarked coldly. Otherwise, he would have had to contemplate the consequences more seriously. Young Master Ning, you have slain a disciple of the Sword Immortal sect. And Ling Long exclaimed in horror, her eyes wide with fear, her voice trembling. Until now, she had been speaking softly, lowering her stance in her conversation with the disciple. The young man had previously stated that if she surrendered 3 stalks of 9-leaf thunder herb, the matter would be settled. She could not have anticipated that Ningfan would not only refuse to yield the celestial herb, but would go so far as to kill the Sword Immortal disciple. If news of this were to spread, the Yin family would face catastrophic repercussions. Are you afraid? Ningfan inquired indifferently. The current state of Taixuan City and the Taixuan immortal realm was merely a fade upheld by numerous ancient families. The true root of the matter lay with the East Wilderness sect. Eliminating a few ancient families merely addressed the symptoms, not the underlying issues. For Ningfan, the act of killing a disciple of the East Wilderness sect held no cause for trepidation, and Ling Long was momentarily taken aback. Who would not tremble at the thought of slaying a disciple of the Sword Immortal sect? If you have any regrets, you may withdraw now. Our collaboration ends here. Ningfan stated calmly. And Ling Long's expression was grave, her jaw clenched tightly, her fists balled up, and her delicate form quivering slightly. It was evident that her mind was in a tumultuous struggle. This situation was pivotal to the survival of the entire family. Ningfan, however, was in no hurry, allowing Ling Long ample time to contemplate her decision. After eradicating all traces of the encounter, Ningfan refined a stalk of 9-leaf thunder herb. The path to immortality was fraught with difficulty. Ascension to the 8th realm of the extreme Tao required the absorption of vast amounts of the essence of the great Tao. Even a celestial herb, such as the 9-leaf thunder herb, could not afford a significant elevation in realm for one who had already attained the 8th level of the. Within Ningfan's body, the essence of the great Tao was remarkably pure, necessitating the absorption of an even greater source of Taoic energy, thereby rendering the enhancement of his realm increasingly arduous. The ethereal aura of immortality permeated his being, accumulating within him. Ding. The system detects that the female lead, Su Wanwan, has reached the 4th level of the extreme Tao realm, rewarding the host with an elevation to the 8th level of the extreme Tao realm, minor achievement. Resonated the system's voice within Ningfan's mind. Fortunately, a substantial gap in their realms existed between Ningfan and Su Wanwan. With her current level being relatively low, her advancement was comparatively effortless. The system's configuration facilitated Ningfan's path to immortality as well. "My dear, take this Fire Lotus Lioli pill and utilize it," Ningfan remarked, presenting a top-tier second-grade elixir, exchanged from the Xianxiao Purple Chi pill. Top-tier second-grade elixir? Su Wanwan's eyes widened in astonishment. The plethora of pills Ningfan produced gave her an impression of inexhaustibility. The Extreme Thunder Tao domain offers little benefit to your cultivation. This Fire Lotus Lioli pill is more suited for your training. Within the Extreme Thunder Tao domain, the overwhelming essence of thunder displaced that of other Taoic sources, making them relatively sparse. The intertwining powers of thunder and fire within Ningfan contrasted with Su Wanwan's approach. She practiced the Celestial Flame Man, adept at merging various celestial fires, seeking an ultimate and pure form of the fire path. Host has successfully gifted the female lead one Fire Lotus Lioli pill, receiving a 10,000-fold return, with the option to choose either 10,000 top-tier second-grade elixirs or one top-tier third-grade elixir. Exchange for one top-tier third-grade elixir. Suitable for my dear's cultivation, Ningfan instructed. According to the host's request, the system has exchanged one 9 Phoenix Burning Heaven pill, classified as a top-tier third-grade elixir. In a few days, Ningfan planned to gift this top-tier third-grade elixir to Su Wanwan. Throughout the process of presenting the second-grade elixir, and Ling Long observed closely. The last time Ningfan gifted Su Wanwan the Xianxiao Purple Chi pill, and Ling Long had also been present. Having resolved to cooperate, there is no room for retreat. And Ling Long am not the type to abandon friends in times of peril, and Ling Long declared with a serious expression and resolute tone. This represented a significant gamble for the entire family. Should they lose, it would lead to eternal damnation. Yet, if victorious, the family would undoubtedly rise, no longer beholden to the whims of the Eastern Wilderness' major sections. Ningfan smiled, then proceeded deeper into the Extreme Thunder Tao domain alongside Su Wanwan and Ling Long. The 9-leaf thunder pattern grass was still vastly inferior when compared to the heavenly tribulation thunder vine. Elixirs imbued with the power of heavenly tribulations were exceedingly rare. As he traversed, he engaged in cultivation, seeking treasures of heaven and earth, albeit at a leisurely pace. The Extreme Thunder Tao domain was expansive, akin to a secluded secret realm. The trio discovered over a dozen semi-immortal herbs and located 2 full-fledged immortal herbs. They also encountered other young cultivators and several members of the Sword Immortal sect. The 2 parties shared no intersection. The tragic demise of the disciple from the Sword Immortal sect would likely remain undiscovered for a considerable time. After more than a day had passed, Ningfan, Su Wanwan, and Ling Long arrived before a majestic celestial mountain. This mountain, a rarity within the domain of extreme thunder, boasted a gentle slope, and its summit pierced the clouds above. The essence of the thunder Tao emanating from the mountain was extraordinarily potent, and the aura of the immortal path was astonishingly rich. Cascading thunderous waterfalls descended from the void, gathering countless bolts of lightning. Such a spectacle was breathtaking. Even in the absence of remarkable celestial treasures, the opportunity to cultivate at the mountain's peak was a fortuitous chance. In Su Wanwan's eyes, a glimmer of dual pupils emerged as she discerned the peak of the mountain. There, a celestial herb awaited, on the verge of evolving into a third-grade elixir. A third-grade elixir. Ningfan's gaze sharpened, a fervent desire igniting within him. Atop the summit stood a dozen young cultivators, anticipating the herb's transformation, as Su Wanwan remarked, and Ling Long's complexion paled. She understood that the other young cultivators Su Wanwan referred to were undoubtedly disciples of the Eastern Wilderness sect. Ningfan's recklessness left her unable to predict what actions he might take next. Ningfan, when we ascend the peak, it is imperative that you do not antagonize the disciples of the Eastern Wilderness sect, and Ling Long urged earnestly. Previously, he had dispatched a disciple of the Sword Immortal sect with ease, unnoticed. However, the situation had changed, with so many formidable young cultivators present. It was improbable that Ningfan could eliminate them all in the blink of an eye. Understood, I am not foolish enough to invite my own demise, Ningfan replied casually, and Ling Long bit her lip, hesitating momentarily before mustering her courage to speak. Ningfan, if I may be blunt, it would be best to focus on reaching the summit for cultivation, rather than competing for the third-grade elixir with the Eastern Wilderness sect, she asserted, emphasizing the necessity of addressing their true adversaries, the Huang, Qi, Zhao, and Ren families. It would be prudent to maintain amiable relations with the Eastern Wilderness sect until these ancient clans were dealt with. Ningfan turned to Ling Long, a faint smile gracing his lips. You, my dear, may not have ample bosom or a curvaceous figure, yet your thoughts are abundant. And Ling Long was momentarily taken aback, her cheeks flushing with a mix of embarrassment and indignation. While her physique paled in comparison to Su Wanwan's, it was still remarkable in its own right. Ningfan, please refrain from such jesting, she exclaimed, her voice dwindling to a whisper as she glanced at Su Wanwan. I assure you, my bosom is not small. My posterior is quite ample as well. Despite her words trailing off into near silence, Ningfan still caught her utterances. Ha ha. Ningfan burst into laughter, realizing that, indeed, women often possessed a hint of competitive spirit in such matters. In consideration of Miss N's esteemed status, I shall spare those individuals their lives. With a shift in Ningfan's expression grew serious. However, that celestial herb atop the mountain peak is a prize I must secure. With that declaration, Ningfan unleashed his agility and soared toward the summit of the celestial mountain. Naturally, Su Wanwan had no objections and followed closely behind him. And Ling Long's eyes widened in surprise, her pupils constricting. I can only hope my gamble proves fruitful, she murmured to herself, also employing her agility to pursue them. The celestial mountain soared higher, with a vast distance still remaining above the clouds. Soon enough, the trio of Ningfan, Su Wanwan, and Ling Long reached the pinnacle. The power of the thunderous essence at the summit was overwhelming, and the rich aura of immortality left Ningfan in awe. At the center of the peak lay a black thunder lotus, its body as dark as ink, radiating with ominous black lightning. The Desolation Thunder Lotus. Ningfan's eyes widened, a flicker of astonishment crossing his face. This was an exceedingly rare celestial herb, imbued with the power of annihilation, known for its explosive black lightnings. Also referred to as the Thunder of Desolation. A remarkable treasure. Ningfan was instantly captivated by the Desolation Thunder Lotus. Both its petals and leaves possessed extraordinary properties. There was no room for hesitation. He had to acquire this lotus. A similar glimmer of astonishment appeared in the eyes of Su Wanwan and in Ling Long. Who are you three? This place is not meant for the likes of you commoners. A disciple from the Sword Immortal sect bellowed, his sword-like brows and striking features exuding an aura of formidable power. This individual was powerful, instilling in Ningfan a sense of danger. Several other disciples from the Sword Immortal sect stood behind him, indicating his high status among their ranks. The dozen or so strong individuals present bore unique insignias on their garments, signifying their identities. In contrast, the attire of Ningfan and Su Wanwan appeared rather ordinary, revealing that they were not disciples of the Eastern Wilderness's great teachings. Ningfan let out a cold laugh, finding this person reminiscent of the Sword Immortal disciple he had previously slain, both high and mighty, exuding arrogance. Do you consider yourself superior? Lacking even the most basic manners. You are nothing but a wretch born without guidance, less civilized than a dog. Ningfan scoffed, the sword of celestial slaying still firmly in his grasp. Upon hearing those words, all present were taken aback, turning their gazes toward Ningfan. Such vulgarity was striking, as if trampling upon one's dignity. And Ling Long's expression shifted, her heart racing. Indeed, Ningfan clearly regarded the Eastern Wilderness's great teachings with disdain. Conflict had erupted immediately upon reaching the summit. This was madness. The ancient families of Xuanqing had yet to be resolved, and now Ningfan sought to forge enmity with the Eastern Wilderness's great teachings. Seeking death, A disciple from the sword immortal sect behind the leader barked, drawing his celestial sword. A cold flash of sword light flickered as a figure darted forth. The celestial sword in hand aimed directly at Ningfan's neck. Clang! Ningfan responded with remarkable speed, the Zhanxian sword clashing against his opponent's celestial sword, producing a sharp metallic resonance. The two swords held firm, and the expression of the disciple from the sword immortal sect shifted, no matter how fiercely he exerted himself. He could not budge Ningfan's Zhanxian sword even a fraction. Is that all? Ningfan smirked mockingly, and as his words faded, his other hand shot out, aiming directly for the opponent's face. The disciple's pupils constricted sharply, and he hastily raised his hand to defend. In an instant of collision, the disciple's hand was forcefully repelled. The next moment, Ningfan's palm landed squarely on his opponent's face. Slap! A resounding crack echoed across the mountaintop. Everyone present was taken aback. This was not merely a skirmish, but a provocation and humiliation directed at the sword immortal sect disciple. You are not yet worthy to be my opponent, Ningfan declared with disdain, exuding an aura of invincibility, his demeanor audacious. He could be even more arrogant than the disciples of the sword immortal sect. Immediately, Ningfan's Zhanxian sword trembled violently, causing the opponent to stagger back with a muffled groan. Brother Jiaming, this lowly wretch dares to challenge the dignity of the sword immortal sect and insult its reputation. Kill him. A handsome young man with striking features stepped forward. Initially, he had deemed it beneath him to intervene, believing his junior could easily deal with this arrogant youth. Yet, he was taken aback by the young man's unexpected strength. Despite his youth, he possessed considerable prowess. It was unheard of for anyone to disrespect a disciple of the sword immortal sect for many years. Do you not fear death? Jiaming spoke coldly, his star-like eyes ablaze with fury and a palpable killing intent. You may insult others as lowly wretches, but do you allow others to call you worse than dogs? Ningfan replied indifferently, eager to witness the prowess of the elite among the sword immortal sect disciples. You insult me once, I shall return thrice. That seems fair enough. Such an ignorant fool, blessed with talent at a young age. What a pity. Jiaming retorted angrily. Charging forth, his celestial sword aimed straight for Ningfan's chest. Chapter 126. The Clash of Swordsmanship. I shatter it with one sword. Clang. The points of their swords clashed, producing a sound akin to gold shattering stone. With blades poised against one another, Jiaming's celestial sword was of high quality. The Zhanxian sword was extraordinarily sharp. Yet with Ningfan's current strength, he could not sever a sword of such caliber. Both figures trembled, retreating a few steps before simultaneously launching themselves at one another once more. Clang, clang, clang. The sharp sounds of metal striking metal echoed continuously. This was a contest of swordsmanship. The two figures soared into the void, engaging in a fierce and splendid confrontation. Ningfan's sword technique was simple and unadorned, yet it possessed an essence of returning to simplicity, embodying the profound concept that true principles are often the simplest. In contrast, Jiaming's swordplay was ornate and intricate, dazzling to behold. The crimson and icy sword lights clashed violently, their formidable energies tearing apart the surrounding space. The summit of this mountain, having endured the relentless tempering of thunder over countless ages, had become remarkably resilient, preventing its shattering. All present were left in awe, unable to fathom that among the young prodigies of the eastern wilderness, there existed one capable of standing shoulder to shoulder with the disciples of the sword immortal sect in the art of swordsmanship. The two adversaries exchanged blows back and forth. After hundreds of exchanges, neither had gained the upper hand. No matter how intricate and splendid Jianming's sword techniques were, Ningfan met each with a singular, decisive strike. Jianming's expression grew increasingly grim. After so many encounters, he still could not vanquish his opponent. For Jianming, a top talent of the sword immortal sect, this was an immense humiliation. In contrast, Ningfan, rare to find an equally matched opponent, grew ever more valiant. The Xian sword in his hand radiated a palpable aura of slaughter, his attacks powerful and unrestrained, causing Jianming's arms to tremble. His defense was equally impenetrable, without a single flaw. Ha ha ha, Jianming, how can you fail to defeat a nameless nobody? Do you still wish to compete with us for the Annihilation Thunder Lotus? You should abandon that notion at once. Disciples from the Burning Valley and the Five Thunder sect mocked, stoking the flames of rivalry. The great sects of the Eastern Wilderness jointly governed the Taixuan immortal realm, yet in this moment, the young elites of the three major sects had all set their sights on the coveted Annihilation Thunder Lotus. They were now competitors, each relying on their own prowess to seize the prize. Clang, clang. Enraged, Jianming unleashed 2 more immortal swords from their sheaths, each of identical quality. The 3 immortal swords soared through the air, emanating an unparalleled sharpness and an overwhelming cold radiance. The surrounding space began to fracture, and the temperature at the mountaintop plummeted dramatically. The overwhelming sword intent and murderous aura instilled a sense of trepidation in the hearts of the Burning Valley and 5 Thunder Sect disciples. Though they had just laughed at Jianming, they were acutely aware of his formidable strength. Ningfan's gaze sharpened as he gripped his sword tightly, pointing it towards the heavens, unleashing a torrent of blood-red sword light. The aura of slaughter was palpable, as if it were a realm of blood and despair. "You should feel honored to perish beneath this strike," Jianming declared, his tone still condescending and imperious. This was his ultimate killing move, imbued with near-absolute confidence. "Such flamboyance is mere window dressing, lacking substance," Ningfan replied indifferently, exuding a terrifying murderous intent. If Jianming's aura was cold and chilling, then Ningfan's was horrific, evoking a profound sense of dread. Kill. Jianming's fury escalated as hundreds, even thousands, of frigid sword energy surged forth, tearing through the fabric of space. "One sword to sever the immortals," Ningfan shouted, his singular blood-colored sword energy stretching thousands of zhangth, as if intent on cleaving heaven and earth asunder. Clang, clang, clang. The clash of sword energies resonated through the skies, unleashing an unparalleled, razor-sharp wave of force. The scene was utterly breathtaking. One could witness waves of frigid sword energy colliding with blood-red sword energy, each clash resulting in a cascade of shattered blades. In mere moments, hundreds, even thousands of icy sword strikes were obliterated, yet the lengthy blood-red sword energy continued its relentless advance towards Jianming. "No matter how you alter your sword techniques, I shall counter with a single blade." In that instant, the other disciples of the Sword Immortal sect, along with the prodigies of the Burning Valley and the 5 Thunder sect, widened their eyes in astonishment. The outcome of this confrontation was evident. Jianming had succumbed. "I wield 3 celestial swords. I refuse to believe I cannot vanquish you," Jianming roared, his visage contorted with fury, his demeanor spiraling into madness. 3 celestial swords circled before him, their tips aimed directly at Ningfan. In the next moment, Jianming merged with the 3 celestial swords, extending a hand that propelled the swords towards Ningfan with astonishing swiftness, piercing through space and resonating with a symphony of clashing steel. The vast blood-red sword energy was pierced through by a single strike. Having clashed with hundreds and thousands of icy sword strikes, this blood-red energy had reached its limit. Ningfan, unyielding, grasped the sword of celestial decapitation, channeling the formidable power of his primordial celestial body, ready to unleash his might as the adversary approached. With mere yards separating them, Ningfan sprang into action. He swung the sword of celestial decapitation fiercely, colliding with the 3 celestial swords at almost the exact clang, clang. The resonating sounds echoed simultaneously, and to the astonishment of onlookers, Jianming's 3 celestial swords were sent flying. With a violent tremor, Jianming spat out a mouthful of blood mist, his form twisting as he was hurled backward. Ningfan also staggered back, his arms shaken from the force. Jianming's complexion darkened to an ashen hue, reflecting his profound distress. He felt ensnared in a predicament. Though injured, he still possessed the strength to fight. Yet his confidence had dwindled. The outcome of continuing this battle was uncertain. Atop the mountain, the withering thunder lotus was on the verge of transforming into a 3rd-grade celestial herb, and the individuals from the Burning Valley and the 5 Thunder sect were determined to claim it. He could not acquiesce to surrender it willingly. "Ha ha ha, brother Jianming. Let us call it a day. Do not let your true wrath ignite." A disciple from the Burning Valley soared up, laughing heartily, acting as a peacemaker. His power was comparable to Jianming's, and his status was equally matched. As the adage goes, one does not truly know another until they have clashed. It was merely a verbal sparring. Why take it to heart? A disciple from the 5 Thunder sect also ascended, his gaze intense as it fixed upon Ningfan. This young man, despite his youth, matched Jianming blow for blow, undeniably one of the most exceptional talents in the Eastern Wilderness. "Young brother, I am Wangjin, a disciple of the 5 Thunder sect. Might I inquire if you have any interest in joining the Xianlei sect? I would be honored to recommend you." He harbored intentions of recruitment, for talents like him were exceedingly rare. "I am Lin Huan, a disciple of the Burning Valley. Throughout the Eastern Wilderness, the Burning Valley's reverence for talent is unparalleled. I wonder if you might be interested. That young powerhouse from the Burning Valley is equally ambitious. If he could recruit this lad, it would be a significant advantage once the Desolation Thunder Lotus matures." "Humph. Jianming let out a cold snort, sheathing 3 celestial swords as he descended towards the mountaintop below. Wang Zhen and Lin Huan both wish for this young man to join the Five Thunder sect or the Burning Valley. He can only yield for now and abandon his pursuit. I am Ningfan. I am grateful for the esteem you both have shown, Ningfan remarked, his eyes glinting with intent as he sought to acquire the entire Desolation Black Lotus. Faced with 3 adversaries, his chances of success were slim. Yet, should Jianming, Wang Zhen, and Lin Huan turn against one another, an opportunity might arise for him. Chapter 127. Reaping the benefits within the extreme thunder domain. The rare treasures of heaven and earth belong to various prominent sects. I am aware of the unspoken rules. This unwritten code is generally accepted by all. Only those items deemed undesirable by the major sects may be claimed by others. I merely wish to cultivate on this mountaintop and harbor no intention of competing with you for the celestial herbs, Ningfan proclaimed, bowing respectfully with an earnest expression. The two were insistent, yet the dilemma between joining the Five Thunder sect or the Burning Valley presents a considerable quandary for me. I kindly request some time to ponder my decision. Wang Zhen and Lin Huan erupted into laughter upon hearing this. Observing Ningfan's demeanor, it seemed he was not deceiving them. To dare to engage Jianming in battle, this lad possesses a modicum of courage. He comprehends the rules well, understanding that a conflict with a disciple of the Sword Immortal sect could escalate matters significantly. Should this unwritten rule be broken, the situation would become grave. You, young man, though still in your youth, are indeed a person of potential. There is no rush. Remain here on this mountaintop, cultivate, and contemplate your choice. Wang Zhen and Lin Huan, with no suspicion of his intentions, inwardly hoped Ningfan would select one of them. Once that Desolation Thunder Lotus transforms into a third-tier celestial herb, I shall surprise you all, Ningfan mused. Subsequently, he descended to rejoin Su Wanwan and Ling Long. You scared me to death just now, Ling Long exclaimed, her delicate features still reflecting her fright. Ningfan smiled gently, reassuring her, do not worry, I have everything under control. His gaze was fixed upon the Desolation Thunder Lotus, which emanated an increasingly formidable aura from its center atop the mountain. Focus on your cultivation, await the maturation of the Desolation Thunder Lotus. Ningfan settled onto the ground, closing his eyes in meditation. As time passed, all on the mountaintop fell silent. Soon, a voice resonated within Ningfan's mind. Ding! System detects that the female lead Su Wanwan has reached the 4th minor stage of the extreme path. The host is rewarded with an elevation to the 8th major stage of the extreme path. 3 days later, the system's voice echoed once more. Ding! The system detected that the female protagonist, Su Wanwan, had achieved the 4th level of the extreme Dao realm, rewarding the host with an elevation to the pinnacle of the 8th level of the extreme Dao realm. Meanwhile, Ningfan, through his own diligent cultivation, had also ascended a level, reaching the 9th level of the extreme Dao realm. He took a deep breath, opened his eyes, and a glimmer of brilliance flickered within them. He could sense that the primordial power within him had surged tenfold. As one progressed further in the extreme Dao realm, the path to advancement became increasingly arduous. Yet, with each elevation, one's strength would skyrocket immensely. He cast his gaze upon the withering Thunder Lotus, witnessing its full bloom, radiating an overwhelming vitality. Within a day, it would transform into a 3rd-grade celestial herb. Once the Thunder Lotus underwent its metamorphosis, he urged Su Wanwan and Ling Long to keep their distance, prepared to flee at a moment's notice. What? You still intend to? Ling Long's complexion paled, only to realize she had spoken too loudly and quickly covered her mouth. Fortunately, the disciples of the Sword Immortal sect, Burning Valley, and Five Thunder sect had not noticed their conversation. Master Ning, did you not declare that you would not dare to vie for the celestial herb? What has changed? Ling Long whispered, her voice audible only to Ningfan and Su Wanwan. 3 days prior, Ningfan had expressed those sentiments in front of Wang Zhen and Lin Huan, and she had heard him clearly. At that moment, she had thought Ningfan believed the 3 sects to be too powerful to contend with the Thunder Lotus. Little did she know, he still intended to take action. Master Ning, you were deceiving them all along. Ningfan shot Ling Long a glance. This woman could be remarkably astute at times, yet at others, she seemed rather dim-witted. That Thunder Lotus is something I must possess. After more than half a day, the Thunder Lotus erupted with a breathtaking black lightning glow. In the next instant, the aura it emitted surged dramatically. It had transformed into a 3rd-grade celestial herb. Our patience has not been in vain. The disciples of the Sword Immortal sect, Burning Valley, and Five Thunder sect were taken aback, their eyes fixated on the Thunder Lotus, radiating intense fervor. Almost simultaneously, Jianming, Wang Zhen, and Lin Huan all surged forth towards the Thunder Lotus. The Thunder Lotus is of utmost value to me. Why must you two contest it? Wang Zhen bellowed, confident in his speed. He had expected to outpace the others, but to his surprise, they were nearly equal in pace. Enough of your prattle. Let us see whose skills are superior. Jianming retorted angrily. Having been dissatisfied after his battle with Ningfan, he had no intention of yielding now. With a clang, a celestial sword shot forth towards Wang Zhen. Unwilling to back down, Wang Zhen wielded a formidable hammer, a quality celestial artifact, and struck towards the sword. Meanwhile, Lin Huan took advantage of their distraction to dash towards the Thunder Lotus. Fool! Such delusions! Wang Zhen and Jianming shouted in unison, launching their attacks towards Lin Huan. In the midst of chaos, disciples from the Sword Immortal sect, the Thunderbolt sect, and the Burning Valley all rushed forward to assist, creating an utterly tumultuous scene. Such disarray only served to heighten the tension. Ningfan's figure darted forth, stealthily approaching. Boom! The Annihilation Thunder Lotus, possessing a spirit of its own, attempted to escape, unleashing an overwhelming barrage of black lightning imbued with destructive power. Alas! Cries of agony echoed as several weaker individuals were struck, convulsing uncontrollably before collapsing to the ground. Even Jianming, Wang Zhen, and Lin Huan were momentarily as if struck by a tremendous force. Acquiring a third-grade celestial herb was not a trivial endeavor. It had only just transformed into a third-grade celestial herb. Had it not been for that, the unleashed black lightning would have been even more formidable. Swish! A sound of tearing air resonated as Ningfan's figure suddenly materialized behind Jianming. With the sword of immortality in hand, a flash of crimson sword light surged forth, aiming directly at Jianming's heart. This was an unrelenting lethal strike, targeting Jianming's vital points. Sensing the lethal sword energy and murderous intent behind him, Jianming's expression shifted dramatically. Reacting swiftly, he turned, wielding his celestial sword with all his might to counter. Clang! A resounding crash echoed as the celestial sword was knocked from Jianming's grasp. His arm jolted back from the impact. Ningfan's sudden assault caught Jianming off guard, and his frantic sword swing was utterly insufficient. Whoosh! In the next instant, blood erupted from Jianming's chest, splattering high into the air. Jianming's eyes glazed over, his complexion turning pale as he plummeted toward the ground. This was undoubtedly a devastating blow, with broken ribs and severely damaged internal organs. Were it not for the special protective garment he wore, which absorbed some of the force, he would have been cleaved in two. Ha ha ha, Brother Ningfan, splendid work. Thank you immensely for dealing with him. That scoundrel dared to vie for the Annihilation Thunder Lotus. Wang Zhen laughed heartily, his face alight with joy and excitement. He had not anticipated that Ningfan would eliminate a rival for him. As long as Jianming survived, it was not a significant issue. Boom! A blinding flash of tribulation light erupted, and a celestial dragon roared forth, charging directly at Wang Zhen. Almost simultaneously, the purifying flames surged, and a divine phoenix spread its wings, swooping down upon Lin Huan. In an instant, the expressions of all present shifted dramatically. Chapter 128, This Battle. Exhilarating and unrestrained, Wang Zhen's smile froze in an instant, the gratitude he had just expressed transforming into a cruel jest. He could hardly fathom that while Ningfan had severely injured Jianming, he had now turned his attention against him. Hadn't this lad claimed he would not dare contend for the celestial herb? Didn't he express interest in joining the Thunderbolt sect, stating he needed time to consider? It was all nothing but deception. Wang Zhen was immediately overwhelmed by a sense of being played for a fool, akin to a foolish donkey. Boom! A tremendous crash echoed as the celestial dragon collided with Wang Zhen, sending him hurtling through the air. Thud! The celestial dragon's claw, pinning Wang Zhen to the ground. The terrifying tribulation thunder struck Wang Zhen's body with a violent blow. Caught off guard and utterly unprepared, he succumbed to the suppression of the Azure Dragon's treasure technique. Meanwhile, Lin Huan was also repelled by the Divine Phoenix's treasure technique. In the next instant, Ningfan's figure had already approached the Annihilation Thunder Lotus. As he reached out and grasped it, a surge of destructive energy from the essence of thunder erupted within his body. Hiss! Ningfan furrowed his brows, gasping sharply as he exerted tremendous force, uprooting the Annihilation Thunder Lotus and swiftly storing it away. Boom! The Azure Dragon's form shattered, and the fierce tribulation light erupted. Wang Zhen rose, wielding his twin hammers, and smashed the Azure Dragon's form into fragments. Simultaneously, Lin Huan unleashed his treasure technique. manifesting a fire qilin that also sent the divine phoenix S form flying. Indeed, the powerhouses of the Eastern Wilderness sect were unlike those of the Eternal Ancient Clan. If it were a pinnacle 9th layer expert from the Eternal Ancient Clan, there would be no possibility of shattering the Azure Dragon and Divine Phoenix treasure techniques. Do you dare to toy with us? Wang Jun roared, his face a deep shade of anger. Never had anyone dared to mock them. It was a tremendous humiliation. Hand over the Annihilation Thunder Lotus. Lin Huan commanded fiercely, the essence of the great path surging as his body merged with the fire qilin. Ningfan coldly regarded Wang Jun and Lin Huan, a disdainful curve gracing his lips. What were the Burning Valley and the Five Thunder sect to him? With Su Wan by his side, he looked down upon the Eastern Wilderness sect. The Annihilation Thunder Lotus is mine. You cannot take it. Ningfan declared indifferently. Such arrogance. I will smash you into a pulp. Wang Jun retorted furiously, raising his twin hammers and leaping into the air. One hammer came crashing down towards Ningfan's head, bursting forth with lightning and wielding the power to shatter mountains and crack the earth. The strength of this strike was formidable, yet its speed was insufficient. Ningfan could easily evade. However, he did not retreat. With the immortal slaying sword in hand, he advanced to meet it. Not only did he channel the essence of slaughter, but the immortal slaying sword also gathered the power of heavenly tribulation. Clang! A thunderous sound resonated as the two forces clashed, erupting in dazzling light. The surrounding space trembled, and the mountaintop shuddered. Wang Jun staggered back several paces, astonished, his arm numbed. He sensed the formidable strength of Ningfan. Not only the aura of slaughter, but also the tribulation thunder. That was the purest essence of thunder in the heavens, unparalleled. And even celestial beings found it exceedingly difficult to comprehend. Even more astonishing was the sheer power of Ningfan's physical form, rivaling that of pure-blood beings of the same realm. It was utterly remarkable, surpassing countless young powerhouses of the Eastern Wilderness, and even comparable to the top talents of the Central Continent. Come again, Ningfan shouted, his eyes shining with brilliance, his fighting spirit surging. If one were to judge solely by the magnitude of power, disregarding the intricacies of techniques, Wang Jun was indeed superior in skill. Such an opponent was precisely what Ningfan yearned for. Su Wan once remarked that combat is the most direct and effective means of cultivation, a sentiment that Ningfan has etched in his memory. Kill! Wang Jun bellowed, his long hair standing on end, each strand crackling with azure lightning. Unwilling to concede, he was determined to crush this young man into a pulp, despite his own superior realm. With a mighty swing of his twin hammers, he aimed a fierce strike at Ningfan. Ningfan responded with a sharp reprimand, charging forward with the full might of his primordial immortal body, unleashing the unrestrained power of his flesh. The blood-red slaying immortal sword emitted a radiant glow of calamity. Clang, clang, clang. The two engaged in a ferocious battle. The sound of their weapons clashing echoed through the skies, as if capable of piercing the very heavens. The exchanges were relentless, both combatants employing grand and sweeping techniques that left the onlookers breathless. Each collision unleashed a terrifying wave of energy, reverberating through the space around them. Lin Huan contemplated intervening, but the intensity of Ningfan and Wang Jun's clashes left him with no opportunity to act. After several hundred exchanges, Wang Jun began to falter, his arms numb and his palms aflame with excruciating pain. His vital energy surged tumultuously within, and blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. In contrast, Ningfan seemed to grow increasingly formidable. With each swing of the slaying immortal sword, his strength intensified. The prowess of the primordial immortal body was astonishing, surpassing all expectations. To describe Ningfan's physical form as akin to a pure-blooded being would be an understatement. Ha! How exhilarating! Ningfan laughed heartily, his eyes ablaze with the spirit of battle, resembling a war god. The relentless dueling, devoid of any embellishments, filled him with a profound sense of satisfaction, as if every latent potential within his body had been awakened. Gripping his sword with both hands, he unleashed a mighty blow aimed at Wang Jun's complexion changed dramatically. Sensing the horror of this strike, he dared not underestimate it. The power of the great Tao surged, and lightning erupted as he raised his twin hammers to defend himself. Clang! The very void quaked, radiating blinding light that rendered it nearly impossible to gaze upon. Wang Jun's face paled as his hammers slipped from his grasp, his palms torn as he spat a mouthful of blood mist, his body trembling violently as he staggered back hundreds of feet. Ningfan also wavered, retreating as his vital energy surged within, a trace of blood appearing at the corner of his mouth. At that moment, the fiery qilin form suddenly emerged behind Ningfan, flames surging and filling the sky. Ningfan seized the opportunity to strike. With a mighty roar, the fire Qilin charged forward, its hooves descending as if to crush the mountaintop beneath it. A fierce glint flickered in Ningfan's eyes as he extended one hand, resembling the claw of a divine phoenix. The flames of rebirth raging forth to collide with the Qilin's descent. Boom! A monstrous wave of fire erupted, shaking the surrounding space. As if the heavens and earth were a canvas trembling in the wind. The inferno spread like a tempest, awe-inspiring and terrifying. Ningfan, the senior brother, had finally found his moment to strike. The fierce battle between that young man and Wang Jun had reached a level of brutality that suggested he was at his limits, rendering him unable to withstand this strike. How audacious to covet the annihilation Thunder Lotus, while simultaneously opposing the three major. Such arrogance could only lead to a dismal fate. Alas, what a waste of talent this is, had he been accepted into a grand sect of the Eastern Wilderness. His path to immortality would have been boundless. The disciples of the Five Thunder sect, the Burning Valley, and the Sword Immortal sect were both astonished and elated. Just then, a resounding roar echoed through the air. Suddenly, they witnessed the body of the Qilin begin to collapse, disintegrating with relentless force. In an instant, the Qilin's treasured technique shattered. Ningfan's figure emerged, his hand resembling the claw of a divine phoenix, striking towards Ningfan's chest. In that moment, all present widened their eyes in disbelief. Chapter 129. Forcing me to kill, how could this be possible? Ningfan's expression shifted dramatically, his pupils contracting sharply. Seizing the moment when Ningfan had just exhausted himself in a fierce duel with Wang Jun, he launched a sudden attack, hoping to gain the upper hand. However, to his astonishment, not only did he fail to eliminate Ningfan, but his Qilin technique was also vanquished. Faced with Ningfan's advance, Ningfan dared not underestimate him. He conjured a Dao seal that resembled a volcano. Pressing one hand upon the seal, he unleashed it towards Ningfan with tremendous force. A deep sound reverberated as the Dao seal shattered in an instant. Ningfan did not falter. His hand, akin to the claw of a divine phoenix, was engulfed in the fiery essence of rebirth, adorned with crimson Dao patterns, colliding with Ningfan's palm. Puff! Ningfan's body trembled violently, retreating while coughing up blood, his complexion paling. A trace of blood also appeared at the corner of Ningfan's mouth. He was not unscathed either. Both Wang Jun and Ningfan were formidable opponents. Having reached the pinnacle of the 9th layer of the extreme Dao realm, with few rivals below the immortal realm, the onlookers were left in a state of stupor. As the three prodigious disciples, Jianming, Wang Jun, and Ningfan, were unable to subdue a single Ningfan, though the three had clashed over the annihilation Thunder Lotus. Catching Ningfan off guard, the outcome was utterly unacceptable to them. At that moment, two disciples from the Sword Immortal sect charged towards Su Wanwan and Ling Long. Their eyes were filled with malice. Unable to defeat Ningfan, they sought to vent their rage by eliminating the two women accompanying him. Two sharp streams of sword energy pierced through the air, hurtling towards Su Wanwan and Ling Long. And Ling Long's face turned ashen, her complexion ghostly pale. She stood frozen in shock, paralyzed in the face of the incoming sword energy, unsure of how to respond. Though the two Sword Immortal sect disciples were far weaker than Jianming, their realms had still reached the 9th layer of the extreme Dao. With her strength, it was impossible for her to withstand their sword energy. Su Wanwan let out a delicate cry, brandishing a crimson spear, the flames of rebirth swirling around her. Simultaneously, she unleashed the immortal burning technique, igniting four supreme celestial fires, the red lotus karma fire, the purple extreme heavenly fire, the void star fire, and the earth mother green fire, all erupting in a magnificent display. A wave of searing and terrifying energy erupted from Su Wanwan. Simultaneously, a radiant glow emanated from her chest as she harnessed the power of her supreme bone. The crimson spear in her hand swept across, forcefully countering two sword energies, though her realm was merely that of the 4th stage of the extreme Dao. The aura she exuded at that moment was scarcely inferior to that of a 9th stage extreme Dao master. Bang! Bang! A thunderous sound reverberated as the two sword energies shattered. Su Wanwan's delicate figure shivered, letting out a muffled groan as she was propelled backward several dozen yards. The two disciples of the Sword Immortal sect were momentarily taken aback. They had anticipated an effortless victory in slaying the two women, only to find their sword energies thwarted. Immediately, a glint of malice flickered in their eyes as their speed intensified. Armed with their long swords, they charged towards Su Wanwan and Ling Long. Just then, Ningfan's figure abruptly appeared before Su Wanwan and Ling Long, his speed so swift it seemed almost surreal. Seeking death, Ningfan bellowed, unleashing his true fire, filled with a murderous intent that was staggering. The sword of immortal slaying was drawn, and he poured all his strength into a strike aimed at the two disciples of the sword immortal sect. Clang! Clang! The crisp sounds of clashing metal rang out as swords shattered and lives were extinguished, blood gushing forth. The two disciples of the sword immortal sect were cleaved in half on the spot. All those present from the three great sects gasped in shock, their expressions filled with horror. Never had anyone dared to slay disciples of the Eastern Wilderness sect within the confines of the Taixuan immortal realm. I had no intention of killing, yet these two sought their own demise, forcing my hand, Ningfan declared, fully aware of the gravity of the situation. Previously, the elimination of a sword immortal sect disciple had been a swift and unnoticed affair. However, when someone sought to harm his wife, Ningfan could not remain passive. The two disciples of the sword immortal sect had to die. It was over, and Ling Long felt a chill coursing through her, her body trembling, nearly collapsing to the ground. While conflicts over celestial herbs with the disciples of the Eastern Wilderness sect could have been resolved, now, with Ningfan brazenly killing two disciples of the sword immortal sect before all eyes, they had irreparably offended the sect. It would not be long before powerful beings from the sword immortal sect would arrive. At that time, even Ningfan's master, Mengku, would find it difficult to contend with the numerous might of the sword immortal sect. If the three of them were to leave the extreme thunder domain, annihilation seemed the Yin clan would face utter devastation. 5 thunder laws. Suddenly, Wang Jin shouted fiercely, summoning a decree. The decree unfurled, inscribed with ancient characters, erupting with blinding lightning. Thunder rumbled, echoing across the heavens as 5 formidable bolts of lightning coalesced. This was his most powerful trump card, seldom employed. Let us strike together and eliminate this wretch. Lin Huan roared, once more invoking the Qilin divine technique as he charged forth. The others also sprang into action, either casting their treasured techniques and spells or summoning spiritual treasures and immortal artifacts. They harbored trepidation towards Ningfan's formidable prowess, fearful of meeting a fate akin to that of the two disciples from the sword immortal sect, and thus refrained from charging forth to engage in battle with him. You two depart at once, Ningfan commanded with authority. The three great sects were numerous, and he had already sustained injuries. Furthermore, he needed to safeguard Su Wanwan and Ling Long. Leaving him stretched thin, it was prudent for them to retreat first. A surge of primal energy erupted from within him, radiating an overwhelming wave of force that spread outward. Celestial patterns filled the sky, transforming it into a vast ocean of power. From this manifestation, a colossal fish emerged. A manifestation of the Koan, measuring thousands of zhang in length, its body a deep azure-black hue, churning titanic waves. Subsequently, a majestic pung bird materialized, soaring skyward. Its wings spanning thousands of zhang, its feathers a shade of dark azure, obscuring the heavens and blocking out the sun. The Kuanping divine art. It was indeed the Kuanping divine art. Su Wanwan's charming visage was struck with astonishment in this moment as Ningfan unleashed his full might. She finally confirmed its identity as the Kuanping divine art. Previously, he had deceived her, claiming it to be merely an ordinary fierce bird. However, now was not the time for such musings. Su Wanwan understood that Ningfan's insistence for their retreat stemmed from his unwavering confidence. Without hesitation, she grasped the still-dazed Ling Long and activated her movement technique, darting away with great speed. A cacophony of thunderous sounds erupted as the colossal fish shattered all techniques and treasures, sending artifacts and celestial instruments flying as it collided with the fire Qilin. Almost simultaneously, the ping bird ascended to meet the 5 bolts of astonishing thunder descending from above. In an instant, the heavens roared, and the celestial mountains trembled. Various lights erupted, dazzling beyond measure, a scene of sheer brilliance. Such a sight was terrifying. Even those who had entered the realm of immortals would feel awestruck. Several individuals were injured, their cries of agony echoing. Ningfan's figure retreated, summoning forth another divine art, as a mighty Swanee took form. The Swanee opened its mouth, exhaling thick clouds of smoke and fire that rapidly enveloped the entire mountain peak. Chapter 130. It's all right, just give it a rub, and it will. The smoke and fire swirled, shrouding the mountaintop. Ningfan caught up with Su Wanwan and Ling Long, and soon the three of them vanished into the vast expanse of mountains. On the mountaintop, after the Kuanping divine art was dispelled, the strong from the 3 great sects burst forth from the smoke, unable to catch sight of Ningfan and the others. Find him. Dig 3 feet into the ground if you must, but bring him to me. The voice, filled with fury, reverberated throughout the realm. The three great sects had guarded the annihilation thunder lotus for many days, only to see it ultimately benefit another. They had all been played for fools, and this humiliation would linger with them for the rest of their lives. After over an hour, the figures of Ningfan, Su Wanwan, and Ling Long paused in a shadowy area beneath a cliff. "My dear, how do you feel?" "I'm fine. Just a minor injury," Ningfan replied nonchalantly. "It's merely a superficial wound, nothing that strikes at my core." The system, redeem a healing elixir of the highest grade. The perilous realm of extreme thunder demands that he swiftly restore his strength. Ding. Redemption successful. After consuming the elixir, Ningfan felt a significant improvement. The primal source of power within him gradually revitalizing. He retrieved the desolation thunder lotus, feeling its terrifying aura of destruction, a smile creeping upon his lips. This thunderous energy, though distinct from the tribulation lightning, was equally formidable. Ningfan had already comprehended the tribulation lightning, mastering the power of heavenly tribulations, thus mastering this destructive thunder held little significance. After all, tribulation lightning was the purest essence of thunder, an undeniable truth. However, should he manage to extract the destructive aura from the desolation thunder lotus, forming a force of annihilation, it would indeed be. The primordial immortal body accommodates various paths of power, with no conflicting laws, and Ningfan naturally sought to master a broader array of powers. Yet, he was selective. Only the purest, most exalted, and terrifying forces piqued his interest. Indeed, enduring some injury was worthwhile, Ningfan remarked with a smile. "Are you all right?" Su Wanwan's delicate face bore a slight chill. In his elation, Ningfan failed to notice anything amiss and instinctively replied, "I'm fine. I have a concern. The technique you just executed was clearly the Kunping divine art, yet earlier in the ancient secret realm, you deceived me into thinking it was merely an ordinary ferocious bird." In the era of the immortal ancient, the Kunping divine art had already become extinct. Su Wanwan, as a reincarnated quasi-immortal emperor, had never witnessed it firsthand. But the simultaneous manifestation of the Kun and Peng confirmed the authenticity of the Kunping divine art beyond doubt. Indeed, it is the Kunping divine art. Ningfan, his expression grave and tone serious. This time, he did not deny it nor feign ignorance. He openly acknowledged the truth. There was no room for pretense any longer. The gap in realms between him and Su Wanwan was steadily widening, revealing an increasing array of divine arts and techniques. Even the dim-witted would understand that Ningfan's encounters could not possibly be mere coincidences of fate. Upon hearing Ningfan's admission, Su Wanwan's demeanor softened slightly. She even harbored doubts that Ningfan might also be a reincarnated quasi-immortal emperor. However, with Ling Long present, she refrained from pressing further. When they were alone, she would surely seek clarity. "If you dare to deceive me again, I shall not engage with you any longer." Su Wanwan's charming face flushed with embarrassment as she playfully chided him. At that moment, she found herself neither willing to harm Ningfan nor to part ways. Resorting to this manner of playful threat, it sounded like a threat, yet resembled more a playful pout. Ningfan sat cross-legged upon a stone, healing while absorbing the destructive essence contained within the desolation thunder lotus. He did not deliberately seek to enhance his cultivation. Su Wanwan was still at the 4th level of the extreme realm, leaving ample room for growth. Her pace of cultivation surpassed his own. Having already reached the 9th level of the extreme realm, Ningfan merely needed to wait for Su Wanwan's advancement, and the system would naturally reward him with an elevation in his own realm. As he absorbed the essence of destruction, he devoted himself to the pursuit of enlightenment, striving to elevate his mastery of celestial arts and treasure techniques to new heights. Su Wanwan also began her cultivation, radiating an increasingly robust aura. And Ling Long wore a solemn expression, her face etched with concern. The nature of her collaboration with Ningfan was now shrouded in uncertainty, whether it would bring fortune or calamity. She could no longer discern. However, with the situation having reached this point, she had no alternative. 2 days later, a voice echoed in Ningfan's mind. Ding. The system detects that the realm of female host Su Wanwan has reached the pinnacle of the 4th level of the extreme Dao realm, rewarding the host with an elevation to the small completion of the 9th level of the extreme Dao realm. Awakening from his meditative state, a glimmer of brilliance flashed in Ningfan's eyes. He extended his hand, gathering a surge of dark primordial power within his grasp. It was ominous and terrifying, as if capable of annihilating all existence. He absorbed and refined the destructive essence contained within the annihilation thunder lotus, forming the source of destruction within his being. Ningfan sensed that this power was undoubtedly comparable to that of tribulation lightning in the flames of rebirth. Having ascended from the initial 9th level of the extreme Dao realm to the small completion of the 9th level, his strength had significantly increased. Should he encounter Wang Zhan and Lin Huan, even without employing strategies, he was now confident of his victory, taking advantage of their unpreparedness. Young Master Ning. Deep within the Taixuan immortal realm lies a sacred cultivation ground known as the Taixuan Dojo, protected by celestial formations. For eons, no one has ever set foot upon it. And Ling Long spoke earnestly, acknowledging their shared fate. Their destinies were intertwined. One's loss meant loss for both, and one's gain meant gain for both. For the sake of her own survival and that of the entire family, she divulged everything she knew to Ningfan. It was said that the Taixuan Dojo held a legacy left by an immortal sage. If the young master could ascend to the dojo and obtain this legacy, their circumstances would undoubtedly undergo a significant transformation. And Ling Long gazed intensely at Ningfan, her eyes ablaze with determination. Yet, there was one crucial detail she withheld. She deliberately concealed the fact that the Taixuan Dojo was fraught with peril. Throughout history, numerous disciples from the Eastern Wilderness sects had perished within its confines. She had wagered the fate of herself and the entire family on Ningfan, urging him to venture into the Taixuan Dojo, to take a gamble. Though the hope seemed faint, it was a risk worth taking. Only through success could she and the entire family survive. If Ningfan could reach the Taixuan Dojo and master the celestial formations therein, they would possess the leverage necessary to negotiate with the Eastern Wilderness sections. Very well, let us proceed to the Taixuan Dojo, Ningfan declared. For according to Ling Long's description, it was undoubtedly the most enigmatic locale within the extreme Thunder Dao domain. Since he had already entered it was only logical to explore it. Lead the way, you petite girl with a less than appealing figure, Ningfan said with a faint smile. And Ling Long's fair visage instantly flushed with a rosy hue. Embarrassment, anger, and frustration welled within her. If not for the fact that she could not best Ningfan, she would have relished the opportunity to teach him a lesson. I'm not small, she retorted. And Ling Long argued that her level of development was quite commendable among women. It's fine to be small. A little massage will suffice, Ningfan jested. Chapter 131. Ningfan. You scoundrel. Ningfan. And Ling Long's petite face flushed crimson, her tone rising dramatically. She no longer referred to Ningfan as young Master Ning, but called him by his name directly. This fellow was becoming increasingly audacious, even bordering on impertinence. It was the third time he had remarked on her modest bust and lack of curves, suggesting that a little massage would remedy it. You debauched scoundrel. And Ling Long extended a delicate hand, pointing a slender finger at Ningfan. Overwhelmed with indignation and embarrassment, and Ling Long's delicate form trembled, her bosom rising and falling slightly. As the eldest daughter of the family, she had always maintained an air of nobility, and no one had ever dared to utter such words before her. I merely spoke a sliver of truth. How does that make me a scoundrel? Ningfan feigned innocence, bewildered by the state of the world. Was speaking the truth now considered a transgression? Ningfan, I have never encountered such brazen shamelessness. And Ling Long chided, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. You have not encountered it because your experience is limited, Ningfan replied with a faint, finding her anger quite amusing. You are a lecherous fiend, a vile rogue. You have tarnished my reputation. And Ling Long stammered, her words tumbling over one another, momentarily at a loss for how to articulate her grievances against Ningfan. Recalling how he had torn her dress earlier, nearly leaving her exposed, she felt even more aggrieved. Well, suddenly, and Ling Long could no longer contain herself and burst into tears. Ningfan's eyes widened in disbelief, his mind swirling with questions. How could this woman, seemingly composed, suddenly break down in tears? After all, she was the talented heiress of an ancient family with a robust mental fortitude. Her weeping left Ningfan utterly bewildered, as if he had truly committed some grave offense against her. Yet, he had done nothing wrong. Oh dear, one must speak with precision and care. One cannot speak lightly or weep indiscriminately, especially with my wife present. What do you mean I have tarnished your reputation? I have done nothing. I merely suggested that a little massage would suffice. I wasn't proposing to do it myself. Surely, you can manage a few touches on your own when the moment calls for it? Ningfan said helplessly, genuinely having no intention of giving Ling Long a massage. How had his innocent remarks transformed him into a villain in her eyes? You, and Ling Long, upon hearing Ningfan's explanation, became even more agitated, crying even more fiercely. Ningfan, you are no good. Do you hear the nonsense you speak? Which woman would massage herself without reason? Have I ever claimed to be a good person? Ningfan spoke with a calm demeanor, fully aware of his own nature. He did not consider himself a paragon of virtue, nor did he aspire to be a saint. However, he possessed a sense of justice, always ready to draw his sword in defense of the oppressed, particularly against those capitalists who monopolized resources. Moreover, he pondered, what harm could there be in expressing his thoughts? In his leisure, he dedicated time to physical training. With a sense of conviction, Ningfan recounted his past life as a security guard, where, even in the most relaxed of states, he diligently practiced pelvic exercises, striving for endurance during moments of joy. He maintained a regimen of 10 sets daily, each comprising 20 repetitions, unwavering in his commitment. Over time, this dedication After traversing into this new realm, Ningfan continued his practices, even incorporating his exercises into his cultivation routine. As a practitioner who had availed himself of numerous heavenly treasures, he felt invigorated in this life. Suddenly, he recalled the long absence of encounters with beings possessing dragon blood. Yet before he could voice his thoughts, a sharp pain emanated from his waist. Su Wanwan, standing beside him, blushed and pinched the soft flesh at his side, determined to curtail his speech. Listen. My husband means no harm. He simply has a tendency to speak impulsively and enjoys jesting. You needn't pay him any mind. Please, lead the way, she interjected, reminiscing about the early days of their acquaintance when Ningfan often flirted with danger. Yet, she mused, if both were entirely serious, life would be rather dull. She cherished the joy Ningfan brought into her days. And Ling Long, her tears finally subsiding, cast a glance at Ningfan, snorted softly, and proceeded ahead. Cautious as she surveyed her surroundings, deliberately choosing shadowy paths to avoid detection by the disciples of the Eastern Wilderness sect. It was evident that the disciples from the Sword Immortal sect, Burning Valley, and Thunderbolt sect were actively searching for the three of them. Why be so cautious? Let's just proceed straight ahead, Ningfan suggested. And Ling Long shot him a look, as if regarding a fool. The disciples from the three major sects are already desperate to find us. Do you wish to walk right into their grasp? She retorted, still harboring irritation from earlier. Fear not. Simply make your way to the Taixuan Dao field. In the realm of extreme thunder, I am invincible, Ningfan replied with a calm visage, though his eyes radiated confidence. And Ling Long halted abruptly, her expression one of disbelief as she regarded Ningfan. Trust me, my husband speaks the truth. He would never jest with his own life, Su Wanwan reassured, her demeanor composed. She understood that when Ningfan claimed invincibility in the realm of extreme thunder, it was indeed a certainty. Let us hope we can reach the Taixuan Dao field alive. And Ling Long sighed. Since Ningfan and Su Wanwan had both spoken, she would simply lead the way. Subsequently, the trio soared directly towards the Taixuan Dao field. Even upon encountering others ahead, Ningfan showed no inclination to conceal himself. Su Wanwan retrieved the fire lotus glazed pill that Ningfan had gifted her and placed it in her mouth. This was a premier second-grade immortal pill, and she felt that she was now ready to consume it. The three of them boldly flew towards the Taixuan Dao field, inevitably drawing the attention of the East Wilderness's major sections. Although Ningfan claimed to be invincible within the extreme Thunder Dao domain, Su Wanwan did not wish to impede him. After a considerable time, the voice of the system resonated in Ningfan's mind. Ding. The system detects that the female lead Su Wanwan's realm has reached the 5th level of the Ultimate Dao realm. The host's realm is rewarded with an elevation to the 9th level of the Ultimate Dao realm. A faint smile graced Ningfan's lips with this enhancement. He became even more formidable. By the way, my dear husband, I forgot to remind you a couple of days ago that you can now attempt to condense the essence of the immortal Dao and cultivate immortal energy, Su Wanwan remarked. Typically, only those who had reached the pinnacle of the 9th level of the Ultimate Dao realm would endeavor to condense the essence of the immortal Dao and comprehend its mysteries. The immortal Dao was profoundly intricate, and for many peak experts at the 9th level, the process of cultivating immortal energy was quite lengthy. However, with Ningfan's extraordinary talent, he could attempt this once he reached the 9th level. Beginning the condensation of the immortal Dao essence earlier would allow him to save considerable time when striving for entry into the immortal realm upon reaching the pinnacle of the 9th level. This also applied to the top geniuses of various major sects, the Eternal Life families, and the Imperishable Empires. Understood. Ningfan nodded, fully trusting Su Wanwan, a reincarnated being of a quasi-immortal emperor. Suddenly, a series of piercing sounds sliced through the air as dozens of figures clad in white, riding swords, pierced through space. Kid. No longer hiding in the shadows, do you dare to seek death openly? Jianming exclaimed, his face twisted in malice. Having consumed an immortal pill, his injuries had nearly healed within 2 days. Chapter 132. I am invincible. And Ling Long's expression shifted. The disciples from the Sword Immortal sect had arrived more swiftly than she had anticipated. Young Master Ning, do not worry. A few disciples from the Sword Immortal sect are nothing to fear, Ningfan replied nonchalantly. It is not so simple. I implore you, young Master Ning, to restrain your killing intent. And Ling Long urged urgently, fearing the situation could spiral out of control. Since Miss N has spoken, I cannot disregard your request. I shall merely spare a few lives this time. Ningfan responded indifferently. And Ling Long's eyes widened in shock, her expression momentarily blank. Did Ningfan still intend to take lives? Granting her a favor merely meant he would slay fewer individuals? If he chose not to heed her request, would he then annihilate all the disciples from the Sword Immortal sect? Kid, last time you escaped by sheer luck. Today, I shall personally slay you, Jianming declared. Advancing with the other disciples of the Sword Immortal sect, with a sardonic smile, Ningfan remarked, was it truly mere luck that allowed me to escape? I still wonder who it was that I gravely wounded that day. Had you not launched a sneak attack, would I have been caught off guard? Before Jianming could finish his sentence, Ningfan interrupted him. Prior to that encounter, in a one-on-one confrontation, you were unable to gain even the slightest advantage, were you? Jianming's face turned ashen, rendered speechless. Indeed, he had not held the upper hand at that time. Ningfan, with an air of disdain, continued to mock him. To focus solely on swordsmanship, yet possess such an abysmal understanding of the sword path, is truly astonishing. You admit your defeat, and losing to me is not a disgrace. Instead of diligently refining your sword skills, you return seeking trouble. Truly, one who neglects their practice for trivial pursuits is nothing but a fool. Upon hearing these words, Jianming's composure shattered, and he became utterly frantic. I will kill you. As soon as the words left his lips, he unleashed his attack, summoning 3 celestial swords that sliced through the air, converging from the front and right towards Ningfan with blinding speed. Futile. Why can you not comprehend human language? Ningfan replied indifferently, wielding the sword of slaying immortals and striking out with decisive force. Clang, clang, clang. The resounding clangs echoed almost simultaneously, as the 3 celestial swords were sent flying, while Ningfan remained firmly planted, unyielding. He had long since deciphered his opponent's sword techniques. No matter how Jianming altered his attacks, Ningfan could dismantle them with a single stroke. Jianming was taken aback, disbelief flooding. In the brief span of just 2 days, he could unmistakably sense that this young man's strength had escalated considerably. Brothers and sisters, lend me your aid, Jianming bellowed, no longer fixated on relying solely on his own power to vanquish Ningfan. For he realized that doing so could very well lead to his demise at Ningfan's hands. Form a formation. A chorus of voices rose as a dozen disciples of the Sword Immortal sect lined up, with Jianming at the forefront. In an instant, a torrent of sword energy erupted, overwhelming and boundless. The disciples' energies merged, creating a sweeping river of sword intent that surged forth with immense force. Young Master Ning, be cautious. If it becomes dire, we must flee. And Ling Long's expression shifted, for she was well aware of the Sword Immortal sect's formidable power and the terrifying might of this river of sword energy. I am invincible. How can you suggest we flee? Ningfan retorted, his gaze resolute, the sword of slaying immortals igniting a crimson glow. The murderous intent was palpable, a tangible force that filled the air. Do you truly believe yourself invincible? Below the realm of immortals, few can withstand such might, and you are no exception, Jianming declared harshly. No sooner had he spoken than the disciples of the Sword Immortal sect surged forward, the river of sword energy slicing through the void. Charging towards Ningfan. One sword. Slaying immortals. With a thunderous shout, Ningfan unleashed a blood-red sword aura, stretching thousands of zhang, cleaving through the heavens and the earth, and colliding with the river of sword energy. The sound of clashing blades rang out in a rapid succession, sending shivers down spines. Within the river of sword energy lay an unfathomable multitude of sword auras, incessantly striking against the formidable blood-red sword, as if seeking to shatter the very fabric of this void. Yet, to the naked eye, the river of sword energy began to disintegrate, collapsing with astonishing force. In a fleeting moment, the once mighty river of sword energy was cleaved in twain. A cry of agony erupted from Jianming as 3 celestial swords were violently cast aside, followed by his very being exploding into a mist of blood. In the next instant, the remaining dozen disciples of the Sword Immortal sect shrieked in terror, blood gushing from their bodies, plummeting towards the ground. Thud, 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 like dumplings falling into water, they landed in a pool of crimson. Half lay dead, while the few survivors remained motionless, their faces ashen. Victory! And Ling Long stood in stunned disbelief. The combined might of the Sword Immortal sect disciples had been shattered by Ningfan's singular strike? This was utterly inconceivable, a reality she had never anticipated. Ningfan's strength was beyond comprehension, almost unfathomable. Simultaneously, a profound sense of dread watched. Jianming was one of the most gifted prodigies of the Sword Immortal sect. Ningfan had irrevocably offended the sect by slaying him. Su Wanwan maintained her composure. After Ningfan had declared himself invincible, she had foreseen this outcome. The swordsmanship was extraordinary, unparalleled in the world. Su Wanwan murmured. Should Ningfan indeed be a reincarnated powerhouse of the quasi-immortal emperor realm, it would be somewhat understandable. If he were not, then such prowess was truly otherworldly. Spare a few of you, and inform the Thunder Sect and the Burning Valley that if they wish to kill me, they can await my arrival at the Taixuan Dao field. Ningfan declared indifferently, his long azure hair billowing, radiating an air of invincibility. The disciples of the Sword Immortal sect, sprawled in pools of blood, could barely move, their pupils constricting in disbelief. How dare this young man be so arrogant? Disregarding the top talents of the Eastern Wilderness sects? Do not rejoice too soon. Jianming is not the most gifted disciple of the Sword Immortal sect. His rank lies beyond the top 10. One disciple managed to rasp with the last vestiges of strength. Is that so? Ningfan replied coolly, a glimmer of excitement igniting in his eyes, his fighting spirit surging. That truly is something to anticipate. With that, he turned away, leaving without a backward glance. Jianming's talents ranked outside the top 10. The great sects of the Eastern Wilderness had yet to disappoint him. Opponents like Jianming were no longer worthy of his attention. He yearned for adversaries of greater strength, and Ling Long led the way as the three continued onward. Soon after, within the realm of extreme thunder, disciples from the various sects of the Eastern Wilderness received the shocking news, igniting a wave of astonishment. Jianming was dead? This audacious youth dares to slay even the disciples of the Eastern Wilderness sect. If he is not dealt with, what remains of the sect's dignity? I shall await him outside the Taixuan Daoist Hall. I am eager to discern the extent of his abilities. Meanwhile, several formidable beings from the Eastern Wilderness sect emerged beyond the extreme thunder domain, each exuding a powerful celestial aura and possessing high realms. They, too, had received the seal's communication and bore countenances darkened with fury. This miscreant has breached the rules. He cannot be spared and must be eliminated. An elder clad in white declared ominously, soaring through the air on his sword, his expression rife with indignation. Chapter 133. My dear, do you trust me? This young man has defied the heavens. The Huang family has already informed me of all that has transpired. Another celestial being spoke, his aura blazing, warping the very fabric of space. This youth is a disciple of the Yunsong Pavilion, having slain numerous members of the Huang, Qi, Zhao, and Ren families, seizing a wealth of ancient herbs. After his defeat by Ming Ku, the Huang family's patriarch, Huang Jiushuan, sought aid from the Burning Valley. For many years, no one has dared to cause turmoil within the Taixuan immortal realm. This audacious boy seeks to upheave the entire realm. Does he? Haha, splendid. It has been rather dull of late. It is rare to find someone who can pique my interest. The other celestial beings engaged in lively discussion. Ningfan, Su Wanwan, and Ling Long pressed onward, discovering several semi-immortal herbs and a few celestial plants. Half a day later, the voice of the system resonated in Ningfan's mind. Ding. System detected. The female protagonist Su Wanwan has reached the 5th minor completion of the Extreme Path realm. The host's realm will be elevated to the pinnacle of the Extreme Path realm's 9th level. Ningfan's expression shifted, his gaze sharpened. He could not allow Su Wanwan's realm to continue advancing. Otherwise, it would not be long before she attained the 5th major completion of the Extreme Path realm, prompting the system to reward Ningfan with entry into the immortal realm. However, entry into the extreme thunder domain was forbidden for those above the immortal realm, lest they face annihilation from the prohibitions. My dear, your ascension is far too rapid. It must cease at the 5th minor completion of the Extreme Path realm. Ningfan stated with utmost seriousness. The prohibitions laid down by the celestial saint realm could harness the vast powers of heaven and earth. Should he reach the immortal, even with his primal chaos celestial body, he would undoubtedly meet his demise. My realm may be advancing swiftly, but is yours not even faster? Su Wanwan inquired. Puzzled and perplexed, The disparity in their realms continued to widen. Ningfan's cultivation speed was significantly swifter than her own. Indeed, hence, my current foundation is unstable. Regret, I must convey this to you as a cautionary tale. I cannot repeat the same mistake. Ningfan spoke earnestly, his demeanor unwavering. Su Wanwan paused slightly, reassuring him. Do not worry, my husband. My cultivation foundation is solid, and I shall be fine. I have only recently consumed a second-grade celestial pill. It will not be long before I reach the 6th level of the extreme path realm. Stop. Do not. Ningfan extended a hand, gesturing for Su Wanwan to halt. My dear, I implore you. You truly must refrain from elevating your realm any further. Ningfan exclaimed anxiously. Who understands the burdens of our fathers? Who could have anticipated that your rapid ascension would prove detrimental? Had I known, I would have withheld that supreme second-grade elixir, the fire lotus glazed pill, from you. Darling, why is that? Su Wanwan inquired. My foundation in cultivation is solid. Ascending in realm will enable me to assist you when we reach the Taixuan Dao field. Is that not advantageous? Absolutely not. There is no need for that. Ningfan shook his head vehemently. He was already invincible. There was no requirement for Su Wanwan's assistance. Do not trouble yourself, my dear. Just watch from the sidelines. Please refrain from advancing to the 5th major completion of the ultimate realm until I give the signal. This will be beneficial for both of us. Primarily, it was for Ningfan's own welfare. He had no desire to be annihilated by the forces of the extreme thunder domain. Is that truly the case? Su Wanwan asked, her skepticism evident. It was not that she doubted Ningfan, but his reasoning seemed somewhat tenuous. It is absolutely true. Ningfan insisted, nodding earnestly as he grasped Su Wanwan's delicate hand, locking his gaze onto hers. Trust me. Trust in me for eternal life. Su Wanwan's expression faltered. What was this phrase? She felt as though, at that moment, Ningfan resembled a charlatan. Even in Ling Long, beside them, were a face of confusion. Wasn't Su Wanwan's ascension a cause for celebration? Why was Ningfan reacting so dramatically? Ningfan, are you concealing something from me? Su Wanwan's voice turned serious, sensing something amiss. Absolutely not. Ningfan vehemently denied it, realizing that the Empress was becoming increasingly difficult to deceive. Then swear it. How do I swear? Su Wanwan pondered for a moment, her cheeks flushing with a hint of embarrassment. If you are hiding anything from me, then you shall not be able to. Ningfan's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Su Wanwan. Despite her gentle phrasing, the implication was unmistakable. Half. You must reduce it by half, Su Wanwan declared. Is it truly necessary to make such an exaggerated demand? For a man, this is akin to a death sentence. Even if Ningfan were inherently extraordinary, he could not accept such a condition. System, please save me. Ningfan called out within his mind. System, could you perhaps grant me a super double boost? A super double boost? Why not just ascend to the heavens? The system retorted, exasperated by the predicament of having such a host. As if it were a trivial matter. Well, perhaps it is not entirely impossible. Get lost. With that single word, the system ceased to respond to Ningfan. My dear, you must consider your future happiness. Ningfan urged Su Wanwan. Su Wanwan's delicate face momentarily froze, and with a playful pout, she exclaimed, Ningfan, you are indeed concealing something from me. Ningfan composed himself, gazing earnestly into Su Wanwan's eyes. My dear, the intricacies of this matter are far too astonishing. When the time is right, I shall divulge everything to you, in meticulous detail. Observing Ningfan's rare seriousness, the frosty demeanor on Su Wanwan's face dissipated, and she slowly nodded. Very well, I shall heed my husband's counsel. For now, I will maintain my cultivation at the 5th minor level of the extreme realm, she remarked, acknowledging the remarkable efficacy of the fire lotus glazed pill, which necessitated her to restrain her own progression. Good. My dear, you truly are wonderful. Ningfan responded with a smile. After a considerable duration, the trio finally beheld the Taixuan Daoist grounds. The entire expanse of the grounds was magnificent and grand, with mysterious celestial patterns imprinted in the skies, illuminating the atmosphere with flashes of lightning. At its center stood a palace, the nature of its celestial destiny unknown. And Ling Long, you should conceal yourself for now. Once we step onto the Taixuan Daoist grounds, we may lack the energy to protect you, Ningfan stated gravely. The Sword Immortal sect, the Five Thunders sect, and the Burning Valley individuals must have remembered your appearance. Young Master Ning, Miss Su, be cautious. And Ling Long warned, then gracefully descended, hiding amidst the mountains. The figures of Ningfan and Su Wanwan surged forward at an accelerated pace towards the Taixuan Daoist grounds. Moments later, they arrived before the entrance. A multitude of young, formidable figures had gathered around the grounds. The moment Ningfan and Su Wanan made their appearance, they captured everyone's attention. "It's this brat." Wang Zhen and Lin Huan instantly fumed with rage, their expressions contorted as they pointed accusingly at Ningfan. In the throng of young powerhouses encircled Ningfan and Su Wanan. Tension surged, the atmosphere thickened, and the air seemed to crystallize with anticipation. Chapter 134. I am stubborn. I will not kneel. I've heard that you dare to boast that all who wish to kill you are waiting outside the Taixuan Taoist grounds. Such audacity. It is rare to hear of someone who disregards the eastern wilderness's great sections. Many scoffed, at such a young age with decent talent. If only you learned to restrain yourself and earnestly joined a major sect, you might have a bright future. What a pity. A multitude of voices echoed, asserting that an unruly youth, regardless of talent, would inevitably find no path to success. The various celestial realms across the eastern wilderness were dominated by powerful sects and illustrious families. The vast majority of cultivation resources were firmly in the grasp of these sects and families. The celestial medicines and stones available to other cultivators were exceedingly scarce. To attain the realm of immortality, one required an unfathomable amount of rare materials. Furthermore, the resources needed for cultivation post-immortality were monumental. Thus, the various sects and illustrious families maintained a tight hold over the path to transcendence. Resource monopolization, class rigidity, and the path to immortality are virtually obstructed. To attain immortality, one must either pledge allegiance to various grand sects or endure humiliation, begging to serve them like a dog. This has been the case throughout the annals of history. A young aspirant, believing he possesses a modicum of talent, dares to challenge the authority of the eastern wilderness's great sections. To the disciples of these sects, such audacity is utterly laughable. Alas, Ningfan possesses a system and harbors the primordial immortal body and the reincarnation eye. His innate talent surpasses their wildest imaginations. You are a prodigious disciple of the eastern wilderness sect, born of noble lineage, elevated above all. You cannot even touch the heels of my shoes. Elevated? You are not worthy to carry my shoes. Ningfan scoffed, having long since seen through the situation in Taixuan City and the Taixuan immortal realm. He clearly perceives the grotesque, greedy visages of the people from the eastern wilderness sect. In his previous life, Ningfan was but a child from an ordinary family. He graduated from a common university, not a unique genius or academic prodigy. After graduation, faced with a harsh employment landscape and after much struggle, he found himself unable to alter society. Not wishing to succumb to the rat race, he chose to lie flat. In this life, however, Ningfan possesses a system. Since the human world is unjust and the path to immortality is fraught with obstacles, he intends to create a tumultuous upheaval. I refuse to bend, to kneel, and I disdain the countenances of those like you. Ningfan declared, his gaze ablaze with fervor, the power of the great Tao pulsating mightily within him. Arrogant! Ignorant of your own insignificance, Wang Zhen bellowed, wielding two celestial hammers that crackled with blinding lightning. His previous defeat to Ningfan, which allowed him to seize the Annihilation Thunder Lotus, left him incensed. Wang Zhen attributed his loss to Ningfan's cunning, taking advantage of the chaos between him, Jian Ming, and Lin Huan. Had he been prepared, the outcome would have been entirely different, and the result would surely have been rewritten. You escaped by mere chance last time. How dare you come to seek your own demise? I shall grant you that, Wang Zhen proclaimed, determined to reclaim his dignity. Ningfan looked upon Wang Zhen with disdain, merely casting him a glance. You? Too weak, unworthy to be my opponent. Bring someone else. The Thunderclap sect is, after all, a prominent sect of the eastern wilderness. Is there no one stronger than you, a mere failure? Ningfan derided him, a defeated opponent not deserving even the chance to engage again. Wang Zhen, consumed by fury, let out a great roar, his hair standing on end. Even the most astonishing genius of the eastern wilderness would not be so underestimated. Let me see how much your strength has truly grown in these few days, allowing you to become so audacious. As soon as the words left his lips, Wang Zhen unleashed both hammers, summoning a deluge of lightning, the essence of thunder erupting forth. From both sides, two square objects hurtled toward Ningfan. Should they strike, even a piece of celestial iron would likely be crushed. Yet, Ningfan's expression remained one of disdain. He didn't even deign to glance at Wang Zhen. He raised his hands, fingers glowing, inscribed with lightning patterns, unleashing a radiant surge of calamity energy. In the next moment, Ningfan's hands clashed fiercely against the celestial hammers wielded by Wang Zhen. Boom, boom. The two earth-shattering sounds echoed almost simultaneously. Brilliant streaks of lightning erupted in a kaleidoscope of colors, blinding those who dared to gaze upon it. Countless arcs of lightning erupted outward, unleashing a violent wave that caused many onlookers to shudder. Then, to the astonishment of all present, the two celestial hammers flew from Wang Zhen's grasp. Just moments ago. Wang Zhen had shouted in fury. Now, he let out a wretched scream. His body trembled violently, blood spattering from his mouth as he was sent retreating over 100 feet. His hands were mangled, blood gushing forth, his internal organs severely injured. The disciples of the Eastern Wild sect gasped in disbelief, their faces etched with incredulity. To barehandedly confront celestial artifacts not only sent them flying but also left Wang Zhen gravely wounded. This was utterly astonishing. How could a mere mortal possess such overwhelming strength? Even the mightiest of pure-blooded beings could not compare. With just a single maneuver, Wang Zhen had been utterly defeated. The words spoken by this young man were not mere arrogance. Wang Zhen truly lacked the qualifications to be his opponent. Kill! Wang Zhen roared in anguish. Unable to accept such a disgrace before the crowd, he invoked a powerful technique, manifesting a colossal figure hundreds of feet tall. With the head of a dragon and the body of a man, covered in azure dragon scales, his hands and feet transformed into dragon claws. This was the Qi technique, nothing short of miraculous. With a single giant foot, imbued with terrifying lightning, he advanced menacingly toward Ningfan, seeking death. Ningfan replied coldly, a glint of murderous intent flickering in his eyes. One hand extended, transforming into the claw of a Kuanping, which attached itself to his arm to collide with the descending giant foot. Boom! At the moment of impact, a deafening roar resonated. In an instant, the azure lightning shattered, and the towering figure of Qi Ming disintegrated in a manner akin to withering leaves being swept away. Moments later, the figure of Qi Ming vanished entirely. Wang Zhen was reduced to ashes. Wang Zhen is dead. What technique was that claw? This young man is defying the heavens. How could he be so powerful? All the young prodigies of the Eastern Wild sect were left in stunned silence. Wang Zhen's talent and strength were not the greatest within the Five Thunder sect. Yet he was undoubtedly among the elite. To be defeated in one move, to perish in two. This was simply unbelievable. Certainly. Even more astonishing is that Ningfan is quite young, having spent fewer years in cultivation than all present. Suddenly, a thunderous roar reverberated through the air, as a staff, crackling with violet lightning, swept towards Ningfan. The assailant was a young man with purple hair, exuding a formidable aura that instilled fear. He was the strongest disciple among the Thunder sect, one of the most exceptional talents in the Eastern Wilderness. Below the realm of immortals, he had virtually no rivals. Chapter 135. What fear does Ningfan have? The violet lightning was astonishing. That staff was a highly refined celestial artifact. Ningfan's gaze sharpened after slaying Wang Zhen. The most powerful disciple of the Thunder sect could no longer contain himself. He unleashed a punch, a vast wave of calamity radiating from him. His fist entwined with tribulation thunder, meeting the celestial artifact head-on. Daring to be so audacious before me, do you think I am akin to Wang Zhen? Seeking death. The purple-haired youth bellowed, his eyes wide with fury, exuding a fierce aura akin to that of a wrathful deity. To confront a celestial artifact with bare hands was one thing against Wang Zhen, but how dare one employ such tactics against himself? Since joining the Thunder sect, he had been the most resplendent among his peers, without exception. Even across the entire Eastern Wilderness, no contemporary genius would dare to underestimate him in such a manner. The celestial artifact in his hands surged with lightning, its might intensifying. Boom! At the moment of collision between Ningfan's fist and the celestial artifact, a deafening roar erupted. A blinding light of calamity and violet lightning burst forth, illuminating the sky in a splendid display. The surrounding space trembled, fissures appearing in the air. Some arcs of lightning struck the ground, sending earth and stones flying, creating deep craters. The scene was terrifying, causing all present to shudder in disbelief, their faces pale, their souls trembling. They soon witnessed Ningfan retreating several steps, his blood and energy roiling within him. The purple-haired youth also staggered back a few paces, his palms tingling with pain. He actually managed to block it? The full-force strike from Peng Lei was met with this boy's bare hands? Incredulous gasps escaped the lips of several onlookers. The crowd collectively inhaled sharply. Lin Huan, who had previously sparred with Ningfan, was wide-eyed with horror, retreating in the direction away from Ningfan. This confrontation between Ningfan and Peng Lei made it abundantly clear to Lin Huan that Ningfan was no longer the same person he had faced just days prior. Uncertain of what transformations had occurred within those few days, he could hardly fathom such immense growth. Upon hearing the news of Jianming's demise, he had deemed it impossible. Now, witnessing Ningfan's prowess firsthand, Lin Huan realized that Jianming's death was not surprising at all. What a remarkable youth. Ping Lei spoke, his voice low. His expression grave, his heart shaken. On the surface, Ningfan appeared to have retreated several steps, while he himself had only moved back a few paces. Yet, he wielded the might of a celestial artifact, whereas Ningfan stood unarmed, resolutely confronting the divine weapon. His innate talent was indeed extraordinary. Being at odds with the major sects of the eastern wilderness would undoubtedly lead to a dire fate. Today, you shall perish. Ping Lei bellowed, his staff swirling with fervor. Purple lightning crackling as it stirred a tempest. He launched another assault upon Ningfan, unleashing his full power without reservation. Clang! The sword of celestial slaughter was drawn. Its resounding cry echoing like thunder, emanating an aura of lethal intent that was both awe-inspiring and infused with the power of heavenly tribulation. Casting a crimson light across the battlefield, Ningfan finally adopted a serious demeanor, taking up his sword to engage in combat with Ping Lei. The staff techniques were exceptional, each strike imbued with formidable strength, advancing relentlessly towards Ningfan's vital points. Undeterred, Ningfan welcomed this clash of titans, never shying away from any adversary. Clang, clang, clang. The clash of sword and staff ignited fierce sparks, resonating with a deafening metallic roar, as though seeking to rend the very heavens asunder. Such a violent confrontation left the onlookers trembling in fear, cold sweat trickling down their brows. After dozens of exchanges, neither combatant gained the upper hand, the outcome remaining uncertain. However, the expression on Ping Lei's face grew increasingly grave, his gaze tinged with wariness. Despite his extraordinary strength and the enhancement from the thunderous body tempering, he found himself unable to gain any advantage in his encounters with Ningfan. In contrast, Ningfan retained an air of calm composure, leading Ping Lei to believe that he had yet to unleash his full prowess. Five Thunder Body, Ping Lei roared, his muscles swelling as he transformed into a more imposing figure. Above his head, 5 bolts of purple lightning coalesced. This was the pinnacle body tempering technique of the Five Thunder sect, renowned throughout the eastern wilderness. Though only 5 bolts of purple lightning surged forth, their might surpassed that of 1,000 thunders. Employing the Five Thunder Body, it seemed Ping Lei was prepared to fight with his life on the line. A disciple of the Five Thunder sect gasped in astonishment. He understood Ping Lei's capabilities. Ping Lei's mastery of the Five Thunder Body had astonished many elders of the true immortal realm within the sect. As if he were innately suited for such body tempering practices, it was evident that he would not resort to this technique unless faced with a life-or-death battle. Forcing me to utilize the Five Thunder Body, you may die with pride, Ping Lei declared, exuding an almost absolute confidence in his mastery of this technique. The 5 bolts of purple lightning, swirling around him, exuded an aura of majesty, akin to a war god wielding the forces of thunder. After your demise, I shall remember your name. In Ping Lei's eyes, this was already a mark of sufficient respect for Ningfan. With that, Ping Lei struck, swinging his staff down towards Ningfan's head. This blow was simple yet brutal, devoid of any embellishments. With utmost certainty, he believed he could turn Ningfan to dust with a single strike. Come forth. I acknowledge your strength. Ningfan took a deep breath, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his eyes as the power of the primordial immortal body surged forth, channeling the essence of the cosmos. With a single stroke, he unleashed the sword of immortality. He held a profound respect for Ping Lei's strength. This strike was unlike any before. The sword's aura was restrained, and with the immortal sword in hand, he aimed it at Ping Lei. The clash was thunderous, echoing throughout the heavens and earth. The impact of sword and staff reverberated through the void, sending forth a blinding radiance that soared into the sky, too dazzling to behold. Ping Lei spat blood. His body propelled back thousands of feet, the immortal artifact slipping from his grasp, his complexion turning pale. Ningfan stood firm, a tremor running through him. Exuding an overwhelming aura of slaughter, the power of the heavenly tribulation robust, his demeanor seemingly invincible. What? Ping Lei was actually at a disadvantage? He had summoned the Thunder Body. How could this be possible? The onlookers' pupils constricted sharply, their hearts racing with terror. This outcome was utterly inconceivable, a conclusion none had anticipated. Just moments ago, they had watched Ping Lei, empowered by the Thunder Body, with unwavering confidence. Yet in the next heartbeat, he was left bloodied, seemingly gravely wounded. This single exchange revealed a stark disparity in their strengths. At that moment, the sword aura erupted, not as singular strikes, but as a vast expanse, overwhelming and innumerable. Countless sword energies converged, forming a colossal river of sword intent, surging towards Ningfan. This was the ultimate technique of the Sword Immortal sect, one Ningfan had already encountered. The strongest disciple of the Sword Immortal sect seized the opportunity to strike. The sword energy surged like an ocean. Ningfan let out a sharp command, unleashing a torrent of crimson sword energy that transformed into a sea of blood-red blades. Clang, clang, clang. The river of sword energy collided with the blood-red sea, producing a cacophony of sharp sounds. Sword Immortal sect, Thunder sect, Burning Valley, and other forces, the mightiest among you. Come forth. I, Ningfan, fear no one. Chapter 136, 1 against 3, Ningfan prevails. I, Ningfan, fear no one. Ningfan's resounding cry echoed through the realms outside the Taixuan Dao field. He hovered in mid-air, standing tall, his 3,000 strands of hair billowing, exuding an air of invincibility. All present were struck with awe. This was sheer audacity. To boldly proclaim a challenge against the strongest disciples of the Eastern Wilderness sects with nothing but his own strength, even among the celestial realms. Those exceptionally gifted prodigies would not dare to be so brazen. How dismissive of us. The strongest disciple of the Sword Immortal sect seated, his white robes billowing, carrying an air of ethereal elegance. He had been the first among the disciples of the Sword Immortal sect to fall to Ningfan's blade. In the days leading up to this, he had endured much mockery from the disciples of other major sections. The enmity between him and Ningfan was palpable. Today, I, Jian Han, shall strike you down here to uphold the dignity of the Sword Immortal sect. As the words fell, Jian Han struck once more, unleashing two towering rivers of sword energy, each stretching over 1,000 zhang, surging forth from either side towards Ningfan. The crimson sea of swords surged mightily, attempting to obstruct the oncoming torrents of sword energy. Though Ningfan managed to fend off this identical sword maneuver once, any subsequent variations proved futile against him. The two immense rivers of sword energy collided with the blood-red sea, producing a resounding clash of metal. In but an instant, over half of the sword let us see if you can withstand a blow from me. Ningfan bellowed, wielding the sword of severing immortals, sending forth a crimson sword energy thousands of zhang long, aimed directly at Jian Han. Jian Han's expression shifted dramatically. This strike was terrifying, instilling a profound sense of danger within him. Unwilling to take it lightly, he summoned all his strength to meet the challenge head-on. Clang! Jian Han was violently propelled backward, blood spewing from his mouth, as though he had suffered a grave injury. Do not presume that beneath the immortal realm, you are invincible. You are still far from it. Peng Lei roared, charging in once more. Brandishing his staff like a enveloped in violet lightning, he pierced through the fabric of space, aiming for Ningfan's chest. Though wounded, he still possessed the strength to fight. The staff, lacking a spearhead, bore such terrifying force that it could easily penetrate a mountain, having previously unleashed a full-force strike with the 5 Thunder body. He too had been gravely injured by Ningfan. Witnessing Jian Han being repelled by Ningfan's sword, he could no longer afford the pride and dignity of a one-on-one duel. Simultaneously, a massive fire meteor hurtled towards Ningfan. The strongest disciple of the Burning Valley had also made his move. Haha! Ningfan let out a long howl, his eyes gleaming, hair billowing wildly, exuding an aura of invincibility, as if he had secured an undefeated position. A divine phoenix soared towards the descending fire meteor. At the same time, Ningfan, wielding the sword of severing immortals, collided with the incoming staff. The staff splintered, fracturing where it met the sword, and Peng Lei was sent sprawling, the staff flying from his grasp. His figure was launched 7 or 8,000 zhang away, his palms torn, arms trembling uncontrollably, disbelief etched upon his face. That staff had been his companion for many years, a celestial artifact, and the loss was a painful blow. Boom! The body of the divine phoenix collided with the fire meteor, producing a deafening roar, flames soaring to the heavens in a magnificent display. Clang! Jian Han charged once more, the tip of his sword condensing an extraordinarily sharp aura. Ningfan's gaze shifted subtly. This faint aura was enough to evoke a sense of peril within him. It was immortal energy, a mere wisp of immortal energy, thinner than a hair, only half the length of a finger. Yet, it represented a transformation from nothingness to existence. To condense immortal energy was an arduous task. Jian Han had begun to grasp the subtle mysteries of the immortal path, brushing against the edges of the realm of immortality. He was, in essence, half a step into the immortal realm. Ningfan had only just reached the pinnacle of the 9th layer of the extreme path and was still unable to condense immortal energy. However, he had absorbed a substantial amount of immortal aura into his body prior to this moment. In the next moment, Ping Lei and the most formidable disciple of the Burning Valley unleashed their powers in succession. 5 bolts of lightning, each over 1,000 zhang in length, transformed into 5 majestic thunder dragons, exuding an imposing aura of terror. Having learned from past experiences, Peng Lei dared not confront Ningfan head-on, with his celestial weapon shattered. He feared that another encounter would lead to his immediate demise at Ningfan's hands. The strongest disciple of the Burning Valley invoked a rare and extraordinary treasure technique. Manifesting a colossal monstrous serpent with 6 legs and 4 wings, its scales of fiery crimson. This was a Fei Yi, an exceedingly rare pure-blooded creature. Employing the Fei Yi's formidable abilities, he merged his form with that of the serpent and charged towards Ningfan with lethal intent. Sword Scar, Ping Lei, and the strongest disciple of the Burning Valley all resorted to their ultimate techniques. Ningfan let out a soft reprimand, invoking the Kunping treasure technique, simultaneously transforming into the bodies of both the Kun and the Ping. From the vast ocean, a gigantic fish emerged, nearly 10,000 zhang long, its size eliciting gasps of astonishment from all present. The great fish leaped into the air, heading straight for the 5 thunder dragons. The Peng soared through the skies, its wings spanning nearly 10,000 zhang, launching itself at the Fei Yi. At the same time, Ningfan wielded the sword of slaying immortals, confronting Sword Scar. The might of his Hunyuan celestial body reached its zenith, and the celestial aura accumulated within him coalesced upon the sword of slaying immortals. With a resounding clash, an unprecedented and thunderous sound reverberated throughout the realm. A fierce and sharp energy tore through the fabric of space, wreaking havoc in its wake. The trace of celestial energy upon Sword Scar's sword shattered completely. "Ah!" Sword Scar cried out in agony, his long sword slipping from his grasp as blood gushed from his body. He was violently propelled back 1,000 zhang, tracing an arc before plummeting to the ground. Boom! 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 Amidst the cacophony, the 5 thunder dragons were obliterated, and the Fei Yi's form was torn asunder. The figures of Ping Lei and the strongest disciple of the Burning Valley fell from the sky. The 3 of them crashed heavily onto the ground, their faces pale and their breaths weak, resembling 3 lifeless dogs. The disciples of the great sects present were struck with terror, retreating in panic, overwhelmed by a sense of despair. How could this individual be so defiant against fate, single-handedly overcoming 3 opponents with such resounding victory? Hidden among the mountains, and Ling Long witnessed the entire spectacle, her delicate features etched with astonishment. She had exhausted her imagination to conceive the extent of Ningfan's power. Yet she could not have fathomed such an occurrence. "My dear, let us ascend to the Taixuan Dao field," Ningfan said calmly, descending and taking Su Wanwan's hand as they walked towards the Taixuan Dao field. He spared the lives of Sword Scar, Ping Lei, and the strongest disciple of the Burning Valley. Should these 3 prodigious talents perish together, it would spell disaster without end. At that time, both the Ning family and the Yunsong Pavilion would face dire repercussions. As long as these 3 survived, there remained a glimmer of hope for reconciliation. Given Ningfan's current strength, even with his master Menka's protection, he lacked the qualifications to engage in a life-and-death struggle against the great sects of the Eastern Wilderness. Moments later, Ningfan and Su Wanwan stepped onto the Taixuan Dao field. The disciples of the Eastern Wilderness sect collectively exhaled in relief upon witnessing this scene. Fortunately, the young man, wary of the sect's retribution, refrained from annihilating them all. Had he chosen otherwise, it is likely that none present would have escaped death. As they ascended the Taixuan Dao field, a sense of dread lingered. It was preferable to perish there than to face the consequences. Someone bitterly remarked that throughout history, countless prodigies, in their haste, had met their demise on the Taixuan Dao field, leaving no trace of their remains. Outside the extreme thunder domain, the powerful beings of various sects, upon receiving the talismanic messages from their disciples, were visibly shaken. How could it be that the pinnacle geniuses of the Sword Immortal sect, the 5 Thunder sect, and the Burning Valley had been defeated by a single individual? Was it truly possible for the Eastern Wilderness to birth such a world-shattering talent? Chapter 137. System, do you wish for my lineage to end? If this young man were to join our 5 Thunder sect, his future would be limitless. A powerful figure from the 5 Thunder sect spoke solemnly, a flicker of intrigue flashing in his eyes. The disciple had already conveyed the general course of the battle via talisman, and he was well aware of the events surrounding the contest for the Annihilation Thunder Lotus. Despite not yet reaching the immortal realm, the youth had wielded thunder and grasped the profound essence of heavenly tribulations. This alone was enough to captivate his interest. Lei Chen, your aspirations are rather grand. A powerful figure from the Burning Valley snorted coldly, his expression. If such an extraordinary genius were to join the 5 Thunder sect, Would they not dominate the eastern wilderness in the years to come? It was not beyond the realm of possibility for the Five Thunder sect to become the foremost sect in the eastern wilderness. How could the other sects allow? Yan Zhuochong, have you not considered the prospect of bringing this young man under the wing of the Burning Valley? Lei Qin replied with a The Burning Valley expert momentarily found himself at a loss for words. He had indeed contemplated this. You two are perhaps overestimating your assumptions. An elder clad in white sneered, his face cold, eyes gleaming with malice. He wielded his sword in the air, clearly an immortal realm expert from the Sword Immortal sect. Do not forget, this young man is rebellious and unruly, having caused significant turmoil in the Taixuan immortal realm, showing complete disregard for the Eastern Wilderness sect. Are you not afraid of nurturing a tiger, only to eventually suffer the consequences? The countenance of Lei Qin, Yan Zhuochong, and the other immortal realm experts. Brother Qingzhu, do you believe this young man should be eliminated or spared? Lei Qin inquired. The white-clad elder's expression twisted into a grimace as he replied ominously, This young man must die. Anyone who wishes to spare him will become a mortal enemy of the Sword Immortal sect. In that case, let us proceed as per Brother Qingzhu's wishes and eliminate him. Yan Zhuochong stated nonchalantly. Lei Qin nodded in agreement, having recognized the potential of this young man. Coupled with Qingzhu's stance, it was indeed better to eliminate him outright, preventing anyone else from claiming him. Within the extreme thunder domain, atop the Taixuan Dao field, celestial patterns obscured the sky, shrouded in mystery, with a pure and overwhelming aura of the immortal path permeating the air. Two individuals gazed up at the celestial patterns above. Feeling the overwhelming aura of the immortal path, their hearts filled with awe. Indeed, this was the sacred training ground left by a formidable being of the immortal saint realm. Su Wanwan spoke with a firm voice, although her current cultivation level was merely at the 5th minor stage of the extreme Dao realm. Her comprehension of the immortal path remained profound. With a single glance, she discerned that the celestial patterns hovering above the training ground were inscribed by an immortal saint. This venerable figure must have established this site to select a worthy successor to inherit their legacy. A gleam of brilliance flashed in Su Wanwan's eyes as she activated her dual pupils, radiating an extraordinary light. Through her enhanced vision, she perceived that the various prohibitions within the Taixuan training ground held a glimmer of hope, not merely intended to annihilate those who dared to intrude. My dear, you are truly remarkable, Ningfan praised, always eager to uplift her spirits, ensuring the Empress adored him profoundly. He possessed the reincarnation eye, surpassing even her dual pupils. However, since Su Wanwan had already activated her dual pupils, there was no need for Ningfan to employ his reincarnation eye again. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed, as countless bolts of white lightning manifested from the celestial patterns, pouring down upon Ningfan and Su Wanwan like a torrential storm. All of it was tribulation lightning. The force of the heavenly tribulation surged mightily. The immortal saint who created the Taixuan training ground was also a master who had comprehended the power of heavenly tribulations. A smile graced Ningfan's lips, a blend of astonishment and joy. The owner of the Taixuan training ground, being a master of heavenly tribulation, would not only benefit Ningfan's cultivation but also bolster his confidence in overcoming the trials ahead. My dear, stand behind me, Ningfan instructed, and under his strong insistence, Su Wanwan maintained her cultivation at the 5th minor stage of the extreme Dao realm. In such moments, Ningfan naturally took on a greater share of the burden. He leaped into the air, arms outstretched, willingly facing the onslaught of tribulation lightning. Ningfan did not resist. He allowed bolt after bolt of lightning to strike him. In an instant, his figure was engulfed by the blinding radiance of the tribulation. His garments were torn to shreds, barely covering his body. As the lightning left marks upon his skin, the pure and overwhelming power of the heavenly tribulation surged into Ningfan's being. Gasping for breath, Ningfan felt a wave of excruciating pain coursing through him. Every inch of his flesh, every meridian, was undergoing the baptism of the heavenly tribulation. He harnessed the tribulation lightning to refine his body while simultaneously cultivating. Nonetheless, the agony was nearly unbearable. Yet, Ningfan could sense that under the tribulation's refining, his flesh grew increasingly robust, and his primordial immortal body was becoming even more formidable. Should I refine my younger brother as well? A thought flashed through Ningfan's mind. Since applying the dragon blood, he had not encountered another opportunity for enhancement. Host, this system believes it is feasible. The tribulation lightning refinement will undoubtedly make you even more powerful. The system could perceive the thoughts within Ningfan's mind, uttering absurdities with utmost seriousness. Is what you say true? Could the power of this tribulation thunder be too overwhelming? Ningfan expressed his skepticism internally. It is undeniably true. Trust in this system. Your abilities are unparalleled among men. A mere tribulation thunder is nothing to fear. Indeed, Ningfan found solace in the system's words, appreciating the rare praise from this rather cheeky entity. Yet, he remained somewhat apprehensive. Despite the compliments, he did not lose his rationality. Each bolt of tribulation thunder that struck him was excruciating, targeting the most vulnerable parts of a man. Just the thought of it made Ningfan feel a sense of unreliability. This notion had merely flickered in his mind without any genuine intent to proceed. Host, please believe in your own strength. It will only hurt a little. Just endure it. Back when you were at the Ning family ancestral grounds, did you not feel weak in the presence of the Empress? After enduring the tribulation thunder's refinement, you will surely make the Empress yield. Really? Reflecting on the past did stir a flicker of desire in Ningfan. He had even requested a supreme restorative pill from the system then. Of course it is true. This system would never harm you. You must believe in it. Trust in the system, and you shall achieve immortality. The system assured him with fervor. Echoing words Ningfan had once shared with Su Wanwan. This system has never deceived anyone. Give it a try. However, this very statement made Ningfan alert. The system claimed it had never deceived anyone? He distinctly recalled that day on Qingzhu Peak when the system had tricked him into capturing the second senior sister, Jiang Yueye. What was the result? Jiang Yueye nearly sent Ningfan to meet his ancestors. System, you damn. Chapter 138. I'm sorry, this system has no mother apologies. I have no mother. You're impressive. Ningfan had nothing else to say besides those 3 words. This cheeky system was becoming increasingly irreverent. He wondered from whom it had learned such behavior. Not long after, as the tribulation thunder dissipated, Ningfan descended and consumed a healing elixir, setting off with Su Wanwan towards the central hall of the Taixuan Dao field. His physical recovery abilities were astonishing, and combined with the elixir's effects, his injuries healed at an astonishing pace. Roaring. From within the celestial patterns, a Kuei bull materialized, towering over 100 zhang, resembling a bull yet whole. With a singular leg and an azure hue, its roar resonated like thunder. This was a remarkable treasure technique, capable of shaking the entire eastern wilderness. The Kuei bull radiated a blinding tribulation light. Ningfan unleashed the azure dragon treasure technique, his dragon form extending thousands of zhang, merging with the technique as he charged into battle against the Kuei bull. Endless calamity loomed over the skies of the Taixuan Taoist temple. Ningfan's aura subtly resonated with the essence of this realm, creating an inexplicable harmony with the Taixuan Taoist temple. This was the benefit bestowed upon him by the grand Tao of heaven and earth, allowing him to merge with the surrounding cosmos and harness its power. With a roar, the Kuei Long unleashed a mighty thunderbolt that pierced the heavens. The Songlong responded in kind, releasing its own bolt of calamity. Boom! The firmament trembled as if it were about to shatter, reverberating with a thunderous roar as the space quaked violently. Eventually, the calamity vanished, and the Kuei Long's divine technique dissipated. This signified that Ningfan had successfully passed the second trial. He collected the Songlong's treasure and proceeded with Su Wanwan towards the central edifice of the Taixuan Taoist temple. Before them lay a magical staff, inscribed with mysterious celestial patterns. An artifact of celestial significance, Su Wanwan observed, recognizing the extraordinary nature of the staff. Likely left behind by a formidable figure of the immortal saint realm. Indeed, it was a precious item. Ningfan's eyes sparkled. His only current celestial weapon was the slaying immortal sword, and the Ziwei Huangqi Ding had yet to absorb any vitality. This magical staff was perfectly suited to the heavenly tribulation energy within him. With a thunderous rumble, the staff loomed above Ningfan's head, manifesting a vast expanse of thunderclouds. Countless bolts of white lightning cascaded down like a torrential downpour, striking Ningfan relentlessly. His figure surged upward, racing toward the staff. The innumerable bolts struck him, each equivalent to an assault from a peak 9th-level expert of the extreme Dao realm. The Hunyuan immortal body was extraordinarily resilient. Ningfan broke through the dense lightning, extending his hand toward the staff. Bang! He grasped the staff firmly, its tip as sharp as a needle, fierce enough to rival a blade. The rounded sections, inscribed with celestial patterns, posed no threat to his palm. Buzz! The staff trembled, causing Ningfan's figure to quiver as well. In the next moment, boundless calamity erupted forth from the staff. The might of the thunder was formidable, pure, and overwhelming, as if it could suppress all evils in the world. Ah! Ningfan cried out. The power unleashed by the staff was terrifying beyond measure. Even with the might of the Hunyuan immortal body, his flesh, meridians, and organs were grievously affected in an instant. Even his soul faced unprecedented turmoil. "Come on. If you have the capability, then strike me down," Ningfan roared, gripping the staff with all his might, refusing to yield. Simultaneously, the various primal energies within him surged toward the staff. The Hunyuan energy, while the power of reincarnation gathered in his hands. The two forces clashed, creating a stalemate. Ningfan's expression twisted with ferocity, his hair standing on end from the electric strikes. After a duration equivalent to 2 incense sticks, the staff finally settled into tranquility. A resonance emerged between Ningfan and the demon-slaying staff. With a mere thought, the staff transformed into a palm-sized object, resting comfortably in Ningfan's grasp. "The heavenly tribulation demon-slaying staff," he murmured, a glimmer of satisfaction flickering in his eyes. Indeed, this was a celestial artifact left behind by a powerful sage. The key to mastering the entire Taixuan Dao field. With the heavenly tribulation demon-slaying staff in hand, Ningfan could sense that the celestial formations within the Taixuan Dao field and the prohibitions outside it lay under his dominion. Having passed the 3 trials, no barriers remained ahead. The grand doors of the temple swung open, and Ningfan, alongside Su Wanwan, stepped inside. Outside the Taixuan Dao field, the formidable beings of the Eastern Wilderness sect observed with clarity. Had he truly entered the temple? For the first time in countless ages. He was the first to walk alive to the temple's threshold. How infuriating it was. The astonishing creation left by the sage was now claimed by this youth. The crowd was filled with envy and rage. The Eastern Wilderness sect, which had dominated the Taixuan immortal realm, could hardly believe that a person outside their own ranks had ultimately set foot within the Taixuan Dao field. At the foot of a mountain, and Ling Long exhaled deeply, her entire being relaxing with a look of astonishment. In that moment, she felt as though she had survived a calamity. With Ningfan's ascension into the Taixuan Dao field and his overcoming of the trials, the Ning family would finally be spared from annihilation. Outside the extreme Thunder domain, the immortal beings of the Sword Immortal sect, 5 Thunder sect, and Burning Valley stood frozen, expressions of disbelief etched upon their faces. Within the expansive temple, the interior was remarkably unadorned, lacking any luxurious embellishments, ancient yet unpretentious. The celestial pillars within the hall were engraved with inscriptions of the Qingzhu and the Thunder Emperor's divine techniques. Both techniques were extraordinary, capable of shaking the foundations of the Eastern Wilderness. The Qingzhu technique required no elaboration. Not long ago, Ningfan had witnessed its formidable power. The Thunder, a rare pure blood entity, bore the visage of a man with the body of a dragon, exuding unparalleled majesty. It was said that such beings could naturally resonate with the will of the heavens. Some celestial pillars bore inscriptions of profound celestial arts. Yet they were of no use to Ningfan, as he already possessed the 9 tribulations Azure Thunder art, which surpassed the techniques inscribed upon the pillars. Deep within the hall lay a dragon platform, reminiscent of a throne for emperors, crafted from 9 grades of celestial spirit stones. The value of these spirit stones rivaled that of celestial herbs, classified into 9 grades. The dragon platform stood over a yard high and 100 yards wide. An astonishing opportunity that would incite envy among true immortal and golden immortal cultivators. This dragon platform is of no use to me. It would be better to shatter it into fragments, Ningfan murmured, gripping the immortal slaying sword, unleashing a series of blood-red sword energies toward the dragon platform. Shortly thereafter, Ningfan amassed over 3,000 pieces of 9-grade celestial spirit stones. "I've struck gold," Ningfan declared, for each spirit stone was equivalent to a 9-grade celestial herb. With over 3,000 pieces of 9-grade celestial spirit stones, he had sufficient resources to establish a sect. A spark of surprise also illuminated Su Wanwan's eyes. For both of them at this stage, this was an unparalleled treasure. The ethereal spirit stones were bestowed upon the female cultivator Su Wanwan. Yet the system offered no tenfold return. The voice of the system echoed in Ningfan's mind as he and Su Wanwan stepped onto the Taixuan Dao field. With her activated, Su Wanwan discerned the celestial formations within the arena, contributing to their endeavor. Had he known, Ningfan mused, he would have awakened his own reincarnation eye. Though slightly displeased, he was not overly concerned, for he lacked no resources for cultivation at present. There would be ample opportunities in the future to bestow upon Su Wanwan more extraordinary treasures, thereby reaping a tenfold return. "My dear, you need not suppress your realm any longer," Ningfan declared with conviction. Armed with the heavenly calamity slayer, he was impervious to the restraints of the extreme Thunder Dao domain. Other cultivators of the immortal realm would undoubtedly face annihilation by the forces of heaven and earth upon entry, but he would not. Chapter 139. Confessing everything to my wife, is it truly time? Su Wanwan inquired, her brow furrowed in confusion. Just moments ago, Ningfan had adamantly prohibited her from advancing to the fifth stage of the extreme Tao, yet now he claimed she could. As a reincarnated quasi-immortal emperor with innate, she could not comprehend the adverse effects of her elevation in realm. Yes, it is time, Ningfan affirmed with a nod, ready to step into the immortal realm himself. But why? Su Wanwan gazed intently into Ningfan's eyes, her seriousness palpable. Her could unveil the past and present of Mengku. Yet she found herself unable to perceive Ningfan, seeing only a swirling chaos. The myriad mysteries surrounding him left even this female emperor in awe. She was determined to unravel the truth and fully understand Ningfan, having already confessed her own identity to him long ago. After a moment of contemplation, Ningfan steadied his expression. Look into my eyes. As his words lingered in the air, he activated his reincarnation eye, a half-black, half-white orb radiating an ancient and enigmatic glow. The existence of the system was far beyond Su Wanwan's comprehension, transcending the boundaries of this world's understanding. Thus, Ningfan revealed to her that the reason lay in his possession of the reincarnation eye. The reincarnation eye. Su Wanwan gasped, utterly astonished. This was the legendary supreme celestial eye, one she had never encountered even in her past life, as a quasi-immortal emperor traversing the immortal domain. Her innate was already a marvel, yet the reincarnation eye eclipsed it manifold. I have glimpsed the future, Ningfan offered cryptically as an explanation. Su Wanwan accepted this without doubt. In her eyes, the possession of the reincarnation eye granted Ningfan the potential to perceive that which she could not. Moreover, my constitution is unique, a primordial immortal body, Ningfan continued, disclosing all but the existence of the system to Su Wanwan. I am indeed not of the immortal domain. The world I once inhabited was devoid of cultivation, rendering me a reluctant reincarnator. Su Wanwan's eyes widened in astonishment, her expression momentarily frozen in disbelief. The eye of reincarnation, combined with the primordial immortal body, coupled with Ningfan's exceptional talent, surpassed his own capabilities significantly. At this moment, Su Wanwan finally comprehended why. Ever since she had met Ningfan, the gap in their realms had not only failed to diminish but had instead widened considerably. This was all too astonishing. And it was no wonder that Ningfan had previously concealed certain truths from her. Simultaneously, a wave of emotion surged within Su Wanwan's eyes. Now that Ningfan had revealed everything, it indicated that he truly trusted and cherished her. She had not misjudged Ningfan. Her choice was indeed a divine opportunity bestowed upon her by fate. My husband, together we shall embark on the path to the emperor, through life and death. Never to part, Su Wanwan declared earnestly and with deep affection. Ningfan affectionately tousled Su Wanwan's hair, smiling gently. Let us refrain from such sentimentalities and focus on elevating our realms. Su Wanwan nodded in agreement. Moments later, the system's voice resonated in Ningfan's mind. Ding. The system detects that the protagonist Su Wanwan has ascended to the fifth major level of the supreme realm. The host's realm has reached the immortal stage. As soon as the system's voice faded, the profound power of the great Tao within Ningfan began to coalesce, undergoing a transformation in an instant. Different strands of immortal energy gradually formed within Ningfan's meridians, a stark contrast to the meager immortal energy he had cultivated before. This was the true immortal stage. In the next moment, the system's voice echoed in Ningfan's mind once more. Ding. The system detects that the protagonist Su Wanwan has reached the pinnacle of the fifth major level of the supreme realm. Ding. The system detects that the protagonist Su Wanwan has attained the sixth major level of the supreme realm. Ding. The system detects that the protagonist Su Wanwan has achieved the minor completion of the sixth major level of the supreme realm. What the? This is an astonishingly rapid advancement. Ningfan's expression changed, and his pupils constricted sharply. He had merely advised Su Wanwan to temporarily suppress her realm, never anticipating that her elevation would occur so swiftly. With Su Wanwan's ascent, Ningfan had now reached the pinnacle of the first level of the immortal stage. Yet, he had yet to face the first tribulation of the immortal stage. Ding. The system detects that the protagonist Su Wanwan has achieved the major completion of the sixth major level of the supreme realm, rewarding the host with an elevation to the second level of the immortal stage. Oh no. Ningfan was suddenly struck by an ominous premonition. Two tribulations would descend in succession. It is crucial to know that the power of the first and second tribulations differs by several multiples. Facing two heavenly tribulations in succession was exceedingly perilous. My dear, just as Ningfan was about to speak, Suwanwan activated the immortal burning technique to elevate her realm. A surge of immense and searing energy radiated from her. Ding! The system detects that the protagonist Suwanwan has attained the major completion of the 7th major level of the Supreme Realm, rewarding the host with an elevation to the 3rd level of the immortal stage. What on earth, system, are you conspiring against me? Ningfan could not help but mentally lament his impending trials as he faced the daunting prospect of undergoing 3 consecutive tribulations. The mere thought of it sent shivers down his spine. In the past, on the Qingzhu peak, his master Mengku had surmounted 3 tribulations in a single night. However, Mengku was not only a reincarnated celestial sage, but also burdened by emotional entanglements, having accumulated decades of experience to achieve a breakthrough into the 3rd level of the celestial realm in one night. In contrast, Ningfan lacked such extensive preparation. His ascension to the 3rd level was solely due to the system's compulsion for advancement. Currently, he was unable to harness the celestial energy within him, nor had his comprehension of the celestial path reached the requisite level for the 3rd tier. This system will not bear the blame. Ningfan's lips twitched as he realized his oversight. He should have informed Suwanwan in advance to maintain her cultivation below the 6th level of the Supreme Realm. After he overcame the first tribulation, she could then elevate her own level. Yet, he could not entirely fault himself. Who could have anticipated such an exaggerated increase in her realm? Ningfan had no opportunity to even voice a warning. My dear, what troubles you? Your expression seems rather off, Suwanwan remarked, a flicker of concern crossing her charming face. Could it be that my rapid progress is having adverse effects? No. Just don't advance to the 8th level of the Supreme Realm. Ningfan chuckled bitterly, for if he were to reach the 4th level of the Celestial Realm, he would truly be without escape. Step outside the hall. I must confront the tribulation, Ningfan declared solemnly. Given the circumstances, there was no evading it. He had to brace himself for the challenge ahead. Already reaching the Celestial Realm? Such swift progress, Suwanwan exclaimed in astonishment. Little did she know that when she witnessed Ningfan facing 3 tribulations in succession and realized he had attained the 3rd level of the Celestial Realm, her expression would be nothing short of spectacular. Rumbling thunder echoed as Ningfan stepped through the hall's entrance, the sky above the Taixuan Dao field reverberating with ominous roars. He propelled himself skyward, soaring from the celestial formation of the Taixuan Dao field. Suspended in the void, I must give it my all, Ningfan silently resolved. Chapter 140. Ningfan on the brink of desperation. It was indeed a tribulation. This lad had scarcely entered the hall before he shattered his shackles and reached the celestial realm. Within the celestial palace, there surely lay astonishing celestial fortunes. Outside the Taixuan Dao field, the formidable figures of the Eastern Wilderness sects were left utterly stunned. It was the first time they had encountered such a young powerhouse of the celestial realm. Beyond the extreme thunder domain, the celestial realm experts from various sects gazed in disbelief. This lad was undergoing tribulation at the Taixuan Dao field? He must have acquired the legacy of the celestial sage. The celestial realm experts gasped in astonishment. Throughout the eons, no prodigy from the great sects had ever succeeded in obtaining the inheritance of the Taixuan Dao field. Yet now, an obscure youth had accomplished this feat. This boy must not be eliminated. He must be preserved, spoke Taixuan, a celestial realm expert from the Five Thunder sect. The Taixuan Dao field held extraordinary significance for the Five Thunder sect. Ningfan has received the inheritance of the immortal sage, signifying that the Taixuan Daoist temple is now under his dominion. By retaining Ningfan, the members of the Five Thunder sect can embark on their cultivation within the Taixuan Daoist temple. Above the temple, dark clouds envelop the sky, and the tribulation light bursts forth. Soon, a towering bolt of tribulation lightning, stretching for 10,000 zhang, pierces through the fabric of space and descends upon Ningfan. The might of the heavenly tribulation varies from person to person, and it is evident that the tribulation Ningfan faces possesses a far more terrifying power than that of others. Even the first level of the immortal tribulation that Mengku encountered on Qingzhu Peak pales in comparison. Ningfan's expression turns solemn as he employs the Azure Dragon Treasure technique and activates the 9 Tribulation Azure Thunder formula to confront the descending lightning. Boom. In that instant of contact, the Azure Dragon form shatters, and the Tribulation lightning courses through his body, causing Ningfan to plummet onto the temple grounds. Bang! Ningfan's body trembles violently, a trace of blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Having just stepped into the immortal realm, he has yet to fully master the celestial energy within him, yet his realm has ascended to the third level of the immortal realm, facing the tribulation. The power of the Azure Dragon treasure technique proves insufficient to withstand the might of the lightning. Though injured from this clash, Ningfan gains immensely. He can now fully control the celestial energy within his body. While he may not wield it with complete finesse, it is incomparably stronger than before. Above the sky, the tribulation light intensifies, and a wave of terrifying energy, amplified dozens of times, radiates outward. The second level of the immortal realm tribulation? Suanon murmurs, astonishment flickering in her eyes. Ningfan's achievement of the first level of the immortal realm is already astonishing. Who would have anticipated that he would face 2 consecutive tribulations? With a resolute gaze, Ningfan once again invokes the Azure Dragon treasure technique, propelling himself. Shortly thereafter, a bolt of tribulation lightning nearly 10,000 zhang long descends from the dark clouds. Boom! The Azure Dragon form disintegrates in an instant. And Ningfan's expression shifts slightly as he employs the Divine Phoenix treasure technique. The Divine Phoenix form also crumbles under the onslaught, and the tribulation lightning strikes him once more. This time, however, Ningfan does not fall to the ground. He stands firm in the void, his body injured. Yet a glimmer of joy sparks in his eyes. A powerful wave of celestial energy emanates from him. Finally, he can wield it with ease. Ningfan reflects. Having been tempered by 2 bolts of tribulation lightning, he has sustained injuries but is rapidly evolving. Then, the second bolt of tribulation lightning descends from the dark clouds. With both the Azure Dragon and Divine Phoenix unleashed, the might of these 2 techniques reaches their zenith. He withstands the baptism of the second bolt of tribulation lightning. And from the dark clouds, an even more terrifying and violent wave of energy spreads. The third level of the immortal realm. Suwanwan's delicate features pale in disbelief. Ningfan has just embarked on the path of immortality and has directly attained the third level of the immortal realm. This is simply madness, something she has never heard of even with her experience as a quasi-immortal emperor. On the day she reaches the immortal realm, she would never dare to achieve such a feat. Is it due to the heavenly tribulation's demon subduing staff? Suwanon muses. Outside the Taixuan field, disciples of the Eastern Wilderness sect stood in a state of stupor, their mouths agape, unable to utter a sound, and Ling Long's countenance drained of color. Could it be that Ningfan would perish beneath the celestial tribulation? Should Ningfan fall, all would be lost. Beyond the realm of the extreme Thunder Dao, the powerful beings of various sects sensed the formidable might of the heavenly calamity. Having faced 3 tribulations, could this lad possibly survive? The legacy of the celestial sage has surely clouded his judgment. It appears that our intervention may no longer be necessary, as this young man is destined for demise. Some sighed, while others reveled in his misfortune. In the distance, Mingke's tranquil demeanor was tinged with a hint of anxiety. This young man has emulated me. Upon entering the celestial realm, he has directly ascended to the third level. Mingke spoke solemnly, acknowledging that his ability to endure 3 consecutive tribulations stemmed from being the reincarnation of a celestial sage, burdened by emotion, accumulating power over decades, and now poised for a grand emergence. If Ningfan were to follow suit, it would be perilously unwise. Above the Taixuan field, a cataclysmic bolt of calamity thundered down from the heavens, piercing the firmament and descending towards Ningfan. The sheer magnitude of this bolt alone bore testament to the terrifying force of the third level of celestial tribulation. Ningfan's expression shifted as he invoked the Kunpeng divine technique. A colossal fish leaped from the vast ocean, while a mighty rock soared skyward. The bodies of the Kun and the Ping manifested simultaneously, confronting the titanic bolt of calamity. Boom! At the moment of collision, the very fabric of the heavens trembled. A wave of terrifying Dao ripples surged forth, akin to tumultuous tides, reverberating through the void. In an instant, the Kunpeng divine technique was shattered by the bolt, its residual energy crashing upon Ningfan. Drawing upon the strength of his primordial celestial body, he withstood the onslaught, yet his form bore numerous scars. Rumbling. As the first bolt subsided, a second followed in swift succession, its ferocity intensified. There was scarcely a moment's reprieve for the tribulation bearer. Extending one hand, Ningfan grasped the celestial slayer's sword, pointing it towards the heavens, an overwhelming aura of slaughter igniting a blood-red sword energy that swept across the realm. He charged towards the bolt of calamity, colliding with the second bolt before the astonished gazes of many. Boom! Countless strands of blood-red sword energy were obliterated by the bolt of calamity. In the instant the celestial slayer's sword clashed with the lightning, a vast light of tribulation surged into his being. The next moment, Ningfan's figure plummeted from the void, and the celestial slayer's sword slipped from his grasp. Thud! His form crashed onto the Taixuan Dao field, producing a resounding thud. The sword fell from his hand, embedding itself nearby. Were it not for the protective formations left by the celestial sage, this place would have surely crumbled. Darling. Su Wanwan's delicate face transformed, her pupils constricting. As an overwhelming tension enveloped her, Ningfan's third celestial tribulation was far more terrifying than that faced by other cultivators. Yet, she found herself powerless to assist. Any individual confronting a celestial tribulation must rely solely upon their own strength. Ningfan rose to his feet, his visage somewhat grotesque. As he expelled blood from his mouth onto the ground, he was grievously injured, his meridians damaged and his organs shaken. My dear, do not resist the heavenly tribulation within the celestial formation of the Taixuan Dao field, lest it summon divine retribution. I am aware, my beloved, do not worry. Ningfan retorted, a glint of fierce determination flashing in his eyes, as he surged forth once more into the void. The power of the primordial immortal body surged, unleashing the essence of the primordial energy. In his eyes, the reincarnation eye awakened, emanating an aura of ancient mystery. The final bolt of tribulation. Bring it on. Chapter 141. Tears of the Beloved. A thunderous roar reverberated as if the heavens themselves had heard Ningfan's call. The sound of rolling thunder echoed ominously. The third bolt of tribulation, resplendent and terrifying, pierced through the heavens and the earth. Ningfan unleashed a punch, the forces of primordial energy and reincarnation erupting simultaneously, striking towards the towering bolt of lightning. Boom! An unprecedented cacophony resonated across the realm. The onlookers outside the Taixuan Dao field were shaken to their cores. Blood streaming from their orifices, their souls trembling in terror as they cried out in anguish. Mountains trembled and fractured, the ground quaked violently. As the tribulation lightning coursed through him, Ningfan's figure was engulfed in a sea of blinding light. Su Wanwan's expression turned grave. She activated her heavy pupils and fixed her gaze upon Ningfan, daring not to look away for a moment. At a distance, at the foot of a mountain, Ling Long's countenance was tense. She clutched her hands tightly, her nails digging into her flesh, drawing forth trickles of blood. Moments later, as the overwhelming light of tribulation dissipated, Ningfan's form plummeted from the void. He was gravely wounded, his body marred with bruises, drenched in blood, and flesh torn asunder. Blood continued to flow from his mouth and nose, his meridians and organs severely injured. His body fell like a stone, as though he had already departed from life. My love. Su Wanwan's heart tightened. She soared into the air, rushing towards Ningfan. She extended her arms, embracing his body, and with her heavy pupils, she discerned the faint rhythm of his heartbeat. Thank heavens, you are still alive, she murmured, her eyes growing moist. Tears streamed down Su Wanwan's fair cheeks, gathering at her delicate chin before falling. The entirety of Ningfan's tribulation had been a harrowing ordeal. In her previous life, she had attained enlightenment without shedding a single tear. Yet in this life, she wept for the man in her embrace. Her emotions were a tumultuous blend of relief and heartache for the suffering Ningfan had endured. As time passed in their companionship, unbeknownst to her, she had fallen deeply in love. She cradled Ningfan as they descended, her sobs echoing in the silence. Outside the Taixuan Dao field, the formidable beings of the Eastern Wilderness sect, after a brief moment of stupor, found their expressions ignited with excitement. Observing Ningfan motionless in Su Wanwan's arms, they assumed he had succumbed to the final bolt of tribulation, meeting a fate most dire. Ha! The heavens have opened their eyes. This boy has severed his path to life. He deserves to perish. 3 consecutive tribulations had befallen him. If he did not perish, who would? Alas, what a pity. After laboring to reach the Taixuan Dao field, now that he is dead, all is lost. A cacophony of laughter erupted from the crowd, each individual exuberantly gesticulating with delight. Some hastened to convey news to the powerful beings outside the extreme thunder domain, notifying them of this mockery. Heh, Lei Chen, you are bound to be disappointed. Jian Hen remarked with a sardonic smile, his face a mask of derision. That lad succumbed beneath the final bolt of tribulation during the 3rd trial. Such a shame. It was but a hair's breadth away. Your aspirations of the 5 Thunder sect to step onto the Taixuan Dao field for cultivation have evaporated. The disciples of the Sword Immortal sect had suffered the most losses, and he yearned for Ningfan's demise above all. At that moment, amidst the dark clouds above the Taixuan Dao field, a beam of mysterious dawn light descended, resplendent and vibrant, manifesting an extraordinary celestial phenomenon. Moments later, the dawn light enveloped Ningfan. This was a divine boon from the heavens, imbued with immense fortune. In an instant, Ningfan sensed a peculiar resonance with the celestial realm. He felt the existence of the heavenly will. This will was ethereal and enigmatic, yet seemingly omnipresent and eternal. Outside the Taixuan Dao field, the smiles of the Eastern Wilderness sect disciples froze upon their faces. Suddenly, everyone's expressions shifted, rendered speechless in astonishment. A miraculous phenomenon had occurred, with the dawn light descending from the heavens. This could only signify that Ningfan had triumphed over his tribulations and was still alive. This is inconceivable. Someone cried out in disbelief. How could anyone endure 3 consecutive tribulations and emerge unscathed? Such a divine transformation granted by the heavens might not even be encountered by one among a million who have entered the immortal realm. Outside the Taixuan Dao field, the mocking smile that had briefly graced Jian Hen's aged visage became rigid. Ha ha ha, brother Jian Hen, this lad yet lives. His life must be preserved by our 5 Thunder sect. Lei Chen exclaimed jubilantly, for entering the Taixuan Dao field for cultivation held great significance for the 5 Thunder sect. The beam of dawn light came swiftly and faded just as quickly. My dear, how do you feel? Su Wanwan asked tenderly. Aside from a bit of pain. I feel rather well, Ningfan replied, finally regaining a measure of strength, smiling gently. He reached out a hand to wipe away the tears from Su Wanwan's face, leaving behind a trace of blood. Subsequently, Ningfan summoned the purple micro-emperor's cauldron, from which the true water of Taixuan emerged. He took 10 drops of the true water, and upon drinking, he instantly felt the excruciating pain begin to subside significantly. The true water of Taixuan possesses miraculous effects that can revive the dead and mend bones. Ningfan's injuries were recovering at an astonishing pace. At the same time, he felt a deep-seated fear. Just moments ago, in order to withstand the 3rd tribulation, Ningfan had truly fought with all his might. It was perilous. Had it not been for the formidable strength of the primordial immortal body, he feared he would have been reduced to ashes, obliterated by the calamity of thunder. However, after enduring the trials and tribulations of 3 celestial tribulations, Ningfan reaped tremendous rewards. Not only did he gain a profound understanding of the mysteries of the immortal path, but his primordial immortal body also grew even more robust. The heavens manifested an extraordinary phenomenon, and a beam of enigmatic dawn light allowed Ningfan to perceive the will of the divine. The immense fortune contained within facilitated Ningfan's transformation. Nonetheless, this metamorphosis did not yield immediate results. Rather, it was a gradual and subtle evolution. As time progressed and Ningfan's realm ascended, the benefits would slowly manifest. My dear, your graceful ascent into the sky and the way you embraced me was truly beautiful. Ningfan chuckled, remarking, who says women cannot embrace men? At times, a woman can also serve as a warm harbor for a man. He relished the sensation of being cradled in the embrace of the Empress, feeling a delightful contentment within. You are utterly shameless. The system retorted. You speak of shamelessness. You are the one who plotted against me, and I have yet to settle the score. Ningfan fumed inwardly while his gaze lingered on Su Wanwan's alluring figure. My dear, how wonderful it is to have you by my side, he exclaimed as he playfully nestled closer. How improper. Su Wanwan blushed, yet she did not deter Ningfan's advances. You were thinking of taking advantage even while you were still injured. Half an hour later, Ningfan and Su Wanwan emerged from the Taixuan Dao field. Everyone, are you still here, waiting for your meal? Ningfan smiled lightly, a glint of mischief flickering in his eyes. The expressions of those present shifted dramatically. Ning brother, it was merely a misunderstanding. After all, what is a friendly competition among geniuses if it leads to such dire consequences? Peng Lei forced a smile, attempting to diffuse the tension. That does sound somewhat reasonable, but not entirely. Ningfan replied coolly, extending his hand as countless bolts of lightning surged forth, striking towards the gathered individuals. A cacophony of wails ensued as over 100 disciples from the eastern wilderness fell, rendered unconscious by the onslaught. Ningfan utilized the power of the heavenly tribulation to seal their meridians, exerting control over their lives. Noble young Master Ning and Ling Long dared to emerge from the distant mountains. Congratulations, young Master Ning, on acquiring the immortal saint's legacy, overcoming 3 celestial tribulations, and attaining the 3rd level of immortal ascendance, she exclaimed, a mix of astonishment and joy in her voice. The Yin family was not only saved but would also rise to dominance in Taixuan City. Subsequently, Ling Long discovered several communication talismans among the fallen disciples of the Eastern Wilderness. Young Master Ning, many powerful figures at the immortal ascendance level from the Eastern Wilderness have arrived at the Taixuan immortal realm. They are already outside the extreme thunder domain. Her expression shifted as she realized that Ningfan's actions had the potential to shake the very foundations of the Eastern wilderness. And upon learning of the arrival of so many immortal ascendance experts, her heart could not help but tremble. What a timely arrival, Ningfan remarked nonchalantly, subsequently soaring towards the realm beyond the extreme thunder domain alongside Su Wanwan. And Ling Long, her delicate face etched with concern, followed closely behind Ningfan. An unsettling anxiety gripped her heart, although she was aware that Ningfan wielded authority over the Taixuan Dao field. Granting him leverage in negotiations with the various grand sects, she remained uncertain about the potential outcomes of such discussions. Young Master Ning. With prodigies like Peng Lei and Jian Hen, the Eastern Wilderness sect should refrain from outright hostility if you do not slay them. When we meet them, I beseech you to temper your arrogance and strive for more favorable terms without incurring their wrath, and Ling Long urged. Her voice steady but laced with apprehension regarding Ningfan's audacious demeanor. Miss Sin, you overestimate the Eastern Wilderness sect. If I cower in fear, how will I accomplish anything in the future? Ningfan replied coolly, fully aware that the more he appeared submissive, the more the Eastern Wilderness sect would take advantage of him. Conversely, if he displayed sufficient assertiveness, it would instill a sense of trepidation in them, rendering them hesitant to act against him. Miss Sin, contemplate this well. My ambitions extend far beyond merely the Taixuan immortal realm. And Ling Long was momentarily taken aback, her heart stirred by a tempest of thoughts. Ningfan's implication was clear. One Taixuan immortal realm was insufficient for his aspirations. He intended to partake in the other immortal realms of the Eastern Wilderness as well. This revelation left her utterly astounded. The trio sped forth, and after a considerable while, they arrived at the outskirts of the extreme thunder domain. Soon thereafter, Ningfan spotted numerous figures of powerful beings from the Eastern Wilderness sect who had entered the immortal realm. Upon seeing Ningfan, Su Wanwan, and Ling Long, their expressions shifted slightly. I am Ningfan, a disciple of the Qingzhu Peak of Yunsong Pavilion. Recently, I have ascended to the Taixuan Dao field within the extreme thunder domain, Ningfan declared. The assembled immortal realm experts exchanged glances, their expressions revealing a multitude of emotions. You are the one who slaughtered so many disciples of my sword immortal sect. Qingzhu bellowed, summoning hundreds, if not thousands, of swords that materialized into a formidable sword formation encircling Ningfan. 6th level of the immortal realm. Ningfan's gaze sharp. The sword immortal sect's expert was indeed swift in his actions. Qingzhu, cease your attack. Do not forget. This young man has stepped into the Taixuan Dao field and acquired the legacy of the immortal saint. Leichen interjected, emphasizing the significance of entering the Taixuan Dao field for the Thunderbolt sect. I care not for such matters. Prepare to die. Qingzhu retorted fiercely. Disregarding Lei Chen's words, his countenance twisted with malice. What of the lives of Jian Hen and the other disciples of the Sword Immortal sect? Do you not care for them? Ningfan shouted. At Ningfan's words, Qingzhu was momentarily taken aback, the onslaught of swords he had unleashed halting abruptly. Jian Hen was a prodigy nurtured with immense effort by the Sword Immortal sect. Should he perish, all prior investments would be rendered null, inflicting significant losses upon the sect. At that moment, Menka's figure pierced through the fabric of space. A single bamboo shoot erupted forth, effortlessly dismantling the sword formation with a resounding clash of metal. In the East Wilderness, the atmosphere within the great teachings shifted dramatically as the presence of a formidable figure from the immortal realm loomed. With a single bamboo staff, he shattered the sword formation, showcasing his mysterious prowess. Who might you be? Do you dare to meddle in the affairs of the Sword Immortal sect? Qingzhu exclaimed, his anger palpable. I am Menka, the headmaster of Qingzhu Peak at Yunsong Pavilion. If you wish to harm my disciple, you must first inquire whether this bamboo staff in my hand consents to such an action. Menka replied with an air of calm and indifference. Master, why did you arrive so late? Could you not have come a bit earlier? Ningfan couldn't help but interject, exasperated. He found it hard to believe Menka thought such theatrics were impressive. After all, a delay could cost him dearly. Menka scratched his head, embarrassed. Hee. I promise to do better next time. Qingzhu's expression darkened. Although Menka's cultivation was only at the 6th level of the immortal realm, Qingzhu lacked the confidence to defeat him. Furthermore, with Leichen standing in his way, it appeared impossible for him to eliminate this troublesome youth today. Open the immortal formation at the Taixuan Dao field and lift the restrictions of the extreme thunder domain. I shall spare your life and let bygones be bygones. Qingzhu declared ominously. Regrettably, I fear you shall be disappointed, Ningfan replied with a smile, his tone nonchalant. Though I have set foot in the Taixuan Dao field, I am powerless to lift the restrictions of the extreme thunder domain. In truth, Ningfan had gained the recognition of the heavenly calamity demon subduing staff, granting him the ability to lift the restrictions of the extreme thunder domain, allowing those above the immortal realm to enter. However, he must assert otherwise. The extreme thunder domain was undeniably the most critical location within the entire Taixuan immortal realm. The opening of the Taixuan Dao field was enough to shake the foundations of the East Wilderness. Such a significant place must remain firmly under his control to instill fear in the great teachings. If anyone could enter the extreme thunder domain and tread upon the Taixuan Dao field, Ningfan would lose his value. Naturally, he could not reveal that he could lift the restrictions but simply chose not to do so, as such a revelation would surely invite jealousy. However, the immortal formation at the Taixuan Dao field was something he could activate at any moment. The many immortal realm experts present exchanged glances, their expressions darkening. According to this youth, it seemed only those below the immortal realm could enter the extreme thunder domain and practice at the Taixuan Dao field. While somewhat disheartened, this was not entirely unacceptable. Nonsense. You speak nothing but lies. You shall not deceive me. Qingzhu snapped, his face contorted with rage. If you cannot lift the restrictions, how do you expect to enter the extreme thunder domain yourself? I have set foot upon the cultivation grounds and received the legacy. The restrictions hold no power over me. Ningfan replied coolly. Qingzhu trembled with fury, pointing a finger at Ningfan. He sensed that this youth was lying. Yet he possessed no evidence to substantiate his suspicion. Then why do you not release Jianhen and the others, allowing them to step onto the Taixuan Dao field? The treasures left by the immortal saints are sure to be extraordinary. It is not impossible for your disciples to bring them forth from the Taixuan Dao field. And who do you think you are, instructing me on how to act? Ningfan scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at Qingzhu. If you provoke me, not only will no one be allowed to enter the Taixuan Dao field, but even those talented disciples shall perish outside its gates. And Ling Long, standing behind Ningfan, was taken aback, her heart racing as if it were lodged in her throat. Chapter 143, Young Master Ning, do take care, and Ling Long cautiously advised, her delicate features pale and trembling with apprehension. Collaborating with Ningfan was utterly exhilarating yet nerve-wracking. However, Ningfan appeared oblivious to her caution, dismissing her concerns with indifference. Attitude mattered little. What held significance was whether one possessed the means to challenge the Eastern Wilderness sect. The ordinary folk of Taixuan City displayed a sufficiently humble demeanor. But what was the point? It had failed to elicit any compassion from the ancient clans in the Eastern Wilderness sect. Attitude was merely a facade created by the vested interests to deceive the unwary. How dare you speak to me in such a manner? Qingzhu hissed venomously. What is there to fear? You were the one who spoke out of turn first. We are both cultivators of the immortal realm. What makes you so special? Ningfan retorted, his voice firm. Though youthful, he had already attained the third level of the immortal realm, placing him on equal footing with these old. Qingzhu's face turned a deep shade of anger, rendered speechless by the rebuttal. Ningfan, speak plainly. What is it that you desire? Taixuan interjected. A cunning old fox who understood Ningfan sought a chance for discourse. All disciples from various sects must be allowed to enter the Taixuan Dao field for cultivation. My sole condition is the opening of the Taixuan immortal realm. Regardless of one's background, everyone should have the opportunity to cultivate within. At this proclamation, the eyes of all the immortal realm experts from the Eastern Wilderness sect widened in shock, nearly frozen in disbelief. They simply could not comprehend Ningfan's audacious proposal. The Taixuan immortal realm open to all. What could Ningfan possibly stand to gain? And Ling Long, too, was momentarily stunned. She had envisioned numerous conditions Ningfan might propose. But never this one. Was he truly willing to risk his life and face insurmountable dangers merely to allow commoners access to the Taixuan immortal realm? Will you accept this condition or not? Ningfan inquired, his expression impassive. He sought not only justice for the citizens of Taixuan City, but also to transform the Taixuan City and its immortal realm. Furthermore, it was imperative for the Ziwei Huangji Ding to amass popularity and unleash its rightful power. Well, this young man possesses remarkable foresight. I have underestimated you, Taixuan stated solemnly. In his view, Ningfan was merely attempting to win over hearts and establish his own faction. He found it hard to believe that this was solely for the sake of ordinary civilians. This lad aimed to sit at the same table as the Eastern Wilderness sect. Before taking a seat at the table, Ningfan sought to win the hearts of those around him for his own purposes. Long ago, the practices of the major sects in the Eastern Wilderness were quite similar. The great sects of the eastern wilderness held dominion over various celestial realms, effectively monopolizing the resources necessary for cultivation. However, in name, these sects proudly proclaimed themselves as the righteous path, as if embodying justice itself. For instance, in the Taixuan celestial realm, the Huang, Qi, Zhao, Ren, and in families acted as the sinister gloves of the eastern wilderness sections, harvesting the common folk. Oppressing the weak and bullying the vulnerable were the deeds of ancient families, with little connection to the major sections. Should the exploitation become excessive and stir public outrage? Instead of addressing the issue, the solution would be to eliminate those who raised the concerns. If the problem escalated beyond control, the blame would fall entirely on the ancient families, preserving the sect's image of righteousness. At that point, a new pair of sinister gloves could be donned. While the eastern wilderness sects would proclaim themselves as protectors of the people. With this mindset, Taixuan was able to comprehend the conditions proposed by Ningfan. This young man harbored considerable ambition. Taixuan privately concluded that, given Ningfan's talents, he indeed possessed the potential to establish his own sect. However, I too have a condition, Taixuan declared with solemnity. Please, speak, fellow cultivator. Ningfan replied with a slight smile. After all, negotiations should involve reciprocity. It was evident that among the Jianxian sect, the Five Thunder sect, and the Burning Valley, the Five Thunder sect exhibited the greatest interest in the Taixuan Dao field and the most willingness to collaborate. Conversely, members of the Jianxian sect harbored the deepest animosity towards him. The differing opinions of the major sects greatly favored Ningfan. The members of the Five Thunder sect were individuals worth leveraging, and he could not afford to miss this opportunity. My disciples of the Five Thunder sect must gain entry to the central hall of the Taixuan Dao field, Taixuan asserted, his tone resolute. Despite the fact that no one besides Ningfan had ever entered that hall, it was not difficult to surmise that the most astonishing treasures and fortuitous opportunities lay within. If you are willing to agree, my Five Thunder sect will undoubtedly ensure your safety. Taixuan paused, then added, indeed. Without hesitation, Ningfan acquiesced, as he had never intended to seal off that hall. Within that hall resided the Qingzhu treasure technique, the Thunder Emperor treasure technique, and numerous other profoundly intricate celestial methods. Upon hearing this, Taixuan was overwhelmed with joy and erupted into hearty laughter. The Qingzhu and Thunder Emperor techniques alone were sufficient to satisfy him, let alone the multitude of other profound celestial methods. Behind Ningfan and Ling Long stood in stunned silence, astonished that Ningfan had successfully negotiated such a matter. The news of this event would undoubtedly reverberate throughout the entire eastern wilderness. Young friend, Burning Valley will also guarantee your safety. From now on, anyone who dares to trouble you shall stand against my Burning Valley. Yin Zhou, a sixth-level cultivator of the Burning Valley, was equally unwilling to allow only the Five Thunder sect to possess these two extraordinary techniques and various celestial methods. Very well. I shall not hold past grievances against you. The disciples of the Burning Valley are also welcome to enter that grand edifice. Ningfan feigned generosity as he spoke, remarking that the inclusion of one more sect was of little consequence. He then turned his gaze toward Qingzhu, a sardonic smile playing upon his lips. And what of the disciples of the Sword Immortal sect now? Ningfan remarked indifferently. Qingzhu's countenance twisted in distress, his lips twitching as he felt his dignity slip away, unable to save face before the young Ningfan. Humph, Qingzhu snorted, casting a cold glare at Ningfan before turning on his heel and departing without a backward glance. The other formidable members of the Sword Immortal sect sighed in unison, following Qingzhu's lead. TCH. Ningfan scoffed, feeling no loss at the absence of the Sword Immortal sect, as his control over the Five Thunder sect and the Burning Valley was more than sufficient. My dear friends, the management of the Taixuan Dao field shall henceforth be entrusted to the Yin family. As he spoke, Ningfan turned his attention to Ling Long. Miss Ling Long, why not step forward and greet everyone to become acquainted? And Ling Long was momentarily taken aback, her eyes filled with incredulity. Ah, young Master Ning, do you mean for me to take charge? As she gazed at Ningfan, she suddenly found that the man she once deemed a rogue was now far more agreeable. To oversee the management of the Taixuan Dao field meant the rise of the Yin family. Indeed, it is you, Ningfan replied calmly, for he had neither the time nor the inclination to undertake such responsibilities personally. Among the Yin family, only Ling Long could inspire his confidence. Thank you, young Master Ning. And Ling Long felt a surge of joy, overwhelmed by the honor bestowed upon her. To manage the Taixuan Dao field was of extraordinary significance, both for herself and the Yin family. From this moment forward, the Yin family would reign supreme in Taixuan City. and her standing within the family would surpass even that of the ancient ancestors. She had not only become the matriarch of the Yin family, but also held unparalleled status throughout Taixuan city. Esteemed immortals, I am honored to make your acquaintance. And I am grateful to young Master Ning for his trust, and I humbly ask for your guidance henceforth. And Ling Long bowed gracefully, well aware of how to articulate pleasantries with finesse, given her illustrious heritage. Young friend, regarding the disciples of the Five Thunder sect, Taixuan turned to Ningfan. Having only partially conveyed his thoughts, awaiting Ningfan's response. In a few days, they would awaken, and the Taixuan Dao field would be opened for their cultivation. However, to enter that grand hall, they must await Miss Ling Long's arrangement of the management personnel. Ningfan replied casually, stating that the alliance had been established and that capturing those individuals was no longer necessary. Thank you, young friend, Taixuan exclaimed with delight. Esteemed guests, I must take my leave. Ningfan remarked that he must hasten back to Taixuan city to ascertain the well-being of the old man's granddaughter. Upon his return, he instructed the ancestral figure of the Yin family to notify the other 4 ancient clans. From this moment forth, the threshold to enter the Taixuan immortal realm would no longer exist. Within the exquisite confines of Ling Long Tower in Taixuan city, the entire 9-story edifice had been cleared by Ling Long solely to accommodate Ningfan, Suwanwan, and Mingku. Dozens of youthful and beautiful maidens were dedicated to attending to their daily needs. The finest fruits and exquisite wines had already been laid out on the table. Missin, such grand arrangements are unnecessary, Ningfan chuckled, finding the lavish hospitality somewhat excessive. Even the esteemed members of the Eastern Wilderness sect would not enjoy such treatment. Young Master Nia, this is merely what my lady should do, and Ling Long replied with a radiant smile, appearing as a docile and gentle concubine before Ningfan. Previously, a flicker of resentment lingered in her heart towards him, but now Ningfan had become a benefactor to her and the entire Yin family. And what of the young lady named Zhou Nianshu? Ningfan inquired. She is waiting just outside, and Ling Long responded, subsequently opening the door to allow the maiden to enter. It was evident that the attendants of Ling Long Tower had put considerable effort into adorning her, presenting her as a graceful and pure figure. Master. Upon seeing Ningfan and Suwanwan, tears welled in her eyes, and she promptly knelt before Ningfan. She could hardly believe that the day had come when she could see him again. Her grandfather and brother had met tragic fates, and she had been sold to Ling Long Tower, caught in a web of despair with no hope for relief. She had resigned herself to a life of darkness. Awaiting the day when she would be cast out, her existence concluded. To her astonishment, she could still behold Ningfan. Do not kneel. Rise, Ningfan said, a twinge of discomfort in his voice. I beseech you, master, to take me in as your servant. I vow to serve you for a lifetime. Please do not abandon me again. Zhou Nianshu remained kneeling, recognizing this as her sole opportunity to preserve a modicum of dignity in her life. It was my oversight. I underestimated the malice of the Huang family. Ningfan's voice turned grave. My master has already repaid the old man's debts. Yet I never anticipated that the Huang family would resort to murder and sell people for profit. No, master, you need not blame yourself. I have never held you responsible. My only hatred is for that beast Huang Fuxing, who has destroyed my family. Zhou Nianshu declared, fully aware that had it not been for Ningfan, she would not have survived this long in Ling Long Tower, but would have been sold to some patron long ago. Rise, and do not call me master. I shall adopt you as my sworn sister. What do you think? Ningfan proposed. At his words, a glimmer of surprise danced in Zhou Nianshu's eyes. No longer would she be a mere servant. As Ningfan's sister, she could shed her lowly status and lead a life of dignity. Nianshu, I have the honor of meeting you, brother Nia, Zhou Nianshu murmured softly. Ningfan nodded slightly and then turned to Ling Long, asking, have you disseminated the news about the opening of the Taixuan immortal realm? Rest assured, young Master Ning. Within a day, everyone in Taixuan city will be aware of this news, and Ling Long replied. Indeed, Nianshu, in 2 days' time. I shall accompany you to the Huang family to exact vengeance, allowing you to personally slay that wretch, Huang Fuxing, Ningfan declared. As night fell, the vast expanse of Taixuan city was in an uproar. The announcement that the Taixuan immortal realm would be open to all for cultivation spread like wildfire throughout the city. Everyone was astounded. The news was simply incomprehensible. For countless ages, there had not been a single immortal realm in Eastern Wilderness that was freely accessible without any prerequisites. Is this news authentic? Could it be a mere rumor? Are they deliberately leading us to offend the ancient aristocratic families, sending us to our doom? Who was the first to share this news? It was from the Yin family. It is said that the eldest daughter, and Ling Long spoke it herself. A notice has even been posted at the city gates. A young man named Ningfan has negotiated terms with the Eastern Wilderness's great sect. Whether it is true will be evident tomorrow at the entrance of the Taixuan immortal realm. That night, countless individuals were unable to find repose. Within a grand hall of the Huang family, the ancestors of the Huang, Qi, Zhao, and Ren families gathered. I have received unequivocal information from the people of the Burning Valley that Brad has returned to Taixuan City. He has set foot in the Taixuan Dao field within the Extreme Thunder Domain and has negotiated terms with the Five Thunder Sect and Burning Valley, opening the Taixuan immortal realm unconditionally to all. Huang Jiuxuan said grimly, his face darkened to an extreme. The other three ancestors' expressions shifted. What does that scoundrel intend? To bestow the opportunity to enter the Taixuan immortal realm upon those lowly commoners without charge. What benefit does he gain from this? Aside from the gratitude of those commoners, is there any further profit to be had? The three ancestors were incensed. Ningfan's actions were tantamount to shattering the livelihoods of the four ancient aristocratic families. Previously, they had acted as hounds for the Eastern Wilderness Great Sect, controlling the entrance to the Taixuan immortal realm and profiting immensely through exploitation and oppression. Now, with the realm open to all, how could they continue to exploit? What of Huaixing? Why has he not arrived? The chief family ancestor inquired, probing into the situation concerning the family elder. The family has completely aligned themselves with that brat. Huang Jiuxuan replied darkly. Who could have anticipated that Huaixing would emerge as the victor? What shall we do? Shall we simply allow that brat to run rampant? The Ren family elder queried. We can only wait. Wait for the people of the Eastern Wilderness Great Sect to become dissatisfied and take action against this lad. Huang Jiuxuan declared sternly. Given the strength of the four great families, eliminating Ningfan seemed a mere fantasy. They could only wait for the Eastern Wilderness Great Sect to act. And according to his knowledge, the Sword Immortal Gate was particularly displeased with Ningfan, wishing fervently to eliminate him. Early the next morning, Ningfan, Su Wangwan, and Ling Long, accompanied by Zhou Nianchu, exited the Ling Long Tower, heading directly towards the residence of the Huang family. Young Master Ning, is it really unnecessary for me to summon the ancestors of the family and the other three powerful beings who have entered the immortal realm to accompany? And Ling Long said, rubbing her small hands nervously. Chapter 145. It is essential to properly mentor the young lady of the family. Such a course of action is utterly unwarranted. Ningfan replied nonchalantly, sensing that Ling Long had yet to fully acclimate to her. He had already forged an alliance with the Five Thunder Sect in the Burning Valley, rendering the Huang family, the Qi family, the Zhao family, and the Ren family inconsequential within Taixuan City. Having traversed the three realms of the immortal world, Ningfan held no regard for even the patriarch of the Huang family. Young lady Yin, are you truly ignorant of your current status and position within Taixuan City? Must I enlighten you? Ningfan continued, do you recall how aloof you were when I first abducted you? What about your demeanor? You must regain your composure. At this rate, how can you assist me in the future? Ningfan frowned, realizing he needed to mentor Ling Long more diligently. Yes, young Master Ning, I understand. And Ling Long replied earnestly, the apprehension on her face evaporating, replaced by an air of haughty superiority. This aloofness was only displayed in the presence of others. When facing Ningfan, the current Ling Long appeared almost as docile as a lamb. The Huang family estate lay shrouded in an eerie silence. Ever since the news of the Taixuan immortal realm's opening spread throughout Taixuan City, the atmosphere within the Huang family residence had turned somber. Ningfan's actions struck a devastating blow to the Huang family, akin to cutting off their lifeline. The figures of Ningfan, Su Wanwan, and Ling Long materialized before the main hall of the Huang family estate. Huang Jiuxuan, come out and face me, Ningfan bellowed, his voice resonating with a powerful celestial aura that reverberated throughout the Huang family estate. Numerous Huang family warriors gathered, their expressions filled. It's that brat Ningfan, along with Ling Long. Just yesterday, news of the Taixuan immortal realm's opening reached us. And today he dares to invade our Huang family? After killing so many of our kin and seizing countless ancient herbs, will he never relent? The Huang family warriors murmured amongst themselves, their faces pale with fear and trepidation. Moments later, the figure of the Huang family patriarch, Huang Jiuxuan, emerged from the main hall. His countenance grave. Ningfan, my Huang family has already withdrawn all our members from the Taixuan immortal realm, and we consent to the opening of the immortal realm to everyone. Huang Jiuxuan declared. Upon learning of Ningfan's alliance with the Five Thunder Sect and the Burning Valley, he understood that resistance was futile. He promptly ordered the withdrawal of all Huang family warriors from the Taixuan immortal realm, relinquishing all territories they had occupied. What further grievances do you harbor that would compel you to trespass so brazenly upon the Huang family estate? To disregard the dignity of my Huang family in such a manner is rather excessive, would you not agree? Huang Jiushuan's countenance darkened. The four ancient families had already made concessions, yet this young man still harbored intentions. I, the celestial being, have come to your Huang family seeking justice. Justice? So many lives have been lost in the Huang family, countless ancient herbs seized, and all ties to the Taixuan immortal realm relinquished. What further justice could you possibly desire? Huang Jiushuan clenched his fists tightly, the sound of his knuckles cracking echoing in the air. His fury was barely contained. He longed to tear Ningfan, yet he was forced to endure, his anger stifled. The Huang family, exploiting the populace and amassing wealth without compassion, truly deserved their fate. Ningfan, however, did not engage in superfluous conversation with Huang Jiushuan. He got straight to the point. Bring forth that little wretch, Huang Fuxing, to meet me. What does a junior of the Huang family have to do with this? Huang Jiushuan recalled that when Ningfan first arrived in Taixuan City, he had clashed with the junior Huang Fuxing. However, to him, such matters were trivial and did not warrant an assault on the Huang family estate in pursuit of vengeance. Just do as I say without the unnecessary chatter. Ningfan barked, extending a hand as celestial energy surged forth, coalescing into a blazing aura of calamity. If you dawdle any longer, I shall be compelled to take action. Huang Jiushuan's face changed. This young man had indeed reached the third level of the immortal realm. The calamity radiating from Ningfan's hand sent a shiver through him, his very soul trembling. This was unfathomable. Despite his own peak at the fourth level of the immortal realm, he felt an alarming sense of danger emanating from the man before him. After a moment's hesitation, Huang Jiushuan suppressed his ire and summoned for Huang Fuxing. Shortly thereafter, two formidable members of the Huang family dragged Huang Fuxing by the arms into the main hall. Upon hearing that Ningfan sought him, Huang Fuxing's legs turned to jelly. He could scarcely walk, being pulled along in a state of utter terror. Thud! Huang Fuxing collapsed to the ground, drenched in cold sweat, his eyes wide with fear, pupils constricted, and his body trembling uncontrollably. Ancestor! Ancestor! Save me! Huang Fuxing cried out. Desperation etched across his face. Huang Jiushuan did not spare him a glance. He could neither save him nor dared to. If Huang Fuxing's life could appease Ningfan, then perhaps his death would not be in vain. Ningfan and Su Wanwan, accompanied by Zhou Nianshu, descended and stood before Huang Fuxing. Upon encountering the murderer of her grandfather and brother once more, Zhou Nianshu's delicate face hardened, her eyes ablaze with hatred. This 15-year-old girl radiated the chilling aura of a vengeful assassin. Do you remember me? Huang Fuxing suddenly shivered. He was all too familiar with the three figures before him. Great immortal, I remember my past offenses. I implore you to forgive my transgressions and spare my insignificant life. Huang Fuxing incessantly bowed his head, no longer resembling the arrogant scion he once was. My master has already settled the debts of the old man Zhou. Why then do you still seek to murder him and his grandson, and sell his granddaughter to the Ling Long tower? Huang Fuxing was taken aback, stammering as he explained. Esteemed immortal, the Huang family has always acted in this manner for millennia. The lives of those lowly peasants are inconsequential. Their deaths are of no import. The entire Huang family should cease to exist. Ningfan thought to himself, a glint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes, as he handed the immortal-slaying sword to Zhou Nianshu. Sister, proceed, Ningfan said calmly. Zhou Nianshu grasped the sword with both hands and struck fiercely at Huang Fuxing. With a swift motion, the first strike severed Huang Fuxing's head, blood spraying high into the air. Zhou Nianshu did not relent, continuing with the second, third, and fourth strikes, relentlessly assaulting Huang Fuxing. After delivering dozens of blows, reducing him to a mere pulp, Zhou Nianshu finally paused and returned the sword to Ningfan. Thank you, brother, for allowing me to avenge this deep-seated grudge. Zhou Nianshu gazed at Ningfan with profound affection, vowing to follow him for the rest of her life. Ningfan turned to Huang Jiushuan, raising one hand to the heavens, fingers splayed, unleashing a blinding light of calamity. In an instant, an overwhelming radiance enveloped the entire Huang family estate, forming an immortal formation. Huang Jiushuan, make your move, Ningfan stated coldly. Before the main hall of the Huang family estate, upon hearing this, Huang Jiushuan's expression changed dramatically. He had summoned Huang Fuxing, witnessing him being butchered without uttering a word of protest. Was this not sufficient to satisfy Ningfan? What do you mean by this, Ningfan? Huang Jiushuan asked in a somber tone. My intent is clear. from this day forth, the Huang family shall no longer exist. Ningfan responded indifferently, his gaze frigid and brimming with malice. Huang Jiushuan's pupils constricted sharply. Ningfan intended to annihilate the entire Huang family, setting up an immortal formation, leaving no survivors. This young man desired not a single soul to remain. Ningfan, before you entered Taixuan city, the Huang family bore no grievances against you. Is it merely because Huang Fuxing killed 2 lowly peasants that you seek to eradicate my entire family? Huang Jiushuan replied darkly. You may interpret it as such. Ningfan answered coolly. The Huang family can also submit to you as the Ning family does. If you command us to go east, we shall not venture west. In desperation, Huang Jiushuan lowered his stance to a significantly humble degree. He understood well that without the intervention of the Eastern Wilderness sect, it was utterly impossible for the Huang family to eliminate Ningfan. Ningfan, expressionless, remarked, Do you think I require such assistance? Huang Jiushuan was filled with despair, his face contorting into a grimace. Ningfan, what benefit do you derive from exterminating the Huang family? Without the Huang family, it is of great importance to me. Ningfan replied nonchalantly. Huang Jiushuan's pupils narrowed as he surveyed his surroundings, then glanced upward into the void, seemingly in search of something. Where is your master, Mengku? If he intends to annihilate the Huang family, why has he yet to reveal himself? Without my master, the eradication of the Huang family is a task I can accomplish alone, Ningfan declared, extending a hand and pointing at Huang Jiushuan. Having just entered the 3rd realm of the immortal stage, he sought a worthy opponent to hone his skills. The ancestor of the Huang family was, fortuitously, an excellent choice. Huang Jiushuan, I offer you a chance to strike. If you can defeat me, the Huang family will escape this calamity. Initially taken aback, Huang Jiushuan soon became audacious, erupting into hearty laughter. Ha ha ha, young one, do you truly believe you can slay me and destroy the entire Huang family all by yourself? Having once felt despair, Huang Jiushuan was now emboldened. Regardless of whether the ancestor of the Yin family would intervene, the mere presence of Ningfan's master, Mengku, was sufficient to instill hopelessness. In the past, within the Taixuan immortal realm, he and the ancestors of the Qi, Zhao, and Ren families had been swept aside by Mengku in an almost overwhelming display of power. With Mengku absent, the notion that Ningfan could single-handedly annihilate the Huang family seemed ludicrous to Huang Jiushuan. You have brought this upon yourself. Do not blame me, he retorted, a glint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Confident in his peak 4th realm immortal strength, he was convinced he could crush Ningfan. This was the Huang family's only chance at turning the tide. Ningfan soared upward, hovering in midair, adopting a commanding posture as he focused intently on Huang Jiushuan. Huang Jiushuan, ascend to the void for battle, he bellowed, his voice resonating like thunder, imbued with a powerful wave of immortal energy that This battle was not merely about defeating Huang Jiushuan and exterminating the Huang family. It was also about establishing his own dominance within Taixuan city. Outside the Huang family estate, many heard this thunderous proclamation, their faces reflecting shock and disbelief. Just yesterday, the news of the Taixuan immortal realm's opening had spread. Today, an assault on one of its ancient families was imminent. Ningfan, you shall soon regret this, Huang Jiushuan warned. The clash between powerful immortal beings could obliterate the entire Huang family estate, inevitably leading to significant losses for the Huang clan. A battle in the void was precisely what Huang Jiushuan desired. In an instant, both figures ascended, soaring into the sky above Taixuan city, where they confronted each other from a distance. 9 curves of the Yellow Springs River, Huang Jiushuan shouted, unleashing a torrent of immortal energy that transformed into a serpentine river stretching for thousands of feet, ominous and foreboding, sprawling across the void. This sight was nothing short of astonishing, as a chilling aura enveloped the area. Although it was a bright sunny day, the sky above Taixuan city now resembled twilight. Within the city, the populace was stirred into action, many taking to the air to witness the unfolding spectacle. A thunderous roar erupted as the 9 curves of the Yellow Springs River surged forward, crashing down upon Ningfan. As he made his move, he unleashed his ultimate technique, intent on delivering a fatal blow without granting Ningfan a moment's respite. The demise of Ningfan meant the end of everything. Ningfan's gaze sharpened, and the light of calamity erupted, with celestial runes swirling around him like a misty white shroud. Boom! A Kuelong beast emerged, hornless and single-legged, its body a deep azure, its roar resonating like thunderous rolling storms. This was the Kuelong's divine technique, which Ningfan had only recently comprehended, yet it exhibited formidable power. The Kuelong charged forth, Crashing into the tumultuous Nine. The mighty river surged, sending towering waves crashing skyward. Moments later, the river had transformed from 9 bins to 7. As the Kuelong's form was obliterated within the waters, Ningfan remained unperturbed. Indeed, a peak expert in the 4th realm of immortality posed a challenge. With no intention of holding back, he invoked the Kuenping technique, manifesting the majestic form of the Great Ping. With a resounding cry, the Kuenping spread its vast wings, its screech echoing as if to pierce the heavens. Merging with the Kuenping technique, Ningfan harnessed the essence of reincarnation, propelling himself towards the long river of yellow springs. Boom! In an instant, the once mighty river, now reduced to 7 bends, shattered into countless waves, splintering into fragments. This is impossible. Huang Jiushuan's face turned pale with horror as he let out a desperate scream. It was one thing to be unable to defeat Meng Ku, but to find himself outmatched by a mere youthful opponent like Ningfan was unfathomable. Spare my life, do not go to the underworld and speak to those souls wronged by the Huang family. Ningfan replied coldly as the claws of the Kuenping descended towards Huang Jiushuan. A cry of despair echoed, and in the next moment, Huang Jiushuan's form exploded into a mist of blood beneath the sharp talons of the Kuenping. Within Taixuan City, millions gazed in awe at the enormous ferocious bird soaring in the void, their expressions blank and utterly shocked. Is the ancestor of the Huang family dead? Someone exclaimed in disbelief, even as they heard the anguished cries. Soon, the throngs began to regain their senses from the overwhelming shock. Huang Jiushuan is dead. From this moment forth, the Huang family shall no longer commit their nefarious deeds. Instantly, Taixuan City erupted in a frenzy. Ningfan! 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 Countless voices thundered his name, resonating through the skies. Ningfan's figure descended from the void, returning to the Huang family estate. All the members of the Huang family were left dumbfounded, struggling to accept that their ancestor had been annihilated by Ningfan. It is over, Ningfan stated indifferently, as he waved his hand, unleashing the power of the celestial formation, summoning countless bolts of calamity to descend. Bang! 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 Within the Huang family estate, luxurious structures collapsed. The ground shattered, and numerous Huang family experts were reduced to ashes. 3 Huang family experts in the realm of immortality attempted to struggle, only to meet their end beneath Ningfan's sword of celestial slaughter. Their strength was woefully inadequate, the most formidable among them barely reaching the 2nd stage of immortality. Ningfan dispatched them as one would swat away ants. Boom! The main hall of the Huang family crumbled with a resounding crash. At this moment, within Ningfan's dantian, an ethereal aura emerged from the purple micro-imperial cauldron. Each strand of this aura signified an individual who regarded Ningfan as their sovereign, eager to pledge their loyalty to him. 100,000. 1,000,000. The cauldron trembled slightly within Ningfan's dantian, and a flicker of joy crossed his gaze. In Chapter 147, the exquisite Ling Long Tower lacked any special services, it seemed. The multitude of auras presented a faint emerald hue, converging within the purple micro-imperial cauldron. A truly astonishing sight. Indeed, the system had spoken truthfully. The purple micro-imperial cauldron was capable of gathering popularity, and the greater the number of loyal souls, the more formidable their strength, thus amplifying the cauldron's might. Ningfan mused, regrettably noting that among the million auras, none belonged to a transcendent being. His master, Meng Ku, had reached the 6th level of the immortal realm, yet his essence was not captured by the cauldron. Ningfan speculated that the cauldron could only absorb the essence of those who were loyal to him and willing to heed any command. This relationship resembled that of a general and his soldiers, an emperor and his subjects, a leader and his people. The intentions of these individuals emitted a spiritual force that formed a collective essence, gathering within the cauldron. Meng Ku, being Ningfan's elder, and Su Wanwan, his wife, fell outside the cauldron's range of absorption. Perhaps one day, when Ningfan truly ascended to the status of a sovereign revered across the immortal domains, the cauldron would also gather the essences of Meng Ku and Su Wanwan. From the perspective of a dynasty, the emperor's master is also a subject. Shortly thereafter, the opulent Huang family mansion was reduced to ruins, with only one structure remaining intact, the treasure vault of the Huang family. The protective celestial formation surrounding the vault proved resilient, having withstood the onslaught of countless calamities. Every member of the Huang family perished beneath the relentless storm. From the elderly to the young, none were spared. In an avalanche, no snowflake is innocent. Such a lavish mansion, now a regrettable loss, could have been transformed into a residence for the young master. Before Ling Long could finish her words, Ningfan interrupted her. The Huang family mansion must be obliterated. Ningfan declared solemnly, not out of disdain for residing within its walls, but because he was well-versed in history and understood the underlying significance. More importantly, the Huang family mansion symbolized power and exploitation to a certain extent. If it remained standing, it would indicate that the skies over Taixuan City had not yet completely changed. Ningfan's influence among the countless souls in Taixuan City would also diminish significantly. Reducing the Huang family mansion to mere rubble signified to all of Taixuan City that a true transformation had begun. From this moment forth, the city would genuinely undergo a metamorphosis, and he, Ningfan, would ascend as the very heavens of Taixuan City. This place now belongs to you. The foundation accumulated by the Huang family should be accounted for by your people and temporarily entrusted to your care, Ningfan remarked. He had contemplated distributing the Huang family's assets freely, but upon reflection, he dismissed the idea. He understood well the principle of gratitude and resentment associated with favors. At present, what Ningfan could offer was the opening of the Taixuan immortal realm, providing others with an opportunity for cultivation. Upon hearing this, Ling Long was filled with joy. The entire Huang family estate was situated in one of the finest locations within Taixuan City, and Ling Long had no intention of being greedy. She dared not overreach. She was acutely aware that as long as she could collaborate with Ningfan in the long term, the Huang family's assets were of little consequence. In the grand scheme of things, the benefits that the family would reap would far surpass those of the Huang family's foundation. Subsequently, Ningfan, Su Wanwan, and Ling Long, and Zhou Nianshu arrived at the impoverished district where old Zhou resided. Miss Sin, I entrust the complete demolition of this area to your family, along with adequate compensation. Ningfan stated, as he envisioned reconstructing a palace in this locale. He lacked the energy to manage numerous affairs. Relying solely on the family was insufficient. Ningfan aspired to establish a force of his own, providing a sense of belonging to those willing to heed his command. Furthermore, this was also to gather more support for the Ziwei Imperial Cauldron. Young Master Ning, the family shall not disappoint you. Within half a month, we will fulfill your requests, and Ling Long assured him. At the entrance of the Taixuan Immortal Realm, a throng of over 100,000 people gathered. The Taixuan Immortal Realm is truly open. The family did not deceive us. The guards here have vanished. That saint-like youth is the one who secured our chance to enter the Taixuan Immortal Realm. I heard days ago that this young Master Ning dared to slay members of the ancient clans to seize the ancient herbs. Who could have imagined he would ultimately compel the Eastern Wilderness sect to concede? Excitement coursed through the crowd as they rushed towards the Taixuan Immortal Realm. A coveted opportunity many had long dreamt of, once deemed unattainable. On the 9th floor of Ling Long Tower, Ningfan reveled in the company of several enchanting women while discussing the architectural style of the palace he intended to construct within Ling Long. In another room, Su Wanwan practiced in serene silence. The demolition costs, combined with the construction of the palace using the Huang family's resources, should suffice, correct? Ningfan inquired. Young master, considering the demolition and the palace construction, it will be more than ample, and Ling Long replied. Having received a message from the family after they assessed the Huang family treasury. That is reassuring, Ningfan said lightly, stifling a yawn and stretching. Aside from the usual services, does Ling Long Tower not offer any unique services? Unique services? And Ling Long paused in surprise before comprehending Ningfan's implication. Through their time spent together, she had developed a fondness for him. She followed Ningfan's instructions and informed everyone in the family that should anything happen to Shun Yanshu, they would execute without mercy. Unexpectedly, within just a day of Ningfan's return to Taixuan City, he began to seek special services. Truly, he remained an incorrigible rogue. Although Ling Long, due to Ningfan's current standing in Taixuan City, lacked the courage to voice her thoughts, her lips trembled, which did not escape Ningfan's notice. Ah, do you think I cannot read your lips? Who is the rogue here? Ningfan extended a finger towards Ling Long and inquired, does Ling Long Tower not offer foot washing and massage as part of its special services? He merely wished to have his feet washed. How could that be deemed inappropriate? And Ling Long was taken aback, realizing that Ningfan's notion of special services referred to this. It appears I have misunderstood young Master Ning. His desire was simply this. However, the ladies at Ling Long Tower are only trained in accompanying with drinks, song, and dance, and do not provide foot washing or massage. And Ling Long stated, somewhat embarrassed, as this was her first encounter with such a concept of special service. What a pity, Ningfan lamented, expressing his dismay that such a cherished tradition from Huaxia had not yet reached the immortal realm. It is time to promote the treasures of Huaxiao within the immortal domain. Ningfan vowed resolutely, then looked at Ling Long with a mischievous grin. No matter. We can learn. Come, Ling Long, allow me to teach you personally. Chapter 148. Young Master, would you like me to accompany you upstairs? Host. Were you not opposed to the trafficking of young girls, standing against injustice? It has barely been a moment since then, and you are now pursuing foot washing and massage? The system sighed in exasperation, struggling to comprehend Ningfan's mindset. It would be inaccurate to label him as merely a villain. He was not pure, as he occasionally exhibited a sense of justice. Yet, to call him a good person would also fall short. His mind was filled with lewd thoughts, hardly resembling that of a virtuous individual. Is there a conflict between opposing the trafficking of young girls and seeking foot washing and massage? Ningfan retorted to the system. Huaxia has established its traditions for many years, with foot washing and massage becoming increasingly popular, indicating there must be sound reasoning behind it. Traffickers deserve severe punishment. This is beyond dispute. However, foot washing and massage are cherished traditions inherited from Huaxia, beneficial for both body and mind. Simply put, I support it. The foot-washing maidens are considerate and hard-working girls striving for a better life. Then it shall be up to young Master Ning, and Ling Long conceded. No need for such formality. Ningfan replied with a smile, instructing the two beautiful ladies beside him to fetch 2 basins of warm water. Foot-washing is an intricate art, and even the water for soaking has many nuances. Not only must the temperature be moderate, but there are also various types, such as ginger water, herbal infusions, saline milk, and safflower water. Ningfan spoke eloquently, demonstrating his profound understanding of the industry. The techniques of foot massage are even more intricate, requiring one to attune to the client's responses, identify the acupressure points, and apply varying degrees of pressure. Ningfan's explanations were articulate, and Ling Long listened with rapt attention. Listen, as the saying goes, practice is the sole criterion for testing truth. I shall grant you an opportunity. Ningfan reclined on the soft couch, and Ling Long carefully recalled the details Ningfan had imparted before she began to apply her skills. She started with gentle taps on the dorsum of his foot to help him relax, demonstrating her remarkable intelligence. After merely hearing Ningfan explain once, she had already grasped the technique proficiently. The subsequent kneading was equally adept. Young Master Ning, what do you think? Out of 10, I would rate my technique at 7. And since you are quite handsome, I shall add 2 points. Thus, a total score of 9. Upon hearing this, a delightful blush spread across Ling Long's face, prompting her to massage with even greater fervor. Young Master Ning, what do you believe the pricing should be for this service at Ling Long Tower? When this topic arose, Ningfan displayed his expertise. For the first floor, the prices are to be determined by you. On the second floor, where the client is alone with the attendant, the price will multiply several times. And Ling Long discerned the implications behind Ningfan's words. Such intimate contact during the foot massage could easily lead to tantalizing thoughts. Young Master Ning, shall I accompany you to the second floor? And Ling Long climbed onto the soft couch, whispering enticingly in his ear. Her charming face flushed with a hint of crimson, her eyes sparkling with allure. She understood that forming an alliance with Ningfan would be mutually beneficial. Ningfan inhaled sharply, his body shuddering, as memories from his past life surged forth. It must be said, and Ling Long possessed a profound understanding of allure, and her enchanting demeanor was indeed difficult to resist. Just then, a maid approached. Young Master Ning, Miss Su requests your presence, stating there is an important matter to discuss. Ningfan silently lamented as he rose from the couch. Miss Sun, we shall pause our lessons here for now. I will teach you more techniques in the future. As he spoke, he donned his shoes and made his way towards Su Wanwan's chamber. And Ling Long watched Ningfan's departing figure, a flicker of disappointment crossing her eyes. So close, yet so far, she murmured. She believed Ningfan possessed the potential for greatness. If she could remain by his side, the family would surely thrive. Upon reaching Su Wanwan's room, Ningfan pushed the door open. Just as he closed it and turned around, he was greeted by the sight of Su Wanwan's bare shoulder, her white dress pooling at her feet. She approached him slowly, wrapping one arm around his neck. Her eyes filled with tenderness and seduction. My dear, it seems we have not shared a bed for quite some time, Su Wanwan exclaimed, a delicate blush gracing her fair cheeks. Her eyes, filled with desire, also reflected an intense yearning for spiritual advancement. Ningfan had already attained the 3rd level of the immortal realm, a fact that left Su Wanwan utterly astonished. The disparity in their realms was widening, and she remained at the formidable 7th level of the extreme path, still a considerable distance from achieving immortality. This situation instilled within her a sense of inexplicable pressure and anxiety, driving her to urgently seek entry into the immortal realm and catch up with Ningfan. She resolved to share a bed with him, believing that practicing together would greatly benefit her and accelerate her ascension. Even the Empress has learned the art of seduction, Ningfan thought, a fervent light igniting in his eyes as he swept the enchanting maiden into his arms and tossed her onto the bed. That night was one of sleepless joy. The following day, with the sun high in the sky, Ningfan awoke to find Su Wanwan still peacefully slumbering, her charming face still adorned with a lingering flush. The little Empress has certainly been mastered, Ningfan mused contentedly, reflecting on the previous night's delight, where the Empress had been thoroughly bested, reduced to pleading for mercy. Host, this system has an important matter to inform you. Suddenly, a voice resonated in Ningfan's mind. What is it? He inquired, surprised by the system's unusually grave tone. Due to the protagonist Su Wanwan no longer harboring any intent to harm you, the system recommends that you cancel the setting of always being at a higher realm than her. The protagonist's cultivation will no longer enhance your strength. Huh? What? Ningfan was taken aback, his excitement rapidly transforming into agitation. The idea that such a setting could be rescinded was unfathomable. Even though Su Wanwan no longer bore malice towards him, Ningfan desired to remain comfortable in his position. If this setting were removed, how could he continue to relax? System, you must be joking, he exclaimed in frustration. Host, this system merely suggests the cancellation. The choice ultimately lies within your hands. Your suggestion is commendable, yet I advise you not to make such suggestions in the future. Ningfan rolled his eyes, thinking it foolish to abandon such an advantageous setting. Why would he relinquish the opportunity to elevate his realm while comfortably reclining? The system reminds the host that although you have reached the third level of the immortal realm, it was not achieved through gradual progression. Once you attain the immortal saint realm, the system's setting will become entirely ineffective, and there will be little assistance available. At that time, you may find it exceedingly difficult to break through to the immortal emperor realm, the system stated earnestly, acknowledging that it could only assist Ningfan up to the immortal saint realm. Why is that? Ningfan protested. I have relied on the system to steadily elevate my realm. Should not my foundation be far more solid than those who cultivate through sheer effort? Why, in the end, must I struggle to attain the immortal emperor realm? Is this not an act of bullying the honest? The system could only express its helplessness with a mere 2 words, questioning how one could possess such a blatant disregard for shame. Chapter 149. Has the system's settings vanished? Host, do you truly wish to reflect upon what you were saying? The system remarked with exasperation. How could Ningfan assert such words with such confidence? Setting aside the rapidity of your previous ascension, transitioning from the pinnacle of the 9th layer of the extreme path to the 3rd layer of the immortal realm, enduring 3 tribulations, it's astonishing that your foundational cultivation remains stable. Do not forget, when you first reached the 3rd layer of the immortal realm, you could barely control the celestial energy within you. Even now, your comprehension of the immortal path and your proficiency in various immortal arts and treasures have not reached the expected level of the 3rd layer of the immortal realm. Yet, I had just slain the ancestral patriarch of the Huang family yesterday. That old wretch was a formidable being at the pinnacle of the 4th layer of the immortal realm. Ningfan remained unconvinced, his gaze darkening. Although he was reluctant to abandon the system's settings, he pondered the system's words with seriousness. That is due to your primordial immortal body, the eye of reincarnation, combined with various immortal arts and treasures, which ensures your baseline. Even your current primordial immortal body and eye of reincarnation have not attained the requisite strength for the 3rd layer of the immortal realm. If you had cultivated step by step to reach the 3rd layer of the immortal realm, even if Huang Jiuxuan were a 5th layer immortal realm expert, you could have vanquished him. Ningfan fell silent, his brow furrowing. If even the primordial immortal body and eye of reincarnation lacked the necessary strength, then the issue was indeed grave. The system could assist him only to the saint immortal realm, while Ningfan was determined to strive for the emperor immortal realm. If I choose to forfeit, there should be some compensation, right? Ningfan inquired. Aside from Su Wanwan, the system permits you to bind with an additional female lead. To bind with another female lead? System, are you not compelling me to err? This cannot be blamed on my lust. This is imposed upon me. Who is compelling you? After binding, if you maintain your pride, you may receive a 10,000-fold return reward without engaging in intimacy, the system retorted, unable to shoulder that blame. Very well. Having relinquished such an impressive setting, binding with another female lead seemed rather unfair. The more he bound, the greater the return. He was currently troubled about how to find an excuse to gift more elixirs to Su Wanwan without making her feel uncomfortable. Grant me 10 female leads. I shall conquer them all. Ningfan. The system's voice rose in pitch. This rascal truly did not regard her as a being of significance, daring to make such demands. Only 1. 10. 1. 10. Can you even sleep? Is your vitality sufficient? Are you not afraid of depletion? My second brother is invincible in the world. Moreover, who said that binding necessitated a harem? Did you not say it was possible to abstain? They are all my dear sisters. 10 is indeed 10. I am truly astounded by your persistence. Host, I will inquire one final time. Are you certain that relinquishing your status as superior to the female protagonist is preferable to her cultivation enhancing your strength? Confirmed. One must sacrifice to gain. In pursuit of ascending to the realm of the immortal emperor, Ningfan must be resolute. As the saying goes, one cannot catch wolves without letting go of the children. One cannot attain the desired setting without letting go of the woman. Ding. Successful disengagement. The system compensates the host by allowing the binding of 10 additional female protagonists. My dear system, you are indeed a true ally. Ningfan chuckled. For binding 10 more female protagonists equates to 100,000-fold returns. With ample resources for cultivation, even without the enhancement from the female protagonist abilities. Ningfan harbored no concerns. Who is your ally? I am female. Is that so? Had you not mentioned it, I might have forgotten. No matter. I can regard you as male. As Ningfan spoke, he contemplated who would be best suited as the second female protagonist. System. Bind Zhang Yuye as the second female protagonist. He was eager to uncover the mysteries surrounding his second senior sister. Replying to the host, the system is unable to detect Zhang Yuye's identity and origins. Binding is impossible. Is it because Zhang Yuye possesses a system of her own that binding is unfeasible? The specifics remain beyond this system's comprehension. Ningfan felt somewhat exasperated. Since binding Zhang Yuye was not an option, he decided to choose another. Let us first bind in Ling Long. In Ningfan's heart, she could not be compared to Su Wanwan. This woman was astute, and her association with the Yin family proved beneficial to Ningfan. With 10 slots available, he would first bind one to test the waters. The system has already undergone an upgrade. The Ling Long you selected does not meet the system's standards for binding as a female protagonist. Ningfan was taken aback, and Ling Long's talents were insufficient. While she paled in comparison to Su Wanwan, she was still considered a top-tier genius. What caliber of talent qualifies as meeting the standard? It cannot fall significantly short of Su Wanwan. You must be jesting, Ningfan exclaimed in frustration. Where was he to find a female protagonist whose talents were comparable to Su Wanwan's? What difference does it make whether the system grants or denies these 10 slots? Indeed, there is a distinction. For instance, the disciple from Beixian Pavilion you encountered in the ancient secret realm, Nangong Xueli, is a reincarnation of the immortal king and barely meets the standard. Should you find Nangong Xueli and encounter her, you may bind her as the second female protagonist. Ningfan rolled his eyes. A reincarnation of the immortal king barely qualifies. It appears that women who meet the standards for female protagonists are rare and must be sought after gradually. After enjoying a few days with Su Wanwan at Ling Long Tower, he once again entered the Taixuan immortal realm. Previously, he had hurriedly faced the tribulation and did not take the time to cultivate at the Taixuan Dao field. Now, he aimed to absorb the essence of the immortal path at the Taixuan Dao field to solidify his foundation. In these recent days, the tasks entrusted by Ningfan to Ling Long are being executed tirelessly by the members of the Yin family, the ancestors of the Zhao, Qi, and Ren families. Filled with dread following the demise of Huang Jiuxuan, have humbled themselves to seek an audience with Ningfan, expressing their willingness to cooperate and presenting their resources. Ningfan, in turn, has delegated all matters to Ling Long for management. Su Wanwan has reached the 8th level of the extreme path. Ningfan tore through space, arriving at the entrance of the Taixuan immortal realm. As the celestial formation closed, the entrance swung wide open, allowing all to enter. A figure resembling Ningfan emerged, prompting a gasp of recognition. Over the past few days, Ningfan's appearance, stature, and demeanor had spread among countless individuals. The sound of astonishment rippled through the crowd, all eyes turning towards Ningfan and Su Wanwan. Hero, benefactor. Many hailed him with fervor, excitement radiating from their expressions. Several knelt before Ningfan, paying their respects, while others proclaimed him an extraordinary sage. A smile graced Ningfan's lips. During these days, the gathering of people within the Ziwei Huangji Ding had steadily increased. He flicked his garments and, alongside Su Wanwan, made his way directly to the extreme Thunder Dao domain. Mingku had been cultivating within the Taixuan immortal realm, and Ningfan, having undergone 3 tribulations, reached the 3rd level of the immortal realm, which instilled a sense of pressure in him. As a master, he could not allow himself to be surpassed by his disciple. The Taixuan Dao field had already been entrusted to Ling Long's appointed personnel for management. Young Master Ning. The Yin family had long received word from Ling Long regarding Ningfan's arrival. They lined up in a row, bowing deeply with utmost respect. Ningfan paid them no heed and entered the central hall of the Dao field with Ling Long. Inside the grand hall, Ningfan contemplated the Qingzhu, practiced the Thunder Emperor's treasure techniques, and cultivated the 9 calamities Azure Thunder art, absorbing the essence of the immortal Dao. Concurrently, he harnessed the power of heavenly tribulation within the hall to refine his physique, enhancing the might of his primordial immortal body. Once his realm stabilized, Ningfan activated his reincarnation eye, delving into the cultivation of reincarnation power. The system's reminders prompted him to place greater importance on his primordial immortal body and reincarnation eye. After several days, Su Wanwan attained the 9th level of the extreme path, and Ling Long conveyed through talismans that the palace Ningfan desired had been constructed. The 9-tiered palace, grand and magnificent, exuded an imposing aura resembling that of an emperor and had become the most striking edifice within Taixuan City. Upon returning to Taixuan City, Ningfan and Su Wanwan, accompanied by Ling Long, ventured into the 5-tiered palace. The highest hall at the center of the 9-tiered palace rivaled even the celestial halls of the Eastern Wilderness's grand sections. Behind this hall lay Ningfan's private quarters. The maidservants and guards, along with Ling Long, had been meticulously arranged, ensuring all was in order. Very well. Ningfan nodded, a glimmer of satisfaction illuminating his eyes. With the 9-tiered palace completed, he intended to establish a new force of his own here, the Fan Alliance. Chapter 150. Brother Fan, do you think I am not beautiful enough? Before nightfall, the news of the establishment of the Fan Alliance spread throughout Taixuan City, as Ningfan declared. Rest assured, my lord, replied Ling Long, who would not dare to be negligent in carrying out Ningfan's orders. When Ningfan decided to construct this 9-tiered palace, she had anticipated his ambitious aspirations and had long been prepared. With Ningfan's current prestige in Taixuan City, the Fan Alliance, once established, would undoubtedly become the unrivaled greatest force within the city. Ningfan nodded, feeling confident in Ling Long's efficiency. After more than an hour, the news had created a stir that resonated throughout Taixuan City. That night, Ningfan and Su Wanwan resided in the palace's inner chambers. Su Wanwan practiced alone, diligently striving to advance towards the realm of immortality. Tonight will not be joyous, Ningfan murmured to himself, sitting cross-legged on his bed in solitude. The 3rd level of the immortal realm has stabilized. There remains some room for enhancement in the primordial immortal body and the reincarnation eye, the system commented. Mengku taught Ningfan the grand Tao of heaven and earth, imparting to him insights into the mind. In other respects, the system's assistance to Ningfan was even more significant. System, you possess consciousness and understand cultivation. What exactly are you? Ningfan inquired, contemplating the nature of this system, which was entirely different from what he had known in his previous life. It did not resemble a mere mechanical entity or program, but instead displayed emotions akin to a sentient being. You may perceive it as a spirit akin to a supreme immortal artifact. The difference lies in the fact that once the system completes its tasks, it will automatically vanish and cease to exist, it explained. Automatically vanish and cease to exist? Ningfan was taken aback. This revelation was unexpected. After spending considerable time together, he had developed a certain fondness for the system. The thought of its disappearance was indeed disheartening. What, then, is your ultimate task? He asked. The ultimate task is to make you the immortal emperor, the system replied. Ningfan furrowed his brow. This implied that his aspiration to become the immortal emperor would come at the cost of the system's existence. He was unwilling to accept such a trade-off. Is there not a way to achieve both? To become the immortal emperor while allowing you to continue existing? Is it possible to separate your consciousness from my body, to shape a physical form and become a true being? Perhaps such a possibility exists. But you do not yet possess the requisite ability, the system responded, touched by the sentiment. Just then, the door to Ningfan's room was gently pushed open, revealing a petite figure who stealthily entered. Brother Fan, I have come this evening to attend to your rest, said Zhou Yanshu, her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. Her youthful face adorned with large, expressive eyes, exuding an enchanting innocence. She embodied an ethereal charm that, if placed in modern society, would undoubtedly be regarded as the pinnacle of the lowly aesthetic. She approached the bedside of Ningfan, carrying a basin of warm water. 2 days prior, Zhou Ninshu had departed from Ling Long Tower and arrived at this palace, taking the initiative to manage the maidservants assigned by Ling Long, personally overseeing Ningfan's daily affairs. Surprise flickered in Ningfan's eyes. He had assumed Zhou Ninshu was still at Ling Long Tower and had intended to request her relocation the following day. When had Zhou Ninshu come to this palace? And Ling Long had not mentioned it to him. Ninshu, these tasks are meant for the maidservants, he began, but was interrupted by Zhou Ninshu. Brother Fan, I wish to serve you personally. As she spoke, her delicate hand grasped Ningfan's ankle. I learned this from Sister Ling Long. If you do not agree, it will sadden me. Zhou Ninshu murmured dreamily, her face growing increasingly flushed. After finishing, Zhou Ninshu gently pushed Ningfan, her massage technique even surpassing that of Ling Long. Brother Fan, does it feel good? It feels wonderful. Ningfan relished the moment. Although he felt a twinge of embarrassment, he could not resist her desire to attend to him. At that moment, Zhou Ninshu leaned forward, gently tugging at her sleeve, revealing her delicate, rosy shoulder. Her eyes sparkled with spring-like innocence, and her youthful, pure beauty was a temptation few men could refuse. This was a seductive art she had been compelled to learn after being sold to Ling Long Tower. Though somewhat awkward, it seemed to ignite a deeper desire within men. Previously, Zhou Ninshu had found the notion of learning such arts repugnant, but now, applying them to Ningfan, she did so willingly. Ningfan suddenly sprang up, a chill running through him. In that fleeting moment, he had nearly succumbed to her allure. Clearing his throat to mask his embarrassment, he stammered, Well, Brother Fan. Do you not like Ninshu? Is it that Ninshu is not pretty enough? A hint of disappointment washed over her youthful yet alluring face. She had contemplated this evening for a long time, gathering the courage to express herself, only to be met with rejection. Ninshu, we are siblings. We are sworn siblings. Not blood-related. Tears glistened in Zhou Ninshu's large, watery eyes. Ningfan scratched his head, aware of her youth. He truly could not bring himself to pursue anything further. If Brother Fan does not want Ninshu, I might as well stop. Ningfan interrupted before she could finish, unwilling to hear the next words. In 3 years. When you turn 18, if you have not changed your mind, we shall discuss this again, shall we? Zhou Ninshu hesitated briefly, then nodded earnestly and descended from the bed. Brother Fan, please rest well. I shall take my leave now. Once Zhou Ninshu exited the room, Ningfan finally exhaled a long sigh of relief. The next day, as dawn broke, a throng of people gathered outside the ninefold palace, their voices a cacophony of excitement and anticipation. Many had traveled overnight upon hearing the news of the establishment of the Common Alliance, waiting at the palace gates throughout the night. Those who were originally cultivating in the supreme celestial realm hurried back to Taixuan City, eager to be among the first to join the alliance as soon as the palace doors opened. At the hour of Chun, the gates finally swung open, and an immediate hush fell over the crowd. Zhou Ninshu emerged into view. Though she was merely a 15-year-old girl, her presence, having stepped out from the ninefold palace, commanded respect. By the command of the alliance leader, we shall first admit the strong from the celestial realm. Others, please be patient. Zhou Ninshu declared with authority. I am at the first level of the celestial realm. An elderly man exclaimed, his expression brimming with excitement. The emphasis on admitting the strong from the celestial realm revealed Ningfan's regard for them. Those who joined the Common Alliance would undoubtedly be valued. Soon, 8 celestial realm experts, guided by Zhou Ninshu, arrived at the steps of the central hall of the ninefold palace. We pay our respects to the alliance leader. The 8 individuals bowed in unison. Ningfan stood upon the steps, his eyes narrowing slightly, a fleeting glimmer of intensity flashing within. In the next instant, he leaped forward, suddenly reaching for one of the elderly men at the 3rd level of the celestial realm. A terrifying aura of murderous intent radiated from Ningfan. Spy? Ningfan activated his reincarnation eye, instantly discerning the man's origins. He was a dog raised by the Sword Immortal sect, attempting to infiltrate the Common Alliance. The elderly man's expression changed drastically, guilt washed over him, and he turned to flee. But Ningfan would not allow him an escape. He extended his hand, fingers splayed, unleashing a torrent of calamity light that erupted into countless bolts of tribulation thunder. In an instant, a deluge of tribulation lightning enveloped the elderly man, sealing off all avenues of retreat. Why must you kill me? The old man shouted, brandishing a celestial seal in defense. Buzz. The celestial calamity demonic staff was summoned. transforming into a 100-foot-long weapon that descended from the heavens, crashing down upon the celestial seal. Clang! A thunderous sound resonated throughout the ninefold palace, its brilliance soaring into the sky. A wave of terrifying ripples swept through the area. Ningfan acted again, his celestial energy surging as he sealed the entire space, preventing the encroaching ripples from causing devastation to the newly established ninefold palace. In the next moment, the celestial seal was pierced by the celestial calamity demonic staff, shattering into fragments. Ningfan's figure darted forward, his palm pressing down upon the elderly man's crown. Bang! The calamity light erupted from Ningfan's palm, spreading from the old man's crown to engulf his entire being. The power of the heavenly tribulation surged through the elderly man's body, shattering his meridians, exploding his dantian, and inflicting grievous injuries upon his organs. A piercing wail erupted from the elder's lips, reverberating through the air. He was not yet dead. Ningfan had refrained from delivering a fatal blow, sparing his life for the moment. The other 7 cultivators, each at the threshold of the immortal realm, stood frozen in fear, trembling uncontrollably. They were bewildered, unable to comprehend why the Fan Alliance, which sought recruits, would see fit to attack a formidable individual of the 3rd level of the immortal realm upon their very first encounter. This elder was, after all, the mightiest among them. Terror gripped the 7, rendering them paralyzed as they remained rooted to the spot, powerless to act. Outside the ninefold palace, onlookers were equally aghast. The moment the 8 immortal cultivators entered the palace, the air was filled with the sounds of a fierce battle and anguished cries, a scene too harrowing to behold. Ningfan, I came to seek refuge in the Fan Alliance. Why do you wish to kill me without uttering a word? Do you not fear that such actions will chill the hearts of all in Taimu City? The elder shouted in a state of hysteria, his body numbed. With only his mouth still capable of movement, he could not believe he was about to die and clung to a vestige of hope. The other 7 immortal cultivators gazed at Ningfan, their expressions a mix of shock and terror. You think this alliance leader is unaware of your background? You hounded the Sword Immortal sect? Ningfan scoffed. The elder's pupils constricted sharply, his face turning ashen. How do you know? He stammered in disbelief, before a sudden realization struck him. It was the infamily who informed you. They have long since investigated my history. Ningfan merely chuckled, saying nothing more. So it was indeed someone sent by the Sword Immortal sect. No wonder the alliance leader would take such decisive action. You wretched cur. To dare shout injustice moments ago, no amount of torment would suffice to quench my rage. The shock on the faces of the other 7 immortal cultivators vanished, replaced by an insatiable fury. With that, Ningfan seized the elder's body and soared above the palace's gates. With a thud, he released the elder, who fell to the ground like a lifeless dog, pale and utterly drained. The onlookers gasped, retreating several steps in horror. Reveal your identity, and I may spare your life, Ningfan declared coldly. The elder, lying on the ground, hesitated for a moment as his gaze flickered, before he slowly divulged the truth. I am sent by the Sword Immortal sect. In the presence of all, Ningfan's words could not be disregarded. Should he falter, it would tarnish the reputation of the Fan Alliance. As this revelation echoed, the expressions of those outside the palace transformed, each face alight with righteous indignation. Everyone understood that Ningfan's opening of the Taimu Immortal Realm had encroached upon the interests of the Eastern Desolation as major sections. Now, as the Fan Alliance had just been established, the Sword Immortal sect could no longer remain idle. Should the Alliance of Mortals disband and Ningfan vanish, the Taixuan Immortal Realm would likely be sealed once more. This outcome is one that no one desires to witness. The beasts of the Sword Immortal sect have occupied the Taixuan Immortal Realm for millennia. Is their greed not yet satiated? Damned lackeys. They are no different from Huang Jiuxian. Execute him. Execute him. In a moment of collective fury, many individuals' eyes glisten with rage, yearning to dismember the elder. This lackey shall be at your mercy, Ningfan declared indifferently. No sooner had he spoken than someone stepped forth, brandishing a sharp blade and plunging it into the elder's back. Ningfan, you promised that as long as I reveal the truth, you would spare my life. The elder cried out. The alliance leader indeed stated such, yet it is not I who seeks your demise, Ningfan replied coldly, choosing not to cast another glance at the elder as he soared towards the central hall of the ninefold palace. A chilling scream pierced the air, followed by a throng of people surging forward. Moments later, the elder's body was reduced to a sanguine mush. Among the crowd, several individuals turned pale with horror, and seizing the moment when attention waned, they hastily fled the scene. Before the central hall, Ningfan regarded the remaining 7 individuals who had entered the immortal realm. You 7 are capable, The forthcoming recruitment task is entrusted to you, he stated, having discerned their origins. 5 of the first-level immortal realm practitioners were independent cultivators within Taixuan city. The other 2 elder figures, who had only just arrived upon hearing of the Taixuan immortal realm's opening, were second-level practitioners. Collectively, their strength was inadequate. If the Huang family remained intact, even their combined efforts would falter against it. Ningfan felt no dissatisfaction. After all, to attract 7 practitioners to the newly established alliance on its inaugural day, the alliance would temporarily only accept those of extreme realms or young individuals possessing celestial roots. He had established recruitment criteria, ensuring that the alliance set a threshold from its inception. Consequently, he relinquished the recruitment responsibilities entirely to these 7 immortal realm practitioners. He contacted his master, still cultivating within the Taixuan immortal realm, instructing him to set up an immortal array for the alliance. While Ningfan practiced within the Grand Hall, and Ling Long soon entered, her expression grave. Young Master Ning, having slain the spy sent by the Sword Immortal sect, the sect will not take this. The 5 Thunder sect and the Burning Valley have vowed to protect you. Yet though the Sword Immortal sect may not act brazenly within Taixuan city, they will certainly scheme in secrecy. Numerous dynasties and ancient families from the eastern wilderness would willingly undertake the Sword Immortal sect's dirty work. The Ning family and Yunsong Pavilion are both potential targets. Young Master, we must remain vigilant. Chapter 152. My dear, I come to aid your cultivation. Ningfan's gaze sharpened, and Ling Long's words held merit. He promptly communicated with the patriarch, Ning Wuchen, urging the entire Ning family to relocate to Taixuan city. The Ning family's strength was woefully inadequate. In the Cloud Song Pavilion, Ningfan felt little as it was one of the 4 ancient academies of the eastern wilderness, renowned for its reputation and strength. Young Master Ning, now that the alliance is newly established, it is imperative to foster a good relationship with the Thunder sect and the Burning Valley, driving wolves to devour tigers. Allowing the great sects of the eastern wilderness to contend with one another, which is the most prudent strategy. My ancestor from the Yin family had a prior acquaintance with an elder of the Thunder sect. If you could find a way to allow this elder into the extreme Thunder domain, the circumstances of the alliance would undoubtedly transform. And Ling Long spoke earnestly. When Ningfan departed from the extreme Thunder domain and conversed with the formidable beings from the Sword Immortal sect, the Thunder sect, and the Burning Valley, the Thunder sect exhibited the utmost sincerity in collaboration. The extreme Thunder domain, the Taixuan Dao field, and the Celestial Palace at the heart of the Taixuan Dao field held profound significance for the Thunder sect. Currently, the only substantial support available to the alliance was the Thunder sect. At that time, when Ningfan stated he could not lift the prohibition preventing celestial beings from entering the extreme Thunder domain, and Ling Long perceived it merely as an excuse. If young master has a way to allow this elder to step onto the Taixuan Dao field and enter the Celestial Palace for cultivation, it would undoubtedly secure the alliance's peace. And Ling Long said cautiously, fully aware of Ningfan's high regard for the Taixuan Dao field and the Celestial Palace. Presently, the Yin family was responsible for managing the Taixuan Dao field, yet the Celestial Palace remained closed to all. If Ningfan were willing to agree, the Yin family could reap benefits from both sides. She was astute and eloquent, merely suggesting that if Ningfan had the means, the decision-making power would rest with him. Indeed, that is a feasible approach. Ningfan replied calmly, recognizing in Ling Long's subtle intentions. Pleasing both sides would be advantageous for the Yin family without any detriment. However, this posed no issue, and Ling Long's suggestion was indeed practical. The alliance, in its nascent stage, lacked the strength to confront the great sects of the eastern wilderness. Were it not for Ningfan's control over the extreme Thunder domain and the Taixuan Dao field, they would not even possess the qualifications to engage in discourse with the great sections. The notion of letting them contend among themselves, akin to dogs biting dogs, had crossed Ningfan's mind previously. Yet, this matter must remain known only to you, me, and Huaixing, and that elder from the Thunder sect, Ningfan declared solemnly, his demeanor commanding, causing in Ling Long to feel a slight tremor of apprehension. Rest assured, I understand, she replied. Proceed with it, Ningfan stated calmly. Shortly thereafter, Mengku arrived at the Ninefold Palace. Master, your cultivation has progressed once more, Ningfan said with a smile, a mysterious glimmer flashing in his eyes. He discerned that Mengku's realm had reached the 6th level of the celestial stage. Stepping onto the celestial path, cultivation became exceedingly arduous. Ningfan had attained the 3rd level of the celestial stage and felt this difficulty firsthand. The speed of his master's cultivation was nothing short of astonishing. This palace is quite splendid. Once I arrange the celestial formation, even a cultivator at the 7th level of the celestial stage would find it challenging to breach. Mengke spoke calmly, yet his words were astonishing. The celestial formation laid down by someone who had achieved the 5th level of the immortal realm could actually withstand the might of a 7th level immortal realm expert. Were this to be overheard by outsiders, they would undoubtedly find it utterly incredible. However, Ningfan was aware that Mengke was the reincarnation of an immortal sage, and thus possessed such formidable capabilities. My master wishes for the individuals from Yunsong Pavilion to also come to the Taixuan immortal realm, to enter the extreme Thunder Dao domain and embark on their cultivation at the Taixuan Dao field. What are your thoughts? Mengke inquired, as he, being Ningfan's mentor, held the authority to make such decisions. The Taixuan immortal realm was open to all, including those from Yunsong Pavilion. But the Taixuan Dao field was a different matter altogether. Still, Mengke sought Ningfan's opinion, respecting his disciple's perspective. Absolutely, Ningfan replied, as he had emerged from Yunsong Pavilion. Though he was akin to the other peak masters during his time cultivating at Qingzhu Peak, he had enjoyed the spiritual essence and the aura of the great Dao present within Yunsong Pavilion. The flourishing of Yunsong Pavilion would also benefit the Fan Alliance. However, the strong from Yunsong Pavilion who had entered the immortal realm were not yet permitted to access the extreme Thunder Dao domain. That domain, along with the Taixuan Dao field, was his only leverage against the Eastern Wilderness's major sects. Thus, he must tread carefully. By the way, Master, please invite senior brother and second senior sister as well. It has been too long since we last met, and I miss them dearly, Ningfan expressed, eager to see how the formidable second senior sister had progressed, as he suspected he had already surpassed her. His senior brother was well-versed in ancient texts and would undoubtedly offer profound insights into the development and management of the Fan Alliance. Later that evening, Ningfan entered the room where Su Wanwan was cultivating. Hiki, my dear, I have come to assist in your training, Ningfan declared, shedding his garments and leaping towards Su Wanwan. Having spent over half a month cultivating within the celestial palace of the Taixuan Dao field, he found himself unable to resist his physiological desires. Su Wanwan's delicate face flushed with color as she hesitated between acceptance and refusal. Her bold actions were accompanied by a bashful expression, making it truly irresistible. That night was filled with joy. 2 hours later, Ningfan lay upon the bed, observing Su Wanwan as she advanced towards the immortal realm. While admiring her graceful form, he produced a 9-phoenix burning heaven pill. My dear, this celestial pill is for you, to aid in your cultivation, Ningfan stated. This was a top-tier 3rd-grade celestial pill, and though Su Wanwan was surprised, she was not taken aback. She had lost count of how many times this had happened. Even if Ningfan were to present a higher-grade celestial pill, it would no longer astonish her. Ding. Host has successfully gifted the female lead a 9-phoenix burning heaven pill, receiving a 10,000-fold return. You may choose 1,000 top-tier 3rd-grade celestial pills or 1 top-tier 4th-grade celestial pill. Would you like to redeem this now? The voice of the system echoed in Ningfan's mind. Redeem 1,009 Phoenix burning heaven pills, Ningfan thought, opting this time for the 1,009 Phoenix burning heaven pills instead of a higher-grade celestial pill. As he ascended to the 3rd level of the immortal realm, his demand for elixirs increased significantly. He still had 10 slots for female leads, yet lamentably, he could not find women who met the requisite criteria. For the time being, he could only exploit Su Wanwan's potential. In a few days, he would gradually bestow upon her the 10,009 Phoenix burning heaven pills. 2 days later, the Common Alliance expanded at a remarkable pace. The number of formidable individuals recorded within the alliance had reached tens of thousands. Alas, only 7 had reached the immortal realm. A dragon carriage entered Taixuan City, halting before the 9-fold palace of the Common Alliance. Shortly thereafter, Xian Jin and Xian Ling emerged from the carriage. This hall is presided over by Xian Jin, the 7th prince of the Great Flame dynasty. I am an old acquaintance of your leader. Please convey my regards, Xian Jin announced. Within the central hall, Ningfan and Ling Long were engaged in conversation when they received word from an immortal realm powerhouse of the alliance. Granting entry to Xian Jin and Xian Ling moments later, the two entered the hall. Ha ha ha, Brother Ning, it has been quite some time. Who would have imagined you have transformed into the leader of the alliance? What a delightful surprise, Xian Jin exclaimed with a hearty laugh. As Xian Ling stepped into the grand hall, her gaze fixed upon Ling Long. Before Ningfan and Xian Jin could exchange pleasantries, Xian Ling's expression grew serious. her eyes narrowing as she scrutinized Ling Long, revealing a palpable hostility. The proximity of this woman to Ningfan was too close for Xianling's comfort. Her instincts informed her that their relationship was far from ordinary. Who are you? Why are you so close to Ningfan? Xianling demanded, her voice laced with challenge. Chapter 153. I am not. Do not speak nonsense. I have not. And Ling Long's eyes turned icy at the accusation. This girl had just arrived and was already being confrontational. Was she intentionally seeking trouble? What business is it of yours who I am? And Ling Long retorted coolly. For the Yin family did not fear the Great Flame Dynasty. Xianling's eyes narrowed, a flicker of anger surfacing. I am a princess of the Great Flame Dynasty, betrothed to Ningfan. What do you mean it has no bearing on me? Upon hearing this proclamation, Ningfan's eyes widened in disbelief. He was momentarily struck dumb. How could this girl speak such outrageous lies without even a hint of pretense? When had he ever been betrothed to Xianling? Back in the ancient flame domain, Xianjin had merely suggested his sister marry Ningfan, which he had promptly declined, and Xianling had also disagreed. How had this transformed into a supposed engagement in Xianling's narrative? Xianling, you cannot speak so recklessly. Before Ningfan could finish his sentence, and Ling Long suddenly looped her arm through his. I am the eldest daughter of the Yin family. Ning Gongzi has already stripped me of my garments. I shall marry no one but him. As she spoke, she cast a provocative glance at Xianling. What? Ningfan's eyes widened further, his jaw nearly dropping in astonishment. When did I ever strip Ling Long of her garments? In the realm of the celestial, it was but a mere act of tearing the sleeve of Ling Long's garment, revealing her shoulder. Yet, how has this tale transformed in Ling Long's words into one of him stripping her of all her attire? It is as if they have indulged in far more than mere folly. You speak nonsense, Xianling exclaimed, fiercely clutching Ningfan's other arm. With a strong tug, she attempted to pull Ningfan away from Ling Long. Your words bear no truth. And Ling Long retorted defiantly, gripping Ningfan's arm with unwavering resolve. Enough. Let there be no further quarrel, Ningfan declared, extricating his arm from the clutches of both women. Women, indeed, possess a penchant for rivalry and jealousy. Tonight, neither of you shall depart. This young master shall embrace you both in slumber. Xianling and Ling Long's faces flushed, and they exchanged fierce glares, as if in silent agreement to their disdain. Who wishes to share a bed with you? I would rather perish than lie beside this wretched woman. And Ling Long scoffed. As if I would willingly be your sister, she added with a haughty snort, then glanced at Xianling's modest bosom, bursting into laughter. She realized that Xianling's figure, being younger, was not as developed as her own. A girl with neither curves nor charm, Ningfan would never cast his gaze upon you, and Ling Long teased. Recalling Ningfan's earlier jibes aimed at her, now wielding the same method to mock Xianling's face turned crimson. She longed to retort, but found herself at a loss for words. A fleeting glance at her own figure confirmed her suspicions. So what if I am smaller? Every shape has its allure, Xianling mused, finally conjuring a comeback for Ling Long. Perhaps you are not entirely incorrect. And Ling Long scrutinized Xianling's modest chest, a knowing smile gracing her lips. Hiki, yet, Ningfan favors women with ample bosoms and curves, those capable of bearing children, with a touch that, stop. Lady, please. Cease your words. I am not. I have not. Do not speak such foolishness. Ningfan's face flushed with embarrassment, desperately interrupting Ling Long's burgeoning commentary. How could she speak so freely? Not only did she speak, but she embellished her words with untruths. Indeed, he preferred women with generous figures. Who could resist? Yet, he spoke of curves, not size. Curvaceous and large are entirely different matters. Could Ling Long refrain from misrepresenting his words? Moreover, when did he ever express a preference for women merely because they were capable of bearing children? The very thought of Ling Long continuing her innuendo left him flustered. Cough. Cough. Truly, Ning brother, you are no ordinary man. Your taste is indeed rather unique. Xianjin cleared his throat and spoke hesitantly, casting an unusual glance at Ningfan. Ah, Xianjin, my brother, do not take the jealous words of women too seriously. I do not fancy that kind. Ningfan quickly clarified. For men understand men all too well. From Xianjin's gaze and his faltering speech, Ningfan could discern his inner thoughts. A generous bosom is certainly commendable. However, when combined with the notion of a large backside, ample for childbearing, it conjures the image of a woman weighing over 120 pounds, a so-called blessed figure. As the saying goes, a good woman should not exceed 100 pounds. What Ningfan desired was a figure that was ample in the right places, slender where it should be, and curvaceous in all the right aspects, a woman with an alluring silhouette, not one weighing 130 or 40 pounds. Simply deemed suitable for procreation. Was Ling Long not casting aspersions upon herself? This was slander. Jin, as men, you must understand. Ah, Ning brother, I see. Jin suddenly grasped Ningfan's meaning, sharing a silent understanding without articulating it directly. You two ladies, if you wish to argue, do so outside, Ningfan declared sternly. For his illustrious reputation was nearly tarnished by these two women. Humph, humph. Ling and Ling Long each let out a cold snort, pouting and turning their faces away. Refusing to meet each other's gaze, Ningfan composed himself and turned to Jin, asking, Brother Xian, have you come to Taixuan City for something of great importance? Jin smacked his forehead, suddenly recalling the purpose of his visit. I almost forgot the main matter. I heard that you, Ning brother, have negotiated with the Eastern Wilderness sect, allowing them to open the Taixuan immortal realm. Is it true that the powerful of the dynasty can also enter the Taixuan immortal realm for cultivation? Of course, it is no problem at all. The Taixuan immortal realm is open to all, Ningfan assured him. Ning brother, I have one more humble request. Jin bowed, his voice becoming solemn. Brother Xian, we have shared life and death. You need not be so formal. Speak freely, Ningfan replied. I have 3,000 personal guards and wish for them to enter the extreme thunder domain for cultivation. I wonder if it would be convenient for you? Absolutely. Ningfan waved his hand decisively, granting Jin's request. These 3,000 personal guards are undoubtedly loyal to Jin, and, once they grow stronger, will serve as his greatest support in ascending to the throne. Your 3,000 personal guards may indeed tread the Taixuan dojo for training. Ningfan stated with utmost generosity, never hesitating to assist a friend. Ning brother, I cannot express my gratitude adequately. Should there be any troubles for the Fan Alliance, the dynasty shall spare no effort and stand in solidarity with the Fan Alliance. Jin exclaimed with joy. For the opportunity for his personal guards to train at the Taixuan dojo was nothing short of a monumental fortune. There is no need for thanks, Brother Xian. Ningfan responded with an air of nonchalance. There is another matter, Brother Ning, regarding the marriage between you and my little sister. Is it possible? Jin cast a glance at his sister, hesitating to speak. Ningfan was taken aback. Chapter 154. You want me to marry the princess? Is this not repaying kindness with enmity? Brother Jin, I have just agreed to allow your personal guard to ascend to the Taixuan Dao stage for training. You cannot repay kindness with enmity. Ningfan hurriedly interjected, gesturing in refusal. Did Jin truly wish to become his brother-in-law? It wasn't that he harbored any genuine aversion towards Ling. Aside from her fiery temperament, she possessed numerous commendable qualities. However, to settle the matter of marrying Ling at this juncture and bringing her home was something he would rather avoid. Ling's temper ignited at the slightest provocation. While it was tolerable on occasion, too much of it would be unbearable for Ningfan. Ningfan, how is this repaying kindness with enmity? What do you mean? Ling retorted, her anger palpable. She had just confronted Ling Long, asserting that she was betrothed to Ningfan. Now, with Ningfan's words implying ingratitude, was he not deliberately placing her in an awkward position? Ling, our relationship is entirely innocent. I have not even laid a finger on you. Did you not once declare that you would rather die than marry? Ningfan responded, feigning innocence. He could not possibly admit to having a betrothal with Ling despite her earlier ramblings. I am regretting it now. Is that not permissible? Yet, I have no such regrets. Ningfan replied, observing the impending eruption from Ling and deciding it prudent to take his leave. Brother Jin, urgent matters call. I must depart, and Ling Long will handle the arrangements for my ascent to the Taixuan Dao stage. As soon as he finished speaking, Ningfan swiftly exited the grand hall. Sometimes, an abundance of peach blossoms is not necessarily a blessing. If trouble arises, one cannot help but evade it. Brother Emperor, Ling, both furious and distressed, was further clouded by disappointment and sorrow. Do not look at me. If I were Ningfan, I would also flee. Jin lamented. Feeling exasperated as an elder brother, he had already broached the subject twice. He had exerted considerable effort, yet who wouldn't he feel troubled with such a sister? If you do not amend your temperament, even your elder brother is helpless. A couple of days later, the elder from the Five Thunder sect, as mentioned by Ling Long, arrived as scheduled. He was an elderly man with azure hair, exuding a formidable aura and overwhelming pressure. Ningfan could ascertain that he was a true immortal realm powerhouse. However, he preferred not to activate his reincarnation eye to avoid detection by the azure-haired elder, as he could not yet determine the exact depth of the elder's true immortal realm. Nevertheless, Ningfan estimated that the elder's cultivation must be at least above the 5th level of true immortal. Young Master Ning. This is Elder Jun Tianshu from the Five Thunder Sect. Elder Jun, this young man is the leader of the Fan Alliance, Ningfan. And Ling Long introduced the two with a humble demeanor. Elder Jun, please, inside the hall. Ningfan maintained a calm expression, neither obsequious nor arrogant. He had nothing to fear. The heavenly calamity dispelling staff was in his possession, and the entire extreme Thunder Dao domain lay within his grasp. He currently shares an egalitarian partnership with Jun Tianshu, neither party standing above the other. Ningfan remains neither arrogant nor obsequious, exuding tranquility and composure. Indeed, it is true that heroes emerge from youth. Jun Tianshu, far from being angered, displayed a glimmer of appreciation in his eyes. If true talent is rare, then such a poised and unassuming genius is even more exceptional. This indicates that Ningfan not only possesses extraordinary talent, but also possesses a mindset that surpasses many prodigies of the Eastern wilderness. Within the Grand Hall, Ningfan and Jun Tianshu sat facing each other, while Ling Long occupied the seat beside Ningfan. She reiterated her stance, asserting that although Jun Tianshu, the elder of the Thunderbolt sect, was invited by the esteemed ancestor in Huaisheng, she and Ling Long, along with the entire family, stood unwaveringly with Ningfan. Young man, I am straightforward by nature and will speak plainly without beating around the bush. Jun Tianshu declared, his gaze fixed intently on Ningfan, a fervent gleam igniting in his eyes. I wish to have unrestricted access to the celestial palace within the Taixuan Dao field for an indeterminate. If there are any conditions, feel free to state them. Ningfan's expression sharpened. The implication of an uncertain duration meant he would need to engage in prolonged cultivation within the celestial palace until Jun Tianshu was satisfied. This old fellow harbored considerable greed. He sought the legacy left behind by a celestial saint-level powerhouse. However, the most precious item, the Thunder Tribulation Demon Subduing Staff, had already acknowledged Ningfan as its master, making it impervious to theft. Even if Ningfan were to be slain, it would not recognize another master, leaving even celestial kings and celestial saints powerless. As for the various treasures and celestial techniques housed within the celestial palace, they were not impermissible for Ningfan to share. I have but one condition. Should a true immortal level powerhouse target the Fan Alliance, I hope Elder Jun will be readily available, Ningfan stated firmly, exchanging access to the celestial palace for the assurance of a true immortal level ally. This transaction was decidedly in Ningfan's favor. Excellent, Jun Tianshu exclaimed, slapping the table and erupting in hearty laughter. Ha ha ha, splendid. This elder agrees. However, aside from myself, no other cultivator above the immortal realm may enter the celestial palace for cultivation. Lei Chun and Ningfan had settled on the terms, allowing disciples of the Thunderbolt sect to access the celestial palace, to which Ningfan also consented. Jun Tianshu was well aware of this arrangement. Nevertheless, the disciples of the Thunderbolt sect, bound by their own limitations, would glean little from the celestial palace, despite their entry. The legacies, celestial patterns, and techniques left by the celestial saints would only yield superficial insights for these disciples, rendering their return to the Thunderbolt sect of little significance. Conversely, as a true immortal level powerhouse, Jun Tianshu's situation was markedly different. Simultaneously, he remained vigilant against other cultivators above the immortal realm. No problem. Even without Jun Tianshu's insistence, Ningfan would not easily permit other cultivators above the immortal realm to enter the celestial palace, let alone access the extreme Thunder Dao domain. Master Jun, I shall personally escort you to the Taixuan Daoist temple. Upon arrival, Ningfan opened the gates of the celestial palace. Jun Tianshu concealed his identity to avoid recognition by others. As he entered the palace and beheld the complete treasures of Qingzhu and the Thunder Emperor, a wave of joy surged within him. The other celestial techniques, various celestial patterns, and the cultivation experiences left by powerful beings of the celestial saint realm filled him with ecstatic delight. Take this talisman. Should you encounter peril, use it to summon me, and I shall arrive in an instant. After imparting these words, Jun Tianshu's gaze remained glued to the Qingzhu treasure. Master Jun, please take your leave. I bid you farewell. With that, Ningfan departed from the celestial palace. With the talisman in hand, he felt a measure of confidence. A day later, senior brother Wang Chaoxing, second sister Jiang Yueye, and junior sister Mo Yao arrived at the Fan Alliance. The four of them exchanged pleasantries. Ning Shidi, congratulations. I never imagined you would reach the third level of the immortal realm so swiftly. When Master informed me, I could hardly believe it, Wang Changsheng declared with pride, recalling how he had initially brought Ningfan to the Qing bamboo peak. Your strength is almost rivaling that of Master. Senior brother, you underestimate Master. He has already attained the 6th level of the immortal realm, Ningfan replied nonchalantly. Wang Changsheng, Jiang Yueya, and Dimo Yaoyao were taken aback. For Mengko had not disclosed to them the current state of Ningfan's cultivation. Just then, Ningfan suddenly made a move, his hand striking out like the claw of a Kunping towards second sister Jiang Yueya. I must uncover your true nature. You shall not deceive me. Ningfan thought to himself. Chapter 155, Sister, are you truly a time traveler? Ning Shidi, are you so eager to probe into my secrets? Jiang Yueya laughed, summoning a surge of celestial energy with a wave of her hand. An ancient scroll unfurled, filled with celestial patterns. A crescent moon hung in the air. A river of spring water flowed eastward, verdant willows swayed, and starlight twinkled. Ningfan's palm met the scroll, akin to striking a fist against cotton. Peak of the 3rd level of the immortal realm. Ningfan's lips twitched slightly, his expression darkening. It must be noted that the cultivation after entering the immortal realm is exceedingly arduous. Each ascent in level demands an immense investment of time and resources. His achievement of the 3rd level was largely due to Su Wanwan's consecutive advancements through 3 realms in the extreme path. He had not anticipated that Jiang Yueya had reached the peak of the 3rd level, surpassing his own cultivation. Ningfan sensed that his ability to challenge beyond his realm seemed to hold little weight before his second sister. Ning Shidi, you are still just a hair's breadth away, Jiang Yueya remarked with a smile. System, show yourself. Ningfan protested, calling upon the system within his mind. Both being systems, both cheats. Why did Jiang Yueya's realm elevate while his foundation faltered? Why was her advantage placed above his? The system pondered for a moment before responding slowly. I can only say that each system is distinct. Is that correct? Furthermore, Jiang Yueya's realm is inherently above yours. How do you know whether her realm will continue to advance at such a rapid pace in the future? At that moment, senior brother Wang Changxing spoke. The way of heaven diminishes the excess to replenish the insufficient. The way of man, conversely, deprives the impoverished to provide for the affluent. Thus, the powerful grow ever stronger while the weak become weaker, leading to an increasingly imbalanced distribution of resources. As my junior brother aligns with the heavenly principles on the path of cultivation, he is sure to achieve great success, Wang Changxing remarked. Senior brother, while you are immersed in your studies, why not take on the management of the mortal alliance for my junior brother? Ningfan responded coolly, knowing that senior brother, well-versed in ancient and modern texts, would have valuable insights. Currently, the Mortal Alliance holds significant sway over Taixuan City and possesses substantial influence within the Taixuan realm, collaborating with the Five Thunder Sect and the Burning Valley. It won't be long before the Mortal Alliance's reputation and status in the Eastern Wilderness surpass that of the Cloud Song Pavilion. With senior brother at the helm, I would feel entirely at ease. Ning, my junior brother, please forgive my candidness, but if the Mortal Alliance only controls a mere Taixuan city, I do not regard it highly, Wang Changxing stated, his gaze piercing as he fixed it on Ningfan. If you aspire to sweep through the 6 realms, conquer the 8 desolations, shake the universe, and become an eternal emperor, I shall spare no effort in supporting you. Ningfan's eyes widened in surprise. He had not anticipated that the bookish Wang Changxing harbored such grand ambitions. He understood Wang Changxing's meaning. A mere mortal alliance was far too modest to satisfy his appetite. The aspiration of becoming an eternal emperor is exceedingly lofty, necessitating not only formidable personal strength, but also extraordinary achievements that resonate through the ages, alongside a commendably high moral standing. If my junior brother does not share this ambition, then I shall return to Green Bamboo Peak and continue my studies, Wang Changxing concluded. Ningfan straightened his expression, adopting an unprecedented seriousness. A true man should aspire to such heights, Ningfan exclaimed, having triggered an additional task from the system. With the Ziwei Huang Jiding in his possession, he was destined to become an emperor in the future. That evening, Ningfan shared a chamber with Su Wanwan, whose realm had already reached the pinnacle of the 9th layer of the extreme Tao. If we do not cultivate together tonight, I can reach the immortal realm within 2 days and attract the tribulation, Su Wanwan stated. Ningfan presented her with 1,009 Phoenix Burning Heaven pills. So many? Su Wanwan gasped, taken aback. Is that too much? It should be fine, Ningfan replied, scratching his head. He still had 9,000 third-grade elixirs and was pondering how to present them to Su Wanwan. Why do I feel that something is amiss? Su Wanwan remarked. What seems off? I am struck by a peculiar illusion. Since the day we wed, the divine elixirs you have gifted me seem to multiply endlessly, as if they are inexhaustible. This is the celestial fortune I have obtained, and there is yet more for you to discover gradually. Ningfan spoke with a detached tone. Ding. The host has successfully gifted the female protagonist 1,009 Phoenix Burning Heaven pills, receiving a 10,000-fold return. Would you like to exchange for 500 fourth-grade elixirs and 5 million third-grade elixirs? Ningfan declared, allocating the 500 fourth-grade elixirs for cultivation. The 5 million third-grade elixirs shall be entrusted to Wang Chongqing for the expansion and strengthening of the Fan Alliance. This undoubtedly constitutes a remarkable foundation. The next day, Ningfan presented 100 fourth-grade elixirs to his master. Mengku waved his hand, reluctant to accept his disciple's treasures. 100 premium fourth-grade elixirs are far too precious, surpassing the resources of the entire Yunsong Pavilion. Master, many are casting covetous eyes upon the Fan Alliance. The stronger you become, the safer we, your disciples, will be. Upon hearing this, Mengku's gaze sharpened, and he ceased his refusal. Subsequently, Ningfan gifted another 100 elixirs to Jiang Yueye. Senior sister, I sense you are not of the celestial realm. Pray tell, where do you truly hail from? Ningfan inquired directly, his slight obsessive-compulsive nature unsettling him until the matter was clarified, as if 100 ants were crawling upon him. Jiang Yueye responded with a melodious tone. If you can defeat me, dear junior brother, I shall divulge the truth. Very well. Just you wait, you sly one. Ningfan retorted through gritted teeth before departing the Fan Alliance, quietly making his way toward the Taixuan Celestial Realm. Currently, the Taixuan Celestial Realm stands largely safe for the threshold accessible only to the virtual Dao Realm experts. After so many days, Ningfan wished to ascertain the state of the Celestial Realm. He concealed his aura, donned a dark cloak, and stealthily approached the entrance of the Taixuan Celestial Realm, where everything appeared normal. The queue of individuals entering the Taixuan Celestial Realm remained orderly. However, upon entering, the situation grew increasingly complex. The influx of visitors was overwhelming. The news of the realm's opening had spread throughout Taixuan City, drawing countless cultivators. Were it not for the threshold set for the virtual Dao Realm experts, the Taixuan Celestial Realm would be utterly overcrowded. It seems necessary to raise the entry requirements for the Taixuan Celestial Realm and establish a policy. Ningfan mused, considering the excessive number of cultivators in the eastern wilderness. The only open celestial realm is the Taixuan. More individuals will undoubtedly flock here in the future. One Taixuan celestial realm cannot accommodate them all. He soared over the celestial mountains, noting that many sacred and celestial herbs within the Taixuan celestial realm had been harvested extensively. Conflicts were inevitable, yet the overall atmosphere remained relatively tranquil. In a vast cultivation arena, Ningfan paused. The expansive space, surprisingly occupied by only a little over 100 individuals, felt rather peculiar. Before Ningfan could step further into the arena, a figure rose, extending an arm and pointing a finger at him, issuing a fierce reprimand. Halt. This cultivation arena has been claimed by the Chui family of Qingzhu City. Who do you think you are, attempting to enter and cultivate here? Depart at once, or do not blame me for my ruthlessness. A glimmer of murderous intent surged in Ningfan's eyes. The Taixuan cultivation arena had been open for less than a month, yet someone dared to stake a claim? With a swift motion, a crimson sword light erupted. And in an instant, the speaker was cleaved in two. The Chui family? Such audacity! Ningfan exclaimed in anger. Chapter 156. Ningfan's fury. The onlookers in the cultivation arena were transfixed in horror. Who are you? A voice boomed from an elder of the Chui family, his eyes narrowing with fear. Our Chui family is an ancient clan of Qingzhu City. Why do you kill without cause? From the previous sword energy alone, it was evident that this man, donning a black cloak, was a formidable presence in the immortal realm. Such a Chui family. Have you not heard how the Huang family met their demise? Ningfan replied darkly, his aura exuding an overwhelming killing intent. The members of the Chui family were struck with terror, their very souls trembling. The oppressive aura was so palpable it felt as though it could tear them apart at any moment. Of course, I know that Huang Jiuxuan angered a peerless genius, the leader of the Fan Alliance. But what does that have to do with you killing my Chui family members? Ningfan remained silent, brandishing the sword of immortal slaying, unleashing an uncountable barrage of crimson sword energies. In mere moments, dozens of Chui family cultivators met their tragic end. The elder in the immortal realm attempted to intervene but was unable to defend himself, sustaining several sword wounds in the process. Cease this. If you wish to take over this cultivation arena, I would concede it to you without violence. What need do you have for slaughter? Do you think I, the leader of the alliance, require such a thing? Ningfan removed his black cloak, revealing his true visage. You are the leader of the Fan Alliance? The elder of the Chui family gasped, his pupils contracting in shock. A young figure in the immortal realm claiming such a title made it painfully clear who he was. Leader of the alliance. Is the Taixuan immortal realm not open to all? Why target my Chui family? Ningfan's expression remained impassive. He deemed further words unnecessary. If you cannot comprehend, then ponder your fate on the road to the Yellow Springs. With that, he surged forward, a single strike shattering the elder's immortal artifact. And in the blink of an eye, he exploded into a mist of blood. The remaining 2 to 3 dozen cultivators, paralyzed by fear, scattered in all directions. Blood-red sword energies pierced the void, claiming their lives one by one. Witnessing this scene, dozens of figures rushed over, their expressions filled with dread. Ningfan stepped forward, and the crowd bowed in unison. We pay our respects to the alliance leader. When did the members of the Chui family from Qingzhu City begin to dominate this dojo? Ningfan inquired, replying to the alliance leader, approximately 5 days ago. Aside from this dojo, are there any other locations that you know of which have been usurped? As Ningfan spoke, he unfurled a map, which was the very one that Ling Long had previously presented, now proving to be of great utility. As far as I know, there are also these. Several individuals stepped forward, indicating dozens of locations consecutively. There were even more than Ningfan had anticipated. Since the opening of the Taixuan immortal realm, it had essentially remained in a state of neglect, prompting various factions to gradually emerge and assert themselves. This is fortuitous. We shall resolve this matter in one fell swoop. Ningfan collected the map and sent a message to the 7 formidable beings of the Fan Alliance who had entered the immortal realm, as well as to Ling Long. Seal off the entrance to the Taixuan immortal realm. No one is permitted to enter or exit. Violators shall be executed. Today, he intended to unleash a massacre to instill fear among all factions. Immediately thereafter, Ningfan's figure darted forth, seemingly piercing through space itself. The leader of the Fan Alliance has personally arrived at the Taixuan immortal realm? In recent days, territories abandoned by the Yin, Huang, Zhaoqi, and Ren families had gradually been occupied by other forces. The areas that had been seized were not limited to just these few. Is the leader of the Fan Alliance here to uphold justice? A multitude of astonished voices arose, filled with speculation. Among them, one individual scoffed. Do not hold the Fan Alliance in too high regard. I have heard many say that Ningfan merely seeks to replace the ancient families of Taixuan City. His prior decision to open the Taixuan immortal realm was merely a tactic born of weakness to win hearts. Now, with the Fan Alliance having recruited numerous formidable beings, I believe Ningfan aims to ensnare them, reclaiming the territories that rightfully belong to the 5 ancient families for the Fan Alliance. Do you think he will stand up for you? How laughable. Upon hearing these words, many present changed their expressions, their emotions complex. Some believed the claims, others remained skeptical, while a few held on to a glimmer of hope. Within Ling Long Tower, upon receiving Ningfan's message, and Ling Long's expression shifted dramatically. Something monumental is about to transpire in the Taixuan immortal realm, she murmured to herself, promptly contacting the Yin family's elder to order all formidable beings above the extreme Dao realm to mobilize. In the Fan Alliance, the 7 beings who received Ningfan's message, accompanied by tens of thousands of members, hastened towards the Taixuan immortal realm. The movements of the Yin family and the Fan Alliance captured the attention of countless individuals within Taixuan City, causing an uproar throughout the entire city. A short while later, Ningfan arrived above a tranquil pool of water. This had once been the domain of the Yin family. He and Su Wan had fished sturgeons here and taken Ling Long away. Obeying Ningfan's commands, the Yin family had completely relinquished this mountain range, with not a single Yin family member to be found. At this moment, however, another group had occupied the pool. Surrounding the area were over 1,000 individuals, standing at a distance, seething with indignation, yet too intimidated to approach. Kid, are you looking to end your life? Do you not realize that this is the territory of the He family? A furious elder of the extreme path bellowed, his rage surging along with the primal force of the great Tao. Since the He family had seized this pond, they had already injured hundreds and killed dozens. How could there still be someone so foolish as to cause trouble in the He family's domain? With his level of cultivation, he could not discern Ningfan's strength. Relying on the might of the ancient family, he stretched out a hand, charging directly towards Ningfan. Whoosh! A streak of crimson sword energy pierced through the elder's chest, and in an instant, he exploded into a mist of blood. The onlookers, who had kept their distance, were all taken aback, their expressions shifting dramatically. Dozens of Yi family warriors rushed forward, their faces filled with trepidation, hesitant to act recklessly. Ningfan remained expressionless, wielding the sword of immortal slaying, unleashing a torrent of blood-red sword energy. A chilling scream pierced the air as dozens of Yi family warriors met their demise. Blood rained down, painting the sky crimson. In the distance, over 1,000 powerful figures were left in shock, their mouths agape, without uttering a single word. Ningfan had slain dozens of the Yi family members. Such a spectacle was truly astonishing. He is Ningfan, the leader of the Fan Alliance. Someone shouted, their voice brimming with excitement. I have seen the leader with my own eyes at the gates of the Fan Alliance. It's a pity I was not chosen to join. Upon hearing this, an uproar erupted among the crowd. Just then, 2 elders at the immortal entry stage descended from the heights of the mountains flanking the pond. Both were 4th-level immortal entry cultivators. One had reached full mastery, while the other was at the pinnacle. They had been meditating atop the mountains, believing that the events unfolding below did not require their intervention. By the time they reacted, all the Yi family warriors, save for the 2 of them, had been slain by Ningfan. What an impressive leader of the Fan Alliance. I am quite eager to see what abilities you possess. The elder at full mastery of the 4th level of immortal entry exclaimed, his hand resembling a claw, infused with potent immortal energy, reaching for Ningfan. Ningfan's gaze sharpened, brimming with murderous intent. One was at full mastery, and the other at the pinnacle of the 4th level of immortal entry. It was merely a pond. Even if the Yi family sought to dominate it, there was no need to deploy such formidable experts. Clearly, the Yi family had come prepared. Were they merely waiting for his appearance? How intriguing. Chapter 157. Annihilation of the pinnacle of immortal entry 4th level. Ningfan's hand resembled that of a celestial dragon's claw, the lightning of tribulation flashing as he confronted the elder at the pinnacle of immortal entry. Boom. A deep resonating sound echoed, and the elder's countenance changed dramatically as his body trembled violently, forced to retreat as if struck by a heavy blow. Ningfan stood his ground, immovable like an ancient immortal mountain. All who wish to probe the depths of this leader shall find that I am exactly as you desire, Ningfan declared fiercely. As torrents of thunderous immortal energy surged forth from his being, thunder rumbled as immortal patterns obscured the sky, illuminating the world in a blinding brilliance that rendered it nearly impossible to open one's eyes. The aura emanating from Ningfan was utterly akin to that of a celestial emperor, instilling an inexplicable dread in the 2 elders from the Yi family, both of whom had reached the 4th level of the immortal realm over the course of nearly a month. Although Ningfan's realm had not advanced beyond the initial stage of the 3rd level of the immortal realm, he had undergone a remarkable transformation. His foundational cultivation was solid. His strength had increased, and he possessed a deeper understanding of various treasures and celestial techniques. Most importantly, his primordial immortal body and reincarnation had grown significantly stronger. With a resonant hum, the heavenly calamity demon subduing staff manifested, stretching majestically in the air, its base as fine as a needle and incredibly sharp. Descending directly upon the peak elder of the 4th level of the immortal realm, Ningfan's intent to kill surged forth, launching an immediate lethal strike. The expressions of the 2 Yi family elders changed dramatically as a torrent of calamity light filled the sky, with celestial patterns forming an immense array that sealed off the surrounding space. To breach this array and shatter the overwhelming calamity light would undoubtedly lead to their annihilation at Ningfan's hands. With no alternative, they could only brace themselves. The peak elder of the 4th level of the immortal realm took action, wielding a staff engraved with celestial inscriptions and adorned with the likeness of a celestial crane. A powerful surge of celestial energy erupted from it, a remarkable celestial artifact forged from a rare celestial wood, as it met the descending heavenly calamity demon subduing staff. The clash of the 2 celestial energies produced a deafening roar. The void trembled, and the heavens shook, as blinding light erupted forth. A terrifying wave of force radiated outward, shattering mountains and causing the waters below to spiral upwards towards the sky. This spectacle was astounding, sending the onlookers fleeing in disarray. Even from a distance, many were affected, trembling violently and coughing up blood. This celestial being knows you have destroyed the Huang family, but to claim dominion over the Taixuan immortal realm is nothing but a delusion, declared another elder, refraining from engaging the demon-subduing staff. Instead, he wielded a feather fan, unleashing a torrent of celestial energy densely inscribed with celestial patterns in an attempt to suppress Ningfan based on his cultivation. Clang. With the sword of immortal slaying in hand, Ningfan's blade sang a chilling melody, exuding an aura of slaughter that struck terror into the heart of the elder who had reached the 4th level. In an astonishing turn of events, with just a single strike, the dense celestial patterns were shattered, and the feather fan was pierced, disintegrating into fragments. With a swift thrust, the sword of immortal slaying pierced through the elder's brow. In the blink of an eye, the elder's head exploded into a mist of blood. Beneath the heavenly calamity demon subduing staff, the peak elder of the 4th level watched in horror as his companion was slain with a mere sword strike, his pupils dilating in sheer terror. How could this young man possess such overwhelming strength? Crack! A crisp sound echoed as the staff in the elder's hand began to show numerous cracks. How could an ordinary celestial artifact withstand the might of a celestial sacred artifact? The elder stared in disbelief at his staff, and moments later, under the weight of his almost hopeless gaze, the staff shattered explosively. A heart-rending scream echoed through the air. The elder swiftly evaded the fatal blow, but at the cost of losing a significant portion of his body. Ningfan's figure darted out with astonishing speed. A hand radiating with the light of calamity grasped the elder's dismembered form. You cannot kill me. I am the ancestor of the He family, and I reside within the great Qian immortal realm. The elder exclaimed in terror. The ancestor of the He family? Ningfan's gaze sharpened, for he had heard of the He family. It was said that their ancestor was a formidable being, a 6th-level cultivator with profound abilities. Mistaking the intensity of Ningfan's gaze for fear, the elder laughed maniacally. Ha ha ha, boy, are you apprehensive? I advise you to obediently serve as a puppet for the Eastern Wilderness sect, usurping the Huang family's position. That would be your wisest choice. Should you entertain any other thoughts, your newly established fan alliance, along with the Ning family, Yunsong Pavilion, and even the entire Great Qian city, will face unable to recover. Enough, Ningfan retorted coldly. With a flash of crimson sword light, he severed the elder's throat, rendering him incapable of further speech. Grasping the elder before him, Ningfan's eyes unveiled the cycle eye, a mysterious orb of half black and half white. As their gazes locked, the elder's pupils were swiftly assimilated by the cycle eye. The power of reincarnation infiltrated the elder's soul, and in an instant, Ningfan gleaned the entirety of the elder's life experiences. Through a span of over 2 millennia, not a single secret could elude the gaze of Ningfan's cycle eye. Members of the Sword Immortal sect, Ningfan murmured, a glint of menace flashing in his eyes. In the elder's most recent memories, Ningfan discerned the shadow of a powerful figure from the Sword Immortal sect orchestrating the He family's actions. It was evident that the Chui family of Qingzhu City was similarly under the influence of the Sword Immortal sect. The Sword Immortal sect was indeed unwilling to concede. Ningfan reflected. As the great Qian Dao field opened, it became apparent that among the 3 major sects, only the Sword Immortal sect remained obstinate, refusing to lower their stance and collaborate with him. Thus, they alone remained excluded from the great Qian Dao field, reluctant to relent. Yet unable to openly offend the Five Thunder sect and the Burning Valley, they incited other ancient families to invade the great Qian immortal realm, seeking to oppose Ningfan. Very well. Since this is the case, whoever the Sword Immortal sect commands, I shall slay without mercy. I shall continue until no one dares to create trouble in the great Qian immortal realm, Ningfan declared fiercely. After sending a message to his master, he hastened to his next destination. He could not ascertain whether there were other ancestors from ancient families besides the He family elder. To be prudent, Ningfan summoned Ming Ku to the great Qian immortal realm. The territories abandoned by the Huang, Zhao, Qi, Ren, and in families were now occupied. No matter who it was, as long as Ningfan encountered anyone claiming land or territory, he would eliminate them all without exception. He had opened the great Qian immortal realm to allow more individuals equal opportunity for cultivation within its confines. Simultaneously, the Ziwei Huangji Ding amassed an increasing amount of popularity, and the Fan Alliance garnered prestige. Yet, there were those who sought to replicate the fate of the ancient families of Taixuan City, harboring ambitions to usurp their positions, an endeavor that Ningfan could not tolerate. Should the celestial realm of Taixuan revert to its form, the allure of the Ziwei Huangji Ding would gradually dissipate, and the prestige of the Fan Alliance would plummet. With a relentless spirit, Ningfan plunged into the depths of the Taixuan celestial realm, ultimately locating the elder of the He family. This was a sacred ground for cultivation, where the He family's elder sat in meditation alongside 3 other ancestors of ancient families. Upon sensing Ningfan's arrival, the 4 did not even open their eyes, seemingly disregarding his presence. Who dares approach? A proud elder with azure hair and white beard proclaimed, looking down upon Ningfan with disdain, judging by his robe, which resembled that of the powerful figure from the Chui family, whom Ningfan had previously vanquished. He was undoubtedly the ancestor of the Chui family. "I am your grandfather," Ningfan retorted, brandishing the immortal slaying sword and unleashing a formidable strike. A blood-red sword aura, nearly 10,000 feet long, surged forth with a terrifying intent, cleaving towards the sacred ground of cultivation below. Chapter 158. After your demise, I shall annihilate your entire lineage. The vast blood-red sword aura shattered the fabric of space, compelling the four ancestors of ancient families to finally open their eyes. In the next instant, before the sword aura could descend, the entire sacred ground of cultivation was torn asunder. The sheer terror of this strike altered the expressions of the four ancestors, who simultaneously launched their defenses. The nearly 10,000 feet long sword aura crashed down, splitting the ground and creating a chasm that resembled a terrifying abyss. The four ancestors were sent soaring, each appearing disheveled and battered, as if struck by a great force. They had been overly complacent. Even upon Ningfan's arrival, they had still dismissed him. Ningfan's strike showed no mercy. Caught off guard, even with all four of them defending, they suffered significant losses. "Ningfan, you insolent brat!" the ancestor of the Chui family shouted in fury. Although he had never encountered Ningfan before, he recognized him immediately, indicating that he had long been aware of Ningfan's reputation. With hair flowing in the air, Ningfan hovered above, his gaze cold and his murderous intent palpable. "The Taixuan celestial realm is ruled by me," he declared. The 5 ancient families of Taixuan City had relinquished their territories. Yet the Chui family dared to seize land within the Taixuan celestial realm. Who, then, was truly audacious? If this continues, what difference will it make whether the celestial realm of Taixuan changes or remains the same? Ningfan asserted. "This behavior is undermining the very foundation of the Fan Alliance." "Young man, your timing is impeccable. I was just hoping to have a word with you," the elder of the He family replied, his demeanor calm and composed. He exuded a hint of an ethereal presence, yet he was nowhere near the caliber of Menku. With a mere glance, Ningfan discerned the disparity between the two. "Talk to your mother," Ningfan shouted, summoning the heavenly calamity demon subduing staff, which transformed into a colossal form of hundreds of feet. Though he expressed his grievances vocally, he did not hasten to strike, instead invoking the great harmony of heaven and earth, subtly merging with the cosmos. This location is not far from the extreme thunder domain, and with the might of the celestial tribulation demon subduing staff, one can draw upon the celestial forces within the extreme thunder domain. The strength of these 4 ancient clan patriarchs is formidable. The patriarch of the He family has reached the pinnacle of the 6th layer of the immortal entry realm. The patriarch of the Chui family and the other 2 also stand at the peak of the 5th layer of the immortal entry realm. Without employing some extraordinary means, Ningfan would undoubtedly be no match for these 4 old men. "You truly believe that we fear you?" the patriarch of the Chui family retorted in anger. "Even if you command the supreme profound Tao field, it does not imply that no one dares to kill you. If the 4 of us wish to take your life, it would be as easy as flipping a hand." The 3 patriarchs of the Chui family were incensed. They had only ever bowed to the figures of the Eastern Wilderness sect and had never been insulted so vehemently by a mere youth. Only the patriarch of the He family managed to retain his composure, though his gaze had darkened. "You are far too young and impetuous." Lacking an understanding of the gravity of the situation, he warned, "I have heard that your master, Mengke, the head of the Howren Peak of the Yunsong Pavilion, is quite extraordinary. Have him come to see me. I wish to speak with him," the patriarch of the He family said, suppressing the anger within. He, being the most powerful and experienced among them, understood the intricacies of the situation. The Sword Immortal sect had sent them into the supreme profound immortal realm to trouble the Fan Alliance. Yet, the patriarch of the He family also recognized that Ningfan's control over the supreme profound Tao field was closely tied to the Five Thunder sect. Offending either the Sword Immortal sect or the Five Thunder sect was not an option for the He family. But he could not afford to disregard the words of the Sword Immortal sect as stronghold. Should this matter be mismanaged, the He family would face catastrophic consequences. "Still wish to negotiate?" Ningfan scoffed, discerning that the patriarch of the He family merely sought to discuss cooperation in jointly controlling the supreme profound immortal realm with the Fan Alliance, akin to the state of affairs before his arrival in the supreme profound city. They aimed to replace the Huang and Zhao, Qi, and Ren families. However, the gathering of popularity around the Purple Micro-Emperor's Cauldron, the foundation of the Fan Alliance, inevitably led to a conflict of interest between Ningfan and them. With such divergent positions, there was no room for negotiation. They were sworn enemies. It seems you remain unaware that I, the alliance leader, have come through a path of slaughter. Those you dispatched to seize territory have been nearly annihilated by me, especially your He family. With one at the peak of the 4th layer of the immortal entry realm and another at the 4th layer's consummation, both of whom perished at my hands, Ningfan grinned malevolently, having swept through with such swiftness that those who fell to him had no opportunity to send messages via talismans. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the 4 patriarchs darkened considerably. The patriarch of the He family, in particular, was gravely affected. The 2 4th-layer experts were the backbone of the He family. Their deployment was intended to facilitate early contact with Ningfan, preventing the He family from being caught in an untenable position. He had confidence in their strength and never anticipated that their actions would lead to their demise. After your demise, I shall lead my followers to annihilate your entire lineage. In the depths of the underworld, you shall not be alone. Ningfan declared with a fierce voice, the time is nigh. The formidable forces of the realm within the extreme thunder domain are surging forth. The divine phoenix screeched, the Kuei Neo roared, and the azure dragon soared into the sky. 3 magnificent techniques were unleashed simultaneously, vividly alive, creating a stunning spectacle as they charged towards the ancestor of the Chui family and the other 2 elders. The 4 ancestors were taken aback. How could this audacious youth be so brazen, faced with such a vast disparity in cultivation? Did he truly believe he could contend against 4? This was sheer madness. Did he genuinely think that his connection with the 5 Thunder sect would grant him unrestrained freedom? The Sword Immortal sect had assured them that should Ningfan perish, they would bear the consequences. Life extinguished is akin to a snuffed candle. Once this young man's death was a certainty, would the 5 Thunder sect truly dare to sever ties with the Sword Immortal sect? This youth was far too young, completely oblivious to the intricate web of interests at play. Simultaneously, a chilling aura of slaughter radiated from Ningfan, enveloped by blood-red celestial patterns. Resembling a vast sea of blood, it was not that he was unaware of the stakes. Rather, he found himself with no avenue for retreat. Only by employing thunderous means to eradicate these 4 ancient families could he instill fear in the other factions that were poised to act. With a single sword strike to slay the immortals, Ningfan declared fiercely, his figure darting forward, wielding the immortal slaying sword. His primordial immortal body unleashing its might as he aimed directly at the head of the ancestor of the He family. Stubbornly, the ancestor of the He family replied with a sinister glare, a flicker of anger finally igniting in his eyes, and his aged visage contorted into a menacing grimace. With an immortal sword in hand, the cold light of the blade was astonishing, bearing the imprint of the Sword Immortal sect's techniques at the moment of attack. Clang! The clash of swords resonated with a thunderous roar. Countless scarlet sword energies, alongside the piercing sword light, erupted from the point of their collision. The surrounding mountain and the very fabric of space fractured. Ningfan was violently thrust back 1,000 feet. A flicker of realization crossing his eyes as blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, his internal chi and blood surging tumultuously. The pinnacle of the 6th realm of the immortal stage was indeed formidable. Ningfan mused inwardly, acutely aware of the immense gulf in cultivation. The overwhelming essence of the immortal energy utterly crushing. Were it not for the unparalleled sharpness of the immortal slaying sword and the formidable strength of his primordial immortal body, he would have sustained grave injuries. Simultaneously, the ancestor of the He family was equally astonished. He had intended to severely wound Ningfan and capture him alive. Unexpectedly, Ningfan had only sustained a minor injury. Brother, since you dare not strike with lethal intent, allow me to take charge and eliminate this youth, forever eradicating the potential for future troubles. The ancestor of the Chui family bellowed, shattering the divine phoenix technique and charging directly towards Ningfan. Chapter 159, The Forces of Heaven and Earth are Summoned. All 4 ancestors perish. Relying solely on the divine phoenix technique ultimately proved insufficient to withstand a peak practitioner of the 5th realm of the immortal stage. The expression of the Chui family ancestor twisted into a grimace, unlike the ancestor of the He family. He bore a deep-seated grudge against the 2 ancient families of Qingzhu City. The disciples of the Sword Immortal sect have issued a fatal decree, should he refuse to comply. The Chui family would surely find no place in Qingzhu City. Emerging from the depths, a colossal bishi, with the head of a dragon and the body of a turtle, towers over 100 zhang and stretches 1,000 zhang in length, exuding an overwhelming aura. The ancient ancestor of the Chui family unleashed a treasure technique that seemed imbued with spirit, resembling the true descent of a bishi. Witnessing the ancestors' intent to eliminate Ningfan, were more than willing to reap the benefits, even if the Five Thunder sect pursued the matter. The blame would not fall upon them. The four individuals were wary, their hearts not aligned as one. Ningfan, realizing the precariousness of his situation, summoned forth his own treasure technique. A vast ocean of celestial energy materialized, giving rise to a gargantuan fish leaping forth. Its immense form, measuring over 10,000 zhang in length and cloaked in deep azure black, loomed in the sky, casting a shadow over the earth beneath. In its presence, the Bishi technique appeared diminutive. Merging with the Kunping technique, Ningfan charged towards the Bishi-S form with unstoppable force. Akin to an ancient immortal mountain bearing down from above, its momentum terrifying, as if a primordial being had traversed time and space. With a resounding crash, the clash transcended mere collision. It was a forceful domination. The Bishi trembled violently, its shell shattering, as its entire body succumbed to the crushing impact. The expression on the Chui ancestor's face shifted dramatically, as did the astonishment of the other three. Such a breathtaking treasure technique was beyond their centuries of experience. They had never encountered anything like it. With a flourish, the Chui ancestor summoned an immortal weapon, a war spear that stirred up tumultuous waves. He pierced through the Kunping technique, the spearhead glinting with a frigid light, and charged directly at Ningfan. Ningfan soared upward, ascending into the void. In the distance, dark clouds loomed ominously, sweeping across the horizon with alarming speed. From his back, wings of the Peng manifested as he flew towards the encroaching tempest. Thunder rumbled ominously, reminiscent of a million soldiers galloping across the ground. The atmosphere shifted dramatically. The ancestor of the He family spoke in a grave tone, a flicker of alarm flashing in his eyes. He sensed the terrifying thunderous power concealed within the all-encompassing dark clouds. A subtle foreboding stirred within him. Yet he refrained from voicing any warning. After all, the death of a fellow cultivator posed no threat to his own survival. The Chui ancestor was determined to eliminate Ningfan, and it was prudent to observe the unfolding events. Nowhere to run, the Chui ancestor bellowed, exerting all his strength in the pursuit of Ningfan. The distance between them began to diminish. Yet, regrettably, the ancestor's speed proved insufficient. Moments later, Ningfan stood beneath the dark clouds. He abruptly halted, turning with a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. The heavenly tribulation's magic staff loomed overhead, stretching several hundred zhang, piercing through the dark clouds, resonating with the heavens. Boy, do you dare to fight to the death against me? I shall grant you this opportunity. The Chui ancestor's eyes burned with fury, confident in his strength, as his war spear stirred the tumultuous waves. Boom. At that very moment, an endless torrent of calamity erupted from the ominous clouds. Countless bolts of lightning surged forth, resembling divine retribution. The formidable power of the heavenly tribulation converged upon Ningfan. Were it not for the formidable resilience bestowed by his Hunyuan immortal body, even a physical form as robust as that of a sixth-level Taoist would not withstand it. Beware. Brother Chui, retreat quickly. You have fallen into this young man's trap. The patriarch of the He family exclaimed, his face paling as he shouted. In this instant, he finally discerned the presence of heavenly tribulation within the dark clouds, a terror that surpassed even the fifth level of immortal ascension. Even he, a peak sixth-level immortal ascension expert, felt a chill run down his spine. However, it was too late. A colossal phantom, towering thousands of feet high, materialized, clad in armor, with a stern countenance that exuded an aura of authority without anger. This was the visage of the master of the Taixuan Taoist Hall, a being of the immortal saint realm, harnessing the might of the heavenly tribulation demon subduing staff to channel the forces of heaven and earth. He manifested this imposing silhouette. Gripping the staff tightly, he descended directly upon the patriarch of the Chui family. The patriarch's complexion changed dramatically, his pupils constricting in terror, his very soul trembling. What a fearsome strike this was. He could faintly sense that the fluctuations emanating from the staff were alarmingly close to the sixth level of immortal ascension. Boom. The towering waves of calamity clashed with the light of tribulation, collapsing in an instant with a force akin to a tidal wave. In the next moment, the two celestial artifacts collided, the battle spear shattering, while the heavenly tribulation demon subduing staff struck directly upon the patriarch of the Chui family. In an instant, he was reduced to ashes. The other three were struck with astonishment. The patriarch of the Chui family, a formidable fifth-level immortal ascension expert, had been vanquished by Ningfan so effortlessly. Just then, Mengku arrived, witnessing the oppressive dark clouds above, his eyes widening in shock. Master, grant me strength to annihilate these three, Ningfan commanded. Ming-Ke comprehended Ningfan's intent, his aura of celestial energy surging mightily. With an ancient yet unadorned sword in hand, imbued with unparalleled sword intent, he charged toward the patriarch of the He family. This was the Howren sword. Facing a peak 6th level immortal ascension expert, Ming-Ke finally wielded a celestial artifact. Clang. As the two engaged, the patriarch of the He family was left utterly astounded. Simultaneously, the towering immortal Saint Phantom charged toward the other two adversaries. The heavenly tribulation demon subduing staff descended, shattering the fabric of space. Ah! A wretched scream echoed as another patriarch met his demise. Summoning the powers of heaven and earth within the realm of extreme thunder, he dispatched the peak 5th level immortal ascension expert with the ease of slaughtering livestock. Soon after, another adversary perished beneath the heavenly tribulation demon subduing staff. Of the 4 ancient clan patriarchs, only the patriarch of the He family remained. Realizing the dire predicament, he turned to flee. He had initially believed that with their combined strength, they could compel Ningfan into submission, forcing him to yield. He had gravely underestimated Ningfan's capabilities and the might of his master. If we do not depart now, we may never leave. And even he must account for his presence here. A purplish aura rises from the east. Ming-Ke bellowed, as a streak of violet radiance emerged from the horizon, slicing through the oppressive dark clouds and converging upon the Howren sword. This was the supreme sword technique of the Howren sword art, harmonizing with the heavens and earth, invoking a primordial purple energy. With a decisive swing of the Howren sword, a beam of purple sword energy surged forth, tearing through the very fabric of space. With a piercing sound, the sword energy pierced through the chest of the ancestral figure of the He family, abruptly halting his movement. His visage paled in an instant, and his vitality waned to its utmost limit. He gazed down at the transparent hole in his chest, disbelief etched across his face. In the next moment, the world around him inverted. This marked the last flicker of his consciousness. Ningfan wielded the sword of immortal slaying, severing the head of the He family's ancestor. Grasping it by the hair, lifting it aloft, he tore through the rift in space, making his way directly to the entrance of the Taixuan immortal realm. At this juncture, the forces of the Fan Alliance and the Yin family had sealed off both the interior and exterior of the Taixuan immortal realm. Gathering hundreds of thousands, Ningfan discarded the severed head of the He family ancestor, which fell to the ground outside the entrance of the Taixuan immortal realm. The ancestors of the He family, the Chui family, and the other 2 ancient clans had all perished, Ningfan proclaimed, his voice resonating like a mighty bell throughout the realm. Every individual present quivered in response. Chapter 160, My dear. What I desire is light. The ancestral figure of the He family had reached the pinnacle of the 6th level of the immortal realm and yet met his demise. The strength of the Fan Alliance had grown to such an extent. Ningfan was merciless. A wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd. From this moment forth, the Taixuan immortal realm would be vacated and closed for 10 days. Ningfan's declaration echoed within and beyond the Taixuan immortal realm. The slaying of 4 ancestors from the ancient clans was sufficient to instill fear in all quarters, ensuring that other covetous ancient clans would no longer dare to act recklessly. Now, it was time to impose restrictions on the Taixuan immortal realm. With the realm open, it had become the sole sanctuary, attracting an overwhelming influx of individuals. It wouldn't be long before the influx exceeded the realm's capacity. If left unchecked, the situation would spiral into chaos, depleting the myriad treasures within the Taixuan immortal realm. In the future, anyone daring to claim territory within the Taixuan immortal realm would meet the same fate as the He family ancestor. Upon hearing this, the assembly erupted in unified acclaim. The alliance leader is wise. Their voices thundered like a tsunami, for this was immensely beneficial to them. As long as the dark hands of the Eastern Wilderness sect did not intervene, no one would oppose the regulations established by Ningfan. Within the Ziwei Huangji Ding, the popularity surged by several tens of thousands in an instant, and the numbers continued to rise. Pledging loyalty to Ningfan and safeguarding him ensured the continuation of their own cultivation journey. Upon returning to the Fan Alliance, Ningfan tasked his elder brother Wang Chongxing with devising a strategy to regulate the Taixuan immortal realm. After more than an hour, news of the deaths of the 4 ancestors from the ancient clans and the closure of the Taixuan immortal realm for 10 days spread throughout the entire Taixuan city. In an instant, a multitude of voices arose in astonishment, igniting fervent discussions, and the entire Taixuan city was thrown into a state of commotion. Within the Purple Way Imperial Cauldron, the gathered vitality had surged to nearly 1 million, emanating a faint, verdant hue. In the central hall of the Ningfan, Ningfan sat in meditation, closing his eyes as he began to refine the vitality within the cauldron. Millions of breaths were condensing at an astonishing pace, with the strength of those loyal to Ningfan enhancing the richness of the vitality within the cauldron. The source of these millions of breaths comprised powerful beings beneath the threshold of immortality, predominantly from the ranks of the Array and Void realms, which were somewhat lacking in strength. Only a handful of azure golden breaths originated from those within the immortal realm, primarily from the members of the Fan and clans, totaling no more than these few. These mere dozen azure golden breaths equated to several 100,000, or even millions, of the lighter green breaths. A few days later, after refining all the vitality from the Purple Way Imperial Cauldron, 9 strands of Imperial human energy emerged within Ningfan's meridians, manifesting as a purplish-golden celestial essence. With his eyes now opened and his figure upright, a regal demeanor enveloped him, exuding a semblance of imperial majesty. Yet, within the ninefold palace, the air of imperial authority was conspicuously absent. Ningfan solemnly remarked that without the imperial aura, one also lacked the dragon chi of sovereignty. The imperial human energy was distinct from ordinary celestial essence, although absorbing celestial energy could gradually enrich Ningfan's imperial human energy. The essence derived from the Purple Way Imperial Cauldron and the dragon chi remained paramount, having spent nearly a month consolidating his foundation. With the Hunyuan celestial body and the reincarnation eye attaining their requisite strength, he was now poised to elevate his realm. Ningfan mused to himself, retrieving a 4th-grade celestial pill to aid in his cultivation. The path beyond the immortal realm was fraught with immense challenges. A top-tier 4th-grade celestial pill did not provoke a dramatic surge in his realm, but rather facilitated a gradual ascent. It was no wonder that the system stipulated the need for 10,000 celestial pills to exchange for higher-grade ones. The resources consumed upon reaching the immortal realm. What further compounded the difficulty was Ningfan's endeavor to comprehend various celestial paths without the assistance of the system, relying solely on his own insights to elevate his realm. Should his understanding of the celestial paths prove insufficient, no amount of celestial pills could break through the impending bottleneck, and any forced advancement could lead to self-destruction on the path of immortality. 2 days later, Suwanon finally reached the immortal realm, ascending into the void to face her first celestial tribulation. The Taixuan immortal realm reopened, now permitting only those above the void realm to enter. Each individual entering the Taixuan immortal realm would be assigned a unique symbol, with their bloodlines and consciousness integrated into it, serving as a representation of their identity. They would enter the Taixuan immortal realm in a rotational manner. The specific details were left to the elder brother by Ningfan, who did not inquire further. Days later, more than a dozen powerful beings entered the immortal realm and joined the Fan Alliance. Within the purple micro-imperial cauldron, an additional 10 or so azure golden auras emerged. After refining them, Ningfan's imperial aura transformed into 13 distinct streams. That evening, he presented 104th-grade immortal pills to Su Wanwan. She had grown numb to such gestures and no longer felt surprise. Ding. The host has successfully gifted the female lead 104th-grade immortal pills, receiving a 10,000-fold return. Would you like to exchange now? The system's voice resonated in Ningfan's mind. Exchange for 105th-grade immortal pills, Ningfan declared, for his expectations of immortal pills had risen considerably. Have you perhaps acquired the foundation of a certain immortal sect? Su Wanwan inquired skeptically. It's even more exaggerated than the foundation of an immortal sect. Ningfan replied while glancing at Su Wanwan's bosom. My dear, why do I feel as though it has grown a tad since we shared a room? Has it? Su Wanwan responded, her cheeks flushed. It seems so. Let me have a thorough examination, Ningfan teased. Su Wanwan had yet to engage in dual cultivation since transcending her immortal tribulation. Both had reached the immortal realm, and he wondered what surprises awaited them in their shared practice of the joyful Nirvana technique. My dear, let me see if there are any changes in your supreme bone, he requested. Su Wanwan's chest glowed, radiating a mysterious light. Ningfan sensed the overwhelming waves emanating from her supreme bone, which had grown several hundred times stronger. Is that enough? Su Wanwan asked shyly as the light from her supreme bone gradually dimmed. Not yet. I desire brilliance. After 5 exchanges, Ningfan lay back on the bed, slightly panting. Now it's sufficient, he murmured. With both having reached the immortal realm, their practice of the joyful Nirvana technique yielded astonishing results. His cultivation had reached the minor completion of the 3rd layer of the immortal realm, propelling him towards the major completion at an incredible pace. Meanwhile, Su Wanwan had directly attained the minor completion of the 1st layer of the immortal realm. The joyful Nirvana Sutra truly was an unparalleled dual cultivation technique. My dear, there is still something lacking, Su Wanwan murmured, having tasted sweetness and unwilling to cease. My dear, grant me a breath of primordial qi. As they engaged in dual cultivation, a wisp of primordial qi entered Su Wanwan's body, subtly transforming her supreme bone. Simultaneously, the immense power contained within her supreme bone refined Ningfan's primordial immortal body. After a few more exchanges, Ningfan felt a twinge of fatigue. My dear, is this finally enough? He inquired, contemplating a nickname for himself. 13 in One Night. Chapter 161. My dear, bear with it a little longer. It is all for the sake of cultivation. My dear, it is all for the sake of cultivation, Su Wanwan exclaimed sweetly, as the gap in their realms finally began to close. Seizing this opportunity, one must strive to catch up. This was your promise. Do not regret it. Tonight, Ningfan intends to teach the Empress a proper lesson. My husband has cultivated sufficiently. Ningfan is adamant that he will not relent until the Empress begs for mercy. All in the pursuit of elevating his own realm. Please endure a little longer. Woe is me, my husband. I have erred. Spare me, your humble servant. Su Wanwan trembled as she spoke, her voice tinged with sorrow. I implore you, my lord, I shall never dare again. Only then did Ningfan relent, casting a glance out the window as dawn broke. Truly, it had been a sleepless night. In the morning, Ling Long paced anxiously outside the palace. Has young Master Ning not yet awakened? She inquired. In response to Miss N's question, a maid replied, last night. The lord and lady were quite engaged until the third watch. Hearing this, Ling Long's cheeks flushed. A night without rest. And young Master Ning is indeed vibrant and full of energy. That girl, Su Wanwan, is truly fortunate. To become Ningfan's legitimate wife is enviable luck. And Ling Long murmured to herself, having hinted to Ningfan on numerous occasions, wishing to advance their relationship, but alas, he remained unmoved. It seems that Ningfan would not rise anytime soon. Best to wait in the grand hall. By afternoon, Ningfan finally awoke, while Su Wanwan remained in. Young Master Ning, may we now allow the mighty of the Thunderbolt sect and the Burning Valley to enter the celestial hall of the Great Profound Tao? And Ling Long inquired. Having come specifically for this matter, the disciples of the Thunderbolt sect and the Burning Valley were growing impatient, eager to see what lay within the celestial hall. Yet, without Ningfan's consent, she dared not take action. Yes, the doors of the celestial hall may be opened. Proceed, Ningfan replied coolly, having not sealed the hall upon his last departure. After Ling Long left, under Ningfan's command, dozens of transcendent beings, alongside a carefully selected multitude of skilled warriors, gathered outside the grand hall. Let us depart, Ningfan commanded, tearing open a rift in space. Allowing the members of the Chui and He families to linger for a few more days had been sufficient. It was time to reunite them with their ancestors. In Qingzhu City, tens of thousands of warriors from the Mortal Alliance appeared in the sky above, startling many. Within the Chui family estate, enveloped in a celestial formation, the countenance of the thousands of Chui family warriors shifted dramatically. Who are you? My Chui family has no grievances with you. Why such a grand display? An elder, at the pinnacle of the fourth realm of transcendent beings, ascended to oversee the celestial formation, protecting the estate. Mortal Alliance. The moment those words escaped Ningfan's lips, the faces of all members of the Chui family changed dramatically. Many days prior, the Chui family's ancestor and numerous warriors had perished in the great profound immortal realm, slain by the leader of the Mortal Alliance. Now, this young man dared to come all this way to Qingzhu City, attacking the Chui family estate. Our ancestor is already dead. What more do you desire? The elder exclaimed in horror. The leader of our alliance has always been a man of his word. He declared the annihilation of the entire Chui family, and so it shall be. Ningfan remarked with indifference, as a single sword strike shattered the solidity. In that instant, the formidable cultivator at the fourth level of the immortal realm met his demise as well. The vast estate of the Chui family was cleaved in two, leaving behind a deep fissure upon the ground. Not a single survivor shall remain, Ningfan declared. Over 10,000 strong members of the alliance descended, storming into the Chui family estate, unleashing a torrent of bloodshed. Shortly thereafter, a cultivator from the immortal realm reported back. Esteemed leader, we have discovered the Chui family's treasury, containing fourth-grade immortal elixirs, dozens of immortal pills, and second-grade elixirs. He recounted meticulously, as if recounting a treasured collection. None dared to meddle with the contents of the Chui family's vault. Do not bother with the details, distribute the rare materials directly, and store the techniques and treasures in the Alliance's vault, Ningfan instructed. He regarded these items with indifference. knowing that the resources the alliance would acquire in the future would far surpass these. Thank you, esteemed leader. The members of the alliance rejoiced at his words. To think that the foundation of an ancient family could be so easily divided. Such audacity is not possessed by everyone. Their loyalty to Ningfan solidified further. Under such a leader, every endeavor felt invigorating and liberating, free from the frustrations of servitude. Even if the alliance were to face annihilation one day, they would feel their sacrifice had been worthwhile. Not long after, the entire Chui family was wiped out, and a great fire reduced their estate to ashes. To eradicate the roots of the problem, if one aims to destroy the Chui family, it must be done thoroughly. This also served as a warning to other ancient families. If one wishes to act as a hidden hand against the Sword Immortal sect, they should ponder the consequences of inciting the alliance's wrath. The ancestral land of the He family boasted towering peaks piercing the clouds, imbued with a rich essence of the Tao, and faintly resonating with the aura of immortality. It is said that a true immortal of the 9th level once emerged from the He lineage, endowing them with profound heritage. Over 10,000 members of the alliance spread out, sparing not a single peak. Ningfan's figure soared above the main peak of the He family. A colossal beast, resembling a tiger with a dragon's tail, roared fiercely atop the mountain. This pure-blood creature was at the pinnacle of the 5th level of the immortal realm. A glimmer of surprise flashed in Ningfan's eyes. He had not anticipated that the ancestral grounds of the He family were guarded by such a beast. While he practiced the art of devouring the essence of heaven and earth, he held little regard for ordinary cultivators of the immortal realm. He sought the purity of various immortal energies within. To indiscriminately consume would require even more time for Hu Fei to refine and purify, rendering it unworthy. The vital essence within the pure-blood creature was of great value to Ningfan, benefiting his primordial immortal body significantly. He charged forth to confront the beast in a brutal clash. Man and beast engaged in a ferocious battle, causing the space around them to tremble violently. While the celestial peak crumbled and massive boulders tumbled down, the He family's cultivators were left in utter horror, having already learned of their ancestors' demise. After such an extended period, I had anticipated a tranquil resolution, yet the forces of the Fan Alliance have mounted an assault on the ancestral grounds of the He family. What exhilaration! Ningfan let out a resounding roar, channeling the full extent of his physical prowess as he engaged in a fierce battle with the Bailan. Only through such intense conflict could the latent potential of the primordial immortal body be fully awakened. The Bailan grew increasingly alarmed. How could a mere human form exhibit such formidable strength? It felt as though it were not fighting a human, but a being of even greater terror, a pure-blood entity. With a furious roar, the Bailan opened its maw, unleashing a torrent of golden energy. 13 strands of imperial aura converged upon Ningfan's fist, shattering the very fabric of space. The vast golden energy was instantly dispersed as Ningfan's fist collided with the Bailan's head. A deep, thunderous sound reverberated as the Bailan's cranium exploded, and the engulfing celestial energy surged forth, drawing the Bailan's lifeblood and celestial essence toward Ningfan. Excellent. Ningfan felt a profound satisfaction as he realized his realm had progressed, achieving the 3rd level of ascension. A tide of calamity surged forth. An innumerable barrage of tribulation lightning descended, leaving no corner of the celestial peak untouched. Cries of despair echoed from the summit as Ningfan descended, seeking out the He family's treasury. With a single stroke of his sword, he cleaved open the treasury doors, revealing a vast assortment of cultivation resources. The He family's foundation far surpassed that of the Chui family, exceeding Ningfan's expectations. He collected over 100 5th-grade elixirs and tens of thousands of 4th-grade elixirs, allowing the stronger members of the Fan Alliance to gather the rest. Days later, the other 2 ancient families were also eradicated by the Fan Alliance. The news spread like wildfire, causing a stir throughout the 8 directions and stirring tumult within Taixuan City. In the central hall of the Fan Alliance, Ling rushed in with great urgency. The invasion by the Taixuan dynasty was underway. Her brother was at the front lines, and reinforcements had yet to arrive, placing him in a perilous situation. Ling's eyes brimmed with tears as she recounted the dire message she had received from Xian, which was nothing more than a farewell. She had hastily arrived from the Taixuan immortal realm with 3,000 guards. Young Master Ning, please save my brother's life. I am willing to become your concubine, to devote myself to you. Such a greedy girl. How can you ask for both your brother's salvation and to be married to me? Ningfan thought, bemused by her audacity. I can save your brother, but the matter of becoming your concubine is out of the question. Ningfan rose and swiftly exited the Grand Hall. The Fan Alliance, the infamily Yunsong Pavilion, and the Dayan dynasty had currently formed a tenuous alliance. Across the vast expanse of the eastern wilderness, the strength of these four factions was not particularly formidable. Only together could they barely safeguard their existence. Qingzhu was the most likely prince of the Dayan dynasty to ascend to the throne, and his relationship with Ningfan had recently become quite close. Should Qingzhu perish, the alliance between the Fan Alliance and the Dayan dynasty would likely dissolve. Moreover, the Taixuan dynasty already bore a grudge against Ningfan. He had no reason not to intervene. Ling was taken aback, her expression shifting into a complex mix of emotions. Yet she set aside her anger and flew after Ningfan as he left the hall. Ningfan tore through the void, anxious that time was slipping away, leading Ling and the 3,000 personal guards towards the Great Yin Dynasty. At the border of the Great Yin Dynasty lies Jubii City, a majestic fortress nestled between two towering mountains, soaring to heights of 2,000 to 3,000 zhang, exuding an awe-inspiring presence. Within Jubii City stretches an endless expanse of plains, serving as the most crucial natural defense leading into the heart of the Great Yin Dynasty. However, the city walls now lay riddled with wounds, the immortal formations shattered. The entire fortress has been stained a dark crimson with blood. Beneath the walls lies a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, while countless bodies are piled atop the battlements. Qingzhu, clad in armor and drenched in blood, appeared pale, his breath weak to the point of near collapse. Were it not for the war spear propping him up, he feared he would falter. From an army of several 100,000, only a mere 100 remained by Qingzhu's side, all proficient experts above the 5th level of the extreme path, with a few being formidable figures at the immortal realm, yet all severely wounded. After waiting for so many days, where are the reinforcements of our Great Yin Dynasty? One called out in despair. Ha ha ha, allow me to enlighten you. There are no reinforcements at all. A young man hovered in midair, clad in silver battle armor, exuding an air of valor. He was the 3rd prince of the Great Qu Dynasty, his talents remarkable among the royal offspring. Qingzhu, do you still not comprehend? There are those within the Great Yin Dynasty who wish for your demise. Had you fled earlier, you might have had a chance at survival. Alas, your stubbornness led you to defend Jubii City to the bitter end. The 5th prince of the Great Qu Dynasty chuckled with pride, as over 100,000 troops surrounded the fortress, rendering Qingzhu a lamb awaiting slaughter. With the city breached and lives lost, even a great Luo golden immortal would find it difficult to intervene. At that moment, a colossal shadow rapidly approached from the distant horizon. As the onlookers focused, they discerned it to be an enormous rock. Ningfan employed the Kunpeng divine art, piercing through space with astonishing speed. Ling and the 3,000 personal guards were left far behind, concerned that a powerful figure at the immortal realm might seal the void, preventing a direct arrival. He tore open a rift in space and descended at a distance before wielding the Kunpeng divine art to soar forth. Is this a fierce bird or a divine technique? Is it the reinforcements of the Great Yin Dynasty? It was not an army, but a solitary figure. The crowd surrounding the 5th prince of the Great Qu Dynasty gasped in astonishment. Your Highness, quickly eliminate Qingzhu to prevent any unforeseen circumstances. An elder clad in black armor commanded. Ha ha ha, what is there to fear? The 5th prince scoffed. One person alone cannot turn the tide. I am curious to see who possesses such audacity to come alone for a rescue. Should Qingzhu be killed and the newcomer witness it? What if they turn and flee? His confidence was unshakable. He even wished to toy with Qingzhu a little longer. Moments later, the gargantuan body of the rock, stretching over 10,000 zhang, charged directly towards the 5th prince of the Great Qu Dynasty. Clad in silver armor, he was too conspicuous, drawing attention from all directions. It was evident to anyone that he was of extraordinary status. The situation was dire. The formidable opponent had to be confronted swiftly. The elder in black armor's expression shifted dramatically as he recognized the gravity of the situation. The colossal pink birdsword, exuding an aura of sheer terror. Protect His Highness, commanded the elder, invoking the yellow dragon treasure technique, extending over 3,000 zhang towards the Kunpeng. Upon collision, the two techniques clashed with a resounding bang, leading to the disintegration of the yellow dragon technique. The elder's body erupted into a mist of blood, barely allowing a cry of despair to escape his lips. Numerous powerful beings in the immortal realm took action, but their manifested celestial patterns shattered in an instant. In the next moment, the body of the Kunpeng crashed into the throngs of the Great Qu Dynasty. Instantly, a torrential rain of blood fell from the sky. In a mere encounter, over 10,000 lives were extinguished. Silver armor shattered, and the fifth prince of the great Qingzhu dynasty met his demise. The formidable defenders atop the stronghold were swiftly obliterated. It was a one-sided massacre. None beneath the sixth level of the immortal realm could withstand Ningfan. How could this be Ningfan? Xianjin's eyes widened in shock and elation as he gazed at the tremendous shadow above him. He had never anticipated Ningfan's return, nor could he fathom the extent of his overwhelming power. Moments later, amidst an army of 100,000, Ningfan single-handedly decimated 80 to 90,000. The remaining survivors fled in terror, unworthy of his pursuit. As he descended, surveying the grim aftermath atop the stronghold, his expression darkened. "Ning brother, what brings you here?" Xianjin uttered incredulously. "Your sister offered herself to ensure my arrival," Ningfan replied nonchalantly, realizing that had he arrived even a moment later, Xianjin might have been lost. "Xianjin, you must keep a close watch on your sister. Her reckless offers are quite alarming," Ningfan admonished, his brow furrowing. "Besides her fiery temperament, my sister is rather beautiful," Xianjin whispered, his face turning awkward. "What were you thinking? Such carelessness," Ningfan chastised, feeling compelled to remind Xianjin. The future heir of the great Yin dynasty had found himself in such a dire predicament, leading Ningfan to question his capabilities. Xianjin's expression faltered. Ningfan's words struck heavily. Disappointment from Ningfan would be devastating for him. "Ning brother, it's a long story. Then make it brief. Spare me the unnecessary details," Ningfan replied sternly, uninterested in Xianjin's lengthy explanations. "In summary, the reinforcements have yet to arrive," Xianjin stated. "Is someone conspiring against you?" Ningfan queried. Xianjin nodded gravely, revealing that not only was there treachery from within the great Yin dynasty, but also collusion with the great Qingzhu dynasty, intent on his demise. At that moment, Xianling and 3,000 loyal guards finally arrived at Jubai City. Upon seeing Xianjin alive, Xianling's tense nerves finally relaxed. "Sister, return to the imperial city at once. Inform father to dispatch a great army to support Jubai City," Xianjin commanded. Ningfan let out a cold laugh, fixing his gaze upon Xianjin, a hint of frost glimmering in his eyes. "Seventh Prince, do you believe there remains any necessity for this? You have already been compromised. Even if your father were to issue a decree, reinforcements may not arrive in time. If this is your sole strategy, I must confess, I would be profoundly disappointed." Hearing this, both Xianjin and Xianling's expressions shifted dramatically. "Brother Ning, what do you mean?" A glint of murderous intent surged in Ningfan's eyes as he replied icily. "My meaning is quite straightforward. We shall return to the imperial city and seize the throne. Whoever has wronged you shall meet their demise." Chapter 163. Return to the imperial city, compete for the throne. Xianjin and Xianling were both taken aback, their pupils dilating in shock. Return to the imperial city and seize the throne. These 8 words were utterly staggering. With the border in crisis and no reinforcements forthcoming, it was clear that the imperial throne of the great Yin dynasty needed a change of hands. Ningfan maintained a stoic expression, his gaze unwavering on Xianjin. If Xianjin lacked the ambition and resolve for such a course, there would be no justification for Ningfan to squander further. "But he is our blood relative," Xianling began, only to be interrupted by Ningfan. "Thus, he should be coerced into abdicating, to live out his days in peace. That would be his best fate. Were it not for familial ties, I would suggest a more direct approach." "What about Jubai City?" Xianjin inquired. "Let it be," Ningfan stated. "It is merely a formidable pass. We can abandon it and reclaim it later. Brother Ning, once we surpass Jubai City, the vast plains await. The armies of the great Qingzhu dynasty will advance unimpeded, territories will be lost, and countless lives will be extinguished." Xianjin expressed his concerns, his eyes filled with compassion. "At least you possess a modicum of concern for the populace," Ningfan remarked coolly, having already contemplated this aspect. "Nonetheless, there is no need for excessive worry. If the people of the great Qingzhu dynasty possess any sense, they should march southward, directly threatening the imperial city of the great Yin." Xianjin and Xianling exchanged glances, each recognizing the weight of the situation reflected in the other's eyes. "Brother Ning is indeed correct," Xianjin spoke solemnly. Realizing the gravity of their predicament, he understood that not only was his fate at stake, but that of the entire great Yin dynasty hung in the balance. To return and reclaim the throne, swift action was imperative. Otherwise, the consequences would be dire. Xianjin, being astute, grasped the urgency. The great Yin dynasty had traitors within. If they could not secure the throne with decisive force, the encroaching Qingzhu forces would pose an existential threat to their realm. "What are your thoughts?" Qianjin straightened his demeanor, addressing the surviving 100 or so individuals and the 3,000 elite guards he had personally trained. At your command, Your Highness. We would face death without hesitation. They chorused in unison, their faces resolute with determination, embodying a spirit of either victory or martyrdom. The loyalty of the 3,000 elite guards to Qianjin needed no further affirmation. The 100 or so warriors who had fought alongside him had shared the trials of life and death. Simultaneously, there exists a profound discontent towards the emperor of the Great Yin dynasty, coupled with an intense loathing for the traitors within. These individuals could ultimately become loyal confidants of Qianjin. Return to the imperial capital. Seize the palace. Ascend to the throne. Qianjin exclaimed, his spirit ignited with fervor. Clad in battle armor stained with blood, he bore the visage of an emperor. With a mere wave of his hand, Ningfan tore open a rift in space. Within the grand hall of the Zhao family residence in Taixuan City, the three venerable ancestors of the Zhao, Qi, and Ren clans, along with an elder cloaked in white, convened. That rascal Ningfan has departed from the Fan Alliance and is headed to the Great Yin dynasty. You shall meet his demise there. You three clans must prepare to annihilate the Yin family and the Fan Alliance, thereby reclaiming control over the Taixuan immortal realm. The white-clad elder declared coldly, his celestial sword sheathed at his back, his gaze menacing. Esteemed immortal, I have a question. Why does the Sword Immortal sect not simply eliminate that boy and eradicate the Fan Alliance? The Zhao ancestor queried solemnly. First it was the Chui and He families among the four ancient clans, and now the Great Yin dynasty. The Sword Immortal sect could easily dispatch Ningfan without such elaborate schemes. The Sword Immortal sect represents the righteous path of the Eastern wilderness. It must maintain its noble image. Do you comprehend? The elder retorted icily, revealing concerns not only about the Thunderclap sect but also regarding the reputation of the Sword Immortal sect. The commotion stirred by Ningfan had become too conspicuous. Yunsong Pavilion was also among the ancient academies of the Eastern wilderness. Should the Sword Immortal sect directly strike, and they would inevitably bear a notorious reputation. Although the sect has committed many nefarious deeds, this particular infamy must be avoided. For all major sects and eternal families in the Eastern wilderness pride themselves on their righteousness. Such an act would lead to the Sword Immortal sect's removal from the esteemed ranks of the Eastern wilderness. The destruction of the Yin family and the Fan Alliance is a matter of your personal vendetta and has no bearing on the Sword Immortal sect. Do you understand? The elder's voice dripped with menace. In a word, the benefits belong to the Sword Immortal sect. The misdeeds are yours to undertake. Should any issues arise, they are not the concern of the Sword Immortal sect. To suggest that the Sword Immortal sect instigated such actions would have dire consequences. You should be aware. The elder's chilling gaze swept across the three ancestors of the Zhao, Qi, and Ren families, with an unspoken bloodlust evident in his eyes. The three elders paled, shivering in fear. Rest assured, esteemed immortal, we shall not utter a single word. They all knelt in unison, trembling as they spoke. In the Great Yin dynasty, Ningfan, Qianjin, Qianling, and others donned disguises and entered the imperial capital in discreet batches, unnoticed by anyone. In the royal palace of Qianjin, discussions were underway. Ningfan observed from the side as Qianjin methodically orchestrated the proceedings. He recognized that Qianjin indeed possessed some capabilities. A significant portion of the imperial capital lay within his grasp. There is no need for such complexity. I shall have Su Wanwan bring the members of the Fan Alliance directly to the palace, facilitating your ascent to the throne. Ningfan remarked nonchalantly, Brother Ning, I am aware of the formidable strength of the alliance, yet this will inevitably plunge the entire imperial capital into leaving the populace in a state of trepidation and the court unstable. Since Qianjin has voiced this, Ningfan shall no longer persist. We shall act at the third watch tonight. General Wu, secure the southern gate. General Zhang, guard the eastern gate. General Li, fortify the southern gate. Qianling, you are to lead the royal guards to seal off the princess palace. I will assign 2 generals and a high minister to accompany you. Once Qianjin had arranged everything, he turned to Ningfan, his gaze sharpening. Today, I am indebted to Alliance leader Ning for your rescue. And I have an ungrateful request. Slowly rising, Qianjin bowed deeply to Ningfan. I implore you, Alliance leader Ning, to join me in a forceful assault on the Xuanwu Gate. The Xuanwu Gate is of paramount importance, defended by the most elite of the Imperial Guards. Once we seize the Xuanwu Gate, we shall have unimpeded access directly to the Emperor's chambers. Moreover, the commander of the Imperial Guards is a man loyal to the Crown Prince of the Dyn dynasty. Very well, Ningfan exclaimed, fully aware of the arrangements being made. Qianjin did not disappoint him. However, there were no individuals of the third realm of the immortal path among Qianjin's ranks. To breach the Xuanwu Gate, Ningfan's intervention would be essential. In the dead of night, Ningfan and Qianjin, accompanied by several powerful immortal path cultivators and 3,000 loyal guards, made their way towards the Xuanwu Gate. I am Prince Qianjin. Open the city gates. I have urgent matters to discuss with my father. Qianjin bellowed. Seventh Prince, let us deliberate on this matter in court tomorrow, came the response from the commander of the Imperial Guards atop the city wall. The frontier is in distress. The military situation is dire. Can you bear the responsibility for any delays? Seventh Prince, the Emperor dispatched you to guard the Jubiai city. Given the urgency at the borders, why do you come to the palace instead of securing Jubiai city? The commander retorted, not easily swayed by Qianjin's claims. Jubiai city has fallen. I have come specifically to see my father. Even if the Emperor were to learn of it now, it would be of no avail. He is burdened with state affairs during the day and has only just managed to rest. Discussions can wait until tomorrow morning. At that moment, Ningfan sprang into action. He transformed into a beam of divine light, soaring towards the city wall. Chapter 164. The Fall of the Great Qu Dynasty. What say you? Boldly. You dare to assault the Xuanwu Gate. The commander of the Imperial Guards shouted, brandishing a war spear, his celestial aura surging as he charged at Ningfan. Peak of the third realm of the immortal path. Ningfan swung his sword, unleashing a devastating aura. Clang. The war spear shattered, blood gushing forth as a head soared into the air. The commander of the Imperial Guards had not yet summoned the celestial formation before being slain by Ningfan. The clash of weapons resounded, echoing into the distance. Ningfan ascended the city wall, unleashing an unfathomable barrage of sword energy, annihilating thousands of Imperial Guards. Witnessing this, Qianjin and the others hastily rushed into the Xuanwu Gate. Leave 1,000 men to guard the Xuanwu Gate. The rest, follow me to the Emperor's chambers. Qianjin commanded, well aware of the palace's layout. In one of the palaces, the Emperor of the Dian dynasty was startled awake from his consort's bed. Drenched in cold sweat, he heard the sound of clashing weapons, signaling an intrusion into the imperial palace. Quickly, someone, protect His Majesty. The Emperor, startled, hastily donned his garments and moved towards the door. Just as he pushed it open, Ningfan, Qianjin, and others had already arrived. The gleam of blades illuminated the Emperor's expression of terror. Qianjin, were you not in Jubiai city? What brings you back so suddenly? Is this an attempt to storm the imperial city? Do you seek to rebel? The Emperor of the Great Yin dynasty feigned composure, pointing an accusatory finger at Qianjin. I am an unfilial son. Please, father, abdicate. Qianjin shouted, advancing with his sword drawn. The reinforcements from Jubiai city had yet to arrive, and the 30,000 soldiers had perished. His heart was already heavy with despair. Any explanations would be futile. At this moment, Qianjin wished to utter no more words, only to compel his father to step down. Everything proceeded smoothly. Qianjin obtained the abdication decree. The crown prince was brought forth under Qianling's restraint, having uncovered evidence of his collusion with the Great Qu dynasty. Ningfan soared through the air. Although the Great Yin dynasty was not particularly formidable, the palace still exuded an imperial aura, the essence of imperial authority swirling. This was precisely what Ningfan required for his cultivation of the Ziwei Huang Jigong. Regrettably, the imperial essence here was far from sufficient for him. The next morning, the court was in turmoil. The crown prince was dead, with irrefutable evidence. The abdication decree had been issued, and a new emperor ascended the throne. With Qianjin's prowess, the political landscape was swiftly stabilized. Ning brother, accompany me to the imperial mausoleum to summon our ancestor emperor, Qianjin proposed. The ancestor emperor had practiced for millennia, guarding the mausoleum. Though he remained hidden from the world, his authority was unquestionable. Very well, Ningfan assented, eager to witness the grandeur of the Great Yin dynasty's mausoleum. The imperial aura within should surpass that of the palace. The mausoleum of the Great Yin dynasty lay amidst the mountains, several hundred miles from the capital. Shortly thereafter, the figures of Ningfan and Qianjin arrived at the mausoleum. It was ancient and magnificent, exuding a subtle golden glow. The imperial aura was astonishing, and the essence of imperial authority surged forth, purer by several hundred times than that of the palace. The seventh prince of the Great Yin dynasty, Qianjin, comes to pay respects to the ancestor emperor, Qianjin proclaimed. Enter. An aged voice resonated from within the mausoleum. Ningfan and Qianjin swept into the mausoleum. where they encountered the ancestor emperor in a sacred hall. At the pinnacle of the fifth realm of the immortal realm, his hair flowed freely, aged yet still carrying an air of imperial majesty. This authority seemed innate, etched into his very being. With age and ascendance in rank, his majesty only intensified. Ancestor Emperor Qianjin knelt, recounting the events of his usurpation. Ningfan extended his hand, and 13 strands of imperial aura manifested. Subtly, he melded with the entirety. His demeanor transformed, resembling that of a sovereign who commanded the world. The majestic imperial dragon energy flows ceaselessly, and Ningfan wields it with effortless grace. Well done. I acknowledge your claim to the throne, spoke the Grand Emperor of Dian, his gaze fixed upon Ningfan, a flicker of intrigue dancing in his eyes. Earlier, Qianjin had elaborated on Ningfan's background, revealing his lineage. The imperial dragon energy. The Grand Emperor of Dian scrutinized the 13 strands of purple-golden aura emanating from Ningfan, utterly astonished. From Qianjin, he learned that Ningfan hailed from an ancient aristocratic family, not merely a prince of any nation. Yet, he could command the imperial dragon energy, possessing an imperial demeanor that surpassed even Qianjin. This was truly extraordinary. In reality, Ningfan cultivated the human emperor's energy, which diverged significantly from the ordinary imperial dragon energy. The disparity between the two was, indeed, as vast as the heavens and the earth. Yet, with the Grand Emperor of Dian's extensive experience, he had never even heard of the human emperor's energy. Even if 13 strands of this energy were to manifest before him, he would be unable to recognize them. Senior, I seek permission to cultivate with the imperial dragon energy within this royal mausoleum. May I? Ningfan inquired earnestly, a fervent glimmer illuminating his eyes. Do as you wish. The Grand Emperor of Dian consented, for had it not been for Ningfan's timely intervention, Qianjin would have perished in Jubii City. He was keen to observe what remarkable qualities this young man possessed. With a mere wave of his hand, torrents of imperial dragon energy converged toward Ningfan. Subsequently, this energy surged into his being, as if his body were an insatiable abyss. While absorbing the imperial dragon energy, Ningfan practiced the Zy Huangji Gong, refining the energy into human emperor's energy. The imperial dragon energy could be transmuted into human emperor's energy. This revelation delighted Ningfan, as he discovered a second avenue for absorption, in addition to utilizing the Zy Huangji Ding for gathering human energy. Before long, a considerable portion of the imperial dragon energy within the mausoleum had been absorbed by Ningfan, elevating his human emperor's energy to 19 strands. He ceased his absorption, recognizing that the imperial aura and dragon energy were intimately tied to the fate of the Dian dynasty. Continuing would be unbecoming, even for him. Are you truly of ancient lineage? The Grand Emperor of Dian exclaimed, the 19 strands of purple-golden energy provoking an inexplicable sense of trepidation within him. He even began to suspect whether Ningfan might be a prince of the immortal dynasty. Indeed, it is authentic, without pretense, Ningfan replied calmly, then turned his attention to Qianjin. Brother Qianjin, I have a bold proposal. With Jubii City already fallen, the forces of the Qu dynasty will inevitably march southward. Rather than waiting for their assault, let us strike directly at the heart of the Qu dynasty's imperial capital with our armies. The Grand Emperor will defend the capital, and together we shall trample the Qu dynasty's palace and eradicate them, ensuring no future threats arise. What say you? Ningfan declared, his aura exuding a terrifying killing intent, and a fierce battle spirit igniting in his eyes. The palace and mausoleum of the Qu dynasty must also harbor imperial dragon energy. By vanquishing the Qu dynasty, Ningfan could absorb all the imperial dragon energy there without reservation. Upon the utterance of these words, both Qianjin and the Grand Emperor of Dian were taken aback, their expressions transforming in astonishment as their pupils constricted. The notion of annihilating the great Qu dynasty was not merely audacious, one might deem it utterly insane. It is imperative to recognize that the territory and might of the great Qu dynasty surpass that of the Dian dynasty. Brother Ning, how confident are you? Qianjin inquired solemnly. Absolutely certain, Ningfan replied nonchalantly, for he was determined to seize the imperial dragon energy of the great Qu dynasty. Chapter 165. I, Ningfan, am your heaven. We shall heed Brother Ning's arrangements. Qianjin's gaze flickered with intensity. The army of the Qu dynasty advancing southward would undoubtedly leave their imperial city vulnerable. With the Grand Emperor of Dian safeguarding the royal city, he and Ningfan would strike directly at the heart of the Qu dynasty's capital, catching them completely off guard. Subsequently, Ningfan, Qianjin, and the Grand Emperor returned to the imperial capital of the Dyn dynasty. Shortly thereafter, Su Wanwan arrived with a dozen experts of the immortal realm and over 10,000 formidable warriors from the Mortal Alliance. They tore through the fabric of space, appearing above the imperial capital. "My lady, your realm has advanced once again." Ningfan greeted her with delight. "Thanks to you, my progress has been swift. Last night, I reached the second level of the immortal realm and successfully transcended the tribulation." Su Wanwan blushed as she recounted the fervor of that night, her heart racing like a startled deer. Coupled with the immortal pills gifted by Ningfan, she had ascended to the second level of the immortal realm. As a reincarnated quasi-immortal emperor, she faced no bottlenecks in her cultivation, only the necessity of ensuring the stability of her foundational practices. The elevation of her realm brought her immense joy, allowing her to once again fight alongside Ningfan. Ningfan tore open a vast rift in space, through which the warriors of the Mortal Alliance and the Dyn dynasty soared. A great spatial fissure manifested several miles from the imperial capital of the Great Qingzhu dynasty. Almost instantaneously, Ningfan, Su Wanwan, Xianjin, Xianling, and tens of thousands of warriors from the Mortal Alliance and the Dyn dynasty surged forth. On the city walls of the imperial capital, the soldiers of the Qingzhu dynasty witnessed the approaching throngs of powerful figures, their expressions shifting dramatically. The sight was utterly terrifying. Such an occurrence had never transpired since the founding of the Great Qingzhu dynasty. The army of the Dyn dynasty had breached the North City. How could they suddenly assault the imperial capital? Who were those powerful figures not clad in armor? Were they reinforcements summoned by the Dyn dynasty? With a resounding crash, a blood-red sword aura cleaved downwards, instantly severing the grand city gate in twain. Figures ascended into the sky, among them several experts of the immortal realm. Ningfan, with a disdainful gesture, reached out a hand, his 5 fingers splayed wide as the calamity light erupted forth. In an instant, those ascending figures were reduced to ashes. Tens of thousands surged forward, pressing towards the imperial palace of the Qingzhu dynasty. Within the palace, an immortal formation activated, intricate immortal patterns radiating with a surge of celestial energy. The emperor of the Great Qingzhu, clad in armor and crowned, presided over the immortal formation, his imperial dragon energy rolling forth, exuding a resonant and formidable aura. Unlike the feeble emperor of the Dyn dynasty, this emperor of the Great Qingzhu dynasty possessed immense strength. Having amassed great merits through a millennium of campaigns across the land, Ningfan's figure pierced through the fabric of space, standing majestically above the imperial palace. Behind him gathered tens of thousands of formidable warriors from the Fan Alliance, all aligned in support of the Great Yin dynasty. "Who are you?" the emperor of the Great Qingzhu dynasty demanded, astonishment etched across his face. "What enmity do you hold against the Great Qingzhu dynasty? That you would come to our palace to assist the Great Yin dynasty?" Just moments prior, he had commanded his armies to march directly into the heart of the Great Yin dynasty's capital. He could never have anticipated that, at this very moment, a multitude of warriors would be bearing down on the palace of the Qingzhu dynasty. "Ningfan," he declared coldly, surveying the Great Qingzhu emperor from a position of dominance, as if he were the true sovereign of the realm. The emperor's pupils constricted sharply. "You are the infamous Ningfan, the disciple from Qingzhu Peak of the Cloud Song Pavilion, who opened the Taixuan immortal realm, annihilated the Huang, He, and Chui families? I have heard of your deeds." "Indeed, I am that very person," Ningfan proclaimed. "Once, Qi and Zhao swore an oath upon the fortunes of the Qu clan and the destiny of the Great Qingzhu dynasty. Now, I, Ningfan, am the very heavens for your Great Qingzhu dynasty. The time for that oath to be fulfilled has arrived." With a voice that echoed with murderous intent, he pointed his sword toward the heavens, an overwhelming aura of slaughter enveloping the palace, transforming it into a sea of crimson. With a single stroke of his sword, he unleashed an immense blood-red sword energy, stretching thousands of feet as it descended toward the palace below, a strike that represented the pinnacle of Ningfan's power. The complexion of the Great Qingzhu Emperor darkened as he summoned his celestial energy, channeling it to activate the celestial formation with all his might. A resounding explosion erupted as the sword energy collided with the formation. The celestial array trembled violently, countless celestial runes shattering in an instant. Moments later, the formation collapsed, and the blood-red sword energy cleaved through the palace, splitting it in two. Halls and walls crumbled, and untold numbers perished in the chaos. The Great Qingzhu Emperor stood frozen, his expression one of utter shock. This single sword strike had not only shattered the celestial formation, but had also obliterated the will of all within its confines. "Kill!" The battle cry reverberated through the air as tens of thousands of warriors from the Fan Alliance surged into the palace. Ningfan descended swiftly, appearing before the emperor of the Great Qu dynasty in the blink of an eye. During his time in the Taixuan immortal realm, he had vanquished the patriarch of the Chui family, even invoking the wrath of the heavenly tribulations within the realm. Now, he needed no such assistance. His own strength was sufficient to eliminate even those at the pinnacle of the 5th level of the immortal realm. Extending his hand, 19 strands of imperial aura manifested, directly striking toward the crown of the Great Qu Emperor. The Emperor's face paled in alarm as he hastily raised his arms to defend himself. With a dull thud, his arms exploded into a mist of blood. Ningfan's palm forcefully pressed down upon the Emperor's crown. The Emperor trembled violently, blood erupting from all 7 orifices. Ningfan, should you kill me, you shall not survive. After your demise, the Great Qu dynasty shall rise once more, engulfing the Great Yin dynasty and annihilating the Cloud Song Pavilion. The Emperor of Great Qu declared with a fierce voice, his visage contorted with rage. Within his words lay an ominous plot. Ningfan remained indifferent, curious to see how the Great Qu dynasty would reclaim its former glory. A terrifying force of devouring energy surged forth, penetrating the body of the Great Qu Emperor. The celestial essence within him was precisely what Ningfan sought. After refinement, it could be transformed into imperial energy. Moments later, the Great Qu Emperor collapsed, reduced to a mere desiccated corpse, plummeting to the ground. Ningfan spread his arms wide, executing the devouring heaven and earth technique to its utmost extent, unleashing a wave of dark gray celestial essence. Throughout the vast palace, all imperial dragon energy was consumed by Ningfan. Once the celestial art was absorbed, the imperial aura within the palace vanished without a trace. Xianjin, Xianling, I leave this place in your capable hands. My primary goal lies within the Great Qu imperial tomb, Ningfan proclaimed, tearing open a rift in space with a wave of his hand. The imperial dragon energy contained within the Great Qu imperial tomb should far surpass that of the palace. Brother Ning, the Great Qu imperial tomb is guarded by the Great Qu ancestor emperor. Do exercise caution. Xianjin warned solemnly. Rest assured, if I lacked the means to confront the Great Qu ancestor emperor, would I dare to assault the palace of the Qu dynasty? Ningfan replied nonchalantly, soaring through the spatial rift alongside Su Wanwan. Inside the Great Qu imperial tomb, an elderly man clad in yellow suddenly changed countenance. He had just risen, intending to head to the palace, when the void above began to tremble violently. Someone was about to tear open the space and descend here. He refrained from sealing the void, suspecting that the visitor was the very young man who had obliterated the palace. In the next instant, a rift appeared in the void. The figures of Ningfan and Su Wanwan emerged from the spatial fissure. The imperial aura and dragon energy of the Great Qu imperial tomb exceeded that of the Great Yin imperial tomb by more than tenfold. Ningfan remarked, a fervent light igniting in his eyes. Chapter 166, Seizing the imperial dragon energy, annihilating the Great Qu ancestor emperor within the Great Qu imperial tomb. The expression of the Great Qu ancestor emperor darkened ominously. Was it you who led the assault on the palace? The Great Qu ancestor emperor thundered, enraged by the devastation wrought upon the palace and the death of the emperor. Such a cost is rather excessive. Indeed, it was I, the leader of this alliance. Ningfan replied coldly, descending alongside Su Wanwan into the tomb. The Great Qu ancestor emperor refrained from attacking, for the imperial aura within the tomb was staggering, and the dragon energy surged mightily. Should a confrontation arise, it would be to his advantage. Although still young, to be capable of leading an assault on the palace and slaying the Great Qu Emperor showcased both strength and audacity, marking him as a prodigy seldom seen in the eastern wilderness for millennia. Alas, you should not have come to the Great Qu imperial tomb. The Great Qu ancestor emperor bellowed, his withered hand sweeping forth as the surrounding imperial dragon energy converged toward him. In an instant, the oppressive force emanating from the Great Qu ancestor emperor surged dramatically. In the realm of the 6th stage of immortal, augmented by the imperial dragon energy within the royal mausoleum, the might of the Grand Qu's ancestral emperor approached the pinnacle of this profound level. Child, this shall be your grave, he proclaimed vehemently. Once I eliminate you, the Sword Immortal sect will assist me in sweeping through the surrounding dynasties. Our Grand Qu dynasty shall rise, eternal and unyielding. An exhilarated expression surged upon the aging emperor's face. With the palace destroyed and the emperor slain, as long as he could vanquish Ningfan and ally with the Sword Immortal sect, all would be worth it. A reverberating sound echoed through the air, and vast celestial runes materialized above the mausoleum. The immortal formation activated, sealing the entire royal tomb. Unfazed and composed, Ningfan stood resolutely before the ancestral emperor. The mausoleum's closure suited him perfectly. It appeared that the Grand Qu dynasty's incursion into the Great Yin dynasty was a meticulously orchestrated trap, awaiting his intervention to rescue Qingzhu. How obvious the truth is, Ningfan remarked nonchalantly. Ha ha ha. You are indeed clever, but it is too late for you to comprehend. The Grand Qu's ancestral emperor retorted. Within this mausoleum, even if you were to slay the Grand Qu emperor yourself, escape would be impossible. No sooner had he spoken than a colossal yellow dragon, over 1,000 feet long, materialized, its form vibrant and alive, lunging towards Ningfan. With a glint in his eyes, Ningfan raised his hand and unleashed a powerful strike, enveloped in 19 swirling strands of purple-gold imperial energy. Boom! A thunderous roar resonated as the massive yellow dragon was obliterated by Ningfan's palm. You too have cultivated imperial dragon energy? The Grand Qu's ancestral emperor exclaimed in astonishment, disbelief flooding his gaze. As far as he knew, Ningfan hailed from an ancient family and bore no imperial bloodline. It seems I have underestimated you. Prepare to witness the full extent of my power, he declared, as a torrent of majestic imperial dragon energy surged forth. The heavens and earth trembled, the very fabric of space quaking as his aura surged to new heights. Old fool, you celebrate too soon. It will not be I who perishes here, but you. Ningfan replied coldly, eschewing further dialogue as he summoned the purple microcosm emperor's cauldron. In the next moment, the cauldron expanded to over 100 feet, emanating a stunning radiance of purple and gold. Astonishingly, the converging streams of imperial dragon energy, instead of obeying the Grand Qu's ancestral emperor, flowed uncontrollably into the cauldron. What is happening? The Grand Qu's ancestral emperor's expression turned to one of sheer horror, disbelief etched across his features. He unleashed a torrent of celestial energy, attempting to regain control over the imperial dragon energy, but to no avail. The energy within the mausoleum not only eluded his grasp, but actively repelled him. As if the bronze cauldron were the true master of the imperial dragon energy within. Descend into the underworld and reunite with your descendants, Ningfan declared coldly, his raised hand descending with an abrupt finality. The towering Ziwei Huangji Ding descended upon the Great Qu's ancestor emperor. The ancestor emperor of Great Qu, determined to resist, summoned all his strength, pushing against the descending artifact with both hands. A thunderous sound reverberated, transforming him into a mist of blood. The royal dragon aura within the Grand Qu emperor was vigorous and substantial. Ningfan did not squander this opportunity. He activated the devouring heaven and earth technique, absorbing it entirely into his being. He stepped onto the sacred grounds of the Grand Qu royal tomb, sitting down to cultivate. The royal dragon aura here was overwhelmingly potent, and Ningfan found it impossible to refine it all at once. Instead, he absorbed it into the Ziwei Huangji Ding, gradually refining it into imperial essence. Beside him, Suwanwan sat in meditation with closed eyes. Soon after, the entire royal tomb's dragon aura was depleted by the Ziwei Huangji Ding. The entirety of the royal dragon energy within the tomb was consumed by the Ziwei Huangji Ding. The imperial aura dissipated instantly, rendering the tomb indistinguishable from an ordinary wilderness. Within less than 2 hours, a third-stage transcendental being from the Dian dynasty tore open the fabric of space. Qingzhu and Ling emerged from the rift, appearing before Ningfan. What of the ancestor emperor of Great Qu? Qingzhu inquired. He is dead, obliterated into a mist of blood, Ningfan replied calmly, his demeanor unruffled. Qingzhu and Ling exchanged glances, each reflecting a flicker of astonishment in their eyes. Ningfan's power was astonishingly formidable. All the treasures from the Great Qu's royal treasury now lay before them. Ling produced a storage artifact and presented it to Ningfan. This belongs to your Dian dynasty, Ningfan remarked with indifference, never one to withhold from true friends. Ning brother, this cannot be. Qingzhu hastily refused. The treasures within the Great Qu treasury far surpass those of the Dian dynasty. You have already performed great deeds by saving my life at Beijing, aiding me in ascending to the throne and annihilating the Great Qu dynasty. I cannot accept the treasury's treasures under any circumstances. Ningfan opened his eyes. I have heard tales of the Grand Qu dynasty's tyrannical rule since my days in the Ning family. Qingzhu nodded in agreement. Indeed, throughout the eastern wilderness. Indeed, across the entire eastern wilderness, there is no nation more oppressive than the Qu dynasty. The tax burden of the Great Qu is tenfold that of the Dian. The populace lives as if they are mere cattle, enduring a life of suffering, oppression pushed to its limits. It is precisely for this reason that the Qu dynasty has been able to wage wars for so many years. Then let us distribute the treasury among the common folk. The specific policies are for you to decide, Ningfan stated nonchalantly. A surge of astonishment filled Qingzhu and Xianling's eyes. To propose the division of the treasury so readily was a display of grand vision. Ning brother, do you aspire to establish a new dynasty upon this land of the great Qu and ascend as emperor? Xianjin asked cautiously. Recognizing that the distribution of the treasury would surely endear Ningfan to the hearts of the people. Currently, I have no such intentions, Ningfan replied. Indeed. The thought of becoming emperor lingered in his mind. Only by ascending to the imperial throne can the gathering of vitality within the Purple Way imperial cauldron reach its zenith. At that moment, Ningfan, endowed with the fortunes of an emperor, will cultivate the Purple Way imperial art with greater ease. However, the mere territory of the Qu dynasty holds no allure for him. Should Ningfan aspire to become an emperor, it must be within an immortal dynasty. Xianjin and Xianling ceased their discourse and returned to the palace of the great Qu dynasty. Having just extinguished the great Qu dynasty, numerous matters awaited Xianjin's attention. That very night, under the cover of darkness, dozens of figures pierced through the fabric of space, racing toward the imperial mausoleum of the great Qu. Within the sacred grounds of the mausoleum, Ningfan suddenly opened his eyes. The anticipated individuals have indeed arrived. Indifferently, Ningfan remarked that his lingering presence in the mausoleum was solely to await the arrival of those from the Sword Immortal sect.